Cracking sounds echoed. A cruel command tore through the night. Find him! The hunt had begun. The rustling of dry leaves underfoot. The pursuit's cry still echoed. Find him! Not a single trace was overlooked. 2 assassins, one with white hair, one with black, darted like the wind, their faces etched with cruelty. No matter where he hides, find him and kill him. The white-haired assassin relentlessly pursued. But in the hunted's mind, a thought emerged. Countless assassins are searching for me. Crimson eyes flashed amidst the foliage. Harboring the hunted's vigilance and determination to survive, he hid in the bushes, his cold eyes fixed forward. They all want to kill me, he muttered to himself. His face was resolute, his crimson eyes filled with killing intent. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. A harsh rule. The assassins flew like arrows, tearing through the dense forest, determined not to miss their prey. From above, countless figures glided through the trees, forming a colossal hunting net. A boy with his hair tied up, a naive smile on his face. My name is Pio Wool, a voice echoed in his mind. Pio Wool was once a free wanderer, his steps following the wind and rivers, exploring the vast world. Until one day, the boy encountered a mysterious, tall figure wearing a conical hat. Destiny diverged from that moment. When Pio Wool awoke from a long, deep sleep, the world around him had completely changed. Before his eyes was only an endless night, with no escape, swallowing all hope. Each day that passed was like hell on earth. Pio Wool sat amidst the darkness, his eyes resolute and full of hatred. A red-haired attacker lunged at Pio Wool with a crazed look. Die! He roared, brimming with killing intent. Pio Wool, as a child, had to face brutal attackers, his crimson eyes filled with resentment as he retaliated. A brown-haired female warrior charged in. Pio Wool's daggers flashed in the air, creating a fierce battle. The silhouette of a mysterious masked man appeared, silently witnessing the brutal scene. In the darkness of hell, Pio Wool felt himself changing little by little each day, his eyes etched with indignation. He had become an assassin, just as those who created this hell desired, a machine of destruction. Suddenly, the scene shifted back to the present. In the deep forest, a shout rang out. He's here! This way! A fierce squad of red-eyed assassins surrounded the adult Pio Wool, their eyes burning in the dim night. Pio Wool gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes filled with resolve. He told himself, just you, wait. He would survive, and he would find every single person who caused this pain. The vow of revenge echoed in his mind. A warning appeared, signaling upcoming graphic scenes that may be disturbing. Rewinding time, a young Pio Wool held a bowl of food. He said, so, this is today's haul. He smiled, tossing an apple into the air. It's the first day of this week's market. Not bad. Pio Wool ate the apple, thinking, time to find a place to sleep tonight. I am Pio Wool, 14 years old. He wandered everywhere alone, an orphan with no home, no place to rely on. Pio Wool looked around, wondering, is the bridge I saw earlier around here? Suddenly, Pio Wool's eyes widened, his innocent face showing surprise, as if he had just realized something. In a flashback, young Pio Wool faced a tall, mysterious figure wearing a wide hat that obscured their face. A sense of unease enveloped him. Pio Wool's innocent face was filled with fear as the boy asked, who are you? The mysterious figure remained standing, only revealing their chin and slightly moving lips. Young Pio Wool lay motionless on the cold ground, his eyes tightly shut, without a sound. Pio Wool's eyes squeezed shut in pain, then slowly opened, trying to adjust to the darkness. Pio Wool opened his eyes, startled to realize he was in darkness. He thought to himself, I definitely opened my eyes. But the boy tried to see through the thick night, but it was hopeless. No, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. I'm in darkness. I can't see even a tiny ray of light. Where am I? A sudden sharp pain struck, making Pio Wool groan in agony, his head spinning. Pio Wool's entire body was paralyzed, unable to move even a single finger. The boy panicked, asking himself, I can't move at all. Why is this happening? A tear rolled down the corner of his eye, reflecting the boy's fear and despair. In his memory, Pio Wool saw the mysterious figure leave, abandoning the boy with a bowl of food in the bustling market. Pio Wool recalled the mysterious figure he had once met on the street, the one who had brought him to this place. The mysterious figure coldly said, you seem useful. Those words echoed in Pio Wool's mind. Pio Wool believed that the mysterious man was involved in his captivity. He didn't know his name or identity, nor did he understand why he had been abandoned here. Pio Wool gasped, speculating. He didn't want to kill him, but rather to achieve some goal through this. In despair, Pio Wol tried to remember himself. My name is Pio Wol. I am 14 years old. My father is Pio Inhak. My mother is Yiseon Hong. Pio Wol woke up in endless darkness, his mind hazy. It's too dark. Too dark. Did I lose consciousness, or had he been awake all this time? How much time had passed, he couldn't possibly know. Tears streamed down, soaking Pio Wol's soul with fear and loneliness. He was scared and alone. Only by remembering his name could he stay sane. My name is Pio Wol. But for how much longer? Gnawing hunger tormented him, a cruel reminder of his fragile existence. He flinched, realizing the cruel fate awaiting him. At this rate, I'll starve to death. Starving to death, or going mad from loneliness. Those were the only two paths Pio Wol saw. In his memory, the mysterious figure appeared. Could that man want me to starve to death? Pio Wol wondered. He wondered what he had done wrong. He had never even begged that man for anything. Tears, mixed with blood, Pio Wol screamed in silence. Then why? Why would he? I might be a lowly beggar. A glimmer of hope flickered. Pio Wol's fingers twitched slightly, signaling the return of life. Though tears still fell, a spark of determination shone in his eyes. His hand twitched more strongly. I can move my hand, Pio Wol rejoiced. He gasped for breath, each heavy breath tearing through the silence of the night. His breathing gradually stabilized, and Pio Wol felt life flowing through his veins. I can feel my body now. He took a deep breath, trying to perceive a scent, even if it was just the smell of damp earth and stone in his confinement. Pio Wol smelled a strong, musty odor. His bare feet touched the cold, rough ground. It smells damp. He slid his hand across the freezing stone floor, feeling every crack. The floor is cold. I'm underground. In the profound darkness, a faint ray of light pierced through, dripping onto the still water, creating spreading ripples. Pio Wol looked up, his red eyes reflecting the fragile ray of light. The sound of dripping water echoed, awakening a fierce will to survive. Water! The water continued to drip steadily. Pio Wol's body trembled, and he tried to turn himself. I have to drink! His entire body shook in spasms, each movement in agony. He struggled on the cold stone floor. Pio Wol gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A painful roar escaped him as he thrashed in despair. With unyielding will, Pio Wol tried to inch forward. His muscles twitched, but he didn't give up. I can do it. Just a little more. He tried to crawl forward, but his exhausted body collapsed again. His hand slammed against the stone floor. Pio Wol coughed dryly, each cough tearing at his lungs. Cold sweat poured out, drenching his gaunt face. He gasped, panting, trying to take in every gulp of air. A single thought consumed his mind. I must survive. Pio Wol tensed his body, his eyes burning with determination. He stared into the darkness, declaring powerfully, I will survive. The water continued to drip incessantly, like an invitation. Pio Wol struggled, each groan escaping his throat. He crawled closer to the wall, reaching out to touch it. The stone wall was cold and hard. Is this a stone wall? It's really hard. Pio Wol scraped his fingers hard against the rock face, small fragments falling off. His skin was torn, and blood began to seep out. He bit his lip tightly, tasting the metallic tang of blood. The pain was excruciating, but Pio Wol's gaze remained resolute, unwavering. Pio Wol was exhausted, lying prostrate on the cold stone floor. Despite his utmost efforts, he couldn't move. It's useless. He let out a painful groan. Pio Wol's breath was ragged, cold sweat trickling down his bruised face. He squeezed his eyes shut, hearing only the faint thumping of his own heart. In the profound darkness, Pio Wol's small figure lay motionless, like a black dot swallowed by loneliness and despair. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared. Bare feet stopped right beside Pio Wol's head, bringing with them an unusual sense of oppression. Pio Wol slowly opened his eyes, his blurry gaze directed upwards. His face was contorted in pain, but he still tried to comprehend this sudden presence. A familiar figure, with a high bun identical to Pio Wol's, stood towering before him. Who is that? Pio Wol silently wondered, a flicker of confusion appearing in his mind. The figure turned, revealing the youthful face of Pio Wol's younger self, whose azure eyes stared directly at him. Why do you keep enduring this pain? Pio Wol's eyes widened, his bloodied lips trembling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Another version of himself standing before him. The youthful face of young Pio Wol subtly curled into a sarcastic smile. Don't you find it funny? The voice echoed, full of mockery. Young Pio Wol stood upright, looking down at the struggling Pio Wol. You're desperately clinging to this mundane, meaningless life. The words cut into his heart like a knife. Young Pio Wol leaned down, the smile on his lips turning sinister, sharp fangs revealed. "Just give up," he whispered, like a deadly invitation. The youthful face still held a smile, but the azure eyes were now incredibly cold. "Give up, and you'll go to a better place." Pio Wol's bloodied lips barely moved. Will it really be better? A faint question escaped from the depths of his soul. Young Pio Wol's face briefly showed surprise, his eyes wide. What? He hadn't expected this answer. Young Pio Wol still looked down, but the prostrate Pio Wol had found his answer. Will things truly be better if I give up? I don't think so. Pio Wol's eyes suddenly blazed with determination, his bloodied lips still clenched tight. "I will live," the vow echoed, stronger than ever. Young Pio Wol looked down, his eyes sharp and mocking. "You're struggling in vain." Pio Wol lay there, his will ablaze. To die like this was unfair. He swore he wouldn't close his eyes until he had avenged himself. Pio Wol gritted his teeth, his eyes burning. I will live. He would crawl. He would struggle to survive, to get revenge on all those who had put him here. Young Pio Wol was skeptical. "Will you really get revenge?" Pio Wol replied decisively. "Yes." The childlike illusion stared, its gaze scrutinizing. "You won't give up?" A roar tore through the space. "Never," Pio Wol declared firmly. Young Pio Wol offered an enigmatic smile, then vanished into thin air. Pio Wol blinked, his body heavy. He still saw nothing. Was that just a dream? Or am I slowly going mad? Pio Wol wondered, his mind reeling. Pio Wol's body trembled, and he used his last ounce of strength to force himself to sit up. Though exhausted, his will remained unyielding. I must survive. Pio Wol fumbled along the rock wall. This damp, verdant thing, was it moss? Though unsure if it was edible, he knew he had to eat to survive. He brought a handful of dirty moss to his mouth, his eyes filled with despair. Pio Wol chewed and swallowed, his face contorted by the terrible taste. Ugh, he groaned. God, why is this so awful? Pio Wol chewed and swallowed, his face contorted by the terrible taste. He groaned. God, why is this so awful? Nevertheless, he forced himself to swallow, reassuring himself that his body hadn't shown any strange reactions yet. Pio Wol's eyes fixed steadily on the moss. Though disgusted, he knew he had to eat to survive. His gaunt hand reached out, plucking handfuls of dark green moss. He knelt, his face contorted by the terrible taste of the moss. He chewed and swallowed in agony. Bit by bit, Pio Wol continued to eat, disregarding the revulsion. In his mind, there was only one thought. I will survive. I will survive at all costs. After regaining some strength, Pio Wol stood up. His bare feet in torn sandals stepped heavily on the cold stone floor. He stumbled forward, one hand gripping the moss-covered stone wall. He wanted to explore his prison. Pio Wol stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. He began to deduce the size and structure of this place. He realized he was in a square room, each side about 9 meters long. A perfect prison. Pio Wol realized he was trapped. Someone deliberately imprisoned me in this space, he thought, his face showing clear vigilance. A metallic sound suddenly echoed, startling Pio Wol. He gasped, turning his head towards the sound. The brown-haired young man listened intently. That sound seemed to be from a metal door. A gigantic metal door suddenly opened, blinding light from outside pouring in, tearing through the dark night. The light was so strong that Pio Wol had to shield his eyes. He groaned in discomfort, his eyes unaccustomed to the glare. Pio Wol determinedly moved towards the light, despite the discomfort. He called out loudly, "Is anyone here?" Each heavy step brought him closer. As he got closer, a blurry figure appeared in the light. Pio Wol squinted, wondering, what is that? A shadow? The metallic sound echoed again. The door slammed shut, plunging Pio Wol and the entire room into absolute darkness. In the thick darkness, Pio Wol stood upright, his arm outstretched, groping. His gaunt face showed exhaustion, but his eyes remained vigilant. He looked up, his breath heavy and ragged, sweat beading on his pale face. A gasp escaped him amidst the eerie silence. Pio Wol squinted, his nose twitching slightly. He tried to inhale deeply, noticing a strange scent permeating the damp air. His eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with surprise. "This smell, is it food?" he whispered, disbelieving his own sense of smell. He bent down, his gaze fixed on the bowl placed on the damp stone floor. Inside was a mixture of food, surrounded by creeping green moss. Pio Wol closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and deeply inhaled the rising scent. He tried to analyze each ingredient, each trace. He stared at the bowl, his mind quickly analyzing. Rotten fish, tea leaves, pork. This is a mixture of at least 5 different dishes. One person couldn't eat more than 5 dishes, so there isn't just one culprit, Pio deduced, as images of 5 blurry, dark figures appeared around him. A group of at least 5 individuals had imprisoned him for some purpose. He couldn't be the only one locked up. Creating this space just for him would be too wasteful. 5 shadowy figures with eyes glowing like demons were watching this place. Pio felt invisible gazes piercing through the stone walls. He turned his back, looking up at the ceiling. Many small squares, each containing a solitary figure. He wasn't the only one imprisoned. Pio looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp and cold. What is their purpose? The question echoed in his mind, unanswered. He closed his eyes, deeply inhaling the pungent chili and pork scent. Is this a Sichuan dish? A thought flashed through his mind. Pio didn't hesitate, grabbing the bowl. He began to devour the food, large mouthfuls sliding down his parched throat. He ate hastily but with determination. I have plenty of time. Just eat and survive for now. I'll figure things out later. Pio sat down, continuing to eat. At least this is better than moss, he told himself, trying to swallow each bite. In the silent darkness, a small stone fell, hitting the cold ground, creating a dry sound. Pio's eyes gleamed with hunger. He licked his lips, his gaunt face reflecting a fierce determination to survive. In the cramped space, Pio exhaustedly performed push-ups, his heavy breaths echoing. His feet were still tightly bound. He struggled to lift himself, drenched in sweat. It's been at least 4 months since I was locked in here, Pio thought to himself, his breath ragged. Every day a small door would open slightly, and a mysterious hand would deliver a bowl of food. They only provide me with food once a day, Pio mused. Pio unleashed his anger on the cold stone wall, continuous punches echoing, growls erupting from his throat. He collapsed, exhausted. His captors had never uttered a word, only keeping him in this dark, cramped space. Pio gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling, trying to crawl across the stone floor. A painful groan escaped his chest. Finally, Pio was completely exhausted, collapsing onto the cold stone floor, lying motionless. Pio panted, thinking, I thought I'd go mad immediately, but I haven't wasted my time here. In Pio's eyes, exhaustion mingled with an unyielding will, sweat still clinging to his face. Gradually, Pio began to perceive his surroundings more clearly. Can humans adapt to complete darkness? He wondered. He sat up, observing. I can see things moving in this underground space. A centipede crawled past. There wasn't a single ray of light here, yet countless insects still thrived. Shiny black centipedes crawled all over the stone floor. Pio tilted his head, his gaze focused on the insects. Are those centipedes? He silently asked, his face full of contemplation. A gigantic centipede appeared, its long body covered in a hard shell, gleaming like metal in the darkness. A giant silver snake coiled tightly around Pio's arm, its scales shimmering like metal. The painful constriction startled Pio, his eyes wide with terror, his face contorted. He turned his head to look at the creature constricting his arm. A chilling hiss echoed in the dark space. It wasn't a centipede, but a giant snake with glowing red eyes, its forked tongue hissing menacingly. The ferocious snake raised its head, baring its venomous fangs, preparing to finish Pio with a fatal bite. Pio gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down him, trying to endure the bone-piercing pain spreading throughout his body. He collapsed, clutching his swollen arm, his scream of agony tearing through the dark night. Pio's body slumped onto the cold ground, completely exhausted and motionless in pain. He gasped for breath, feeling as if his entire body was on fire. What is this? My whole body feels like it's burning. His arm was swollen and red, veins protruding. Is this snake venom? He silently wondered, fear surging. Pio writhed on the stone floor, intense pain tormenting every muscle fiber, making him groan incessantly. His eyes were bloodshot, sweat streamed down. His face contorted in extreme agony. The snake opened its mouth wide. Venomous fangs pointed directly at him. Pio screamed in despair before death. In a hazy space, Pio curled up like a fetus, his body floating aimlessly in the void. A strong hand pushed the heavy stone slab. A dry thud echoed, and a faint ray of light seeped in. The stone slab was set down, revealing a small gap, and the light of hope shone into the deep, dark cellar. Pio's hand gripped the edge of the stone slab, trying to lift it up from the escape route. Blue veins bulged on Pio's face. He gritted his teeth, his heavy breaths mixing with flowing sweat. Naked, Pio exerted all his strength, every muscle tensing as he wrestled with the rock, determined to seize freedom. Pio's eyes blazed with the fire of survival, utterly resilient. I won't die from this. But then, his body collapsed, struggling on the cold stone. In a daze, he swallowed something from the rock, his glowing red eyes appearing and disappearing in the darkness. The one who had pushed him into the abyss of life and death, a white snake with eerie red eyes, raised its head triumphantly. Time passed, and Pio awoke. His face was still gaunt, but his eyes had become calm and profound. He sat cross-legged, facing the white snake. So that's how it is, Pio muttered, as if he had just uncovered a shocking secret. The snake coiled, emitting a terrifying hiss. Pio realized, I almost died from that bite, but my body changed while trying to neutralize the venom. His eyes were unusually sharp, seeing through everything in the darkness. I can see more clearly than before. He reached out towards the snake, his eyes full of contemplation. How interesting. Is this thanks to the snake? The snake hissed again, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp venomous fangs, ready to attack at any moment. Pio looked at his hand, recalling an old legend. I once heard that whoever survives a snake bite becomes immune to its venom. His pupils narrowed into slits, harboring a bold thought. Perhaps I can create antibodies to this venom. With a cold decision, Pio extended his hand, letting the snake sink its fangs into his flesh once more and turn it into my own weapon. The venom surged through his veins again. Pio's arm twitched violently, but his gaze remained terrifyingly resolute. The venom surged. Pio gritted his teeth and endured. His skin was covered in blue-purple veins, his arm twitching incessantly. The pain burned his entire body, making him question himself. Should I not have touched it again? Perhaps I should have been more careful. Sweat poured down him. Pio's face contorted in agony. Every muscle fiber, every blood vessel screamed in silence. He collapsed, his body trembling. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope flashed in Pio's mind. But I feel better than the first bite. A twisted, defiant smile appeared on his lips. His eyes glowed red, burning with willpower. The silver snake with glowing red eyes appeared. Snake, the cold predator of the darkness. Even if their eyes have lost function in the dark, they are still innate, terrifying predators. A snake silently stalked its prey. It could even subdue predators with sound. But snakes are never greedy. Once full, they won't drive away other insects gathering nearby. It seems you and I are the only intelligent beings in this darkness, Pio muttered to himself, his gaze sharp. Pio sat silently, observing the snake and the moths. He was searching for something, a clue. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Stones on the wall began to crack and crumble, falling in pieces. Pio, startled, stood up and reached out his hand. He felt the powerful tremor spreading everywhere. What is this tremor? He muttered, as the ground beneath his feet continued to shake and cracks spread. Pio stood tall, his crimson eyes sweeping through the darkness. He sensed a major change was about to occur. Suddenly, a massive stone door appeared and slowly opened before his eyes. The door! The door has opened! The stone door opened, revealing a dark, endless corridor. The rough stone walls seemed to devour all light, leading into a bottomless abyss. Pio dragged his heavy steps across the cold stone floor. Every sound echoed in the silence, like the footsteps of a lost soul in a desolate place. He advanced towards the door. The next room is about 20 steps away. No wonder I haven't sensed any movement from the others, Pio muttered to himself, his gaze sharp. Pio pushed the wooden door, and a creaking sound shattered the silence. His crimson eyes swept through the darkness, wary of all dangers. A strange scent assailed Pio's nose. He frowned, inhaling deeply to analyze each layer of the unpleasant scent. As a sense of unease welled up, Pio's eyes widened in surprise. This smell! He recognized a frightening familiarity in the eerie air that enveloped the room. Before him, a corpse lay motionless on the stone floor. That's the smell of a decomposing corpse, Pio exclaimed, a chilling dread in his voice. Pio looked at the corpse. I can't make out its form clearly, but judging by its size, it's probably someone my age. A grim truth became clear. Pio turned, his gaze distant. The other rooms are probably no different. An ominous premonition crept into his mind. He continued to drag his steps, the sound of his tattered sandals echoing. Pio remained vigilant, the feeling of being watched still lingering persistently. Pio raised his head, his gaze firm. Despite the dangers lurking, He was determined to find a way out of this deadly labyrinth. A massive metal door stood imposingly blocking the way. Its presence was like an invisible wall, challenging Pyowol's will. Pyowol pushed the door with force. There's a massive metal door blocking the corridor, but it's not locked. A glimmer of hope appeared. The heavy metal door slowly creaked open, emitting a chilling sound. The darkness within seemed to be waiting to devour him. Pyowol exerted all his strength, pushing the door hard. A loud sound echoed as the door shifted, opening into a new, mysterious space. He stepped inside, facing a large room. Faint figures appeared in the darkness, signaling an inevitable encounter. In the profound darkness, two faint figures appeared. A long-haired girl and a bun-haired young man, both hidden in the shadows, waiting for something. Pyowol stood there, his eyes glowing red like fire, his gaunt face clearly showing vigilance, ready to face any danger. He stepped into the large room, his gaze sweeping across the gloomy stone walls, feeling the coldness and mystery enveloping the space. In the middle of the room, So Yaewol sat down, with Song Cheon-woo standing beside her, both directing suspicious gazes towards Pyowol. Pyowol's gaze was sharp, piercing through the darkness, as if he had seen everything hidden in this room. Soft footsteps echoed as Pyowol slowly advanced, his tattered sandals gliding across the cold ground. Song Cheon-woo and So Yaewol exchanged surprised glances. Pyowol's sudden appearance left them bewildered. Pyowol continued to walk, his eyes constantly scrutinizing, assessing every corner of this unfamiliar space. He stopped, looking towards a hidden corner, and muttered to himself, "It seems the situation here isn't much different." So Yaewol broke the silence, asking, her voice full of caution, "Who are you?" She pressed on, her face showing extreme surprise. "Where did you come from? Only the two of us are left alive here." Pyowol pondered silently, realizing they couldn't see him clearly in the darkness. "Perhaps I am the only one whose eyes have fully adapted to this darkness." He spoke, his voice calm and steady. "I am Pyowol. I was trapped in another area right next to this one." Hearing this, So Yaewol and Song Cheon-woo were stunned. She asked, "You mean there's another place like this?" Pyowol replied, "It seems so." Then he asked back, "What's your name?" So Yaewol gently replied, "I am So Yaewol." She pointed to Song Cheon-woo beside her. "He is Song Cheon-woo." Pyowol looked thoughtfully at the two, his eyes holding countless thoughts about the current situation and the mysteries that awaited them. Song Cheon-woo spoke, breaking the silence. "We should keep moving." So Yaewol's eyes clearly showed worry. So Yaewol asked again, her voice full of apprehension, "Where to?" The three of them were still standing in the dark room. Song Cheon-woo pondered, speculating about the structure of this place. There must be many more areas like this. A large door appeared, as if confirming the prediction. "My God, you're right!" a cry of astonishment echoed. Pyowol didn't say much, only spoke to lead the way. "Follow me." His gaunt figure gradually disappeared into the dark corridor, the other two silently following. So Yaewol and Song Cheon-woo stopped, their eyes scrutinizing. The gloomy space made them hesitate, a sense of unease creeping in. So Yaewol reached out her hand, her voice tinged with worry. "It's too dark. Hold my hand." She sought comfort in the darkness. Song Cheon-woo softly replied, taking So Yaewol's hand. Both walked down the long, dark corridor, following Pyowol's back. A loud sound echoed, and the heavy door slowly opened, revealing a new, mysterious space. Pyowol stepped in, facing a group of surprised people. Among them, a white-haired girl with wide, astonished eyes. Pyowol scanned the crowd, observing each face. He noticed the bewildered, fearful eyes in the new room. Pyowol mused to himself, "There aren't as many people starving to death here as in the area I was in." He saw a gaunt corpse lying on the floor. Pyowol's gaze was sharp. However, they hurt themselves. He noticed strange wounds on the corpse, not caused by starvation. Pyowol looked at the leftover food bowls. It seems they're given more food here. Could it be that each area receives different treatment? Pyowol's eyes flashed with suspicion. What is the purpose of dividing and treating the areas differently? The big question swirled deep in his mind. So Yaewol called his name, breaking his train of thought. "Pyowol!" He turned, facing her worried gaze and the curiosity of those around them. Pyowol stared into space, pondering the other children trapped here at the same time as him. He remembered Yi-min, Go-shinok, and the others. In the deep darkness, Pyowol led the group, his heavy footsteps echoing on the cold ground, followed by So Yaewol, Song Cheon-woo, and the other children. They approached a colossal metal door, standing imposingly across the path, concealing an unknown world. Pyowol reached out his gaunt hand and touched the cold surface of the door, a chillingly familiar sensation. He spread his arms wide, pushing with all his might. The ancient door began to tremble, emitting a dull thud. A blinding light suddenly burst forth from the crack in the door, forcing the children behind to cover their eyes, their cries of pain echoing. Pyowol squinted, his gaze sharp. He replied to someone's question, "No, we're still underground." He explained that after a long time immersed in darkness, even the light from a torch was enough to burn their eyes. The door opened, revealing a vast space with rough stone walls, dimly lit by torches. Pyowol looked around with a calm expression, while the other children were still uncomfortable with the sudden light. Before them was a massive architectural complex, hidden deep underground, ancient rooftops, layered in the faint light. Pyowol and the group walked along the stone path, venturing deeper into the mysterious architectural complex, each step taken with caution. Pyowol stopped before an intricately carved wooden door, his gaze probing through the dark space within. He announced, "There's no one here." So Yoal asked worriedly, "What is this place?" Pyowol looked up at the ceiling, noticing the crude wooden structure. He concluded, "It's not sturdy. This construction was rushed." He pondered, his gaze sweeping over the walls. "It looks fine from the outside, but the internal structure is loose. But why?" Pyowol looked to the side, his eyes full of thought. A voice rang out, calling his name. "Pyowol, right?" He looked up, facing a white-haired girl with azure eyes and a gentle smile, a strange contrast between the two. The girl smiled brightly, introducing herself with a confident name. "I am Yi-min. Nice to meet you." Pyowol remained silent, his dark brown eyes still vigilant, showing no unnecessary expression at the unexpected greeting. Yi-min stepped closer, her finger lightly touching Pyowol's face, asking a question full of curiosity. "Were you born like this?" Pyowol was surprised. "Huh? What?" The white-haired girl looked straight into his eyes, her words gentle but full of surprise. "Your eyes are red. They're beautiful." Pyowol was stunned. Pyowol flinched, the image of the white snake appearing in his mind. Are my eyes red? Fiery red? Is it related to being bitten by a snake? But being this conspicuous is not good at all. Yi-min shook her head, explaining, "No, they only have a slight reddish tint under the torchlight. Normally, it's not easy to notice." She added, "You didn't know? Then they must have changed after you came here." Pyowol sighed in relief, a secret thought appearing in his mind. "That's good then." He looked at Yi-min, his eyes still a little confused. Yi-min broke the silence, asking directly, "What are you thinking about?" Pyowol replied, his tone pensive. "Just many things." The white-haired girl observed Pyowol, then made a surprising remark. "You're different from the others." Pyowol was surprised, his gaze fixed on Yi-min, wanting to understand her meaning better. "What do you mean?" Yi-min smiled mysteriously, affirming, "You're just different," she explained. "Everyone here is confused, but you seem to be constantly thinking." Pyowol listened, his face clearly showing contemplation. Yi-min's words had touched a mysterious part of him. Suddenly, a group of people appeared, consisting of the brown-haired young man, the black-haired girl, and the old man. The brown-haired young man asked, "What are you two doing here?" Yi-min replied calmly with Pyowol beside her. "Talking." So Yewol and Song Chen-woo were also present. So Yewol asked again. "Talking," Yi-min continued. "We've been discussing a few things." So Yewol looked back, her eyes full of doubt. So Yewol smiled, her tone full of hidden meaning. "Some of the children have decided to split into groups. What about you two?" Pyowol was surprised, his eyes scrutinizing. "What do you mean?" So Yewol stepped forward, her eyes full of expectation. "You two will come with us, won't you?" Pyowol pondered, his gaze unreadable. "Perhaps." So Yewol was disappointed, questioning. "Perhaps? Aren't you going to join us?" Pyowol replied coldly, his gaze firm. "I will consider everything for a while longer." So Yewol looked at Pyowol, her eyes full of thought. So Yewol smiled, accepting. "I understand. Find us when you change your mind." Yi-min turned to So Yewol. "What about you?" So Yewol hesitated. So Yewol decided quickly. "All right, I'll go with you. Cooperation is better than going alone." Yi-min smiled. "Good choice." Pyowol turned and walked away, cold thoughts in his mind. They've been imprisoned for too long. No one can keep their sanity. Pyowol walked away, leaving the strangers behind. "I can't even trust myself. How can I trust them? It's best to observe from a distance." After only a few hours of acquaintance, the children had already begun to form factions. Survival instincts were strongly emerging. So Yewol and Song Qianwu stood side by side, leading their own group. They had found their place. Another young man named Gang Yil also gathered his own faction. The battle for survival had begun. Amidst the struggle for survival, one group found its leader, Yeom Il-young, with fiery red hair and aggressive eyes. Another group also chose their leader, Go Young-san, the silver-haired young man with a calm demeanor but hidden sharpness. And then, only one solitary person remained, Pio Wol, who had not yet joined any faction. Whispers arose. He's the only survivor from the attacked area, right? If everyone else died, how did he escape? What if he was the one who killed everyone? He won't even join a group. Pio Wol thought to himself. Society is the same everywhere, I understand. He had no time to waste on such people. Pio Wol turned and walked away, leaving the gossip behind. Pio Wol stopped, touching the rough rock face, as if probing for a hidden secret. He realized this architecture was newly built, but covered in moss, indicating the underground space had existed for a very long time. Someone had decided to use this place recently, an extremely wealthy person. Pio Wol looked up, understanding that this was not a structure built by ordinary people. The ground shook violently, and a dazzling light tore through the darkness. Pio Wol looked up in surprise. Light was piercing through the ceiling. A large basket slowly descended from the space above, causing everyone to stir in astonishment. The basket was full of food. The crowd cheered, delighted to be able to eat. A hand reached out, snatching food, pushing others aside. The basket was full of food. The crowd cheered, overjoyed at the prospect of eating. A hand reached out, snatching food, pushing others aside. The crowd pushed and shoved. Shouts demanding passage rang out, and chaos erupted around the food basket. So Yewol smiled mysteriously and offered, "Instead of acting like this, why don't we share the food fairly?" The red-haired young man, Yeom Il-young, glanced at the brown-haired girl beside him, his eyes full of suspicion. The black-haired young man, Gang Yil, also turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the shoving crowd. The silver-haired elder, Go Young-san, also observed silently, his expression pensive. The four leaders, Yeom Il-young, Gang Yil, Go Young-san, and So Yewol, spoke in unison. As leaders, we should divide the food. Pio Wol stood amidst the crowd, his sharp eyes observing the chaotic scene, then spoke. "Wait." Pio Wol stepped forward, his gaze firm, declaring, "I must have my share too." He reached into the basket, gently touching the food, searching for his portion amidst the chaos. A rough hand grabbed Pio Wol's arm, stopping his action. Pio Wol raised his head, his crimson eyes flashing with a cold glint, looking directly at the one who had stopped him. Yeom Il-young, the one with spiky red hair, growled, "No one is allowed to take food from the basket without our permission." He looked at Pio Wol defiantly. "Everything here is under our control." Pio Wol's eyes glowed with a deep, menacing crimson light, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Pio Wol and So Yewol stood watching the chaotic scene. Amidst the crowd, a red-haired individual was being attacked. Pio Wol's eyes suddenly flared crimson, and his hand shot out with lightning speed. A fatal blow. Pio Wol's hand struck Yeom Il-young's face directly, fresh blood splattering. The horrifying sight left those around them stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Pio Wol pinned Yeom Il-young to the ground, his grip as if wanting to crush his opponent. Pio Wol stared at the man beneath him, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. He coldly asked, "What did you just say? Say it again." Pio Wol forcefully pushed Yeom Il-young's face, making him choke, his whole body convulsing in pain. Pio Wol tightened his grip. Yeom Il-young screamed in despair. The others panicked, pleading, "Let him go!" Pio Wol's eyes were blood red, his expression terrifyingly cold, without a hint of wavering. Yeom Il-young writhed, his desperate screams mixing with blood and tears. Pio Wol pushed down once more. The witnesses trembled, exclaiming in horror, "He's insane." Pio Wol looked directly at them, his eyes crimson like a venomous snake. A voice rang out, "Is he truly insane?" In the tense atmosphere, So Yewol gently stepped closer. So Yewol placed a hand on Pio Wol's shoulder, gently saying, "Let him go. He can't answer you anymore." Pio Wol coldly retorted, "Why should I?" So Yewol looked at Pio Wol, her gaze firm. "I'm sure that's enough for him to understand." Pio Wol still pressed Yeom Il-young to the ground, who screamed in pain. So Yewol calmly said, "What about the food then? No one will stop you from taking your share." So Yewol looked at Pio Wol, her sharp eyes asking again, "Right?" Behind them, the brown-haired young man and the curly-haired man watched with caution. Pyowol slowly released Yeom-il-young, whose gaunt body slowly straightened, escaping the oppressive crouched position. Pyowol stood tall, his blood-stained hand dripping onto the ground. At his feet, Yeom-il-young writhed, his face covered in blood, one eye severely damaged. Yeom-il-young clutched his bloody face, his remaining eye wide with hatred. He gritted his teeth, struggling to utter, "You bastard!" Pyowol looked down, his voice chillingly cold. "What? Do you want me to gouge out your other eye too? If you want to lose both, try me any time." Pyowol turned away, his gaze emotionless. Behind him, Yeom-il-young clutched his face, cowering, his face pale with fear, muttering, "Monster." Meanwhile, in another corner, 3 other children, the brown-haired man, the black-haired man, and the brown-haired girl, were eating heartily, completely unaware of the scene that had just unfolded. Pyowol sat on the rooftop, silently observing the other children eating and living in the courtyard below. His eyes were deep, filled with contemplation. Pyowol bit into the dry food, chewing slowly. He knew well that this was just a test, a cruel culling to find the useful ones. From the beginning, it was all a harsh trial. It would repeat many times until the goal was achieved, and many children would die in the process. Pyowol continued to eat, his gaze distant. He understood that, in the end, everyone here would become his enemy. The square was crowded with children, gathered in small groups. Some were chatting, while others quietly ate and drank. So Yeowol approached Pyowol and asked, "Are you all right? Are you okay with making everyone your enemy?" Many children from Yeom-il-young's group left after what you did. Pyowol looked up at Soyewol, his gaze unwavering. Soyewol continued, "And your group has become the largest." Soyewol smirked, her eyes full of hidden meaning. "Oh, I thought you didn't care, always keeping your distance. So, you've been watching everything." Pyowol replied coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "I merely observe everyone, just as everyone observes me." Pyowol's eyes glowed red, deep as an abyss, harboring immeasurable vigilance and danger. So Yeowol always took the largest portion of food, but ate the least. This sacrifice earned her the absolute loyalty of the children, making her the most prominent leader here. She looked at Pyowol, her smile hinting at scrutiny. "Are you in that dark room because the other children are wary of you?" Pyowol replied curtly, "I feel more comfortable there." So Yeowol simply nodded slightly. "I see." Pyowol mused, small bite marks etched on his arm. He had to personally enhance his poison resistance, facing deadly snake venom. Now, snake bites no longer caused him pain. His antibodies were strong enough. Pyowol had surpassed his own limits. So Yeowol asked again, "Why don't you join us instead of wandering alone?" Pyowol replied, "Haven't I already answered?" She persisted, "But your answer might change depending on the situation, right?" A loud noise echoed, breaking the silence. "Oh, it's mealtime!" So Yeowol exclaimed, changing the subject. The brown-haired boy yelled, his face furious. "This time, no idiot should try to climb into the basket, unless you want to fall when the rope breaks midway, and die like Gu Jiping." The sound of the basket hitting the ground echoed. The brown-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Pyowol looked inside, frowning. "Why is there so little?" The bamboo basket was empty, with only a few sparse green vegetables at the bottom, signaling a meager meal. So Yeowol gasped in surprise. "What?" She and Pyowol looked down together, their faces filled with worry. Pyowol looked forward, his gaze resolute. "So, it has begun," he murmured, as if he had anticipated everything. Macnosum, a small but resilient boy, was a survivor from the last land. He had joined Soyewol's group. But then, one fateful day, Macnosum was found dead, slumped in a pool of blood. The whole group was plunged into pain and fury. The woman sobbed and the man roared, "Who did this? I won't let you get away!" Even though everyone knew the reason, the pain still enveloped them. Macnosum died, not out of hatred, but because he was the weakest. Pyowol silently observed from the mountaintop. Pyowol's eyes glowed a vivid red, a harbinger of the coming storm. So Yeowol and a black-haired young man stood before Macnosum's corpse, the atmosphere heavy. The black-haired young man gritted his teeth, angrily exclaiming, "Damn it! We can't get revenge if we don't find out who did this." So Yeowol, with cold eyes, replied, "I don't care who it is." The brown-haired girl continued, her voice full of determination. "It doesn't matter who did this. What matters is that this happened to one of my followers." The black-haired young man was surprised. So Yeowol's eyes blazed with hatred. "We must avenge him in that very way." Pyowol looked down at the group, silently understanding that the weakest child of another group would be next to die. A chilling thought crossed Pio Wool's mind. The war has begun. Sure enough, the weakest child in Go Young-san's group was found dead. That was just the beginning of a tragic chain of events. Night after night, innocent bodies kept appearing. A child from So Yeol's group, then from Yeom Il-young's, Go Young-san's, and Gang Il's. So Yeol, with blazing red eyes, her face distorted by hatred. The children no longer trusted each other. They became as cruel as devils. In the deep darkness of the night, Pio Wool's thin hand lightly scraped the ground, searching for something to fill his empty stomach. He picked up a handful of wild plants, nibbling them with a grimace. "This tastes awful," he muttered. "I don't think I'll ever get used to it." Pio Wool turned his back to the vine-covered stone wall, gazing thoughtfully into the void. The hungry children haven't reached this place yet. Deep in the darkness of the underground corridor, a small light suddenly flickered, signaling the arrival of strangers. Pio Wool tilted his head, his sharp eyes scanning the night. But this piece will probably end soon. Heavy footsteps echoed in the silent space, shattering the tranquility of the prison. Pio Wool turned, his gaze directed towards the sound. "They're here," he thought to himself. He closed his eyes, counting silently. 1, 2, at least 4 of them. They wouldn't come this far just because they're lost. A brown-haired young man with a round face asked anxiously, "Are you sure this is the place?" Yeom Il-young, leading the group of 4, torch in hand, affirmed confidently, I'm sure. It's here. I've seen him coming in and out of this place all the time." The torchlight illuminated Yeom Il-young's face and the black-haired young man's, his determination clearly visible. Yeom Il-young growled, his eyes harboring resentment. "Where's he hiding?" He flashed a malicious smirk. "Now that I've killed 2 people, this is the perfect time for revenge." Pio Wool. Yeom Il-young's eyes burned with hatred as he roared into the darkness. "Where are you?" The black-haired young man cried out in pain, startling Yeom Il-young. "Ouch." "Huh?" The black-haired young man staggered, clutching his leg. "Something bit my leg." A heavy thud echoed. In the dark tunnel, the black-haired young man painfully clutched his leg, while the others hastily asked, "Hey, what was that? What happened?" A white snake silently slithered away, hiding in the darkness. The black-haired young man writhed on the stone floor, his face contorted in pain, tears and drool streaming down, showing extreme agony. Yeom Il-young spun around in horror, swinging the torch. He shouted a warning, "Something's here! Be careful! Ah!" The torch in Yeom Il-young's hand fell to the ground, igniting a small flame. The sound of metal clashing echoed as he and the brown-haired man cautiously retreated. Yeom Il-young roared, his face flushed with anger and fear. He gritted his teeth, uttering a curse. "Bastard!" In the pitch-black darkness, Yeom Il-young and the brown-haired man stood upright, their eyes darting around in search. He roared with fury. "Where are you? Come out now, you damned rat!" The brown-haired man stood there, his eyes sharp and vigilant. From behind, in the dense darkness, Pio Wool's figure appeared, hidden like a ghost. A cold gust of air swept past. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in horror, his throat constricted by something invisible, making him unable to breathe. Yeom Il-young startled, turning his head, his eyes wide with surprise and worry upon hearing the strange sound. Pio Wool appeared, gripping the brown-haired man's neck tightly from behind, making him struggle in pain. Yeom Il-young witnessed the scene, his eyes flaring with anger. Pio Wool's eyes glowed blood red, looking straight ahead with a cold and determined expression, his hand still tightly gripping the brown-haired man's neck. Yeom Il-young gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, his face extremely tense with anger and helplessness. Yeom Il-young lunged forward, raising his fist towards Pio Wool. He roared, "You, let Jongha go now." Pio Wool looked at Jongha struggling in his grasp, a flicker of thought in his blood-red eyes. He muttered to himself, "At this rate, he'll die." Pio Wool's hand tightened further, making Jongha gasp for air even more. In his mind, Pio Wool muttered, "And I will become a murderer." Pio Wool gazed into the distance, his face pensive. He told himself, "This time, I can move on without killing anyone, but one day I'll have to do it." Pio Wool tightened his grip on Jongha's neck, making him writhe in pain. Yeom Il-young stood there, his face contorted with rage, screaming. Pio Wool looked down at the dying Jongha, his eyes cold as he mused about fate. In the end, I still have to kill. Yeom Il-young screamed in a frenzy, sweat pouring down. "You! How dare you! You killed all my men, you devil!" Pio Wool's eyes, blood red, remained emotionless in the face of Yeom Il-young's extreme fury. Yeom Il-young gnashed his teeth, his anger flaring like fire. Unable to hold back any longer, he roared, charging madly towards Pyo-wol, determined to tear apart the one who had taken everything from him. Yeom Il-young swung his arms repeatedly, his punches like a storm, but Pyo-wol dodged them effortlessly. Like a ghost, he screamed in a frenzy, his face contorted with rage and despair, attacking relentlessly. Yeom Il-young continued to swing his arms ceaselessly, but all were just blows striking empty air. His eyes, filled with extreme hatred, glared at the empty space where Pyo-wol had just stood. He was stunned. Pyo-wol had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. He spun around searching, shouting defiantly, "What? Where did you go? Don't hide like a rat! Come out now!" Suddenly, Pyo-wol appeared behind him, his voice cold as a death sentence. This time, it won't just be one eye. Yeom Il-young spun around in horror, facing death standing right behind him. His face changed color, cold sweat poured out, and extreme terror enveloped him. Pyo-wol's gaze remained emotionless, blood red, signaling a tragic end about to descend. Pyo-wol took slow, deliberate steps, each sound of his sandals hitting the ground like a death knell. Yeom Il-young retreated, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with extreme panic. He knew his fate was sealed. Pyo-wol walked slowly, each step echoing in the deadly silence. His tattered sandals glided over the cold stone, carrying an endless, haunting presence. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. Yeom Il-young trembled before Pyo-wol. His single eye was wide open, filled with extreme horror as he faced the terrifying silence, as if standing before a bottomless abyss. Pyo-wol's blood-red eyes stared straight ahead, unwavering, as if seeing through all hidden schemes. Yeom Il-young gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down like rain, his bloodshot eyes full of terror. He was struggling with extreme fear, his heart pounding as if it would burst. Yeom Il-young recoiled in horror, drenched in sweat. He raised a pleading hand, his voice lost in fear. "Wait! We can cooperate!" Pyo-wol's blood-red eyes were bone-chillingly cold, unwavering. His gaunt face was etched with scars, deeply carving the ruthlessness of one who had crossed the boundary of life and death. In despair, Yeom Il-young screamed, trying to cling to a glimmer of hope. He pleaded with Pyo-wol to form an alliance, believing that only cooperation would help them survive against the others. "You can't survive alone against all the other kids. Join me." That gaze remained cold, profound, revealing no emotion, which only added weight to his words. From the shadows, a soft, haunting footstep echoed, one beat at a time. It was Pyo-wol, the bringer of terror, approaching with his tattered sandals. Yeom Il-young, his face drenched in sweat, contorted with extreme fear, begged Pyo-wol. He desperately offered to become a subordinate, promising to be useful. "If you don't like it, I'll work for you. I'll be your subordinate." He also asserted, "I'm different from those brats you just killed." Before Pyo-wol, Yeom Il-young still trembled, sweat pouring down like rain. His single eye was wide open, filled with extreme horror as he faced the terrifying silence. Pyo-wol looked at him, his blood-red eyes still cold as ice. He saw through the opponent's true nature, that obedience was only a temporary facade. You might be obedient at first, but after a while, you'll do the same thing as today. Yeom Il-young screamed in despair, sweat pouring down like rain, his bloodshot eyes full of terror. "No, I won't do that. Never!" In a flash, Pyo-wol appeared. He gripped Yeom Il-young's neck tightly, making his opponent collapse. Dust flew up. Yeom Il-young's mouth hung open, his face dazed, unable to believe what was happening. Yeom Il-young's face contorted in extreme horror. His single exposed eye was bloodshot, filled with despair. He had pleaded, but Pyo-wol's silence was like a death sentence, choking his breath. Pyo-wol's brutal chokehold made Yeom Il-young writhe in pain, the chilling sound of breaking bones tearing through the night. Yeom Il-young's face was contorted, his mouth agape, blood and foam spilling out, his single visible eye filled with extreme terror. Pyo-wol forcefully twisted Yeom Il-young's body, crushing every joint, rendering his opponent unable to resist. He gripped Yeom Il-young's neck tightly, the opponent's agonizing screams tearing through the air, but Pyo-wol remained as cold as ice. In his final moments, Yeom Il-young gasped a plea, "Please spare me." Tears and sweat mingled on his face. Yeom Il-young's arms hung limp and powerless, like severed ropes, signaling a tragic end. Pyo-wol stood tall, panting beside Yeom Il-young's fallen body, his heavy breaths breaking the silence. He looked down at Yeom Il-young, his eyes cold, and whispered, "I'm killing you now, because I'm still too weak," Pyo-wol said, his gaze fixed on the motionless body at his feet. Pio Wol's eyes suddenly glowed blood red, reflecting a cruel and unshakable determination. Pio Wol walked away heavily, leaving Yeom Il-young lying motionless on the cold ground, like a ghost vanishing into the night. Yeom Il-young's group had vanished without a trace, because Yeom Il-young and all his close associates were found dead. 3 unfamiliar faces, a girl with long brown hair, a boy with spiky black hair, and a person with long gray hair, all showed extreme astonishment. A boy with black hair tied in a top knot stood with his back turned, his gaze distant. He realized, that's Pio Wol. He killed Yeom Il-young. The brown-haired girl mused, how strong is he? He killed 4 people by himself. The black-haired boy standing next to her thought, making him an enemy is definitely a bad idea. Go Young-san lay on his back, his gray-blue eyes staring at the ceiling, deep in thought. He mused about Pio Wol. He is cunning and persistent. Around him, others were sitting. Go Young-san continued to ramble. He knows what to do to make others fear him. Go Young-san let out a soft sigh, a ha escaping him, laden with worries about the formidable enemy. In his mind, images of hungry children appeared. We've gone beyond the limits of sharing food, he thought. To fill our stomachs, we have to kill others. Go Young-san sat up abruptly, his eyes sharp and cold. In the end, everyone becomes a killer, he concluded bitterly. He recalled Pio Wol, who had killed Yeom Il-young, one of the strongest children. Now, no one dares to provoke him anymore, Go Young-san observed. Go Young-san turned to his group, warning, it's best if no one thinks of provoking Pio Wol. Don't go near him. He emphasized, someone with nothing left to lose is the most terrifying opponent. The 3 children sitting opposite nodded. The boy with curly black hair and the girl with long brown hair replied in unison. Yes. The boy with straight-cut black bangs added, all right. Suddenly, a figure shot past, creating a strong gust of wind. The boy with black hair tied in a topknot frantically ran to Go Young-san, calling out loudly, Leader! Go Young-san frowned and asked, what's wrong? Why are you running so frantically? The boy with black hair tied in a topknot panted, reporting, I saw 2 people at the red house to the north. They must have split off from So Yo-wol's group. Go Young-san doubted. Are you sure? The boy with black hair tied in a topknot affirmed, absolutely. I've checked multiple times. Go Young-san's eyes turned cold. What about the food? He asked, his voice tense. The boy with black hair tied in a topknot hastily said, they're holding a potato. If we don't get there now, they'll eat it. The 3 children behind immediately became eager. The boy with curly black hair and the girl with long brown hair chorused, Leader, let's go! The boy with straight-cut black bangs cheered. A potato. Go Young-san mused, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Now we kill people just for a potato. He raised his head, decisively ordering, all right, everyone, prepare to go. The gloomy night sky enveloped the ancient rooftop, as if signaling an impending disaster. At the entrance, the girl with long brown hair and the boy with curly black hair sat next to each other, the small potato their only hope. From a hidden corner, Go Young-san silently observed the 2 children, his eyes harboring a cold calculation. He whispered, look over there. The rough potato rested in the hand of the girl with long brown hair, a treasure more precious than gold and silver in these chaotic times. Go Young-san and the black-clad figures appeared, their eyes glowing red like hungry demons. He said, a potato. For a moment, Go Young-san showed a startled look, as if something was not as he had expected. He decisively ordered, his voice echoing in the dark night, kill them! Get the potato! The black-clad figures immediately charged forward. The 2 children were terrified, the boy with curly black hair letting out a piercing scream upon seeing the aggressive group. The curly-haired, black-haired young man hastily fled, with pursuers hot on his heels. Go Young-san roared, stop! Don't let them escape! Go Young-san stood frozen, his face a mix of anger and despair. He yelled, stop! Give us the potato! Go Young-san watched the group chasing the 2 children, his face filled with worry. He muttered to himself, something's not right. We're at a disadvantage. The 2 children ran for their lives, extreme fear evident on their young faces. Go Young-san raised a hand to his mouth and let out a long, sharp whistle that pierced the night. In a life-or-death moment, the 2 children risked their lives, jumping onto the rooftop, trying to escape the encirclement. Go Young-san cried out in pain, his eyes filled with helplessness. No, no! A black-clad assailant swung a club, and the curly-haired, black-haired young man fell heavily, a dry thud echoing. The curly-haired, black-haired young man lay writhing on the ground, his eyes rolled back, mouth agape, drool trickling out. He was contorted in extreme pain and despair. 3 fierce attackers swung their clubs, and a brown-haired girl was struck down, lying sprawled. A dry thud resounded. Go Young-sun's gray-blue eyes were wide open, gleaming with anger and horror as he realized the perilous situation. Go! Young-sun roared, veins bulging on his forehead. He realized this was a deadly trap and ordered his comrades to retreat urgently. Go Young-sun turned and fled. Behind him a fierce crowd wielding clubs, howling and chasing like a pack of predators. Go Young-sun stopped abruptly, turning to face 2 attackers charging with clubs, his eyes full of vigilance. A long black-haired girl stood behind Go Young-sun, looking at him with cold eyes. She said, "It seems just 1 potato was enough to lure in the big fish." A long black-haired man and the brown-haired girl stood next to each other. The man said, "This is our chance to reduce the number of mouths to feed." Go Young-sun gnashed his teeth, his eyes spitting fire. He blamed himself for falling into the trap and roared, angrily questioning his opponents. The brown-haired girl looked directly at Go Young-sun, her face calm and emotionless, as if he were merely prey. Go Young-sun glared at the brown-haired girl, his eyes filled with rage and despair, realizing his opponent's cruelty. Go Young-sun bowed his head, his voice full of pleading. "Can't this end by just killing me? I beg you." The brown-haired girl turned her face away, replying, "I really want to do as you wish, I truly do. But you know, we're short on food." Go Young-sun looked up, his eyes wide with horror, and asked, "Do you really have to kill everyone?" The brown-haired girl looked back at Go Young-sun, replying coldly, "If you were me, you'd do the same." The brown-haired girl turned her back, giving a decisive order, "Kill them all." Behind her, Go Young-sun and the others were being cornered. The attacker with black hair tied in a bun charged forward, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He roared, swinging his weapon directly at Go Young-sun and the curly-haired black-haired young man, forcing them onto the defensive. The relentless attacks continued. Go Young-sun and the curly-haired black-haired young man were repeatedly struck, writhing in pain. The brown-haired girl watched, her eyes cold and emotionless. The brown-haired girl looked up, a faint smirk playing on her lips, as if everything was part of her calculations. Her gaze swept over Go Young-sun, who was standing on the rooftop, an unspoken understanding passing between them. This battle, perhaps, held more mysteries than they perceived. Wol sat down on the ground, observing his surroundings thoughtfully. He mumbled, "So that's how it is." On the rooftop, Go Young-sun crouched, his sharp gaze sweeping across the area. He realized this was a battle utilizing the terrain as a strategy. The brown-haired girl, holding a rope weapon, had a look of astonishment. She understood that this place was riddled with traps and sinister schemes. The architecture of the buildings was intricately arranged, almost impregnable if guards were in the right positions. A deadly labyrinth. Wol deduced that this place might be a miniature replica of a real location. The one who brought them here wanted them to adapt to this environment. He realized the true purpose. They wanted the captives to become accustomed to killing, so that later they would be exploited in similar terrain. Looking at the massive main building, Wol understood this was the base of a powerful clan or the residence of an influential figure. A failed attack would come at a heavy price. Wol concluded that they were thrown in here, stripped of their humanity, to become disposable tools. The one behind this was training them into cold-blooded assassins. Wol flashed a sinister smile in the darkness. He asked those around him, "Hey, did you guys see that guy?" Wol recounted his feat, describing how the one he strangled to death gasped like a goldfish before expiring. He delighted in seeing his opponent curl up like a hedgehog when unexpectedly attacked. He continued to laugh, proud of his talent. "Oh, I saw that too. Our leader is the best." The brown-haired girl smiled contentedly amidst a sea of flowers. She declared, "All right, that was a perfect victory. Now no one will dare challenge us." Amidst the triumphant laughter of the victors, the white-haired girl sat quietly, detached from the chaos. Her face clearly showed a pensive expression, her gray-blue eyes reflecting deep sorrow. She shivered, feeling as if the stench of blood still lingered in the air. "I feel like I can still smell blood." She looked at those around her, who were casually eating as if they had never killed anyone with their bare hands. Everyone is slowly getting used to killing each other. They're eating as if nothing happened, even though they just killed someone with their bare hands. Disgust welled up, and she hugged herself tightly, eyes wide with fear. They're disgusting, all of them. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she questioned herself, realizing she was no different. And even me. A loud sound echoed, accompanied by a blinding flash of light that tore through the darkness, signaling that something was about to happen. Those people looked up, mistaking this dangerous signal for the call of a meal. "What? Is it mealtime already?" I thought we had to wait a bit longer. The brown-haired girl gave orders excitedly. The crowd cheered in response, ready to rush in and plunder. Go get as much as you can. All right, leader, definitely. She looked up, a satisfied smile on her lips. This time, everyone will eat their fill. Now that Go Young-san is dead, no one can stop us. Suddenly, she scanned her surroundings, as if something was bothering her. Hey, where's Pio Wool? She spotted Pio Wall standing alone in the distance, his eyes full of vigilance. Oh, he's over there. Pio Wool turned his head, his face full of vigilance and worry, as if guarding against something terrible. But why does he look so vigilant? It's as if he's guarding against something. Both the brown-haired girl and the black-haired man with a top knot were terrified, sensing the approaching danger. What is he worried about? What is that? The brown-haired girl flinched, her eyes wide with fear at the unexpected sight. A group of mysterious black-cloaked figures suddenly swooped down from above, launching a swift attack. The red-cloaked figures charged in, attacking mercilessly, delivering brutal blows to the trainees. Dust billowed, and chaos erupted. 4 young faces clearly showed horror, their eyes wide and mouths agape, witnessing the brutal scene. The cold, glowing eyes of the attacker flashed in the darkness, harboring boundless cruelty. The red-cloaked figures showed no mercy, continuously striking. Heart-wrenching cries of pain echoed. A red-cloaked attacker swung their weapon, their emotionless eyes hidden behind the hood, continuing to strike. The bearded man was struck down, his body writhing in pain on the ground. He cried out, "Why? Why?" A long, black-haired girl also couldn't escape the blow. She fell, her terrified scream echoing. Many people lay scattered, groaning in pain. Faint pleas echoed, "Please, stop." Pio Wool lay on the cold ground, his eyes burning with hatred. He thought to himself, I anticipated this, but I didn't expect them to be so cruel. Even beasts aren't trained like this. Pio Wool continued to ponder. Acting now would only draw their attention. I must avoid being discovered. He tried to suppress his anger. In the distance, 3 white-masked figures stood tall, coldly observing the massacre unfolding below. The 3 white-masked figures stood silently, exuding an aura of mystery and power, like the orchestrators of this brutal game. Pio Wool shivered, his eyes filled with rage. He realized, it's them. They are the ones giving orders to these masked figures. A black-gloved hand from the direction of the 3 white-masked figures slowly rose, signaling the end of the attack. Immediately, 2 red-cloaked attackers looked up, their gaze directed towards the command just issued by the mysterious figures. The red-cloaked figures stood upright, surrounding the groaning victims. The massacre had ended, but the horror lingered. A white-masked figure, calling himself First Sword, declared that all lives belonged to him, with no exceptions. They were now under his rule. The bearded man lay groaning, trying to resist. Who do you think you are? The red-cloaked attacker lunged forward with terrifying speed, their eyes glowing brightly beneath the hood. The sharp blade tore through the air, slicing across the bearded man's neck, fresh blood splattering. The bearded man's eyes widened in horror, blood gushing, his face contorted in his final moment. Continuously, heads fell, blood staining the ground red. A head rolled, ending the lives of innocent victims. The white-masked figure coldly declared, I have never allowed any of you to speak. Pio Wool lay there, his eyes burning red with hatred, his teeth clenched, pain and fury surging within him. A solitary candle flickered, its weak light illuminating the silent space. By the intricately carved window, a teapot and 2 small cups sat quietly, evoking a sense of peace in contrast to the previous scene. Inside a pot, mysterious black smoke swirled. A voice echoed, when all venomous creatures are thrown into a single pot, they will begin to devour each other. In the end, only the strongest will survive. A swarm of giant insects was tearing each other apart, and the last creature to survive will possess the strongest venom among them. The white-masked figure stood there. Behind them were grotesque faces with glowing red eyes. That is goo. The 2 white-masked figures looked at each other. A voice echoed, among all the children, only those with the strongest survival instincts and perseverance will survive, just as we wished. One masked figure asked, so which one of them stands out the most? The other replied, So Yowal, just as we predicted. So Yowal, the long black-haired girl, led the largest and most influential group. The white-masked figure remarked, if we don't rein her in now, she'll be very difficult to control later. The white-masked figure gave a cruel order to take care of someone, demanding that all will to resist be extinguished. Make sure to give her special attention. Beat every trace of defiance out of her. The other obeyed. The two masked figures continued to assess the others. Song Cheonwoo and Gang Yil, though overshadowed by So Yeowol, possessed superior martial arts potential. Another white masked figure spoke, asking about the fate of the sole survivor from the first area. The answer echoed, cold and decisive. Pio Wol, the name once thought dead, was still alive. The main white masked figure nodded, remarking that Pio Wol was no ordinary person to have survived the harshest conditions. The masked figure's cold gaze turned towards Pio Wol, ordering that his every move be closely monitored. The other masked figure bowed, accepting the order absolutely. One masked figure departed, leaving the leader standing there, eyes filled with calculations. 6 years, a brief period to complete the ultimate mission. The white masked figure silently reminded themselves. A hand in a black glove tightly gripped a yellow scroll, raising it high mysteriously. The white masked figure gazed at the scroll, wondering about the master's motives for accepting such a risky mission. The scroll revealed a top-secret assassination mission, a 7-year deadline, an enormous reward, and the absolute condition of leaving no trace of the Blood Shadow Gang. Before an ancient building, the young apprentices focused their gaze, awaiting the next command. The white masked figure pointed directly at the last house, declaring it to be everyone's target. A red flag planted in the ground signaled a death race. The first to arrive would rest, the last would experience hell on earth. Panic-stricken screams echoed as the apprentices rushed off like madmen. The battle for survival had begun. Each day was a crushing of the soul. Amidst desperate screams, the apprentices frantically fled from the red-cloaked figure relentlessly hunting them. The children, both male and female, were forced to become assassins. A cry of pain rang out as a brown-haired girl collapsed, the attacker's foot coldly stepping on her. Only death awaited those who couldn't endure the training. A hand gripped a staff tightly, ready to strike. To survive, the children had to do everything, no matter what. On the rooftop, So Yeowol stood upright, holding the red flag. Behind her, a black-haired man silently observed, his eyes filled with worry. So Yeowol was indeed outstanding. She was intelligent, had sharp judgment, was brave, and acted decisively. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but her gaze remained firm. So Yeowol looked down at the 3 kneeling apprentices. She asked, her tone mixed with a hint of concern, "What about Pio Wol?" So Yeowol replied with a slightly disappointed expression, "He's just average. Currently, Pio Wol doesn't stand out in any area." The 2 white-masked figures pondered. One said, "Perhaps I was mistaken. I expected more from the sole survivor of the first area. Continue to monitor him." The other obeyed. So Yeowol frowned, her expression full of confusion. She murmured, "Zen Thunder splitting technique?" Pio Wol was still diligently reading the old scroll. So Yeowol approached, asking in surprise, "Are you still reading that? I thought you had finished learning it." So Yeowol continued, "Even the instructors no longer remind us to read it." Pio Wol calmly replied, I just feel like reading it." So Yeowol yawned, showing signs of fatigue. She said, her voice full of sarcasm, "Don't you get tired? You really have too much energy to waste." So Yeowol turned and walked away, calling back, "Good luck with your reading. I'm going to sleep now." Pio Wol softly replied, "All right." In the darkness, Pio Wol still sat there, his dark brown eyes now glowing with a faint red streak, harboring a secret no one knew. A white-masked figure spoke with a solemn voice. "The Zen Thunder splitting technique is very easy to learn, even for newcomers like yourselves. We expended great effort to acquire it. You have 3 months." In silence, Pio Wol meditated, the old scroll open before him. His gaze was focused, seemingly absorbing every word, every mystery of the ancient technique. Pio Wol meditated. A swirling white and blue energy burst from his palm, enveloping the tranquil space. Zen Thunder splitting, the narration echoed, is a technique that helps one sense chi and accumulate energy upon mastering the initial stage. Pio Wol was immersed in the swirling chi. The secret manual Splitting Thunderheart method appeared. This was the foundation for sensing chi, but the narration revealed that none of them truly understood it perfectly. Pio Wol continued to meditate. The narration mused, "Splitting thunder is not literal, but refers to the speed of thought, of one's inner self." Pio Wol's eyes suddenly glowed fiery red in the darkness, filled with determination. He believed that with this understanding, he would achieve accomplishments far beyond his previous ones. However, Pio Wol told himself to keep his achievements hidden, not to stand out too much, nor to fall behind others. In the vast cave, the trainees were practicing. A curly-haired, brown-haired trainee suddenly attacked a black-haired trainee. An arm swung a blade like lightning, creating a cold, sharp streak of light. Pio Wol was practicing, but the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Pio Wol's eyes widened, his pupils glowing fiery red, full of vigilance. An unexpected danger was approaching. The curly-haired, brown-haired trainee glided forward, dagger in hand, a sinister smile on his face. He taunted, "Haha, you dodged that, huh?" Pio Wol looked at him with a serious expression, thinking that he truly wanted to kill him. He asked directly, "Why are you doing this?" The curly-haired, brown-haired trainee laughed loudly, his face wild. He replied, "What's fun about pretending to fight?" Pio Wol looked at him with sharp, suspicious eyes. He asked again, in a low voice, "Really?" Pio Wol glanced towards the instructor, standing far away. He wondered, the instructors abandon us after teaching techniques. Do they not care what happens? The curly-haired, brown-haired trainee threw a knife at Pio Wol, his voice full of provocation. "You'd best give it your all." He laughed maniacally, his eyes cruel. "Otherwise you'll be torn to shreds." The chilling threat echoed through the cave. The curly-haired, brown-haired attacker charged like the wind, his savage laughter echoing throughout the cave. He was like a predator, aiming straight for his prey. A sharp blade sliced through the air. The curly-haired, brown-haired young man swung his weapon with terrifying speed, his eyes full of bloodlust. He showed no mercy. Pio Wol reacted in a flash, parrying the blow with a small blade. He realized that the enemy wasn't using just one type of weapon. He's using other weapons, too. The curly-haired, brown-haired attacker bared his teeth in a demonic grin, sharp metal claws appearing on his hands. An unpredictable enemy. He leaped into the air, his eyes wild and his smile gruesome, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The tension in the air became extreme. Pio Wol stood amidst a barrage of attacks, the light from the enemy's weapons flashing like lightning. He remained calm. Looking down from above, Pio Wol was like an anchor in the eye of a storm, the enemy's swirling attacks tightening around him. He was calculating. Pio Wol's eyes flashed with determination. He focused intently, preparing for a sudden move. The decisive moment had arrived. Pio Wol glided like a ghost, dodging a series of fatal blows. The clang of metal echoed repeatedly, but not a single scratch touched him. The curly-haired, brown-haired attacker reappeared from behind, his cruel smile still present. He gave Pio Wol no moment to breathe. Pio Wol used his bare hand to block the enemy's sharp claws, a dull thud echoing. He had stopped the attack. The two adversaries grappled at close quarters, Pio Wol still holding his small blade firmly. The close quarters combat was incredibly fierce. The curly-haired, brown-haired attacker charged again, a sinister smile evident on his face. He had no intention of giving up. Pio Wol glided swiftly, his long black hair flowing in the wind. He was looking for an opening to counterattack. Pio Wol knelt, using his hand to block a sudden attack. The clang of metal rang out piercingly. He had been cornered. Two blades clashed violently, creating bright sparks and a deafening sound. The battle between Pio Wol and his enemy was still undecided. A person wearing a white mask stood in the distance, silently observing the ongoing battle. The blade spun wildly, creating dazzling streaks of light in the dark space. The brown-haired attacker darted forward, his body seemingly gliding across the ground with terrifying speed. Pio Wol dodged the attack, his sharp eyes fixed on the approaching enemy. The brown-haired attacker smirked, scoffing. "You're pretty good. You blocked all my attacks." He continued to provoke Pio Wol, his face full of contempt and self-satisfaction. The brown-haired attacker growled, his face contorted with glee. "You need to entertain me more." He let out a gruesome laugh, then suddenly leaped towards Pio Wol, his metal claws gleaming. Pio Wol looked at him, thinking to himself, "I guess I have no other choice." He released the knife he was holding, letting it fall to the ground with a dry clatter. The blade plunged into the hard stone floor, making a heavy sound. The white-masked person witnessed the scene, looking surprised and puzzled. The brown-haired attacker rushed forward, a mocking expression on his face. "What? You've already given up?" Pio Wol stood upright, his crimson eyes radiating a chilling, killing intent. He unleashed a powerful kick, striking the brown-haired attacker directly in the face, sending him flying backward. The brown-haired attacker fell heavily, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes rolled back lifelessly. Pio Wol stood there, his gaze sharp, his face flushed from suppressed power. He was intensely focused on his opponent. In the distance, under the ancient eaves, two white-masked figures silently observed. One remarked, "They're learning faster than expected." The masked figure continued, his voice calculating. "At this rate, we might not need 7 years. 5 years might be enough." The other retorted, his tone cautious. "You're underestimating the opponent." He emphasized the target's danger. "He is considered the most talented person in Sichuan province. If we're not careful, The Blood Shadow Society could be completely annihilated. The masked person explained the purpose of the training. That's why Master brought these children unrelated to the Blood Shadow Society for training. This way, even if we fail, it won't matter. The one who underestimated the opponent bowed his head. I apologize. I didn't mean to underestimate him. The other replied. I know. However, never let your guard down. Both said in unison. Yes, sir. One masked figure asked about the progress. How is the assassination training going? The other replied. According to plan, sir. Another cold command followed. Then train them even more harshly, even if many of them die. The brown-haired apprentice, his face contorted with anger, lunged to attack Pio-Wool. Pio-Wool calmly parried the blow with his bare hands, his eyes as sharp and cold as ice. With a lightning-fast counterattack, Pio-Wool delivered a powerful blow to the enemy. The brown-haired apprentice fell heavily, his cries of pain tearing through the air. Pio-Wool stood tall, his gaze fixed on the defeated opponent writhing at his feet. From a distance, the two white masked figures still stood there, witnessing everything. Pio-Wool looked up, his gaze firm, without the slightest waver. The brown-haired apprentice remained prostrate at Pio-Wool's feet, faint groans echoing. Pio-Wool looked up, his eyes showing surprise, as if he had just realized something unusual. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him, making Pio-Wool turn his head. A cold voice rang out. Did you do that? Three white-masked figures stood imposingly, Pio-Wool's eyes widening in surprise as he recognized their presence. Pio-Wool thought to himself, when did they get so close? Then replied with a decisive word, yes. One of the masked figures drew a sword, its cold steel blade pressed against Pio-Wool's neck. The brown-haired apprentice still lay motionless on the ground. Pio-Wool gritted his teeth, extremely tense. I couldn't react at all, he thought to himself. The masked figure stood there, exuding an oppressive aura, so fast that I couldn't follow with my eyes. Can a human draw and swing a sword that quickly? The sword blade remained at Pio-Wool's neck, but his gaze did not waver, meeting the masked figures directly. The brown-haired apprentice lay gasping on the ground, questioning himself. Was this a mistake? Should I have gone easy on him? Pio-Wool heard the masked figure's words, his expression thoughtful. They only want easily controllable tools, he thought to himself. The masked figure turned away, his voice echoing. Even a small mistake can lead to death. Pio-Wool was surprised as the sword blade slowly slid away from his neck. A big question mark appeared in his mind. Pio-Wool looked down at the motionless brown-haired apprentice. From a distance, the other trainees still stood there, silently observing. Pio-Wool sighed, pondering the masked figure's words. An assassin leaves no trace, no matter the situation. The masked figure continued to explain, his tone stern. Leaving a trace by breaking a wrist like that is to reveal one's technique and identity. The masked figure concluded the warning. Remember that. You must absolutely not leave any trace of yourself. Pio-Wool screamed, his face tense, as if he was exerting his last ounce of strength. Gasping for breath, Pio-Wool struggled to maintain his stance, his body trembling from exhaustion. 6 years later, the desolate landscape of the village appeared, submerged in ruin. The torch blazed, illuminating the gloomy night, carrying a faint glimmer of hope. Piles of rubble lay stacked, hidden in the deep shadows of a corner of the house. A mysterious figure appeared, clad in a red cloak, eyes glowing behind the mask. The red-cloaked figure glided through the rubble, the sword at their hip like a warning. A flash of a sword strike tore through the wind, hurtling towards its target with terrifying speed. Pio-Wool was knocked back, his body severely shaken, falling in pain. The red-cloaked figure coldly declared, if I were your enemy, you would be dead by now. Pio-Wool lifted his head, his face contorted, then nodded, accepting the harsh truth. Pio-Wool watched the red-cloaked figure's back disappear amidst the desolation. The red-cloaked figure muttered, they're trying their best, but the inexperienced one's sleeping turtle technique is too obvious. A trainee was struck hard on the head, a cry of pain echoing through the space. The red-cloaked figure delivered a kick, sending another trainee flying, causing him to fall hard to the ground. The red-cloaked figure stood between the two fallen trainees, coldly judging, not good enough. After finishing off the weaklings, the red-cloaked figure glided through the rubble. Now then, one more. The red-cloaked figure's glowing eyes swept across the desolate scene, searching for the next prey. A strange blue light enveloped the splinters of wood and stone, creating an eerie atmosphere. In the dim darkness, the piles of rubble remained silent, with no sign of life. The red-cloaked figure stepped into the dark area, muttering, there must be 5 hiding here. Could I be wrong? They couldn't have left, could they? Despite searching everywhere, the red-cloaked figure couldn't sense anyone's breath. How can this be? A loud sound echoed as the red-cloaked figure stomped their foot on the ground, frustration surging. The red-cloaked figure's glowing eyes stared into the void, commanding, "I can't find you! Show yourself now!" The red-cloaked figure moved, scanning the debris, a sense of unease creeping in. Suddenly, the red-cloaked figure snapped their head up. A strange aura had just appeared. From the rubble, another figure slowly rose, astonishing the red-cloaked figure. Someone was hiding this close? The red-cloaked figure stared at their opponent, their voice carrying a chill. "So it's you." Amidst the desolation, P.O. Wool stood tall, his gaze firm as he faced his enemy. P.O. Wool. P.O. Wool offered a faint smile, challenging, "If the training is over, can we rest now?" P.O. Wool bowed slightly, accepting the command. The red-cloaked figure stood silently, their eyes fixed on him. P.O. Wool lifted his face, his determined eyes looking straight ahead, without a trace of fear. The red-cloaked figure stood behind him, like a mysterious shadow. The red-cloaked figure's glowing eyes behind the mask shone with extreme astonishment. "That kid!" A terrifying explosion shook the ground, thick smoke and dust obscuring everything, leaving only a corner of a ruined roof. Amidst the rubble, flickering flames illuminated three faces: So Gyeoksan, So Yeowal, and another long-haired girl. So Gyeoksan chuckled, holding a meat skewer. "Oh, look who it is! I wonder why someone of your high status would come all the way here?" So Yeowal looked directly at So Gyeoksan, her gaze sharp and cold. "Your face has changed again, So Gyeoksan." So Gyeoksan smirked, looking at So Yeowal. "Is this Yu Guangren's face?" "He's dead, so I'm putting his face to good use." So Yeowal replied indifferently, "You'll forget your own face. But what does it matter? We can't leave this place anyway." So Yeowal subtly turned her face away, her gaze distant. "Do you really think so?" So Gyeoksan looked up, his face filled with surprise. So Yeowal maintained her cold expression, looking directly at him. The skewers sizzled over the flickering flames, the sound of fat crackling filling the air, and a delicious aroma spread. So Yeowal sat by the fire, carefully turning the skewers. The quality of the food is gradually improving. So Yeowal gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with worry. "We'll be sent on a mission soon." So Yeowal looked up, her eyes sharp and resolute, as if ready to face any upcoming challenges. A long, silent corridor, lit only by dim lights, led to an old, cracked door, evoking a sense of gloom and mystery. In the room, an elderly man sat with his back turned, sighing deeply, seemingly burdened by the weight of time and difficult decisions. A white mask, completely covering the face, lay tilted, as if it had just been removed, revealing a part of the wearer's mystery. Im Sayo, the first sword, gazed down thoughtfully. He had transformed 300 children into 30 assassins over the past 6 years. A brutal process. He recalled his own words. "The world is a cruel place. The weak cannot survive without killing others. I had to start from nothing. Compared to me, the children here are even happier." A hint of weariness flickered in Imseol's sharp eyes. He mused to himself. "Perhaps my time is running out, considering how soft I've become." A creaking sound echoed as the door slowly opened, breaking the silence of the room. 2 figures in dark attire, wearing white masks, entered with heavy footsteps, carrying the cold demeanor of assassins. One of the 2 assassins spoke, his voice deep and muffled. "It's unusual for you to remove your mask." Imseol smiled faintly, his gaze distant. He replied, "I'm starting to feel suffocated. I've endured it for 6 years. You can remove your masks too, if you wish." The 2 assassins exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between their eyes. A gloved hand slowly rose, touching the mask. The hand pulled sharply, and the mask was removed, revealing the assassin's true face. Gu Sin Heng and Sang Ilsun, the second and third swords, appeared, their faces showing weariness from beneath the masks. The 3 men sat around the table. Im Sayol said, "It's a pity we can't share a drink right now. We'll have plenty of time to drink once we're outside. That day is almost here." Sang Ilsun flashed a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He said, "If everything goes according to plan, the children will be sent on assassination missions, and we will also be freed from this place." Im Seol spoke up, asking about the children's situation. "What are the children doing?" Sang Ilsun replied that the children had far exceeded expectations, some even stronger than the instructors. He regretted having to eliminate them after just 1 mission. Im Seol adjusted his attire, his voice deepening. He reminded them that everything was beyond their control, merely a part of the agreement. Im Seol looked straight ahead, declaring that it was time to begin the final step of the plan. Im Seol's hand rested heavily on an ancient book, as if sealing a destiny. Before the trainees, a stack of mysterious books appeared. Their eyes converged on it, full of curiosity. A voice echoed from the three masked men, ordering that at least 3 of the trainees must master this technique. The next word struck like lightning. The remaining 27 must assassinate the 3 who learned the technique. The trainees were stunned. Indignation erupted. They want us to kill each other again? Those bastards. Aren't they satisfied with the number of dead already? Amidst the wave of protests, the masked man's cold voice rang out, asserting that this would be the final step. He continued, promising that after this step, no one would have to participate in training again until they left this place. The promise of freedom surprised the trainees. Whispers began to spread through the crowd. Really? We can leave this place? A trainee exclaimed, their eyes filled with a mix of hope and doubt. A long-haired female trainee pondered. 3 must sacrifice themselves so the remaining 27 can rest until the day they leave? The curly, long-haired trainee closed his eyes, realizing this was an alluring yet deadly poison bait. The curly, long-haired trainee's eyes snapped open, gleaming with sharpness and determination. Whoever learns this secret technique will become everyone's target. This must be the assassination target's martial art, a realm completely different from anything we've ever known. That very danger made it all the more captivating. A resolute fist rose, ready to face a harsh destiny. Pyowol raised his head, his gaze firm. The young man declared to the world, I will learn it. Amidst the crowd of trainees, Pyowol stood out with his bold decision. Stunned gazes, mixed with envy and suspicion, fell upon him. So Yowol looked at Pyowol in astonishment, questioning, Are you voluntarily becoming a sacrifice? Pyowol replied with a sharp gaze, It's too early to say who will be the hunter and who will be the prey. So Yowol warned, her voice grave. You should be careful. Everyone here will target you. Pyowol turned and walked away, his long black hair flowing. He left behind a confident challenge. I'll be looking forward to it. Night fell, enveloping the ancient rooftops at the foot of the towering cliff, where flickering lights illuminated a gloomy corner. A desperate scream tore through the night. The black-haired, top-knotted student clutched his wound, his eyes filled with horror and pain. Song Cheon-woo stood frozen, the sword in his hand still stained with blood. The stabbed person collapsed, creating a heavy thud. Song Cheon-woo cried out in pain, I'm sorry. He was forced to learn this secret technique after a fateful draw. The black-haired, top-knotted young man sheathed his sword, his face grim. It's unfair, but I had no other choice. So Yowol gazed thoughtfully at Pyowol, her voice heavy. Now, of the 3 who learned the secret technique, only one remains. Pyowol. So Gyeoksan sneered, his eyes full of mockery. You look pathetic. Song Cheon-woo and Gang Il stood behind him, their faces tense. So Gyeoksan boasted triumphantly. As for me, I've never felt better. Gang Il and the white-haired student looked at him warily. The long, white-haired girl mused, her blue eyes filled with worry. Pyowol is the only one left now, isn't he? Pyowol's silhouette appeared in the dazzling light. A voice echoed, full of concern. It's been a long time since we last saw Pyowol. Has he already left this place? So Yowol firmly replied to the white-haired girl, her sharp red eyes resolute. No, I'm certain Pyowol is still here. We just haven't found him yet. In her memory, so Yowol recalled. The last time she saw Pyowol was a few days ago, when he was diligently practicing his technique. The clang of metal echoed amidst flashing sword strikes. So Yowol and Pyowol fought fiercely. Every swing, every parry contained killing intent, creating a dance of life and death. So Yowol sneered, challenging Pyowol. I think you should throw away that dagger. For some reason, you're not scary at all when you hold a weapon. Although Pyowol still blocked all her attacks, his eyes remained cold. So Yowol was a little surprised by his composure. So Yowol mused, regretting her advice. He was already a formidable opponent, and her words might have empowered him further. So Gyeoksan grinned sinisterly, proposing a bold idea. Why don't we just kill the teachers? I think that would be easier than killing Pyowol. Song Cheon-woo nodded in agreement with So Gyeoksan. His eyes flashed with determination, accepting the brutal plan. So Yowol said sternly, 3 white-cloaked figures standing behind her. However, I'm sure they've done something to ensure their safety. We are probably bound by some kind of restriction. So Yowol made a decisive choice. That's right, we can deal with that later. But for now, let's focus on finding Pyowol. The group advanced together deep into the dark cave, They had unified their objective, and nothing could stop them. A corpse lay cold on the ground, blood splattered. In the distance, the group's figures gradually disappeared into the gloomy darkness of the cave. P.O. Wool stood silently, his shadow cast long over the lifeless body. His presence was like a confirmation of the death that had just occurred. P.O. Wool looked down at the corpse, his eyes profound. He muttered, "Kill the teachers." A dark thought had just emerged in his mind, so Yahello stared, her bloodshot eyes revealing panic. Go. Yongsan's death had dealt a heavy blow to her mind. Go Yongsan's body lay motionless on the cold ground, his lifeless eyes staring into the void. P.O. Wool's hand brushed across Go Yongsan's cold face, a silent gesture in the face of his passing. P.O. Wool mused, "The teachers must be busy hunting down the children who are looking for me. They won't overlook children with such thoughts." P.O. Wool's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. A new resolve had just ignited. He stood tall, clenching his fists. Then, this might be the best opportunity to find their true objective, P.O. Wool declared, his voice full of conviction. In the distance, a makeshift base was hidden within the cliff, guarded by two red-cloaked figures. So Yahello looked in that direction, her voice thoughtful. "This is the teacher's temporary base." Two red-cloaked figures stood guard, looking mysterious. The base was heavily protected, but so Yahello knew that well. So Yahello hid behind a rock, her eyes sharp. "But it's not impenetrable," she whispered, a plan forming. P.O. Wool looked straight ahead, his body beginning to blur, merging with the shadows. He was activating a special skill. He recalled the teacher's words. The breath control art cannot be maintained while moving, but P.O. Wool had found a way. If I subtly separate my breath using the thunderbolt breathing technique, then it can be done. P.O. Wool's figure glided past a guard. I can limit my presence to the extreme when moving. He moved invisibly through the corridor, gliding past two guards unnoticed. I can move silently beyond the limits of human perception. P.O. Wool appeared, his eyes resolute. Darkness still enveloped him, like a promise of an unexpected emergence. P.O. Wool stood in the long, desolate corridor, dim light filtering from above. He had successfully infiltrated the interior. I'm finally inside. The old ceiling, with paper lanterns hanging precariously, cast a faint yellow light, illuminating the silent space. The lantern light continued to shine, creating streaks of light and shadows on the mottled walls, adding to the mysterious ambiance of the place. P.O. Wool looked deep into the corridor, where an intricately carved door appeared. He realized this was the most secret area. This is the deepest area in the building. P.O. Wool glanced at the door, his sharp eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny, as if assessing every potential danger. He gently pushed the door, a faint creak echoing, breaking the silence. Light from inside the room spilled out. P.O. Wool stepped inside, the door closing behind him with a dry click. A spacious room appeared, with neatly arranged tables and chairs. P.O. Wool lay prostrate on the ground, his blazing red eyes scanning every corner. He wondered what secrets were hidden here. What secrets are they hiding? He sat up, flipping through old books on the table. P.O. Wool pondered about those who had trained him to be an assassin. Who are these people who trained us to be assassins? P.O. Wool looked up, his eyes filled with worry. He wanted to know where he was and how to escape this place. Where are we, and how do we get out of here? He discovered a golden cylindrical object on the table, gleaming with curiosity. A strange feeling arose within P.O. Wool. This is... P.O. Wool skillfully opened the box, pulling out an old parchment scroll hidden inside, his movements decisive and cautious. The scroll was unrolled, revealing ancient Chinese characters. It was an assassination commission letter, with cold and ruthless terms. P.O. Wool's eyes widened, his face clearly showing surprise and anger as he read the content. An assassination commission. His eyes were sharp and full of doubt. A name echoed in his mind. Who is Wu Gunsong? P.O. Wool looked down at the scattered corpses, his face filled with indignation. He wondered why they were brought here to be killed. How strong is this Wu Gunsang? Why did they bring us here to test and kill us after 7 years of assassin training? P.O. Wool knelt, his eyes burning with resentment as he looked at the commission letter. 300 people came here. 270 had fallen. He wondered if the person they were looking for was worth the lives of so many people. P.O. Wool's eyes suddenly glowed fiery red, and a cold surge of killing intent erupted, signaling an unyielding will rising within him. He immediately recoiled, highly vigilant. Not even the slightest sound escaped his keen senses. Someone was approaching. Heavy footsteps echoed in the silent corridor. A tall, pale-masked guard was patrolling, walking slowly. Each step of the pale-masked guard was decisive, echoing on the cold ground, creating a monotonous, oppressive rhythm. The pale-masked guard stopped before an old door, its glass pane shattered like a spiderweb. He stood there, motionless, like a sentinel statue. The dim light shone on the pale mask, concealing all expression. He bowed his head, seemingly contemplating something. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing the space within. The pale-masked guard pushed the door, creating a sudden movement that broke the stillness. He stepped into the empty room, where there was only a single table and a few solitary chairs. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the place, as if it had been long forgotten. The pale-masked guard looked down at the stack of old books. Everything seemed intact, with no signs of disturbance. Everything seems to be in its place. He swept his gaze across the room, his eyes sharp. Although everything seemed fine, he still felt uneasy, but it's still not good enough. Suddenly, the pale-masked guard spun around, his gaze piercing, as if trying to look directly at the hidden intruder. "Who are you?" Outside, two red-robed guards stood motionless, like watchful specters. The lantern light cast long, gloomy shadows. The two red-robed guards began to move, their footsteps steady, patrolling the corridor. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the echoing footsteps. One of the two red-robed guards suddenly stopped, his eyes piercing through the hood, looking ahead. He seemed to have sensed something unusual. From deep within the corridor, the pale-masked guard appeared, his large figure gradually becoming clear. The two red-robed guards stood blocking the way, their eyes tense. A red-robed guard tilted his head, asking his comrade. A tense atmosphere enveloped the corridor, signaling ill omens. "Im-seo," the leader of the guards, declared coldly. "Someone has infiltrated my room. That person cannot have escaped this cave. Find him." The two red-robed guards were horrified. "Who dares to infiltrate your room, First Sword? How could this be?" They couldn't believe their ears. A red-robed guard cautiously asked, his eyes full of doubt. He wanted to know who was bold enough to do such an outrageous thing. Im-seo mused, his voice carrying certainty. Among all the children, only one possessed stealth skills to this level. The two red-robed guards looked at each other, a flicker of understanding passing between them. "So, you mean?" They had guessed the answer. Im-seo affirmed without hesitation. "It's him." That name was like a curse, spreading fear. The image of Pyowol, tightly bound and shrouded in darkness, appeared in their minds. The name Pyowol echoed, hauntingly. The three red-robed guards were stunned, unable to believe it. How could this happen? Everyone was searching for him. Yet he still managed to infiltrate here? Im-seo determined that if Pyowol continued, he would become a major threat. But punishing Pyowol without clear evidence would cause a wave of protests from the other children. "We must direct their anger towards Pyowol," a red-robed guard asked. "But how?" Im-seo declared coldly, his eyes harboring cruelty. "I will use the hell flute." A wicked plan was taking shape. The long black flute appeared, carrying an aura of death. The two red-robed guards were astonished, understanding its significance. The red-robed guard stammered, trembling, but that's the last resort to control them. He feared the consequences. Im-seo retorted coldly. "Sooner or later, they all have to go through this." The decision had been made, unchangeable. Im-seo's eyes were full of cruelty. Not just Pyowol, but all the other children need to learn this lesson. A chilling threat. On top of the piled corpses, Im-seo stood coldly. He declared, "It's time to teach them who truly holds their lives in their hands." A cruel and powerful assertion. Im-seo, his face hidden by a mask, asked the two white masked guards, "Do you agree to use the hell flute?" The two guards replied in unison, "We agree." A horrifying decision was made. On the towering cliff, an old man appeared, his face gaunt. He was Im-seo, the one who would sow terror with a deadly weapon. The atmosphere was stained blood red. Im-seo's eyes were filled with malice as he brought the hell flute to his lips. "All of you will know what hell is," he growled, preparing to play the death tune. From above, Im-seo looked down at the vast training ground. There, the trainees were still diligently working, unaware of the cruel fate about to befall them. In the deserted training ground, Song Cheon-woo walked alone, his eyes vigilant. He was searching for something, or someone, amidst the silent night. So Yewol, along with another trainee, was frantically searching. She frowned and asked, "Where is Pyowol hiding?" Impatience was clear on her face. So Gaeoksan and Gang Yil showed their irritation. So Gaeoksan growled, "That rat! I can't find any trace of him," Gang Yil added. "That coward!" So Yewol pondered. She thought to herself, even the best trackers can't find him. He's not here, nor in the first area. So, where could he be? A mystery enveloped them. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out, tearing through the night. It was the sound of the hell flute beginning to sow terror throughout the training ground. The trainees flinched, panicking. So Yeowal was astonished, her eyes wide. She wondered, is that a musical instrument? The eerie flute sound made her feel extremely uneasy. The sound of the hell flute echoed in their minds, making the trainees writhe in pain. So Yeowal and those around her clutched their heads, letting out agonizing groans. The nightmare had begun. Physical and mental pain overwhelmed. So Yeowal, making her unable to endure any longer. She collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing, completely helpless against the ghostly sound. Everywhere, trainees fell to the ground, writhing on the cold earth. It hurts so much. Help me! Ah! Desperate cries echoed, tearing through the air. A long, white-haired girl clutched her head, tears streaming down her face. She cried out in horror, "What is this? I feel like insects are devouring my entire body!" Extreme fear. Another female trainee was also struggling. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she tried to resist the agonizing sensation of thousands of needles piercing her flesh. Hell on earth had manifested. A cold foot stepped past, leaving Yi Min writhing on the ground, tears falling in despair. So Yeowal stood tall, her eyes thoughtfully looking down at Yi Min's pained body. So Yeowal pondered, her sharp eyes gleaming with worry. So they've activated the restriction. A piercing sound tore through the air, echoing throughout the training ground, shaking the cracked earth. A multitude of trainees collapsed to the ground, writhing in extreme pain, their groans and gasps echoing. Yi Min clutched her head, tears streaming down her face, her breath coming in ragged gasps amidst unbearable agony. So Yeowal still stood there, her expression stern, observing the chaotic scene before her, based on that piercing sound and the trainee's pain. So Yeowal secretly speculated, her eyes full of doubt. They must have activated the restriction. The cold assertion echoed in her mind. So Yeowal knelt beside Yi Min, the long white-haired girl still gasping for breath. "But I only feel a slight ache in my ears. Why am I not affected?" So Yeowal's eyes flashed with determination. "I need to find out why." She gently supported Yi Min, trying to comfort the girl who was struggling in pain. So Yeowal closed her eyes, her inner energy surging. Transferring chi to another person is very dangerous, but Yi Min also studies the thunder lightning disintegration heart method like me, so our chi won't clash. Energy flowed from So Yeowal to Yi Min, enveloped in light. Our chi isn't the problem. So what's the difference between me and the others? She recalled. The same food, the same environment, the same techniques. Aside from those things, a horrifying thought suddenly flashed in So Yeowal's mind. The image of a venomous snake appearing. Poison? So Yeowal realized that if this was poison, her immunity made sense. She had enhanced her resistance to poison by letting snakes bite her for a long time. Tears streamed down her cheeks as So Yeowal wondered how they could activate the latent poison in 27 people simultaneously. She knew poison couldn't be activated by sound alone. A horrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. If it wasn't poison, but Jew poison? She shivered at the possibility that they had mixed Jew poison into the food and drink. So Yeowal's eyes suddenly snapped open, and she looked forward with a horrified expression. Over there! So Yeowal rushed to a white-haired student who was writhing in agony. She realized all the others had also collapsed. Suddenly, from the shadows, red-robed figures appeared. They were the ones who had caused everything. So Yael faced her enemies, her heart pounding. They've arrived. What should I do? Escape? She quickly dismissed the idea of fleeing. If she escaped, they would realize she was immune to the poison. So Yeowal decided to continue pretending. She couldn't reveal her difference. The red-robed figures glided past So Yeowal, completely unsuspicious. She lay motionless, trying to blend in with the writhing students. One red-robed figure suddenly stopped, its glowing eyes piercing through the hood, staring intently at So Yeowal. The red-robed figure bent down, observing So Yeowal struggling. She tried to hold her breath, playing the role of a victim perfectly. Suddenly, the red-robed figure noticed Pyowol lying nearby. A cry of astonishment rang out. "It's Pyowol! Pyowol is here!" A colossal black shadow appeared behind the red-robed figure. A warrior wearing a white mask and dark purple attire swung a sword. The masked warrior's sword was raised high, its cold light reflecting in the darkness. The sword slashed down, tearing through the air. A ruthless and decisive attack. The cold blade pierced straight through Go Young-san's chest, fresh blood splattering. His heartbreaking cry of pain echoed in the silent space. The masked figure coldly withdrew the sword, asking Go Young-san, What did you see in my room? He writhed in agony, groaning weakly. The masked figure continued, his voice full of contempt. You hid your talent too well. In your youth, you were a sharp blade. There's no way you've become a dull knife now. Go Young-san could only groan. The ruthless blade was pulled out, blood splattering. The masked figure said, It's better to eliminate a troublemaker like you right now. Go, Young-san screamed in despair. As the masked figure prepared to deliver the finishing blow, another masked guard hastily intervened. No! The unexpected shout rang out. The masked guard argued, P.O. Wool's infiltration skills are excellent. We need him for the mission. The other replied, The other children are sufficient. You know that's not true. The masked figure coldly retorted, And you think it will be easy to control this brat? His voice held suspicion and caution. The masked guard confidently replied, We can control him at will with a flute. Even he can't withstand the goo poison now. P.O. Wool lay writhing on the ground, saliva drooling, his eyes wide with extreme pain. He gasped, groaning under the torment of the goo poison. The two masked guards stood there, silently observing the heartbreaking scene, their faces emotionless behind their coverings. 3 red-robed figures appeared. One of them ordered, Give the antidote to the children. The 2 masked guards immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. A rough hand shoved the antidote into P.O. Wool's mouth. He still writhed, tears streaming down his face in his unending pain. The students gradually recovered, weak groans echoing. Yi-min, Song Qianwu, and Gang Yil asked in shock, What happened? The red-robed figure stood before the students, his voice cold. All of you are being punished because of P.O. Wool. If he hadn't dared to infiltrate, this wouldn't have happened. The red-robed figure continued to warn. From now on, if any of you dare to resist, all of you will suffer the same pain you just experienced. Remember that well. After everything, P.O. Wool sat alone, quietly meditating by the vine-covered stone wall. His eyes were closed, his face strangely serene. P.O. Wool continued to meditate, but the red-robed figure's words echoed in his mind. Even he can't withstand the goo poison now. So Yo-Wall opened her eyes, realizing the horrifying truth. So that was goo poison. She thought to herself, thanks to her snake venom resistance, she had escaped harm. Luckily, I avoided their control. So Yo-Wall's fiery red eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light, a hidden smile playing on her lips. Heavy footsteps echoed in the dark, cold corridor. Yi-min walked, a suspicious expression on his face. Do you really think P.O. Wool is here? 3 students, Yi-min, the brown-haired girl, and the curly-haired boy, groped their way forward, the flickering torchlight dispelling the darkness. The brown-haired girl irritably spoke about P.O. Wool. He's really persistent. Choosing to stay alone in here again? We just got some rest, and he's been training all day in this cave. The curly-haired boy grumbled. He's truly mysterious. He refuses to stay with others, choosing this gloomy corner instead. The cloaked figure reminded them. All of you were just punished because of P.O. Wool, the brown-haired girl replied. The other kids hated him after that. Can't blame him for choosing to leave. The curly-haired boy roared, filled with anger. Anyway, why is he so hard to find? Where is he hiding? Suddenly, So Yahello appeared behind him, making the curly-haired boy jump and scream in fright. She asked, "What are you looking for me for?" Yi-min and the brown-haired girl were astonished, exclaiming in unison, "P.O. Wool!" The curly-haired boy panted, scolding So Yahello. "You scared me to death. Please make some noise once in a while, will you?" So Yahello calmly looked at the curly-haired boy, asking again, "So, what are you doing here?" The brown-haired girl stepped forward, explaining, "We just want to talk." So Yahello tilted her head, her sharp eyes asking, "Talk about what?" So Yahello stared straight ahead coldly, her voice ringing out with determination. "About the seal," the brown-haired girl questioned, the flickering torch in her hand illuminating her suspicious expression. "The seal they use to control us. You know what it is, don't you?" The curly, long-haired trainee continued, her eyes sharp. "That means you approached us after it was activated, and you weren't affected by it, or at least not in as much pain as we are." The curly, long-haired trainee's accusation echoed, full of hidden meaning. Yi-men stood there, his face clearly showing astonishment, as if some truth had just been revealed. A thought flashed through Yi-men's mind. When I was almost driven mad by pain, I endured better when someone channeled chi into me. Was that P.O. Wool? The brown-haired girl stepped forward, her tone full of pressure. "You know, don't you? You know how they are controlling us." So Yo-Wol replied with a short, decisive word, her gaze unwavering. "Yes." The 4 trainees stood in the dark cave, the flickering torchlight illuminating the tension on their faces. So Yahello looked straight at them, her sharp red eyes. "I know the type of seal they placed on us." They continued walking in the cold stone corridor, the air heavy with unspoken words. The brown-haired girl couldn't keep her composure, shouting in despair. Tell us what it is!" So Yahello turned her head, her gaze sharp, questioning back. "Why should I do that?" she continued, her tone cold. "Is there any reason for me to tell you? What would I gain?" The spiky-haired trainee exploded, unable to believe his ears. "Hey, how can you treat your comrades like that?" So Yahello raised an eyebrow, her eyes sweeping over them with disdain. "Comrades?" she concluded coldly, silencing the entire group. "If you truly considered me a comrade, you wouldn't have followed or attacked me like that. Am I wrong?" The spiky-haired trainee suddenly broke the tension, declaring his readiness to be a comrade. He swore he would never abandon So Yahello and would consider her a friend. At that fervent oath, So Yahello merely watched silently, while the other trainees were still confused, unable to react. So Yahello curled her lips, her eyes sharp and cold. "You think a few empty words are enough to prove your sincerity? What audacity!" The spiky-haired trainee sneered, replying with confidence. "You need to be thick-skinned to learn the art of disguise. Besides, keeping a talented friend like me by your side, you have nothing to lose," he continued fervently amidst the dim lantern light. "If you escape, come find the Blazing Flame sect. For old comradeship, I'll gladly lend you a hand." The spiky-haired trainee's firm hand reached out, gripping the blazing torch tightly, his determination burning bright. The brown-haired girl also spoke up, her eyes resolute. "From now on, I will also consider you a friend," she affirmed firmly, placing a hand on her chest. "At the very least, I will ensure that those who obey me will no longer be hostile towards you." The long white-haired girl behind them was surprised, while the brown-haired girl maintained a serious, determined expression. "It was the long white-haired girl's turn," she said softly, her eyes showing confusion. I also consider Piowol special. I will never betray you." So Yahello observed silently, her gaze remaining vigilant, without a hint of wavering. Then she spoke in a low voice, revealing a horrifying truth. "It's goo poison." The three remaining trainees were astonished in unison, their eyes filled with doubt. "Goo poison?" So Yahello stood amidst the black chi, explaining about goo poison. "It's a type of venomous insect hidden deep within the body, reacting to certain individuals and secreting toxins, attacking the internal organs." The brown-haired girl was horrified, questioning So Yahello. "Then why aren't you affected by the goo poison?" So Yahello replied calmly, her gaze still serene. "I have a strong resistance to poison, so I'm not affected much." So Yahello finished speaking, her sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining people. She had said all she knew. Now, finding a way to escape the goo poison was up to each individual. In her heart, So Yahello calculated, create as many variables as possible, because if even one of them overcame the goo poison, countless opportunities would open up. Yi Min looked up at Piowol's back, an indescribable emotion stirring within her. Piowol. That name lingered in her mind. The more Yi Min learned about Piowol, the more unfathomably mysterious he seemed. This person was truly unpredictable, like a phantom appearing and disappearing. The brown-haired girl approached, thanking So Yahello. She promised a worthy reward and offered her help whenever So Yahello needed it. So Yahello merely nodded slightly, accepting the offer. "I will remember that," she replied, her voice calm. So Yahello turned, her gaze resolute. It was time to leave. "We will go now," she declared without hesitation. She turned to Yi Min, her sharp red eyes seemingly piercing through the other's heart. A moment of silence enveloped them. Then So Yahello spoke, calling her by name. "Yi Sailman." Yi Min was surprised, her eyes wide. Yi Min asked again in astonishment. "What?" So Yahello calmly replied, revealing a secret. "That is my real name." She offered a mysterious smile, her eyes seeming to hold a myriad of unspoken words. "I hope you will remember it." Yi Min was still stunned, unable to believe her ears. So Yahello repeated, emphasizing that it was indeed her real name. So Yahello's smile deepened, like an invisible promise. She wanted Yi Min to engrave that name in her memory. The two figures turned their backs, each going in a different direction, walking in the dungeon's silence. A meeting, a promise, a name. So Yahello's face flushed, her red eyes burning like flames. She had sown the seeds of change. Outside, the brilliant light of dawn pierced through the cracks in the ancient roof, illuminating the desolate world below. Dazzling light from above streamed through the ruined roof, shining down into a dark, dusty space, signaling a new beginning. A mysterious man, his face covered by cloth, stood in the light and declared, "Today we will go to the outside world." Behind him, A group of young trainees stood silently, their eyes fixed on the light, filled with hope and anxiety for the future. From a high vantage point, many other trainees also looked up, their faces clearly showing extreme excitement. One exclaimed, "Finally!" The masked man turned his head, his voice echoing in the silent space, calling a name. So Yowal raised her hand high, her gaze resolute as she replied, ready to face any challenge. "Yes, sir." The man entrusted her with an important task. "The instructors will go first, then you all. You will be responsible for leading everyone out." So Yowal smiled brightly, clenching her fist, full of determination to complete the assigned task. "Understood." An old wicker basket was pulled up, the sound of ropes rubbing and metal clanging echoing in the silent space. The masked man thought to himself, his gaze distant, harboring worry. "I wonder how many of them will survive." He continued to ponder the trainees' strength and the opponents outside. The children are strong, but their opponents are the strongest martial artists in the world. It'll be difficult to survive. He concluded his thoughts, his tone cold and decisive. "But that is not my concern. My mission is complete. I will end this tedious assassin's life." The trainees looked up, the light from the gap in the roof like a promise of freedom in a new, mysterious world. They erupted in joy, cheering loudly, escaping the grip of darkness. "Finally, we can go outside." A female trainee with long brown hair began to organize. "The basket isn't very big, so we'll have to take turns. The first ones up will be Cheolpyeong Jinsam, Inmak." So Yewol looked up, her gaze complex, both skeptical and hopeful about the future ahead. "Are we really leaving this place?" Finally, so Yewol gazed into the distance, her sharp red eyes holding an indescribable emotion. The brown-haired girl stood next to So Yewol. So Yewol asked, her voice full of anticipation, "We'll be sent on missions soon, right?" The brown-haired girl replied concisely, "That's right." So Yewol continued to inquire, her eyes full of worry. "What about the goo worms?" A wicker basket hung suspended, a symbol of liberation. The brown-haired girl revealed, "Some people have neutralized the poison. Yi Min is truly knowledgeable about poisons." So Yewol was surprised, Yi Min's image appearing in her mind. She whispered her friend's name, like a reminder of the past. The brown-haired girl confirmed, "That's right." She turned her back, preparing for the new journey. The brown-haired girl turned back, her gaze resolute. "Now it's just us. Let's go." Her words rang out, urging them forward. So Yewol looked straight ahead, her red eyes burning with determination. A new chapter was about to begin. The sound of ropes rubbing echoed, and the basket began to move, carrying with it the hope of escape. Under the dim light, the group of apprentices gathered around the basket, their faces reflecting anticipation. The brown-haired girl smiled, waving to the others. "Come on in. We're the last ones here." The basket swayed gently, signaling that the journey out of this earthly hell had begun. So Yewol and the brown-haired girl sat in the basket, the sound of ropes echoing again as they were pulled up. From above, the dark rooftops of their prison gradually appeared, tiny under the faint light. The basket continued to ascend. So Yewol looked down and exclaimed, "Were we really this deep underground?" So Yewol and the brown-haired girl sat in the basket. So Yewol's eyes filled with emotion. "This place isn't just like hell. It is times hell. And we've been here for 7 years." The basket continued to ascend. So Yewol looked down and exclaimed, "Were we really this deep underground?" So Yewol and the brown-haired girl sat in the basket. So Yewol's eyes filled with emotion. "This place isn't just like hell. It is times hell. And we've been here for 7 years." The spiky-haired apprentice cheered excitedly, looking towards the light. "We're almost there. We're finally getting out." So Yewol beside him maintained a resolute expression, her eyes sharp. So Yewol's eyes glowed red, her face tense yet resolute. She knew the battle for survival had only just begun. So Yewol decisively tore off a piece of her clothing, her actions strong and vigilant. Each strip of fabric was ripped, preparing for something about to happen. She turned to warn the others in the basket. "If you don't want to go blind, cover your eyes quickly." The other apprentices, including the brown-haired girl, the white-haired girl, and the brown-haired girl with a high ponytail, all looked at her with stunned expression. The brown-haired girl and the white-haired girl with a high ponytail hastily followed suit, tearing their clothes to cover their eyes. Panic spread as they prepared to face the unknown. So Yewol, her eyes already covered, urged, "Hurry." The spiky-haired apprentice was also frantically tearing his clothes, his face tense. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, piercing through every crevice, engulfing everything. The light was so intense it almost burned their vision. So Yoal clutched her head, her body recoiling in pain. She cried out in agony. "It hurts so much. This light is burning us." The light continued to blaze fiercely, accompanied by the crashing sounds of the basket. The apprentice's cries of pain echoed through the blinding space. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much." The giant pulley continued to turn, the rope taut, emitting a heavy creaking sound, pulling the basket filled with struggling lives up from the abyss. Finally, the basket landed with a heavy thud, shaking the ground. The terrifying journey from hell had ended, at least for now. The basket lay motionless on the ground, the apprentices inside gasping for breath, exhausted. Sighs of relief mingled with faint groans. A figure approached, their steady feet stopping beside the basket. Each step carried an air of coldness and mystery. Inside the basket, So Yoal, the brown-haired girl, the spiky-haired apprentice, and many other apprentices lay unconscious, exhausted after the terrifying escape. The man in black stood at the mouth of the well, looking down at the unconscious apprentices with cold eyes. He spoke. "These ones seem useful." So Yoal, her eyes covered, still sensed the presence of a mysterious figure. Amidst the bound apprentices, she silently wondered, who is that person? Gu Juyang, the man in black, stood tall under the blazing sun, a smug smirk on his face. He believed his clients would be satisfied. The majestic mountain scenery stretched out, but its beauty could not soothe the fear engulfing the captured apprentices. Gu Juyang, with cold eyes, looked down at his unconscious prey, his face clearly showing cruelty and power. His voice rang out, devoid of emotion, like one giving commands. So Yoal realized he was the leader, nothing less than a cruel villain. The long black-haired girl, So Yoal, subtly pulled aside the cloth covering her eyes, trying to remember every detail. She silently guessed. He must be the guildmaster of the Bloody Shadows Guild. Gu Juyang, the guildmaster of the Bloody Shadows Guild, ordered his subordinates. "Load them all onto the carriages. They will be adjusted to adapt to the outside world at Qingfeng Hall." The subordinates uniformly bowed, obeying his command, without question. "As you wish." The white-haired and black-haired guards began to load the blindfolded apprentices, still unconscious, onto the waiting carriages. So Yoal, her eyes covered, etched his voice into her mind. "I will remember your voice clearly." In So Yoal's mind, Gu Juyang's image appeared clearly. A brutal man, the guildmaster of the Bloody Shadows Guild. The convoy of carriages, filled with captured apprentices, began to roll, leaving the desolate mountains behind, heading towards an uncertain future. As night fell, the convoy arrived at an ancient complex. Gu Juyang declared this would be their new residence, where they would have to adapt to life outside. He warned with a cruel tone, "Don't think you can rest just because you're outside. I will personally kill anyone who falls behind." In a dark room, So Yoal sat in contemplation, her sharp red eyes looking out the window, where moonlight illuminated the stone wall. Go Shinnok, the gray-haired young man, stood beside So Yoal, looking out with her. Both wore expressions full of contemplation about their new fate. Groups of trainees emerged from the dark room, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Go Shinnok and Pio Wool led the way, followed by So Yoal and other young faces, all sharing the same fate. So Yoal turned her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over her companions. She spoke, her tone laced with sarcasm. "It seems we've been assigned to the same room, but don't mind me." Song Chen-woo sneered, his eyes full of defiance. He pointed at her, replying arrogantly, "When did I say I cared?" So Yoal smiled faintly, her sharp red eyes reflecting indifference. She turned away, not bothering to heed Song Cheon-woo's provocation. So Yoal looked out the window, the faint moonlight illuminating the room. She made a practical suggestion. "Since we're out, we should wash up." Song Cheon-woo asked again in surprise, while So Yoal turned her head to look at him. Go Shinnok and Pio Wall stood behind, sharing curious gazes. Song Chen-woo's eyes suddenly lit up. He let out a joyful exclamation, as if he had just discovered something obvious. Under the faint moonlight, an ancient well appeared in the courtyard. The cool, fresh water was like an invitation after long days of confinement. The splashing water broke the night silence. Each cool drop soothed, washing away dust and fatigue. Hearty laughter echoed, blending with the sound of flowing water. The cool mist spread, bringing an unusual sense of relaxation. So Yoal lay stretched out on the lush green grass, gazing up at the night sky. Her long black hair spread out, blending into the mystical darkness. She closed her eyes, feeling each breeze, the moonlight, and the cool water. So Yoal whispered, her voice filled with relief, "Moon, wind, and fresh water. I've finally escaped that place. A rare look of peace appeared on So Yowol's face. She immersed herself in the moment of freedom, forgetting the haunting memories of the past. Dawn broke, the morning light illuminating the entire compound. Free birds soared, like a welcome to a new beginning. Fresh green leaves rustled in the wind, adorned with clusters of ripe red berries. Life continued, despite all the upheavals. So Yowol sat up, her eyes reflecting a quiet yet determined look. A faint smile bloomed on her lips, signaling unknown things awaiting. In the midst of the vast green space, a brilliant yellow dandelion stretched itself, solitary yet full of vitality. Two young girls, one with blonde hair, one with black hair, gazed at the flower. "What's this flower called?" the blonde girl asked, while the black-haired girl exclaimed, "Oh, it's so beautiful." The blonde girl's eyes welled up with tears, emotions overflowing. "I'm finally out and seeing things like this again." Both girls couldn't hold back their tears, crouching down beside the flower, as if finding a rare moment of peace. So Yowol smiled faintly, her eyes filled with many emotions. That smile held understanding and a touch of bitterness. A gentle breeze blew past, making the lush green leaves rustle, creating a rustling sound in the quiet space. Suddenly, a cold black boot stomped on the dandelion, crushing its fragile beauty under a ruthless heel. The two girls looked up, their eyes wide with horror, their innocent faces now filled with fear and shock. Two cold, sharp daggers were thrown to the ground, resting among the weeds, signaling a deadly beginning. The man in the black mask stood tall, his cold voice echoing, "These are your weapons. Take good care of them. You will need them soon." So Yowol sat on the grass, her gaze fixed on the daggers, her expression thoughtful as if contemplating something. The trees were still green. Clusters of ripe red berries swayed in the wind, but the air was tinged with gloom, signaling an ill omen. So Yowol remained seated, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes holding a mysterious determination. The two girls burst into sobs again beside the flower, the heartbreaking scene repeating, a reminder of crushed innocence. The ruthless black boot once again stomped on the flower, a symbol of the cruel destruction of an indifferent world. The two girls, one blonde and one black-haired, with tear-filled eyes, looked up in fear, like small animals cornered. Two cold, sharp daggers spun in the air, then plunged into the lush green foliage, signaling a new, dangerous mission. The masked man stood tall, his cold eyes looking down. "These are your weapons. Guard them carefully. You will need them soon." So Yowol raised her head, her fiery red eyes gleaming with resolve, mixed with a hint of indignation at the cruel fate awaiting them. Two daggers lay silently amidst the dense vegetation, awaiting the hands that would pick them up to fulfill their mission. The scene shifted to a magnificent edifice, Great Moon Pavilion of Blue Wind Villa, where power and conspiracy were being woven. Inside, ancient lanterns cast a dim light, illuminating mysterious calligraphy on the walls, creating a solemn atmosphere. Guju Yang, leader of the Bloody Shadows Guild, was pouring tea for Go Shinnok, who sat opposite him in the quiet space of the room. Guju Yang smiled sinisterly, offering the teacup. "You have worked hard for a long time." His voice held a deeper meaning. "Go," Shinnok replied with a calm expression, his aged eyes unruffled. "I only do what I must." Guju Yang expressed his gratitude, saying that the guild had become wealthier thanks to Go Shinnok's sacrifice. Go Shinnok humbly replied that if it weren't for the former guild leader, he would have died long ago. Guju Yang continued to pour tea, his voice full of hidden meaning. "You have completed your mission. Now is the time for you to enjoy your rest. Go." Shinnok was surprised, a glimmer of hope appearing in his aged eyes. "So, you will let me retire?" Guju Yang smiled broadly, affirming, "Of course. Not just you, even Second Sword and Third Sword. I have arranged everything so that all of you can enjoy your old age." Go Shinnok closed his eyes, taking a sip of tea, his face clearly showing contentment after years of dedication, accepting his predetermined fate. Guju Yang continued to pour tea, his words carrying deep meaning. He said Go Shinnok didn't need to thank him, as his lifelong contributions to the Bloody Shadows Guild deserved respect. Go Shinnok bowed his head, his expression pensive. Although he had accepted his fate, his heart was still heavy at having to abandon the children. "I am reluctant to give up these children." Guju Yang looked straight ahead, his sharp eyes revealing a calculating look. Guju Yang admitted that the children were too talented to be wasted on a single mission. Go Shinnok silently agreed. "I know." Guju Yang regretted that their talents were wasted, but it was something that couldn't be changed. He affirmed, There's nothing we can do for them afterward. Go Shinnok raised his head, his sharp gaze questioning. Have you found out who the client is? Gu Zhuyang smirked. He also didn't know the client's identity. He explained. There's no reason to scrutinize a magnate willing to pay 500,000 gold for a job too closely. Gu Zhuyang's eyes flashed with cruelty and ambition, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. The Bloody Shadows Guild had to proceed cautiously, step by step, until it reached parity with the Shadow Guild, the strongest assassin organization in the world. Gu Zhuyang's ambition was clear, his eyes burning red. He believed that after this mission, the Bloody Shadows Guild would advance far enough to confront the Shadow Guild. Go Shinnok looked straight ahead, his face filled with worry and unease at Gu Zhuyang's words. In the darkness, a hand gripped a sharp, curved knife, its blade reflecting a faint light. The man in the black mask stood tall, his eyes cold beneath the covering, ready for the sweep. The masked man asked the two trembling girls behind him, "What are you thinking? Are you worried that we're about to undertake the mission?" The masked man turned his head, a sinister smile fleetingly appearing on his lips, hinting at cruelty. The masked man continued to provoke and mock the two girls. The short, blonde-haired girl retorted, "It seems you're the one who's worried." The long, black-haired girl with a low ponytail added, "You're rambling more than usual." He spun around, his eyes full of annoyance. Who are you calling worried?" His voice rasped, unable to hide his irritation at being exposed. The masked man's face twisted into a crazed smile. His eyes, and those of the people behind him, flared with brilliant light. He growled, "I want to chop off someone's head to make up for all the suffering I've endured." The short, blonde-haired girl stood there, her crimson eyes revealing unwavering resolve, as if ready for anything that was about to happen. A terrifying calm enveloped her. The masked man stood before the exit, where a faint blue light shone into the cave. He ordered the group, "Equip what you've been given and get out immediately." The three apprentices behind looked up, their faces surprised and a little worried upon hearing the urgent command. They knew the upcoming mission would not be simple. The masked man flashed a sinister smile, his eyes full of interest, looking forward. Beside him, the short, blonde-haired girl maintained a cold expression, ready for action. The masked man's low voice echoed, "All of you will secretly move to the target location." His words carried the weight of an undeniable command. The short, blonde-haired girl stood tall, her entire body erupting with a dark blue energy. Her eyes blazing, she whispered, "Finally." The wait had come to an end. Night fell, a full moon hanging high in the cloudy sky. The majestic mountain landscape was shrouded in darkness, signaling a night of upheaval. In the deep forest, leaves rustled in the wind, creating an eerie sound. Darkness enveloped everything, concealing secrets about to be revealed. The masked man darted like a ghost through the trees. A faint aura surrounded him, transforming him into an arrow tearing through the silent night. The group of apprentices quickly followed, gliding through the trees at terrifying speed. They moved in unison, without a sound, like hunters in the dark. The masked man, also known as Fourth Sword, turned his head to look back. He noted with satisfaction, "They're all following me very well. No one is left behind." The apprentices continued to rush forward, their eyes burning with determination. Fourth Sword proudly stated, "Our brothers have trained them very well. An army was ready for battle." Fourth Sword watched the apprentices rushing like the wind, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He thought to himself, "What a pity. These children are on par with our official members." An apprentice shot forward, creating faint streaks of light. Fourth Sword abruptly stopped at the cliff's edge, giving a decisive command. "Stop." The apprentices immediately braked sharply, creating a jarring friction sound. He turned his head, looking towards the apprentices who were holding their breath in anticipation. "Hide here," he said, his voice deep and muffled. Fourth Sword turned around, his gaze sweeping across the dark forest, where tree shadows loomed in the night. He looked up at the gloomy night sky, his expression resolute. Fourth Sword pointed towards the distant mountains, where the target was hidden. "Your target lies within those mountains." He continued to instruct, outlining the path to their final mission. "As you ascend following my directions, you will find buildings that look exactly like the place you once lived." He pointed to an ancient building with a plaque carved with the words Mingyu Dian. "Among the buildings, find your target in the Mingyu Dian." The trainees whispered amongst themselves. A short, blonde-haired trainee murmured, "Mingyu Dian? It must be the small building near the outside." A long, brown-haired trainee said, "I know the way there." A low ponytail, black-haired trainee wondered, "Who is in the Mingyu Dian?" So Yowal stared into the void, her red eyes burning with hatred. "Wu Gunsong," she gritted her teeth, the enemy's name just revealed. In a completely different space, under a clear blue sky, an ancient building appeared beside a pink lotus pond. A long black-haired girl, dressed in jade green attire, stood with her back turned, admiring the peaceful scenery. She turned her head, her clear blue eyes and calm expression serene amidst the tranquil surrounding. Her graceful hand gently touched a pure white flower, as if wishing to hold on to this moment of stillness. Her graceful hand gently touched a pure white flower. But then, that moment of stillness shattered, like fragments of black dust breaking apart in the air. She stood with her back turned, her long black hair flowing down, gazing into the distance where white petals danced in the breeze. She turned her head, her clear blue eyes and calm expression, asking, "Are you alone again?" A gray-haired old woman, wearing a black feathered robe and leaning on a staff, appeared. She called her name Seolin. The old woman was Guwa Satai, the leader of the Ami sect, who carried an air of authority and a sharp gaze. Young Seolin bowed to Guwa Satai, explaining that she came out for the cool breeze. Guwa Satai replied, "You are always unnecessarily sentimental." Guwa Satai looked directly at Young Seolin, her gaze full of scrutiny, and asked bluntly, "Do you still resent me?" Young Seolin, Guwa Satai's disciple, gently replied with a calm expression, "Resent you? I'm just a little disappointed." She continued, "It would have been better if you had at least consulted me about this, as it concerns my future." Guwa Satai's expression suddenly changed, her eyes turning sharp as she stared at Young Seolin. She growled, "So you've forgotten your place?" Guwa Satai approached Young Seolin, her face full of anger. She reminded her of the past. "You were once a street wanderer. I took you in, nurtured you, and taught you martial arts. I am the reason you are who you are today." Guwa Satai roared, her face contorted with rage, dark energy erupting around her. "And what did you say? Consult you?" Young Seolin maintained her calm expression, her eyes slightly closed, a faint smile on her face. She calmly replied, "I am merely expressing my feelings." Young Seolin turned her back, gently advising Guwa Satai, "A disciple must of course obey their master. Don't get too angry. It's not good for your health." Guwa Satai smirked, her sharp eyes looking up at the sky. She declared, "If they don't give us the answer we want, we will begin the plan we've been preparing for 7 years." Young Seolin bowed her head, her eyes slightly closed, her expression as calm as ever. She replied with a tone of complete obedience, "I am always ready to follow your every command, master." Guwa Satai looked at Young Seolin with a penetrating gaze, as if reading her thoughts. She mused, "She seems to be feeling pressured by everything. The poor woman." A figure flashed past, rushing towards Guwa Satai. An urgent call rang out, "Master!" Manhwa, with a serious expression, ran to Guwa Satai's side. Young Seolin stood nearby, her gaze following her. Manhwa hastily reported, "Lan Gong has sent us a message." Guwa Satai pressed, "And? What did they say?" Manhwa replied with a confident tone, "They have given us the answer we expected." A powerful surge of energy erupted as Guwa Satai decisively struck her staff against the ground. She declared, "It's done." Young Seolin stood there, her calm eyes looking straight ahead. She thought to herself, this was also expected. Guwa Satai turned to Young Seolin, instructing, "From now on, you must do well. Your actions will determine our future." Young Seolin bowed her head and replied, "Don't worry. I will fulfill what you expect of me." Internally, Guwa Satai sighed with regret. "What a pity. I cannot name this talented child as my legitimate successor. All I can do is use her as a political tool." Young Seolin looked up at the deep blue sky, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, as if carrying profound thoughts. Manhwa asked Guwa Satai, "Master, what about that matter?" Guwa Satai turned and asked back, "Which matter?" Guwa Satai narrowed her eyes, her sharp gaze concealing a profound plan, a secret yet to be revealed. The image of a mysterious man and an ancient artifact appeared in Guwa Satai's mind. Manhwa asked, "Are you talking about that plan?" Guwa Satai replied, "Indeed. What shall we do?" Guwa Satai mused, her distant gaze fixed forward, the wrinkles on her forehead deepening with thought. The clear blue sky stretched over the rolling mountain ranges, an unusually peaceful scene, contrasting with the conspiracies being woven. A path wound through the dense forest, dappled light filtering through the canopy. Tiny white flowers bloomed along the roadside, creating an unusually tranquil scene. The forest floor, covered with sparse vegetation and scattered flowers, suggested a solitary, quiet journey. A figure in black attire, wearing a mask, hovered in the dim void, lost in thought. He wondered, how many hours has it been? Is the sun still high? He mused, his gaze sweeping across the illusory night. The assassination should be carried out at night. We still have a few hours left. He continued to hover, feeling the familiarity of the darkness. I am more accustomed to the darkness than the outside world. At least we can rest comfortably while we wait. He lay down, closed his eyes, and drifted into a brief slumber amidst the void, awaiting the impending moment of action. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the forest, carrying crimson petals in the gloomy air, signaling an ill omen. The rustling of leaves echoed, signaling a sudden change in the quiet space, like a warning. The surrounding scenery transformed rapidly. Rocks and trees seemed to rush forward, creating a sense of urgency and danger. Fourth Sword's crimson eyes snapped open, a fierce premonition rising. He exclaimed, "Something's wrong! I have a bad feeling!" A sharp object shot through the night, tearing through the still air, heading straight for its target. The cold blade pierced straight through Fourth Sword's chest, fresh blood splattering. Another assassin appeared from the shadows, striking ruthlessly. Fourth Sword cried out in pain, blood gushing from the wound, staining his attire crimson. He grunted. Ugh. Blood continued to pour profusely from the stab wound. Fourth Sword collapsed in a pool of blood, the attacker still standing there, observing coldly. Fourth Sword lifted his head, his crimson eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened. He gasped in horror. What? A sharp spear pierced straight through the body of the black-clad assailant, fresh blood staining his clothes red. Blood gushed from the wound. The black-clad man clutched his chest, his bloodshot eyes revealing extreme pain. The black-clad attacker swiftly pulled out the spear, blood splattering again. He had been struck down. The masked, black-clad man's crimson eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. The scene shifted to a range of deep green mountains, white clouds drifting lazily, birds soaring freely. In the middle of the stream, a burly man with spiky hair was practicing with a long spear. The man's calloused hands gripped the spear shaft tightly, veins bulging with power. The man powerfully swung his spear, creating a swirling vortex of air. He said, "So it's true." He looked down at the ground, where another black-clad man lay motionless, blood pooling around him. He said, "There are assassins lurking here." The burly man forcefully threw his spear, piercing through the black-clad man lying on the ground. He roared furiously. "These assassins dare to approach the Qinggong Mountains. He is Yu Jinok." Yu Jinok ordered the yellow-clad soldiers. "These assassins came to ambush the Qinggong sect. Find them all and eliminate them completely." The masked, black-clad man's crimson eyes scanned his surroundings, his expression tense. He said, "We are at a disadvantage." He signaled his comrades, and the other black-clad men nodded. He said, "We should retreat first." A yellow-clad soldier charged forward, thrusting his long spear forcefully into a wooden stake. The yellow-clad soldier flinched, looking up. The wooden stake had been pierced through. The yellow-clad soldier's spearhead plunged into the ground, creating spreading cracks that shook the earth. The yellow-clad soldier looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment at the terrifying power he had just unleashed. In the sky, a barrage of spears shot forth, tearing through the wind and forming dazzling streaks of light, heading towards the fleeing masked attackers. The black masked man ordered his comrades, "Disperse, break free from their formation, and regroup later." The yellow-clad soldiers looked up at the sky, watching the spears flying like birds of prey. The yellow-clad soldiers simultaneously raised their spears, their eyes burning with rage, and charged forward, their shouts echoing, "You won't escape! Chase them!" Yu Jinok appeared with a fierce face, a sinister smile, and eyes full of murderous intent. He darted like the wind, his burly figure gliding past the pursuing yellow-clad soldiers. He swung his arm and powerfully threw his long spear, its tip tearing through the wind, forcing the yellow-clad soldiers to quickly dodge. The spear flew straight into a masked attacker, piercing through his body, fresh blood splattering. Yu Jinok appeared beside the yellow-clad soldier holding the spear, his eyes burning as he demanded, "Give it to me!" He swung the spear in his hand, preparing for the next attack, his voice cold. Next, the spearhead once again impaled another masked attacker, finishing him without mercy. Yu Jinok, with a ferocious expression and cruel eyes, roared out the command. Next, another masked attacker was pierced through, his painful scream tearing through the air, blood staining his clothes red. Yu Jinok continued to swing his spear, his face contorted with excitement, his voice resounding. Next, another masked attacker collapsed, the spear piercing through his body, fresh blood splattering. His painful groans tore through the air, signaling a tragic end. The masked attacker's lifeless body slid across the ground, leaving a trail of blood. He no longer breathed, Only deadly silence enveloped him. Eugenok swung his spear, his muscles bulging and tense. His face contorted in extreme excitement. He roared, "This is the last one!" Eugenok's spear shot forth like lightning, tearing through the wind with a whoosh. It flew straight towards the distant yellow-clad soldiers, carrying destructive power. In midair, another masked attacker was flailing. He was severely wounded, his body swaying like a kite with a broken string in the cold wind. Even while suspended in the air, the masked attacker managed to turn his head. His eyes, hidden behind the black cloth, seemed to be searching for a target, a fragile escape. The masked attacker's blood-red eyes flashed, piercing through the face covering. A surging, murderous aura erupted, signaling an impending burst of rage. Fourth Sword plunged into the battle, his sword piercing a masked attacker. The remaining one hastily parried, the clash of metal echoing through the deep forest. A sharp spear flew towards him, but Fourth Sword dodged it like lightning. He glided like a ghost, leaving the spear stuck in the ground. Fourth Sword's crimson eyes blazed, and he dashed forward with tearing speed. His figure was blurry, like a whirlwind in the dark night. Fourth Sword leaped high, his body light as a bird. The long spear he had just dodged now lay silently on the ground, harmless against his agility. Fourth Sword's figure glided like an arrow through the forest canopy. He soared through the air, leaving behind lush green trees and the chaos of battle. Eugenok's long spear continued its trajectory, flying straight towards the group of yellow-clad soldiers. The dazzling light from the weapon heralded an unavoidable attack. A yellow-clad soldier exclaimed in horror. "What?" Another asked in shock. "Did something just flash past us?" Surprise enveloped the entire group. Suddenly, Fourth Sword appeared right behind a yellow-clad soldier. He was like a ghost, ready to deliver a finishing blow before the opponent could realize the danger. Fourth Sword struck mercilessly, attacking the group of yellow-clad soldiers. The dry sound of breaking bones echoed, signaling the start of a ruthless sweep. A powerful, swirling energy tore through the air amidst the deep green canopy, carrying a chilling, killing intent. That swirling energy aimed directly at Eugenok, who stood tall on the cracked ground. Its power terrifying. The long spear plunged into the ground right next to Eugenok, creating a deep crater, sending dirt and rocks flying. Fresh blood splattered from the wound on Eugenok's neck, but he still stood firm, unwavering. Eugenok turned his head, a sinister smile evident on his face despite the blood still on his cheek. He spoke, well, look what we have here." He roared in anger, ordering the yellow-clad soldiers. "Chase them! Make sure to track them all and eliminate every single one." Fourth Sword, hidden in the shadows, realized the dangerous situation. He told himself, "I can't fight all of them here. I must escape first." Fourth Sword dashed away like a ghost, leaving behind the fallen yellow-clad soldiers, disappearing into the dark night of the deep forest. Eugenok gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred as he watched the retreating figure of his enemy. He forcefully pulled his long spear from the ground, ready for a bloody pursuit. The black-masked assassin lay slumped on the forest path, fresh blood staining the ground, signaling a tragic death. Eugenok stood tall, his cold gaze fixed on the dying black-masked assassin at his feet. The black-masked assassin gasped, whispering in despair, I don't want to die. We didn't do anything wrong." Eugenok declared coldly, his voice echoing with cruelty. "You low-level assassins dared to target the Grand Azure Palace. That is your sin." The rustling of dry leaves underfoot signaled a figure moving swiftly through the forest. Fourth Sword dashed swiftly, piercing through the dense night of the forest, heading towards the faint light at the end of the path. Fourth Sword continued to dash swiftly, the dry leaves underfoot, a reminder of the relentless pursuit. He had to be faster to escape this deadly trap. Fourth Sword suddenly stopped, his crimson eyes hidden behind the mask piercing through the night. A question swirled deep in his mind. How did they know where we were hiding? We didn't encounter anyone on the way here. At the same time, Eugenok, with his muscular build and gruesome smile, confirmed the truth. So it's true. There are assassins hiding here. Someone leaked our information. Fourth Sword continued to run, doubt gnawing at his heart. He was the only one among the disciples who knew the target. So, who leaked our information? First Sword, Second Sword, and Third Sword stood there, their expressions cold. I don't see Fourth Sword or his followers. They must have escaped before the ambush. If they abandoned us to be attacked, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky, as if to obliterate all traces. That means they want to destroy the evidence. The black-masked individuals were attacked by surprise, collision sounds echoing as they tried to dodge and leap. One fell, while the others dashed away in despair. A black-masked individual sharply turned his head, his crimson eyes flashing with killing intent. He was ready to counterattack. A sharp arrow pierced through the black-masked individual's shoulder, fresh blood staining his clothes. The bone-piercing pain made him grit his teeth. The black-masked individual collapsed to the ground, his body rolling amidst the dry leaves. He was severely wounded. Despite 2 arrows deeply embedded in his back, the black-masked individual still struggled to get up, his gaze resolute and unyielding. He gasped for breath, pain tormenting him, but his mind wouldn't stop thinking. But why? Is there a problem within the Blood Shadow clan? Did the client change their mind? His eyes flashed with determination. One thing was certain. The Blood Shadow clan has chosen to abandon us. The sound of ocean waves crashing against the cliffs echoed, as if in response to his thoughts. In that case, on the dry, barren ground, streaks of blood stained the earth, evidence of a fierce battle that had just taken place. A yellow-clad soldier stood in the clearing, bow in hand, his face filled with anger. Tsk! Where is this guy hiding? Pio Wool, hidden in the shadows, suddenly struck from above. The enemy looked up, eyes full of rage. He snarled, "This little rat!" Pio Wool swooped down like a whirlwind, sharp blades tearing through the air, plunging straight into the opponent's body. Blood splattered everywhere. The dying enemy's bloodshot eyes flared with a final surge of killing intent. He gasped, "I must survive on my own." The enemy's body collapsed. Pio Wool turned, the sound of pursuit echoing. There's one over there. Kill him!" Pio Wool emerged, his long black hair flying in the wind, his sharp gaze sweeping across. 2 arrows were still deeply embedded in his back. Without hesitation, Pio Wool launched himself over the sheer cliff, plunging straight into the deep blue water below. On the shore, Yujinok and the yellow-robed soldier stood frozen, staring at the calm water, seeing no sign of the enemy. Beneath the deep water, Pio Wool continued to swim resiliently, the arrows embedded in his back a reminder of the relentless pursuit. Emerging from the water, Pio Wool gasped for breath. An ancient symbol appeared on the cliff face. North, approximately 600 meters away. Pio Wool did not stop, continuing to run deep into the dense forest, his silhouette gradually disappearing among the ancient trees. Lush green foliage covered the sky, adorned with clusters of bright red fruits, creating the wild beauty of the forest. Pio Wool stopped before a large rock stained with dried blood. On it, a new symbol appeared. Pio Wool deciphered the message. Approximately 1,200 meters to the northeast. He pondered, his eyes filled with thought. Blood was splattered everywhere, Pio Wool observed. "There's a lot of blood spilled here. Is the one who left this symbol injured? This isn't good. The wound must be very serious." The sound of pursuit echoed closer. He must be nearby. Make sure not to miss a single corner. Pio Wool's eyes glowed red, full of vigilance. He realized he had fallen into a trap. They are casting a net of heaven and earth to catch assassins. Pio Wool recognized the complexity of the situation. The pursuers came from many different clans, not just the Blood Shadow Society, indicating a larger conspiracy was at play. Pio Wool appeared in a dazzling flash of light, his eyes resolute, ready to face any danger. Pio Wool unleashed a powerful sweeping attack. At the same time, Yi Min was knocked into the air, her white hair fluttering in the chaos. Pio Wool lay on his back on the ground, his eyes blood red, his face contorted with pain and rage. Yi Min looked up at the sky, her pale face stained with blood, her eyes wide with horror at the scene that had just unfolded. Pio Wool and Yi Min lay side by side on the cold ground, sharing a tragic fate. A dagger lay discarded near Yi Min's hand. Yi Min looked at Pio Wool, a faint smile gracing her blood-stained face. "Oh, it's you, Pio Wool." The clear blue sky stretched over the deep green canopies, contrasting with the tragic scene below. Pio Wool lay on his back, his eyes blood red, his face contorted with pain and rage. Yi Min looked at Pio Wool, a faint smile gracing her blood-stained face. "Oh, it's you, Pio Wool." Yi Min staggered to her feet, her slender body swaying as if about to collapse. "I'm glad to see you." Pio Wool quickly caught Yi Min as she fell. He held the white-haired girl tightly, his face full of worry. Pio Wool looked down at Yi Min, unconscious in his arms, his gaze heavy. "Her wounds are very serious. If this continues..." Pio Wool looked up, his eyes filled with concern. "What about the others?" Yi Min gasped, her eyes unfocused. Most of their comrades had fallen. Even So Yeowal and Song Cheonwoo's fates were unknown. All had been separated in the battle. A warning shout rang out. 3 attackers from different factions charged forward, swords raised sharply, aiming straight for Pio Wool and Yi Min. The black-robed and yellow-robed assassins surged forward like a storm, dazzling sword light tearing through the night. One of them roared, ordering the attack. "Advance!" Amidst the hail of projectiles, Yi Min looked up at the sky, tears mixing with raindrops, despair welling up in her blue eyes. She lay there, memories surfacing. The two of them had stayed behind to fight, trying to carve a bloody path for the others to escape. In her memory, so Yowal held the tightly wrapped baby, her eyes glowing red with determination, ready to face their fate. Now, both So Yowal and Yi Min had fallen, blood staining the cold ground, a testament to their tragic sacrifice. Yowal leaned down to look at Yi Min, his gaze calm but filled with pain. He softly said, "You will die soon." Yi Min looked up at him, her eyes lifeless. She replied to Yowal, "I know." Yowal looked deep into her eyes, pressing her. "Aren't you afraid? Don't you want to live?" Tears streamed down Yi Min's cheeks. She whispered, "I want to live, but can you save me?" Yowal remained silent, bowing his head. He knew the answer well, a cruel truth. No. Yi Min closed her eyes, accepting her fate. She knew her condition and had given up hope, but she was still glad that at least I won't die alone. She asked Yowal, her voice weak, "Will you stay with me until the end?" Yowal didn't hesitate. He bowed his head, affirming firmly, "Yes." Under the withered tree, a tragic thought appeared in Yi Min's mind. So, everything ends like this. The two lay there, motionless. She wondered. Everyone tried desperately to survive, yet we die like this. She couldn't understand who did this and why. We don't even know the faces of those who decided our fate. We were trampled by an unstoppable force. Yi Min lay there, her gaze fixed on the sky, uttering a bitter curse. "I hope they suffer as I have." Yowal sat beside Yi Min, looking at the desolate scene. This horrifying and unbearable feeling enveloped them, a pain that pierced to the bone. Yowal gritted his teeth, his voice low and full of resentment. "It's all because of Wu Gunsang." Yowal looked down at Yi Min, who lay there with bloodstains. She looked up, asking in surprise, "What?" Yowal explained that their target was Wu Gunsang of the Blue Palace clan. Someone had hired the Blood Shadow Society to carry out this assassination. Wu Gunsang's figure appeared vaguely, a mysterious target. Yowal and the others were kidnapped, turned into assassins to kill him. Yowal continued, his voice full of rage. That was why they were kidnapped and trained as assassins for the past 7 years. Yowal looked down at Yi Min, explaining that the mastermind had many plans. Now, they no longer needed assassins like Yowal and Yi Min, so they wanted to eliminate them all. Yowal gritted his teeth, his eyes burning as he vowed to survive and investigate the one who toyed with their fate. He would find that person and take revenge. Yi Min looked at Yowal, a faint smile on her lips. She whispered, "I understand. I thought you would do it, Yowal." Yowal leaned down to look at Yi Min. She whispered his name, then spoke her last words. "I hope you survive." Yowal looked at Yi Min, his eyes filled with pain and helplessness. A great loss was tearing at his heart. Yi Min smiled faintly, her eyes pleading as she looked at Yowal. She asked, her voice trembling, "Will you say my name?" Yowal looked at Yi Min, gently calling her name. Yi Min whispered her true name, Yi Seolmin. Yi Min smiled softly, her eyes peaceful. She thanked Yowal for calling her name, something she longed to hear one last time. Yi Min's hand gradually faded into nothingness, leaving only Yowal's hand clenched. Her life had ended, leaving Yowal alone in his sorrow. She lay there, motionless, her body stained with blood, her eyes closed as if sinking into eternal sleep. Yi Min's life had extinguished, leaving a cold void. Yowal's back was shrouded in a black aura, pain and hatred burning within him. He vowed to avenge those behind everything. "I don't know who the mastermind is, but I will completely eradicate them." Yowal's eyes glowed red, reflecting boundless cruelty. A deathly aura enveloped him, transforming him into a demon. "Just watch and see what I will do to them." Far away, amidst majestic mountains, an ancient structure stood tall, imposing as if concealing countless secrets. Inside the grand hall, 2 figures stood silently, light from the doorway casting lonely shadows. The blonde-haired man held the letter, his eyes cold. "They have cast a net of heaven and earth. They cannot escape." He sighed. "Though it pains us, we must abandon them." The blonde-haired man sneered, his eyes revealing cruelty. He looked at the letter in his hand. "I thought they were just disposable tools, but who knew we wouldn't even get to use them?" The masked man asked, "Are we also in danger here? Because of the client?" The masked man replied, "We don't know the reason behind this decision, but they chose to silence us through destruction." The blonde-haired man pondered. "If their goal is to keep secrets forever, do they also want to eliminate all of us?" The masked man calmly said, "That's a logical conclusion, but they won't be able to find this place. We just need to wait here until the massacre ends." The masked man turned. "Do you really not know who the client is?" The blonde-haired man replied, "We could find out if we really wanted to, but we must not overstep our bounds." He continued, "They even sent this message to warn us beforehand." The blonde-haired man continued, "There's no need to betray their trust." He waved the letter. Suddenly, the masked man realized something. "That's a tracking scent." "What? This letter is coated with a tracking scent!" he exclaimed in horror. The blonde-haired man collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with shock and pain. A sinister plot had already been laid. A desperate scream tore through the corridor. A series of figures collapsed, lying scattered on the cold stone floor. Evidence of a bloody purge that had just taken place. Amidst the chaos, the gray-haired woman brandished a dagger, screaming desperately, "Everyone, run! We can't deal with all of them!" The blonde-haired young man stood there, his gaze resolute. A man with a goatee angrily raised his fist, ordering, "Hunt down every single one of these filthy assassins. Open the gates of bloodshed." The vow of revenge echoed. The scene returned to the present. A figure collapsed in the hall. In the distance, the blonde-haired young man and the masked man stood tall, as if they were the only ones left. The blonde-haired young man gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. He recalled someone's words. "It seems your words have come true, Fourth Sword." The masked man urged, "You must escape, master." The blonde-haired young man asked back, "Escape where?" He replied, "Anywhere." The blonde-haired young man drew his sword, his voice full of bitterness. "Don't you see? They came for me. They came all this way to hunt me down. Do you think they'll leave an escape route?" The fire of hatred blazed in the blonde-haired young man's eyes. He growled, his killing intent soaring. "How dare they cross the line?" The blonde-haired young man swung his sword. A crimson energy enveloped him, signaling a terrifying attack about to descend. He let out a crazed smile, his eyes flashing with a bloody glint. "Let me show you." Dark power surged, swirling around his body. Crimson sword energy tore through space, shooting straight forward like a deadly arrow. He unleashed a fatal blow without hesitation. The bald men watched the scene before them in horror. Their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The blonde-haired young man continuously swung his sword, creating crimson slashes that tore everything apart. He charged into the encirclement, relentlessly sweeping through. He stood amidst the red smoke, his gaze cold and brutal. "How we will tear apart those who dare to cross the line." A resolute declaration. The gray-haired woman screamed, "Everyone, hold them off a little longer. We can win if we hold our ground." But more and more bodies fell. A hand reached out, radiating a brilliant golden light. "No," a cold voice rang out. "You won't get that chance. Death was imminent." A blinding flash of light tore through space, carrying terrifying power. The horrifying speed of the attack distorted everything around it. The blonde-haired young man's face clearly showed indignation, his eyes sharp and cold as if to freeze everything. He stood firm, his aura soaring. The blonde-haired young man unleashed a powerful sword strike, forming a giant vortex of energy. Brilliant golden light enveloped him, pushing everything back. With eyes burning crimson with rage, the blonde-haired young man charged forward, swinging his sword. A dark red blood-like sword energy tore through the wind, carrying a will to destroy. Two streams of energy clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Blinding light and debris flew everywhere. The force of the explosion pushed the blonde-haired young man back. He slid across the ground, trying to maintain his balance amidst the surging waves of energy. The blonde-haired young man gritted his teeth in endurance, a painful groan escaping him. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his face clearly showing exhaustion and indignation. Fresh blood seeped from the corner of his lips. The blonde-haired young man looked directly at his opponent. He exclaimed, his voice full of surprise, "That strike was incredible. Who are you?" Manhwa appeared, her demeanor cold and proud. She looked directly at her opponent, speaking with a challenging tone. "A lovely assassin dares to ask my name." Manhwa's face remained calm, her deep eyes harboring disdain. She did not flinch at the questioning. The blonde-haired young man was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Blood still stained the corner of his lips. He stammered in recognition. "You are Manhwa?" The blonde-haired young man was about to say more, but Manhwa turned her back, coldly cutting him off. She didn't want to hear anything further. Anger flared within Manhwa. She turned back, her aura overwhelming, threatening. "If you dare to utter another word, I will personally rip out your tongue right now." The blonde-haired young man bowed his head, lost in thought. He suddenly realized, so, our client is the Ami sect. The image of the gray-haired woman appeared in his mind. He regretted not thoroughly investigating the client, simply for fear of crossing the line. I should have known they were involved in this sooner. Amidst the ruins, the blonde-haired young man stood silently. He realized his mistake. My foolish decision has brought this disaster upon us. Guju Yang, his blonde hair standing on end, eyes blazing, swung his crimson sword. He roared, "I am Guju Yang. Even if I die, I won't die alone." Zhonghua, with sharp, cold eyes and long black hair, looked straight ahead. She softly uttered, "Filthy assassin." Zhonghua darted like the wind, her figure moving so fast that she was merely a blur of light, tearing through the air. Guju Yang unleashed furious attacks, crimson killing intent enveloping him, creating explosive energy surges around him. Guju Yang charged with a fierce overhead attack, while Zhonghua swiftly dodged and counterattacked, creating swirling currents of energy around herself. The two adversaries, Guju Yang with a crazed expression and Zhonghua with a resolute gaze, clashed in a merciless battle. Two streams of crimson and silver power collided violently, creating sky-shattering explosions and shaking the ground. Zhonghua secretly assessed. He is merely the leader of a mediocre assassin guild, yet his skills are formidable. Fortunately, I face him in broad daylight. If it were night, I would hardly survive. Guju Yang roared, overwhelming killing intent engulfing him. This guy and his accomplices cannot escape. They must be annihilated. Zhonghua yelled, "Die!" Then unleashed a powerful swirling attack, creating a vortex of energy that swept everything away. Guju Yang was struck by the fatal blow, his body trembled, and the crimson energy around him vanished in an explosion. He was sucked into the terrifying vortex, his figure swaying in midair, unable to resist the overwhelming power. Guju Yang spat blood, his eyes filled with despair. He wondered, "I will die. Is this the end of the blood shadow?" Amidst illusions of blood and ghostly hands, Guju Yang reminisced. He had hidden himself, staining countless souls with blood to strengthen the blood shadow, dreaming of the day he would overpower the ghost sect. His body was tossed amidst the chaotic energy, fragments flying everywhere. He wondered, does that dream end here? In his final moments, Guju Yang still tried to swing his crimson sword, unleashing a desperate, resentful slash. Guju Yang roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. "I, Guju Yang, master of the blood shadow, will survive." He spun around, his crimson sword tearing through the wind, forming a surging white vortex of energy that swept away everything around him. Guju Yang attacked frantically, each sword strike carrying despair and a fierce will to survive, transforming into brilliant crimson rays of light. A terrifying slash tore through the air, carrying destructive power. Guju Yang relentlessly swung his sword, his entire body ablaze with crimson energy, determined not to retreat. Suddenly, he spun around, his eyes full of rage. "How dare someone interfere in this fight?" But it was too late. A figure flashed past like lightning, leaving Guju Yang just enough time to utter a horrified no. A colossal white vortex of energy erupted, engulfing Guju Yang in a destructive maelstrom. Guju Yang's body was sent flying, fresh blood gushing from the fatal wound on his chest, and he collapsed in agony. From above, Zhonghua looked down coldly, the swirling energy still coiling around her, like a goddess of war. Zhonghua turned her head, her eyes sharp and cold, letting out a soft snort of contempt. In the distance, two masked men with white hair cried out in horror, "Master! Master!" At the same time, a group of bald and bearded men aggressively charged forward, relentlessly attacking the masked white-haired men, their shouts echoing. Guju Yang lay slumped amidst the rubble, his entire body covered in blood, only able to weakly groan. He tried to lift his head, his face pale, his eyes despairing. No. Zhonghua stood there, her expression terrifyingly cold. In her mind, the image of the gray-haired woman holding a dagger appeared like a cruel reminder. Zhonghua bowed, greeting a mysterious master with a respectful expression. The sound of metal clashing echoed, an ancient bunch of keys hanging from a mysterious bird-shaped staff. The gray-haired woman appeared, her eyes sharp and cold, questioning Zhonghua for wasting time on this scum. Zhonghua bowed her head in apology, explaining that the opponent's resistance was more persistent than expected. Guju Yang lay slumped, witnessing everything. Guju Yang lifted his head, his face contorted with pain and hatred, trying to utter, "You." Guju Yang collapsed in a pool of blood, calling out Guwa Sate with a voice full of resentment, directed at those who had betrayed him. He roared in a frenzy, questioning, "How dare you do this to me? How dare the M.A. Pai do this to the Blood Shadow? We were only fulfilling your requests." Zhonghua stood motionless, killing intent, swirling into purple blades hovering around her, ready to strike. Guju Yang went mad, screaming, "You are worse than beasts!" He despaired, uttering the word traitors with his last breath. The gray-haired woman, without hesitation, brought her staff down on Gujuyang's head, and purple energy erupted. She coldly looked at the fallen Gujuyang, deeming him delusional, then ordered the remaining enemies to be finished off. A cold sword pierced through the blue-robed man's chest, fresh blood splattering. The blue-robed man clutched his fatal wound, blood gushing, his sword slipping from his hand, and he let out a soft groan. He collapsed, with his last breath, uttering the name Ma-Pai, full of hatred. Looking up at his killer, he whispered about the growing power of the Ma-Pai under Guhua Sate, then asked for his opponent's name. A girl with long black hair, dressed in jade green, stood tall before the kneeling Gujuyang. Her eyes were cold, without a hint of wavering. She looked directly at Gujuyang, her voice ringing out decisively as she introduced herself. "I am Yong Siolan." Gujuyang, in his dying throes, whispered his last words, recalling rumors of a talented disciple of Guhua Sate. "I heard that old Guhua has a disciple, beautiful as a celestial maiden with boundless talent. It must be you." Yong Siolan tilted her head slightly, her eyes devoid of emotion, and replied to the praise, "Those rumors have been greatly exaggerated." Gujuyang collapsed, his clothes stained red with blood. He sneered, bitterly realizing his uselessness. "Ha ha! Decades of assassin training were for nothing. I couldn't even defeat an ordinary disciple of Ami." Gujuyang's body slumped to the floor, his sword flying far away. Yong Siolan stood there, her back exuding a cold, emotionless aura. Yong Siolan's face showed a pensive expression, her deep blue eyes concealing an unfathomable sorrow. Yong Siolan walked, her footsteps echoing in the silent space. Zhanghua and the gray-haired woman in the feathered cloak were already waiting. The gray-haired woman chided, "You're late, little girl. You should know better than to converse with an assassin." Yong Siolan bowed her head and replied, "I apologize, elder sister." Two bald men entered, leading a kneeling prisoner. One of them reported loudly, "We've captured him." The two bald men stood upright, pointing at the prisoner whose face was bowed. "He's the one who brought the new assassins to the area near Blue Palace Mountain." The gray-haired woman held a staff, looking down at the prisoner with sharp, cold eyes, and questioned, "How many assassins did you bring with you?" The prisoner lifted his face, full of resentment, and growled, "What do you want to know for?" The gray-haired woman coldly replied, "You don't need to know. Answer my question." The prisoner insisted. "I don't know," she roared. "You dare lie to me?" The prisoner sneered, his eyes full of defiance. He declared, "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You've done this to us. Do you think I'd willingly provide our information?" The gray-haired woman sneered, her eyes flashing with an eerie purple light. Dark energy flared around her hand, ready to strike. "Well, you're quite stubborn for a filthy assassin." Dark energy from the gray-haired woman tightened around the captured black-haired man's neck. He strained, his face contorted in extreme pain. A brutal punishment was unfolding. Dark power swirled around the prisoner's body, tearing at his flesh. His screams ripped through the air, while the gray-haired woman maintained a cold, cruel smile. The gray-haired woman's eerie purple eyes flashed, and she growled, questioning with brutality. "I asked you how many people there are." Fresh blood gushed from the captured black-haired man's mouth, and he writhed. In extreme agony, he gasped out, 20! 28! Tormented to his very bones, he could only beg for release. His desperate plea echoed, "Kill! Kill me!" The gray-haired woman released her hand, and the captured black-haired man's body collapsed to the ground. She looked disdainful, her eyes full of disgust. The two bald men reported, "Mistress, we have killed 24 people." The gray-haired woman asked, "How many have we killed so far?" The gray-haired woman commanded, her voice full of authority, "So there are 4 more. Ensure all traces of ill omens are eradicated." Thick black smoke billowed from the ruined building in the valley. The order had been given, and an echoing voice replied, "As you wish." The gray-haired woman turned to Yong Siolan and said, "Now, your role is very important to us, Siolan. You know that, don't you?" Yong Siolan replied, "Yes, mistress." She continued, "Once everything is cleared, I will send someone to the Blue Palace clan to set a date. You will purify your mind and body until you are ready for the wedding." Yong Siolan bowed. "Yes." The gray-haired woman gave a sinister smile, her sharp eyes fixed on Yong Siolan. She emphasized, "It's all for the benefit of our sect." Yong Siolan stood there, her blue eyes lifeless, her delicate face showing no emotion, like a stone statue. The scene of a dark forest appeared, with gnarled, dry branches reaching out into the silent night, creating a gloomy atmosphere. A figure glided like the wind, leaping through the foliage and soaring through the air with terrifying speed. Pio Wool gently placed his foot on a tree trunk, almost without a sound. He continued his hidden journey, blending into the forest's darkness. Pio Wool, with long flowing black hair dressed in dark clothes, observed a courtyard from above. Many guards in yellow robes, holding spears, patrolled under torchlight, creating a tense scene. Pio Wool, his face clearly tense, realized all exits were blocked. He muttered to himself, "They're guarding every possible exit. In that case, I'll have to infiltrate from within." Pio Wool's eyes flashed a brilliant red, his pupils contracting like snake slits, showing extreme determination and a terrifying hidden power. Pio Wool looked down at the guarded area, his face pensive. He understood the enemy's intentions. "I see." Pio Wool's eyes blazed fiercely, and he made up his mind. "They want us to die as the common enemy of everyone in this land. Fine. I will make that a reality. I will become the enemy of all." Dawn broke over the majestic limestone mountains, the sky shifting from charcoal purple to brilliant orange-pink, signaling the start of a new day. A black-haired teenager with his hair tied in a topknot, carrying a cloth bag, stepped out of a traditional house, preparing to set off. Two men in yellow robes stood talking to the teenager. One asked, "Going to gather herbs again today?" The teenager replied, "Yes." The other wondered, "But you already went yesterday." The young man smiled and explained, "No one knows what will happen. They say it's best to stock up as much as possible." The man in yellow nodded in agreement. The young man stepped down the stairs, confidently saying, "I'm sure nothing will happen to me, but things have been quite difficult lately, so always be vigilant." Who would dare harm a member of the Blue Palace clan? The young man ventured deep into the dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating ethereal streaks of light on the path. A small bird perched on a branch, then suddenly flapped its wings and flew away, breaking the silence of the forest. The young man stopped, looked around, and pondered his next direction. Let's see. He decided, I should check the nearest temple first. Just then, a colossal dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Pio Wool, with blazing red eyes and a cold expression, swooped down from above, like a dark phantom engulfing the young man. Pio Wool grabbed the young man from behind, a chillingly sharp dagger pressed against his neck. The young man cried out in pain, his face contorted with fear. Ugh! A horrified scream burst from Dojin's throat as the cold blade pressed close. Pio Wool held Dojin tightly, the young man's body trembling. He stammered in panic. "W.E.B.U., who are you?" A sharp blade tore through the air, fresh blood splattering as Pio Wool swung his dagger, slashing Dojin's leg. Dojin was in extreme pain, his face twisted, his desperate cries tearing through the night. Tears streaming down his face, Dojin whispered, "Who is it? Who dares to do this in our mountains?" Pio Wool's blazing red eyes flashed with cruelty, like the phantom of death enveloping the wretched young man. Pio Wool asked coldly, "Are you a disciple of the Blue Palace clan? If so, nod." Dojin nodded frantically, extreme fear evident on his tear-streaked face. Pio Wool released Dojin, but a chilling warning rang out. "I will let you go. Answer my questions. Don't be foolish and do anything stupid. I can slit your throat faster than anything you plan to do." Dojin collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and groaning in pain, blood still gushing from the wound. Pio Wool continued to interrogate. "What is your name?" Dojin trembled and replied, "Dojin." "Your rank?" "I am a third-rank disciple of the Blue Palace clan." Pio Wool's gaze turned icy, and he asked directly, "Who is Wu Gunsang?" Dojin was utterly terrified, stammering in reply, What? Are you talking about the esteemed Wu Gunsang of the Blue Palace clan?" Pio Wool merely sneered, repeating, "Esteemed?" His eyes held contempt. Dojin began to recount Wu Gunsang's story. "He is the strongest, most talented warrior the Blue Palace clan has ever had. Wu Gunsang mastered most secret arts and reached a state of perfection at a young age. Even the elders paid special attention to nurturing him." In Pio Wool's mind, images of himself and Yi Min appeared. He thought to himself, the rising star of the Blue Palace clan. This is the worst-case scenario. No, I should have anticipated this. We had to train for 7 years because he was too strong. 7 years. Pio Wool held Dojin tightly, who trembled and pleaded. "I've told you everything I know. Please, have mercy." A light touch to the neck. Fate was sealed. Dojin realized in horror, his body stiff. "No, my body. I can't move." Extreme fear enveloped him. Dark crimson energy emanated from Pio Wall, engulfing the space. Dojin desperately thought to himself, I have to escape from here at all costs. The gruesome sound of bones shattering echoed, staining the air red. Dojin was utterly terrified. What is he doing? Pio Wool manipulated him coldly, Dojin's body twisting in agony. A cruel and chilling sight. Pio Wool's eyes were as cold as ice, pupils constricted, harboring a terrifying power. Pio Wool's face became clear, his emotionless eyes staring straight into the void. Dojin stared at Pio Wool in shock. His face now. His own. That's me? Pio Wool squatted, explaining the plan. This face is a bit distorted if you look closely, but at a glance, no one will notice. Dojin collapsed to the ground, utterly horrified. What? He couldn't believe his eyes. Darkness enveloped Pio Wool, his eyes blazing red like hellfire. Dojin trembled. What is he going to do? Could it be? The grand gate stood imposing, 2 guards standing solemnly under the clear blue sky. A guard saw Dojin and asked in surprise, Huh? Dojin, why are you back already? Dojin hurried past, replying, I forgot something. The guard grumbled, Good heavens, don't be so slow. Dojin continued walking, and the guard reminded him, You have to take care of yourself. He replied, I know. Dojin's footsteps lightly crossed the threshold, moving inside. Dojin stepped onto the wide road leading to the ancient architectural complex, where bustling crowds created the lively scene of a prosperous town. Dojin's simple attire, a gray shirt and black belt, blended into the crowd. An ordinary appearance, completely unremarkable. The black-haired youth continued to walk, passing by chattering passers-by. No one noticed his presence. Amidst the noisy crowd, Dojin silently pressed on. Unfamiliar faces passed by, laughing and talking carefree, without the slightest suspicion. 2 men burst into laughter, their voices echoing through the streets. An ordinary moment, yet it harbored an ominous premonition. Suddenly, invisible dark purple threads tightly wrapped around Dojin's legs, constricting like shackles. A mysterious force was controlling him. The crowd continued to laugh and talk carefree, completely unaware of Dojin's internal struggle. He was being manipulated, dragged into a dark abyss. The ghostly threads quickly enveloped Dojin's entire body, tightening around every muscle fiber, every blood vessel. He was completely controlled. Dojin collapsed, his body submerged in thick darkness. The surrounding scenery distorted, like a nightmare descending upon him. A clear blue sky and lush green canopies appeared. A sudden transition, escaping the gloomy space from before. Dojin continued to walk on the stone path, leading into a dark bamboo forest. His steps were now heavy and lifeless. Dojin's feet glided across the ground, no longer natural. He was like a puppet, controlled by an invisible force. Dojin looked up, his eyes empty and lifeless. His gentle face was now transformed, devoid of any emotion. He stood amidst the hazy space, a voice echoing in his mind. Dojin stood before an old gate, with 3 large characters inscribed on it. The cold voice continued, Wu Gunsang's residence. Behind Dojin, Pio Wool appeared like a ghost. His eyes glowed crimson, cold, as if he had achieved his goal. Curved, tiled roofs soared towards the deep blue sky, dotted with tiny specks of dust like stars. A strangely peaceful scene. The entire main residence of the Blue Palace clan appeared majestic, with ancient architecture and distinctive blue-tiled roofs, stretching out under the gentle sunlight. Before the large gate of the residence, 2 guards in yellow attire stood solemnly, their vigilant eyes sweeping every corner. Inside a formal room, 7 elders gathered around a long table. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, signaling a serious matter. Wuling Genren, the leader of the Blue Palace clan with his silvery hair, asked, his eyes filled with worry, Have things outside settled down? Wu Jingping replied to the leader, his tone firm. They have almost completed the hunt for the assassins. Wuling Genren frowned, his face full of doubt. Those weak assassins dared to target us? Do you think this is reasonable? Wu Jingping immediately affirmed. Of course not. This is very likely someone's conspiracy. Wu Jingping, the deputy leader of the Blue Palace clan, with a sharp face and resolute eyes, displayed decisiveness and experience. Wuling Zhenren asked who was behind it. Wu Jingping replied that there wasn't enough information yet, but disciples had been dispatched to investigate. Wuling Zhenren was satisfied. Just as I expected of you, Wu Jingping. The entire room echoed with a stern, indignant declaration. No matter who it is, this cannot be forgiven. Wu Jinren, the clan's #1 swordsman, with a resolute expression, spoke up. Our clan stands at an important crossroads. We must investigate thoroughly to ensure this does not happen again. Wu Jingping looked at Wu Jinren, his eyes firmly replying, Don't worry. It will be done, brother. A dark moment, when the entire land stood on the brink of collapse into the hands of evil spirits. A terrifying calamity loomed. In that perilous moment, countless forces opened their doors, embarking on a fierce war, determined to fight against the threat of annihilation. However, the Blue Palace clan and the Imai sect could not participate. Although considered one of the strongest forces in Sichuan, their prestige still lagged far behind other sects. Wuling Zhenren sat majestically, his eyes full of contemplation. He affirmed, "If we want to catch up with them, we cannot let this incident hold us back. We must be prepared." Wu Jingping bowed in response to Wuling Zhenren, his face confident. "Don't worry. If our plan succeeds, we will catch up to them within a decade." Wuching Zhenren slammed the table, his eyes full of passion. "I trust you, brother. I am truly relieved to have you by my side." Wu Jingping humbly replied to Wuching Zhenren, "You flatter me, brother." Wuching Zhenren praised his son. "I am certain your son is so talented. It is because you are a great role model." Wuching Zhenren asked about Wu Gunsong. "So, how is Gunsong doing?" Wu Jingping replied, his voice a little pensive. "He hasn't appeared in public recently." Wu Jingping looked down, his face thoughtful. He continued to speak about Wu Gunsang. Wu Jingping explained, "He has confined himself to his room to train, to atone for his mistakes." An image of Wu Gunsang meditating, surrounded by qi. Wu Gunsang meditated, his long black hair flowing down, a powerful aura emanating around him. Wu Gunsang raised his head, his eyes hidden behind his long hair, his face stern. His aura filled the room. Wu Gunsang sat in the middle of the room, countless swords stuck in the ground around him. His internal energy was so powerful it made the air tremble. The scene shifted outside. An ancient building stood majestically under the brilliant morning sun, with rolling mountains in the distance. Wu Jinping bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. "I apologize for not raising my son properly." Wu Qing Zhenren reassured Wu Jingping, "It's all right. At that age, it's understandable. Children will be children." Wu Ling Zhenren ended the discussion. "That matter has been resolved. You don't need to apologize anymore." Wu Jingping assured him, "I will ensure he makes no more mistakes." Wu Ling Zhenren nodded. "Indeed, that's all we need." Wu Qing Zhenren looked into the distance, his gaze resolute, no matter what outsiders say. A sharp sword strike tore through the air, demonstrating Wu Qing Zhenren's determination and power. Another sword strike ripped through the air, carrying terrifying power. Amidst the swirling sword energy, Wu Gunsang stood firm. His talent was real, beyond a doubt. A moss-green robed sect member mused, "If we train him well, he won't be inferior to any young master of the three great clans." Nods of agreement resounded, showing consensus on Wu Gunsang's potential. The entire hall was united, believing in the sect's bright future. Suddenly, Wu Ling Zhenren spoke, shifting the conversation to another matter. Wu Ling Zhenren asked a member, "I heard you accepted a marriage proposal from the Ami sect." The moss-green robed sect member seemed surprised, then replied, "Oh, yes, that's right." Wu Ling Zhenren pondered, thinking an alliance with Ami wasn't a bad option, then asked, "And the bride is Guwa Sate's youngest disciple?" It was rumored that she possessed both beauty and wisdom, making her a worthy match for Wu Gunsang. But the moss-green robed sect member still had some reservations, his eyes full of thought. Wu Ling Zhenren asked directly, "Because of Guwa Sate?" The moss-green robed member nodded in confirmation. Ami's Guwa Sate yearns to surpass Qinggong. The moss-green robed member worried, "If Wu Gunsang marries her disciple, we could be swallowed whole. That's why I refused." Wu Ling Zhenren sighed, accepting the reality. There's no other way. Opposing them in this small Sichuan is unwise. Wu Gunsang is Qinggong's only hope. Protect him. The moss-green robed member bowed his head, promising to follow the instructions. Dojin stood before a large gate, behind which a temple was hidden amidst lush green trees. The morning light shone, creating a scene both peaceful and mysterious. Dojin looked up at the ancient tiled roof, thinking to himself, "This is the Lucent Moon Chamber. It's my first time here, but everything feels as familiar as an underground cellar." The main gate was tightly shut, without a single gap. Dojin turned his back, walking along the bamboo-shaded path, determined. "The front gate is closed, but that won't stop me from getting in." With a powerful leap, Dojin clung to the tiled roof, his movements as light as the wind, swiftly climbing higher. Dojin climbed up, his face showing clear doubt. He wondered, did Brother Wu bring women in again? As soon as he reached the rooftop, Dojin lay flat, unexpectedly discovering two men in yellow robes chatting. One yellow-robed man said, "He's using the excuse of secluded cultivation to sleep with more women." The other quickly gestured for silence. "Shh, Be quiet, the other yellow-robed man continued, curious. Who is it this time? A disciple from our branch? The first man frowned, reminding him, Hey, I told you to shut up. It's best to be careful with your words, or the elders will get angry. Dojin listened, his gaze sharp. He thought, he's sleeping with women? Qinggong is based on Taoist philosophy. Sleeping with someone within the temple grounds must be absolutely forbidden. The two yellow-robed men looked at each other, then decided to leave. All right, that's enough. Let's go. The rooftop was now silent, with only the lush green bamboo rustling in the wind. Like a tranquil painting, Dojin remained on the rooftop, his gaze distant, muttering to himself. There are always those who stand out. Night fell, the sky sparkling with stars, adorning the tranquil space. The house was hidden in darkness, with only the faint moonlight shining, creating a mysterious aura. Under the moonlight, Pio Wol stood there, his eyes burning red like fire, his face cold and full of killing intent. He had arrived. Pio Wol darted like a ghost, tearing through the silent night, heading straight for his designated target. His footsteps were as light as a feather, without a sound, landing on the cold-tiled floor of the secret room. Pio Wol entered a vast space, the dim light barely enough to illuminate the simple architectural line. His eyes quickly scanned the room, thoughts clearly visible on his cold face. Not a soul, yet no one is left either. He continued to examine, his gaze sharp and cold. There's no upper floor. In that case, there's only one possibility. Pio Wol strode down the silent corridor, each step imbued with heightened vigilance. A sturdy window appeared, blocking all exits, further solidifying his suspicions. He entered another room, where numerous swords stood upright on the floor, creating a strange sight. Amidst the sea of swords, a lone corpse lay on a mat, eerily silent. Pio Wol saw a burly white-haired man tightly embracing a black-haired woman, both motionless. The white-haired man's face was clear, his eyes tightly shut, as if he had fallen into an eternal sleep. Pio Wol stared at them, his eyes blazing red like fire, his hand slightly raised, emotions surging. He recognized the man. That's Wu Gunsong. Pio Wol knelt, his gaze never leaving the two bodies. I would recognize him even from afar. Pio Wol's face hardened, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury and determination, a storm of emotions raging within him. Pio Wol realized the killer possessed power far exceeding Master Blood Shadow, a completely different realm. Nevertheless, he was still human. And as long as one is human, anyone will die when attacked at their vital points. A noose hung suspended, signaling a tragic end. Pio Wol looked up, his eyes hardening, as if reliving the horrifying moment. The scene unfolded. Wu Gunsong lay motionless, the noose tightened around his neck. Beside him, the black-haired girl. Pio Wol swallowed hard, anger and determination blazing in his eyes. The noose slid down, tightening further, sealing Wu Gunsang's fate. A dazzling light erupted, as if time reversed, bringing Wu Gunsang and the black-haired girl back to that fateful moment. Pio Wol's face contorted in extreme rage. He could not accept this sight. In the illusion, Pio Wol violently tugged the rope, trying to prevent the tragedy. Wu Gunsang screamed in pain. The black-haired girl exclaimed in horror, "Wu?" A powerful force flung Wu Gunsang towards the ceiling, breaking the structure. As the black-haired girl shrieked, Wu Gunsang roared, swinging the noose in desperation. The rope snapped. Wu Gunsang growled, his eyes full of hatred. Wu Gunsang landed on the floor, his body heavy, the black-haired girl standing beside him, watching. In a dim space, two figures faced each other. One, white-haired, radiated an aura, while the other was hidden in shadow. The white-haired girl, Yi Min, turned her head to look into the distance, golden light enveloping her body like armor. Amidst the rubble, Yi Min knelt, her sharp gaze fixed on her opponent. She asked, "Who are you?" Pio Wol's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, preparing for a swift attack. Pio Wol swung his two blades high, his long black hair flying wildly, his eyes blazing with determination to fight. With terrifying speed, Pio Wol lunged towards Yi Min, leaving a blur in his wake. Pio Wol unleashed a powerful attack, his blade flashing like lightning, aimed directly at Yi Min. Yi Min calmly raised two fingers, which glowed brightly. Ready to counter the sword strike, Pio Wol's blade clashed against Yi Min's glowing fingers, creating a deafening clang. Pio Wol's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing red as if wanting to incinerate everything. Their eyes met, Pio Wol and Yi Min facing each other at extremely close range. The atmosphere taut. Pio Wol was forcefully pushed back, flying backward, while Yi Min remained steadfast amidst the impact. Pio Wol was still suspended in mid-air. Yi Min advanced, his eyes firm and full of determination. Pio Wol's eyes blazed with extreme fury, his face filled with hatred. Yi-min unleashed a powerful attack. A crescent-shaped blade of radiant energy shot straight towards Pio-wol. Pio-wol was sent flying, his body shaking violently as he fell, his face contorted with pain and rage. Pio-wol growled, his face contorted with rage and pain. He could not accept being pushed to the brink. An invisible roar echoed, and a fierce will to survive blazed in his bloodshot eyes. In an explosive memory, Yi-min, with a mysterious smile, delivered a fatal blow. A dazzling stream of energy from his hand shot straight towards Pio-wol, swift as a blade, tearing through the air. Pio-wol braced himself amidst a storm of sword chi. The relentless, tempestuous attacks sparked around the black-haired young man's figure. His face was extremely tense. Every moment was a life-or-death struggle. Pio-wol gnashed his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He felt his spirit on the verge of collapse, just from trying to defend against an opponent who was only using his bare hands. Helplessness and rage surged, and a pained growl escaped his throat. Pio-wol gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't let himself be cornered. I can't let him corner me like this. I have to escape at all costs. In that life-or-death moment, Pio-wol glided like a ghost. The enemy's dagger struck the wooden floor, creating a piercing sound. He dodged consecutive attacks, each movement lightning fast and full of vigilance. Pio-wol dodged, evading his opponent's tempestuous dive. Sharp sword chi whistled past, and the battle between the two grew even fiercer, relentless. Amidst the hazy illusion, Yi-min's sharp eyes pierced through, his fingers subtly lifted as if controlling fate, or perhaps just a final gesture before vanishing into nothingness. In contrast to Pio-wol's agony, Yi-min remained calm, his blue eyes cold. He subtly smirked, a throwing dart in his hand, and uttered a dismissive assessment. Not bad. You've got some tricks up your sleeve. Yi-min gave a cold smile, the sharp knife in his hand, reflecting the dim light. Who sent you here? He questioned. Pio-wol's breathing grew heavy, his gasps tearing through the silence. Two sharp blades grazed his face by a hair's breadth. Despite his exhaustion, he steadfastly maintained his defense, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Yi-min's smile widened, revealing a chilling amusement. He spoke, his tone full of insinuation. Oh, let me guess. Yi-min's face contorted in extreme rage, his eyes wide as if to tear through the night. The curved blade in his hand was stained with blood, enveloped by dark, ominous chi. Did that bastard's father send you? A growl echoed, filled with deep hatred. Yi-min's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Pio-wol's eyes widened, his rage erupting fiercely. Cold sweat broke out, and he growled each word, questioning his opponent. Bastard! In the illusion, Wu Gunsong recalled his glorious past. Learning martial arts was astonishingly easy. Faint figures echoed praises, hailing Wu Gunsong as a martial arts genius. You are the best, Wu Gunsong. Despite the adulation, Wu Gunsong remained indifferent, for he found no joy in things that were too easy. A brown-haired girl appeared, admiring him. Wu, you're amazing. But he still maintained an indifferent expression. Wu Gunsang's face revealed his boredom, his eyes empty before the insipid praises. Then another brown-haired girl, Yi-min, appeared with a radiant smile, like a ray of light that captured Wu Gunsang's gaze. It was for this reason that Wu Gunsong fell into the arms of countless beauties, seeking something to fill the void. One night, in a drunken stupor, Wu Gunsong stumbled through a dark alley, his choked sobs breaking the silent night. Amidst his drunkenness, he met a black-haired girl. But that girl, Wu Gunsong faced the black-haired girl, his eyes a mix of curiosity and an ominous premonition. The black-haired girl's face was calm, but in Wu Gunsong's mind, that encounter was a fateful mistake. Wu Gunsong realized with a shock that moment had changed everything. An irreparable mistake. Pio-wol's figure appeared, like an accusation. Wu Gunsong tried to justify himself. It was just a mistake I made while drunk. Wu Gunsong admitted his mistake, but his eyes were still full of defiance and dissatisfaction. He held his sword, denying responsibility. But how is it my fault when she chose to end her own life? Hung upside down in the illusion, Wu Gunsong wearily complained about the punishment. I'm tired. I'm sick of this. Wu Gunsong in the illusion furiously unleashed energy, creating a fierce whirlwind that engulfed the space. He swung his sword, his bloodshot eyes screaming. Did that bitch's father send you? That bitch ended her own life to trap me here, and now her father sent you to kill me? Pio-wol in the illusion frowned, pondering Wu Gunsong's hateful words. Bitch? Who is he talking about? Wu Gunsong continued to ascend, his power surging, transforming into a ceaselessly swirling storm of energy. Pio dodged, clearly sensing the danger. His power is truly astonishing. The black-haired young man was tense. Each surge of energy from Wu Gunsang carried killing intent. Every stream of energy he unleashes is sharp and full of menace. Wu Gunsang now resembled an entity formed from thousands of sharp blades, enveloping his body. He stared straight ahead, his eyes wide and crazed, ready to devour everything. Pio gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination, preparing to face the wrath. Pio charged forward, directly confronting Wu Gunsang, who was descending like an arrow. "He's coming!" The two figures collided, their terrifying speed tearing through the air, creating a dazzling spectacle. The clang of metal echoed, and Pio had to use all his strength to parry Wu Gunsang's sword strike. Pio was knocked into the air, his body spinning amidst chaotic energy currents. Countless illusions of Pio appeared, but Wu Gunsang relentlessly attacked, tearing apart each figure. An illusion of Pio was struck hard in the abdomen by Wu Gunsang, causing its body to seemingly shatter. The real Pio fell to the ground, writhing in pain, the battle within the illusion growing fiercer. In the illusion, Wu Gunsang sneered, looking contemptuously at the one writhing at his feet. "How annoying. You just squirm like an insect." Pio illusion lay struggling, his eyes burning red with hatred, his body seemingly torn apart. Wu Gunsang in the illusion stood coldly above, invisible blades shimmering, poised to finish off his opponent. The blades swept past Pio's illusion, swirling around before returning to Wu Gunsang's hand, like a dance of death. Wu Gunsang in the illusion growled, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Enough games! Die!" Suddenly, Pio's illusion surged up, charging forward like an arrow, tearing through the surrounding space. From a distance, Pio's illusion leaped, his figure like a phantom streaking towards Wu Gunsang. Wu Gunsang in the illusion frowned, showing annoyance at the unexpected counterattack. Pio's illusion charged down, hand gripping the blade tightly, eyes burning with determination. A hand tightened its grip on the sword hilt, preparing for the decisive attack. The blade flew out, tearing through the wind and shooting straight towards Wu Gunsang's illusion with terrifying speed. Wu Gunsang's illusion swiftly parried the incoming blade, creating a deafening clang. Pio's illusion stood amidst countless blades plunged deep into the floor, like a battlefield of his own. Pio's illusion launched a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, each sword strike carrying destructive power. Wu Gunsang's illusion slipped aside, narrowly evading Pio's fatal sword strike. Wu Gunsang's illusion retreated, a sword falling to the floor, his gaze following Pio in the distance. In the illusion, Wu Gunsang stood bare-shouldered, his sword fallen at his feet, his eyes cold. He stood there, a phantom of himself, ready to face anything. Pio, his eyes burning fiery red, growled. He knew this move wouldn't easily deceive his opponent, but there was no other way. "I have no other choice. I must keep trying until I can break through his defense." Pio charged forward fiercely, his two short swords brandished, determined to shatter the defensive wall. Pio lunged down, unleashing lightning-fast sword strikes, relentless as a storm. Each strike tore through the air, aimed directly at Wu Gunsang's illusion. Wu Gunsang's illusion dodged Pio's overhead attack, his movements as agile as a ghost, narrowly escaping the blade. In the illusion, Wu Gunsang swung his sword, creating surges of power like water waves. His sword glided, drawing graceful yet deadly curves. Wu Gunsang's illusion focused intently, his cold eyes staring straight ahead. He reached out, as if to grasp the very space around him, preparing for the next strike. Bigong BG. Qi Shi Erjanba. Wu Gunsang's illusion stood amidst surging azure sword waves, the technique powerful enough to devour everything. Wu Gunsang's illusion spun amidst the sword waves, his movements light yet concealing terrifying power. Each movement created sharp water vortices. Pio stood firm amidst the surging sword waves, his gaze resolute as he faced the terrifying power from Wu Gunsang's illusion. Amidst the sea of sword waves, Pio and Wu Gunsang's illusion confronted each other. A merciless battle where past and present intertwined within the illusion. Pio gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face. He was pouring all his strength into maintaining the illusion and dealing with Wu Gunsang's furious resistance. Wu Gunsang's illusion leapt high into the air, his movements as light as a swallow. He prepared to unleash a fatal aerial strike, piercing through all defenses. With sharp and resolute eyes, Wu Gunsang's illusion swung his sword, creating a dazzling sword arc. He showed no mercy, attacking as if to tear his opponent apart. Suddenly, a black-haired woman appeared in the illusion, causing Pio in the background to erupt in fury. This was a strike at his deepest weakness. Wu Gunsang, trapped in the illusion, roared in anger. How dare you use such a dirty trick? He could not accept this cruel reality. In the illusion, a colossal water vortex rose, engulfing the space. Pio Wool's silhouette appeared at the eye of the storm, eerily calm. Two Pio Wool illusions charged forward, tearing through the swirling water. They roared, carrying furious wrath, ready to devour anything in their path. Wu Gunsang's illusion counterattacked fiercely. He swung his sword, slashing directly at one of Pio Wool's illusions, roaring, "Die!" Wu Gunsang's eyes burned with hatred, bloodshot, like crimson. Utter fury blazed in those eyes, reflecting past pain. Suddenly, the illusion shifted scenes. 3 masked figures stood before an ancient book, a voice echoed. "At least 3 of you must master this technique." A brown-haired woman, her face astonished, exclaimed, "You willingly became a sacrifice?" The black-haired, red-eyed woman, holding the book, smiled mysteriously. She replied, "It's too early to say who will be the hunter and who will be the prey." The illusion returned to the battle. Wu Gunsang and Pio Wool confronted each other, sword chi clashing and sparking amidst the swirling water, creating a scene of destruction. Wu Gunsang was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He muttered in disbelief, "How could someone like you?" He attacked frantically, but Pio Wool continued to dodge. Wu Gunsang roared, "Impossible! This is impossible!" The battle within the illusion grew increasingly fierce. The 2 figures clashed, swordlight tearing through space, each strike carrying terrifying power. Wu Gunsang screamed in despair, "How can someone like you block my attack? This is the secret art of the Qinggong sect. Qi Shi Er Jan Ba." Pio Wool replied coldly, his eyes resolute. He said, "You ask, how? I learned everything I could to survive, because the only other option was death." Pio Wool charged forward, dodging Wu Gunsang's attack. He declared, "I may not have reached your level, but I know your weaknesses and openings." Pio Wool unleashed Shinsu, creating countless illusions of himself. They surrounded Wu Gunsang, each illusion carrying a chilling, killing intent. One Pio Wool illusion charged forward, eyes burning fiery red. He swung his sword, ready to deliver the finishing blow, his face filled with extreme determination. In the illusion, Pio Wool, with blood-red eyes, swung his cold, sharp sword. He was the embodiment of vengeance, a ghost from the past demanding a life. Wu Gunsang was surrounded by countless illusions of Pio Wool, each figure radiating immense killing intent. He frantically swung his sword, trying to break through the deadly encirclement. Another illusion of Pio Wool suddenly appeared behind Wu Gunsang. He spun around, his eyes wide with horror as the cold blade was already pressed against him. The bloodshot eyes of Pio Wool's illusion gleamed with cruelty. He had found the weakness, the enemy's moment of vulnerability. "I found it." Without a moment's hesitation, Pio Wool's illusion lunged forward. His blade pierced straight into Wu Gunsang's body, giving the enemy no chance to resist. Fresh blood gushed from Wu Gunsang's back, staining his light gray robes red. The fatal stab had torn through his last line of defense. Wu Gunsang coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with hatred and disbelief. He whispered in pain, "How could you?" Pio Wool's illusionary blade pierced through Wu Gunsang, carrying pain and despair. His enemy had completely fallen. Wu Gunsang's body collapsed, motionless. The blade remained deeply embedded, a grim reminder of the price of the past. In reality, Pio Wool gasped heavily. His head bowed. The illusion had completed its task, but the price for him was utter exhaustion. Pio Wool's hands were covered in blood, trembling incessantly. Was it Wu Gunsang's blood, or the wounds tormenting his own body? Pio Wool struggled to stand upright, each breath heavy. His dark robes were stained with blood, evidence of the fierce battle he had just fought. Blood streamed from the corners of Pio Wool's eyes, his blood-red gaze still shining with terrifying resolve. Though exhausted, his will for revenge remained unshaken. The scene shifted, bringing us to a majestic mountain range, shrouded in mist. The clang of metal echoed, signaling a new battle about to erupt. The clash of weapons grew clearer. A small village appeared in the valley, where figures were rushing into a merciless battle. The entire town was plunged into chaos. The clang of swords and screams tore through the air. A great battle was raging, staining the sky red. The clash of weapons echoed, figures gliding through the hazy mist. An alarm bell rang out, shattering the silence like a warning of impending disaster. Amidst the sunset, an ancient building appeared, where warriors stood guard, ready to face danger. Blood stained the white cloth, a chilling sight in the empty room, signaling a tragedy that had just occurred. The blood-soaked cloth covered a form, evoking extreme pain and loss. Heart-wrenching cries rang out. The young Wu Gunsong knelt, painfully calling the name of the deceased. Gunsong. Two stern men stood silently. Wu Gunsong embraced the cold body. His sobs choked. He cried out, "How? How could this happen?" The silver-haired man looked up at the sky, his voice heavy with questioning. "Great Lord in heaven, why do you test us with such a calamity?" Wu Gunsong remained bowed, tears streaming endlessly, his trembling hand caressing the face of the departed. The silver-haired man looked at his companion, his gaze firm, urging, "Brother, speak, brother." The silver-haired man uttered cruel words, his eyes resolute. "We must eliminate that girl." In the dark room, a black-haired girl sat huddled, tears streaming down her distraught face. The brown-haired man questioned, "What do you mean? She is a disciple of our sect. Why must we eliminate her?" The silver-haired man replied, "Gunsong's honor is at stake." The tragic scene repeated. The silver-haired man explained, "If others learn that Gunsang accepted a female disciple during his secluded cultivation, Gunsang's honor will plummet to an uncontrollable extent." The silver-haired man added, his eyes filled with worry, "And so will our honor." A growl echoed, a desperate cry, "Brother!" Two figures clashed in a fierce battle, shaking the space. The silver-haired man and the brown-haired man looked at each other, their eyes burning with tension. The brown-haired man spoke, his voice resolute. "The wheel has begun to turn." The silver-haired man, with a stern expression and thoughtful eyes, said, "Now that Gunsang is dead, our honor will crumble and shatter. That is, if we do nothing." The two men stood facing each other, the atmosphere heavy. Another scene appeared. The silver-haired man said, "Someone sent assassins. Whoever they are, they all want to destroy the honor of Gunsang and the Blue Palace clan. That is why we must stop it at all costs." The silver-haired man nodded slightly, his gaze firm. The brown-haired man roared, vehemently protesting, "Brother, that's not right. The sect's honor may be important, but it cannot be more important than a person's life," he continued, his face full of indignation. "Moreover, she is a disciple of our own sect." The black-haired girl huddled, tears streaming down her dazed face in the darkness. The brown-haired man looked directly at everyone, questioning, "Do all of you agree with that?" The silver-haired man looked down, his voice full of bitterness. "Like this, we will never catch up to Shaolin or Wudang. Our incompetence will hasten our demise, and we will become another powerless sect." Three other men stood behind, their faces tense and full of worry. The silver-haired man closed his eyes, his face filled with anguish and torment. A masked figure in a gray cloak, holding a blood-stained sword, took heavy steps across the floor. The black-haired girl still huddled, tears streaming, as the masked figure's shadow stretched long on the wall, engulfing her. The masked figure stood directly in front of the girl, the sword blade still stained with blood, a horrifying sight. In the illusion, the silver-haired man looked directly at young Wu Gunsong, his gaze stern. "You are a disciple of my sect, do you understand?" The young black-haired girl huddled, her choked sobs tearing through the air. The silver-haired man's glowing red sword pointed straight, his cold questioning echoing, "Why are you alive? You should have sacrificed your life to save him." Tears streaming like rain, the black-haired girl desperately begged for forgiveness. Amidst the blood-stained scene, a fatal stab rang out. Three men stood there, their eyes etched with cruelty and pain. The masked figure stood towering over the girl's corpse. Blood splattered. The silver-haired man witnessed it, crying out in pain. "Brother Wu!" Young Wu Gunsong spun around, his eyes full of resentment as he questioned the silver-haired man. "Why did you do that?" The silver-haired man bowed his head, tears rolling down, his voice full of helplessness. "Did you have a better plan?" Young Wu Gunsang stood silently, his long silver hair falling loose, the weight of the decision pressing on his shoulder. The silver-haired man cried out in agony. "Gunsong is not just the hope of Qinggong, he is everything to me. As a father, I cannot watch his honor be destroyed." The silver-haired man knelt, pleading, "You can curse me, insult me as a coward, but I will do everything to protect my child." The heavy gasps faded. A lone bird soared across the deep blue sky. The scene shifted, revealing a peaceful, ancient manor, a clear blue lake reflecting the sky and cloud. The current Wu Gunsong sat in contemplation, his eyes intently reading an ancient book. In the room, Wu Gunsang and other members were listening to shocking news. Unbelievable. Wu Gunsang slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage. "Wu Gunsang was assassinated? How could this happen?" The black-haired girl with her hair tied up anxiously asked Wu Gunsang, who had his back turned, if the news of the assassination was true. Wu Gunsang slammed his hand on the table, a dry thud echoing. He roared, unable to believe the assassin had escaped the Tiandiwang and infiltrated the Qinggong Manor. 3 girls, including the black-haired girl with her hair tied up, the blonde girl, and the black-haired girl in red, stood solemnly listening. Wu Gunsong gritted his teeth, angrily stating that the plan to control Qinggong through marriage was almost successful, but now everything had fallen apart. The black-haired girl with her hair tied up solemnly said that the assassin must be hunted down to protect the sect's secret. Wu Gunsang ordered the black-haired girl with her hair tied up to lead the disciples participating in the Tiandiwang to hunt down the assassin, as Qinggong had requested assistance. The black-haired girl with her hair tied up bowed her head, responding resolutely, promising not to disappoint him. The girl in the blue robe smirked, making a sarcastic remark, asking if the black-haired girl with her hair tied up was happy that the marriage had been cancelled. Wu Gunsong looked at the girl in the blue robe with sharp, scrutinizing eyes. The girl in the blue robe coldly retorted, saying how could she be happy when she had lost her husband? Wu Gunsang's eyes widened, his face contorted with anger, repeating the word husband with disbelief. The girl in the blue robe explained that they were about to get married anyway, which made Wu Gunsong her husband. The 4 girls, including the black-haired girl with her hair tied up, the blonde girl, the black-haired girl in red, and the girl in the blue robe, left the room one by one. Wu Gunsang sat alone, his face immersed in anger and heavy contemplation. The scene shifted to a golden rice field, stretching under a clear blue sky, bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. In the field, a black-haired, short-bearded farmer was bent over working, his face clearly showing surprise. Golden rice fields stretched to the horizon under a clear blue sky. A farmer, wearing a conical hat and carrying a basket on his shoulder, walked leisurely through the vast expanse. He hummed, "Blue sky, white clouds, golden rice fields." The farmer's face was radiant, and he smiled contentedly. He continued to hum, feeling the peace and warmth, abundance for all. Suddenly, 2 sharp, cold spears flashed, cutting through the air and blocking his path. The clanging of metal echoed piercingly. The smile on the farmer's face vanished. 2 guards stood blocking the road, spears raised high, their sharp eyes fixed on Yang Qiu. "Stop!" one guard shouted. Yang Qiu looked bewildered, exclaiming, "Huh?" Yang Qiu turned his head, his face confused. He stammered, What's going on? Is something wrong?" A guard stepped forward, his eyes suspicious. "We are hunting a serious criminal. State your identity." Yang Qiu quickly explained, pointing towards the distant village. "I am Yang Qiu. I live in that village over there. I finished my work and am on my way home." Another guard frowned. "Isn't it a bit early to be heading home?" Yang Qiu scratched his head, forcing a smile. "Well, I've pulled all the weeds, so I finished early today." A guard turned to ask the long-bearded man, the leader of the group, "What should we do with this fellow?" The long-bearded man crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. "Let him go." Yang Qiu bowed repeatedly, gratefully saying, "Thank you, thank you." He hurried past the group of guards. Yang Qiu continued to express his thanks, bowing very low. The long-bearded man watched him, his gaze thoughtful. The leader continued to watch Yang Qiu's retreating figure, a flicker of suspicion passing through his sharp eyes. Suddenly, the leader flinched, his eyes flashing. He unexpectedly shouted, "Stop right there!" The leader pointed at Yang Qiu, questioning, "If you just finished weeding, why is your sickle so spotless?" He continued, his voice full of suspicion. "Your sickle should be covered in grass or sap. There should at least be some traces on your tool." Yang Qiu lowered his head, stammering for an explanation for his spotless sickle. His face clearly showing embarrassment. The guard leader roared, his eyes full of suspicion. "You're too suspicious. You're definitely the assassin Seidei is hunting," he accused Yang Qiu. Without waiting for Yang Qiu's reaction, the guard leader raised a small object, preparing to activate an alarm signal. A gigantic column of white smoke erupted, tearing through the clear blue sky. Yang Qiu looked up in astonishment, while the guards were already ready for battle. Yang Qiu clicked his tongue softly, his face annoyed. Behind him, a shadowy figure with blazing red eyes appeared, harboring intense fury. Immediately, the guard leader gave the order, and the guards rushed at Yang Qiu like predators. Pio Wool's blazing red eyes flashed in the darkness, like hellfire erupting, signaling an impending catastrophe. Amidst the golden fields, dry leaves swirled in the wind, covering the chaotic scene as the guards continued their relentless attack. A hand suddenly appeared, holding a small, smoking object, preparing to activate something dangerous. Once again, a surge of dark energy violently erupted, shaking the entire space and startling the guards. The guard leader asserted, his tone full of certainty. "You pretend to be a farmer, but your sickle has revealed the truth. You are the assassin. Seidei is hunting." Yang Chael unexpectedly broke into a confident smile, his eyes flashing with defiance, as if everything was going according to his plan. The guards attacked simultaneously, but behind Yang Chael, Pio Wol's figure had become clear, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Pio Wol's blazing red eyes flared fiercely, his face appearing and disappearing in the shadows, exuding bone-chilling, killing intent. Amidst the majestic natural scenery, horrifying screams echoed, shattering the peace of this land. A painful groan rang out as the long-bearded guard was slammed to the ground, his heavy body sliding across the dirt. Pio Wol, wearing a conical hat, stood tall under the brilliant sunlight, his blazing red eyes looking down at the defeated foe lying at his feet. The long-bearded guard struggled, but brilliant golden threads tightened around him, distorting his face with pain and rage. Pio Wol coldly manipulated the threads, tightening them around his enemy. The long-bearded guard's pained groans echoed through the air. Pio Wol leaned down, his blazing red eyes hidden behind the brim of his hat, questioning in a cold voice, "Who is this Shi Tai you speak of?" The golden threads tightened further, stretching the long-bearded guard's face taut. He groaned in extreme pain, unable to resist. In a panic, the long-bearded guard blurted out the name of a powerful woman. He revealed, "Juhua Shitai. She is the leader of the Ime sect." Pio Wol clenched his fist, the golden threads around his hand emitting a brilliant light, showing his intense focus and iron will. He continued to interrogate, his voice full of authority. "Juhua Shitai of the Ime sect? You received orders directly from Juhua Shitai?" The long-bearded guard choked and coughed. His testimony revealed a horrifying truth. Juhua Shitai had disbanded all Ma sect disciples and ordered them to hunt down the assassin, assisting the Qinggong sect. Pio Wol was surprised by the Imai sect's unusual loyalty to the Qinggong sect, something unprecedented. The long-bearded guard admitted, "Before, we had nothing to do with each other. That's why I find this strange." In extreme agony, the long-bearded guard still tried to buy time, hoping his comrades who saw the signal would arrive in time to rescue him. Pio Wol listened in silence, his eyes as sharp as ice, harboring a storm waiting to erupt in his mind. He pieced together all the clues. Someone who knew Wu Gun's song, felt inferior, possessed great influence and resources, and had a base in Sichuan. Pio Wol realized who was behind it all. A piercing scream tore through the air, and the guards frantically rushed off, chasing a mysterious figure. "The assassin is over there." Pio Wol stood there, amidst the fallen guards' bodies. He had caught his target, a golden arrow deeply embedded in the chief guard, pinning him to his death. The chief guard laughed maniacally, challenging Pio Wol. His eyes glowed red, anger flaring, but he still held his prey tightly. "You will die here, once my allies find you." The chief guard gasped out pleas. But Pio Wol remained unmoved. The rope tightened, cutting off his entreaties with a gruesome hiss. "If you want to live, let me go." Pio Wol raised his hand, blood-red threads swirling around, forming a deadly net. He was the embodiment of revenge, cold and ruthless. In his delirium, the chief guard saw Pio Wol's rampage again. He had once declared he would drag everyone to hell with him. "Even if I die, I won't go to hell alone." Time passed. The mountain still stood tall, but somewhere, a new conspiracy was slowly forming, hidden in the silence. In a vast encampment, patrolling soldiers bustled about. This was the center of a powerful force, awaiting orders. A bald man bowed and reported. News that the assassin had escaped the Qingyang soldiers' encirclement made the atmosphere tense. "An assassin has escaped the Qingyang soldiers." The woman with her black hair tied in a high bun sat there, her eyes sharp, her face stern. This news clearly did not please her. She spoke, her voice calm but full of authority. The assassin was growing stronger, becoming a threat that could not be underestimated. "The assassin is getting stronger." She pondered, the image of the assassin with red threads appearing in her mind. Someone will stand out from the crowd, but who will be the one in the group? She gave the order, her voice decisive. All soldiers would be mobilized to hunt down the assassin. The bald man bowed in compliance. "All soldiers will pursue the assassin." "Understood." But then, she unexpectedly changed her mind. A decisive no echoing. "No." The woman stood up, her gaze fixed on the bald man. She knew that conventional pursuit methods would not work against this assassin. "We won't be able to find him that way." The woman with her black hair tied in a high bun looked at Seolin, her eyes full of thought. She knew this assassin was different, but Seolin had a bold idea.
"What do you mean, Seolin?"
Seolin spoke in a low voice, explaining that the assassin had escaped their inescapable net, proving he was beyond their expectations. If we keep chasing him, we'll always be trailing behind. The woman with her black hair tied in a high bun frowned, asking, "So what do you suggest we do?" Seolin replied, "We must wait at a point the assassin will pass through." Seolin continued, her eyes sharp. "The assassin must be exhausted. In that state, he will seek out a place where he feels safe." An image of a blood-soaked Pyo wool appeared. "And that place is very likely where the assassin trained for many years," Seolin concluded, an old well appearing in her mind. The bald man was surprised. "You mean the assassin will instinctively return home?" Seolin nodded. The woman with her black hair tied in a high bun pondered. Seolin continued, "We had guessed that the Blood Knight Society was training new recruits near Padang." A rugged valley appeared. The woman with her black hair tied in a high bun nodded. "That's right. We even confirmed a large amount of supplies had been sent there." She secretly praised Seolin. Seolin stood there, her expression calm, confident in her judgment. The woman with her black hair tied in a high bun finally made her decision. "You make a good point. Very well. I will trust your judgment." She turned, her gaze firm. "We will go to Padang and wait for the assassin there." The bald man immediately replied, "Yes, madam." A series of tents appeared, signaling a large expedition. The thundering hooves, dust swirling, signaled a chase in progress. Powerful hooves galloped, the ground trembling under their weight. A group of yellow-clad cavalry was in pursuit, their shouts echoing, "Don't let him escape! Chase him!" Pyo wool darted like a phantom through the deep forest, his wind-splitting speed creating swirling currents around him. Pyo wool gritted his teeth, blood staining him, trying to accelerate. From behind, the pursuer's shouts rang out. "He's injured, so he can't run far. We will avenge Brother Wu, you vermin." The black-haired young man glided past the sheer cliff, fresh blood lingering in the air as the yellow-clad cavalry clung relentlessly. Pyo wool panted, muttering to himself, "They're as persistent as leeches, but I'll shake them off." However, a sudden rain of arrows poured down, embedding deeply into the rock face where Pyo wool had just darted past, creating deafening impacts. Pyo wool dodged each arrow with terrifying speed, his face tense. Pyo wool's eyes flashed with suspicion. How did the MA-sec know where I would go? At the same time, elsewhere, Seolin stood between two bald men, with a group of yellow-clad cavalry waiting for orders behind them. Seolin, with sharp eyes and a calm expression, seemed to have everything in the palm of her hand. Pyo wool continued to rush forward, a voice echoing in his head. "If this keeps up, I won't escape!" Pyo wool looked down at a dense forest below, where endless emerald canopies stretched out. Without hesitation, Pyo wool leaped into the deep chasm. The black-haired young man darted swiftly through the treetops, creating a powerful gust of wind. Pyo wool suddenly stopped, his face surprised. "What? They've been relentlessly pursuing me. Why are they suddenly so quiet now?" Pyo wool's eyes were full of doubt. Did they give up? Or a blazing red eye lit up, gleaming with madness and destructive power. Pyo wool lunged forward, escaping the earth-shattering explosion that had just ripped through the space right behind him. The ground trembled, and sharp rock pillars shattered in the explosive surge of energy, creating a scene of devastation. A colossal fissure tore through the lush green valley, evidence of the destructive power that had just swept through the area. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a small figure gradually sank into the bottomless abyss, like a leaf in a storm. The long-bearded, brown-haired warrior stood tall, his figure enveloped by a powerful aura, ready for the next battle. The long-bearded, brown-haired man's face hardened. He muttered to himself, "I made a mistake. I tried to clear a path for him, but lost control due to anger." The long-bearded, brown-haired man ordered decisively, "Pursue him." The two black-haired men beside him replied, "Yes, sir." A long-haired, black-haired woman appeared, her sharp eyes gazing down into the abyss. She reached out her hand, as if to grasp something invisible. She raised her head, her face resolute. A brilliant golden aura surrounded her, signaling a power not to be underestimated. She soared into the air, her white robes fluttering like a bird's wings. A graceful yet powerful image. Her face was tense, her teeth clenched, her eyes burning with determination. Power erupted from deep within her. She lunged forward like an arrow, a blazing golden energy blade appearing in her hand. "Die!" Her scream echoed through the air. A colossal surge of energy erupted from her, tearing through space and ground, creating a scene of destruction. Three men watched, their faces astonished, as the destructive power continued to sweep through, leaving behind a desolate void. Amidst the desolation, three men appeared. The long-bearded, brown-haired man remarked, "It's fortunate he's still alive," but she attacked as if to ensure his death. The long-haired, black-haired woman shrieked in anger, unleashing a destructive blow and ordering, "Pursue him! Don't spare that criminal! Search every nook and cranny and find him. The terrifying surge of energy ripped through the ground, creating a deep fissure, evidence of her devastating power. Amidst the tranquil mountain forest, an excited shout rang out, "We found it!" A group of yellow-clad cavalry and infantry found a deep hole, an entrance to an underground space. "There's an entrance to an underground space here." The long-bearded, brown-haired man and the short-haired, black-haired man stood by the mouth of the hole. "So, this is it. He must have gone down there." The long-bearded, brown-haired man ordered, "Everyone, hold on to that rope and climb down. We must capture him." The yellow-clad soldiers replied, "Understood." From a distance, the long-haired, black-haired woman observed the scene, her eyes sharp and cold. She decisively ordered her group, "We will go down too. We must find him first and kill him." The bald man and the black-haired woman with her hair tied up replied, "Understood." Each yellow-clad soldier clung to the rope, slowly descending into the bottomless chasm, small torches illuminating their path. In the deep darkness of the underground space, a light footstep touched the ground. Pio Wool had arrived. The long-bearded, brown-haired man also just landed, his face etched with anger, ready for the pursuit. He stood in the middle of a dark underground passage, two yellow-clad soldiers holding torches illuminating the way behind him, beginning the search. From above, the long-haired, black-haired woman gently landed, her gaze resting on the back of the long-bearded, brown-haired man. She scanned her surroundings, asking suspiciously, "Is this where the blood-colored shadows train assassins?" The long-haired, black-haired woman spoke, her sharp gaze sweeping across the desolate courtyard. "No wonder we couldn't find this place, even knowing its location." The long-bearded, brown-haired man, with a look of astonishment, stared intently at the scene before him. Before them, an ancient, majestic structure appeared, standing tall amidst the silent night. The long-bearded, brown-haired man stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon it. The long-haired, black-haired woman murmured softly, her voice tinged with doubt as she too directed her gaze towards the mysterious edifice. A cold drop of sweat trickled down her temple as the long-haired, black-haired woman realized in shock. This building, it was the Qinggong! A member of the group, the short-haired, black-haired man, erupted in fury. How dare they, these madmen? He continued to yell, condemning the audacity of the enemy. "This is an exact replica of our headquarters. Leader, we must find the mastermind and destroy them." The short-haired, black-haired man emphasized that this was undoubtedly a long-hatched conspiracy, with someone pulling the strings. The entire group agreed, their eyes burning with hatred. The long-haired, black-haired woman, the group's leader, pondered silently. She knew this matter could not be overlooked. The long-bearded, brown-haired man suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the gloomy space. His laughter grew louder, carrying arrogance and a hint of madness, as if he had found a new, exciting game. The yellow-robed members of the group stood there, their faces a mix of bewilderment and fear at the long-bearded, brown-haired man's outburst. The long-bearded, brown-haired man nodded, agreeing to seek revenge. But first, he needed to find the assassin who had escaped. He raised his head, his sharp eyes giving a command. "Understood? Capture him alive." The entire yellow-robed army responded in unison, their morale soaring. The mission was clear: hunt down and capture the target alive. The long-haired, black-haired girl offered to lead the disciples to search elsewhere, her gaze resolute. The long-bearded, brown-haired man emphasized the order. "You must capture him alive." The long-haired, black-haired girl was surprised, murmuring, "Pardon?" He gave a cruel order. "I don't care if you have to sever his limbs, but he must be captured alive." He trusted the long-haired, black-haired girl to complete this mission. The long-haired, black-haired girl bowed her head and replied firmly, "Of course." The long-bearded, brown-haired man's face hardened with anger. He warned that if the assassin died, he would be furious, as it was clear someone dared to plot against the sect. He swore to find those who had disgraced the sect and make them pay, even if they were one of the Wudajiazu. The long-haired, black-haired girl turned her back, asserting, "What you fear will not happen, I assure you." The two stood facing each other, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. The hunt was about to begin. The long-haired, black-haired girl tilted her head, her eyes filled with worry. Deep down, she knew he had begun to suspect them. She clenched her fist, determined to find the assassin before Wuling Zhenren could act. Amidst the dark night, the long-haired, black-haired girl walked, her gaze sweeping over the ancient rooftops. She looked up at the night sky, a sense of unease clinging to her since they had set foot in this place. Everyone thought of capturing him, but the long-haired, black-haired girl realized this was his territory. A chilling aura enveloped her. They were not the hunters here. He was the predator. Ancient houses clung to the cliff face, forming a treacherous labyrinth under the dim moonlight. The long-bearded, brown-haired man stood before an ancient gate, the torch in his hand illuminating the entrance to a deep cave. The flickering flame cast light upon the towering rock face, revealing a mysterious world hidden within the mountain. Stepping inside, the brown-haired man was astonished by the colossal scale of the place. He thought to himself, this place is unbelievably vast. To build all of this underground, just to kill Gunsang, is absurd. He continued deeper, realizing that the central structures deliberately mimicked the Qinggong. From the precarious cliff, he looked down, clearly seeing the contrast between the constructions. But the other structures were entirely different, a crude imitation, out of place amidst the majestic scenery. A sense of unease crept into his heart as he explored. He wondered, did these assassins build all of this themselves, or did they simply use an existing facility? The answer remained a mystery. Who did this? What organization is capable of building such a cave? The long-bearded, brown-haired man continued to ponder, his eyes scanning everywhere, searching for clues. The journey led him to the final room. He stood before an old wooden door, the torchlight illuminating faint patterns, signaling a new discovery about to unfold. The door slowly opened, a creaking sound echoing in the silent space. The long-bearded, brown-haired man stepped inside, the torch in his hand illuminating the empty room. He looked around the room, the torchlight falling on a round table and simple wooden chairs. He murmured softly, sensing that something was amiss. He continued to search, his sharp gaze sweeping over every corner. Once again, suspicion rose in his heart, urging him to search more thoroughly. His hand glided over the cold stone wall, searching for something. A small sound echoed as he touched a hidden panel, activating a secret mechanism. The long-bearded, brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. He realized he had discovered something important, a secret hidden behind the seemingly ordinary wall. The panel on the wall sprang open, revealing an empty space inside. The click of the mechanism echoed, adding drama to the moment of discovery. He bent down, his knife-sharp gaze piercing through the darkness, looking into the recess in the wall. His face showed clear concentration and a hint of excitement as he discovered the mysterious object. Inside the wall recess, a shimmering golden scroll, adorned with intricate patterns, lay undisturbed. It was proof of an ancient secret, waiting to be revealed. In the dim shadows, the long-bearded, brown-haired man stood upright, holding a torch to illuminate the mysterious scroll. His eyes focused on every line of text. Suddenly, his eyes widened, filled with horror and fury, as if he had just read a terrible curse. The scroll revealed a ruthless secret order. Assassinate Wu Gunsang within 7 years, with a reward of 500,000 gold, and the condition of leaving no trace of the Bloody Shadows Guild. His rage erupted. The long-bearded, brown-haired man roared, tearing the scroll in his hand. These bastards! Energy surged around his hands, ripping the scroll into shreds, signaling an impending storm. He stood frozen, blazing energy surrounding him. How dare they destroy the future of the Qinggong for a mere 500,000 gold? His extreme rage caused energy to swirl around him, and he raised his head, shouting a vow. I will not forgive you! Energy exploded violently, sending debris and dust flying in all directions, engulfing the space in his uncontrollable fury. After his outburst, the long-bearded, brown-haired man suddenly noticed a large crack in the wall. His eyes filled with doubt. The crack opened into a dark, bottomless void. There's a hole in the wall? He looked down into the abyss, where a faint light from a mysterious stone table shone upwards, leading to an even greater secret. At the bottom of the abyss, hundreds of snakes with glowing red eyes coiled, their eerie hissing echoing throughout the space. The long-bearded, brown-haired man stood on the cliff, looking down at the snake pit. A pit full of snakes? What exactly was this place created for? Finally, he stood before the stone table, where an ancient black book lay undisturbed. This is... He bent down, his gaze fixed on the book with 3 ancient Han characters. Ju Mo Lu? The long-bearded, brown-haired man pondered, reading about Ju Mo Lu. He exclaimed, Ju Mo Lu? Isn't that a sect that disappeared after the Great Blood Heaven War? Under the mystical blue light, the long-bearded, brown-haired man stood on the cliff, looking down into the abyss where giant snakes with glowing red eyes writhed. In the dark cave, a group of men in yellow robes, holding torches, cautiously made their way across the rough, rocky ground. A hand opened, revealing a few pristine white grains of rice. This small trace could be an important clue. The man knelt, pointing to the grains of rice in his hand. He said to his comrades, Look, these are leftover grains of rice. The man with the torch warned his comrades. Our target is definitely nearby. He is an assassin capable of ambushing us at any moment. Stay highly vigilant. The group continued deeper into the cave, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. The bald man glanced around, his face full of worry. He muttered, "It's too dark here. One torch isn't enough." From above, P.O. Wool suddenly swooped down, attacking the wary bald man. He gulped, terrified. P.O. Wool launched his attack, invisible threads tightly wrapping around the bald man, forming a vortex of energy. The bald man struggled in vain, his face contorted with pain and fear as he was bound tightly. A cry of pain echoed as the bald man was dragged into the darkness, vanishing from sight. The remaining four continued to advance cautiously, tension enveloping them as they realized a comrade had disappeared. The man with the torch wondered about the assassin's hiding place, not understanding how anyone could survive in such a treacherous place. The man with the topknot gritted his teeth. "That bastard. We must catch him to find out who's behind this." The man with the torch said, "He might have killed Xunsang, but it must have been with a treacherous trap. Xunsang couldn't have died without a fight. A coward would never dare to confront the Langong." An ominous shadow appeared, its eyes glowing red like a demon's. The bald man realized the truth in horror. He exclaimed, "Isn't that P.O. Wool?" Like a gust of wind, his blade tearing through the air. The short, black-haired man stood frozen, not yet understanding what was happening. Right? An invisible hand yanked the victim into the darkness. The three men in yellow robes continued to walk, their torchlight flickering, illuminating the perilous path. A strange sound echoed, causing the three men to turn their heads vigilantly. The torchlight flickered across their faces, full of doubt. The bald man collapsed, blood staining the ground. The others looked down in horror, realizing their comrade had been struck down. The victim's hand still reached out in vain. A man in yellow trembled and exclaimed, "The killer is right here! He's here!" That coward! The man with his hair tied up roared, charging straight into the darkness. His comrades frantically called him back, but it was too late. "Wait! Come back!" The man holding the torch shouted in despair, but the shadow had swallowed the man with his hair tied up, spiraling deep into the night. "We must stay together!" P.O. Wool moved like a ghost, leaving only a faint trail of light in the air. The short-haired man stood there, the flickering torchlight illuminating his fear. The short-haired man hastily drew his sword, the blade clanging against the scabbard with a piercing metallic sound. The torchlight flared, revealing his panicked expression. He gasped for breath, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at the extinguished torch and his fallen comrade. A scream caught in his throat. In the darkness, a long-haired man quickly turned, his sword flashing with a cold gleam. He gasped for every breath, his face contorted with fear. The invisible enemy was closing in, and death could strike at any moment. He swung his sword in desperation, his shouts tearing through the night. "Where are you? Come out! Show yourself! You coward!" P.O. Wool's silhouette was cast on the wall like a lurking grim reaper. A desperate cry rang out. "Don't hide in the shadows and ambush us anymore! Come out! Show yourself!" The wind whistled past, and the black-haired young man knelt, his eyes filled with extreme panic. He cried out in despair. "No, it can't be!" Tears streamed down his face, and he could only let out choked sobs. In the deep darkness, a pair of crimson eyes flashed with deadly intent. A hand lightly brushed the ground, erasing all traces. The kneeling man checked, realizing their footprints were mixed together. "Our footprints are mixed, not enough to track him." The torchbearer replied, "I understand." Cheong Myong stood there, his gaze thoughtful. He muttered, "This isn't right." Cheong Myong, of the Qinggong men, pondered. If he only intended to escape, he would have hidden himself after shaking us off. But he lured all his enemies into territory under his control. Cheong Myong realized P.O. Wool's intention. He intends to fight us here. He wants to fight to the death in a place he's familiar with. With crimson eyes, Cheong Myong smirked. "I must capture him. If I capture him, my power within the Qinggong men will skyrocket." Cheong Myong ordered his subordinates. "From now on, everyone follow me. Only move in pairs, and always keep track of your comrades' positions." He roared a warning. "He will exploit any opening. Don't give him a chance." His subordinates replied in unison. "Yes, understood." Heavy footsteps echoed as Cheong Myong and his subordinates advanced deeper. Suddenly, a dry clack echoed as a foot stepped on a hidden trap. Cheong Myong flinched as his foot touched the trap, and the ground beneath him suddenly emitted a deadly crimson glow. His face pale with fright, he yelled a warning to his comrades. "Everyone, be careful!" Immediately, a barrage of sharp arrows shot out from the walls, tearing through the air towards the group. The arrows rained down, piercing the air, staining the entire space red with death. Cheong Myong's disciples tried to block the attacks, the clang of metal echoing repeatedly. but many were wounded. Dozens of arrows embedded themselves in the ground, creating a chaotic and tragic scene. Jongmyong furiously swung his sword, trying to deflect the incoming arrows. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. A trap? But why is there a trap here? Is everyone all right? A wounded disciple replied, his voice weak. A few people are injured, but we're fine. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, and a deep growl echoed from deep within the earth. Jongmyong warned his comrades. The trap is still active. Stay calm and be ready. He continued to shout. Be vigilant! This cave even has traps like these. Jongmyong looked up at the cave ceiling, his eyes filled with despair. How can anyone survive in this place? In the distance, Pyowol stood on a ruined rooftop, silently observing the entire scene of a desolate architectural complex. Pyowol's face was obscured in the shadows, his eyes sharp and cold, like daggers, staring straight ahead. An ancient book titled Jumo Lu appeared, revealing secrets of snakes, poisons, and magic. A dark force is lurking. The brown-haired man pondered, realizing that Jumo had collected snakes for research. The night sky glowed with mysterious specks of fire, signaling an ill omen. He realized this was Jumo's old base, wondering if assassins had taken it over. He resolved to investigate upon returning to his own base. The scene was stained red with blood. Desperate screams echoed. Jiamxian had fallen, and Yihuazhou was also missing. A horrifying tragedy. Tears streamed down the black-haired woman's face, her deep blue eyes filled with pain. She desperately called out someone's name in vain. She screamed in a frenzy, swinging her sword as if to tear everything apart. Rage and pain burned in every strand of her hair. Her face was contorted in extreme horror, her hand sliding along the sword. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. The woman with her hair tied up reassured her, embracing her trembling shoulders. Amidst the chaos, a faint glimmer of hope appeared. The female swordswomen panicked, unable to find their target. Tension filled the air, and despair began to creep in. The woman with her hair tied up roared, trying to keep her comrades' spirits up. She ordered everyone to remain calm and not panic. She analyzed the situation, asserting that the opponent was severely wounded and would weaken over time. She warned everyone not to separate. Her words echoed, urging everyone to unite. In the darkness, the flickering light of the flames illuminated resolute faces. A mysterious voice echoed, asserting that it would defeat the disappearance. It would sow fear in the blink of an eye. The female swordswomen were on high alert, swords ready in hand. A merciless battle was about to erupt. A giant shadow appeared, roaring a threat. The woman with her hair tied up and her comrades looked up, ready to face death. Her eyes blazed, piercing through the night. She had found the enemy, and now the real battle began. Jongmyong unleashed a brilliant attack. He roared contemptuously. Do you really think you stand a chance? Pyowol, covered in blood, his eyes blazing red like a demon. He charged forward, unwavering, determined to fight to the end. Two surges of power collided violently, creating a blinding explosion of light. The confrontation between Pyowol and Jongmyong reached its climax. Pyowol gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fire. He channeled all his strength, clutching something tightly in his hand. Refusing to retreat, Pyowol's face contorted with rage, his eyes glowing terrifyingly. Utter fury blazed within him. Pyowol's hand swirled a brilliant golden energy, as if to tear everything apart. He was ready for the decisive blow. The black-haired girl with her hair tied up charged forward, slashing her sword directly at Pyowol. He skillfully dodged, maintaining his stance. The black-haired girl with her hair tied up suddenly changed direction, attacking Jongmyong. He swiftly retreated, avoiding the sharp blade. Drops of fresh red blood fell to the ground, staining an area. Traces of the fierce battle remained. Jongmyong clutched his face, his expression contorted with pain and anger. How dare you? He roared. Pyowol looked at Jongmyong, his eyes blazing red. He casually remarked, quite impressive, actually. Pyowol said, his long black hair flowing in the wind. I just got lucky. The black-haired girl with her hair tied up looked at Pyowol skeptically. Lucky? Pyowol replied, I just stabbed instinctively. Pyowol glanced to the side, his eyes blazing red. He said, then, your instincts are truly remarkable. The black-haired girl with her hair tied up looked straight ahead, her eyes shining. She said, I often hear that. The black-haired girl with her hair tied up bowed slightly, a faint smile on her lips. She asked, why don't you surrender? Pyowol lay on the ground, covered in blood, his eyes still resolute. A question echoed in his mind. Surrender? Pio Wool's hand clenched, and golden threads suddenly twisted, coiling as if to tear through space. Suddenly, Pio Wool sprang up, pulling Seolon forcefully towards him, creating a shockwave. Pio Wool darted away like a ghost, leaving his sword deeply embedded in the cracked earth, his speed terrifyingly incredible. A new wound ripped open, fresh blood splattering. But Pio Wool gritted his teeth and endured, continuing to move relentlessly. Pio Wool looked up, his eyes blazing red like blood, repeating the challenging question. Surrender? He faced Seolon, asking directly, If I surrender, will you spare my life? Seolon looked at him, her eyes wide, seemingly searching for an answer. Pio Wool sneered, his red eyes filled with resentment. See? You never intended to spare my life. If you had any morality, you wouldn't have killed all of us just to silence us. Seolon bowed her head, her eyes slightly closed, and asked cautiously, How much do you know? Pio Wool roared, his red eyes burning with hatred. I know Guasata is behind everything. She's the real devil. Chungmyong roared furiously. Don't waste time with nonsense. Seolon, quickly, silence that criminal. Seolon slightly bowed her head, her eyes still half closed, seemingly lost in thought. She suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and cold. I don't agree with everything my master has done, but you killed Lord Wu, who was supposed to be my husband. I will have my revenge. Energy erupted around her. Pio Wool stared at Seolon in astonishment, his face clearly showing surprise at her outburst of power. Pio Wool realized that confronting Seolon in this state would be suicidal. He decided to retreat temporarily to recalculate. Seolon's feet, caked with mud and blood, trod heavily, each step seemingly melting the ground. She was erupting with power, determined to exact her revenge. Seolon's entire body blazed with a brilliant surge of energy, a dazzling light tearing through space, signaling an impending destructive attack. Seolon's eyes burned crimson with hatred, her long black hair swirling like a dance of death. She swung her arm, and a terrifying surge of power shot straight forward. Seolon's fiery energy tore through the ground, carving a deep trench, its immense destructive force shaking everything around it. Seolon's attack exploded violently, sending earth and rocks flying, creating a colossal crater. That destructive power struck fear into her enemies. The long-haired, black-haired girl, the short-haired, black-haired boy, and Dojin stood stunned, witnessing the horrifying scene. Their faces were filled with extreme fear and astonishment. Amidst the dust and smoke, Pio Wool appeared, walking slowly towards them, his entire body enveloped by a terrifying aura. There you are, he said. Dojin, with bandages wrapped around his eyes, his face contorted with rage, let out a furious roar. He couldn't suppress his anger upon seeing Pio Wool. Pio Wool knelt amidst the rubble, his body covered in blood and wounds, but his eyes still shone with resilience, refusing to yield. He groaned in pain. Dojin swung his weapon, charging straight towards Pio Wool. His entire body erupted with energy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Determined to finish off his enemy, Dojin leaped into the air, unleashing a fatal blow down upon the kneeling Pio Wool. Die! He roared, showing no mercy. Dojin's attack exploded, creating a dazzling burst of light that enveloped Pio Wool. That terrifying power could crush anything. Pio Wool's eyes burned crimson, gleaming with madness and a will to fight to the death. Despite his severe injuries, he remained unfazed, ready to face his fate. Pio Wool's hand slowly rose, a swirling mass of dark energy surrounding it. He prepared to unleash a powerful counterattack. Despite his injuries, the man with the long brown beard suddenly appeared, pulling Dojin back. Stay put, he ordered, preventing Dojin from continuing his attack. Pio Wool maintained his stance, his hands still flaring with dark energy. The man with the long brown beard held Dojin tightly, not allowing him to act rashly. Dojin roared in fury, his bandaged eyes unable to hide his hatred. Jinin! You must kill him! He might use dark arts if he lives! The man with the long brown beard stood tall, his large sword plunged into the ground. He coldly declared, I will take responsibility for that. The man with the long brown beard's golden eyes flashed, his face hardening with determination. The man with the long brown beard knelt beside the bloody corpse. He looked at Pio Wool, his voice deep and muffled. So it was you. You killed Gunsang. The man with the long brown beard questioned, Why? Why did you kill him? Pio Wool whispered in response, I am an assassin. The man with the long brown beard said, Even assassins must know right from wrong. Pio Wool replied that he was kidnapped at 14. Thinking about right and wrong is a luxury. He then asked, So, you're saying you had no choice? Pyowol let out a sneering laugh, his eyes burning red. He said he was trained as an assassin. How could I have a choice? The man with the long brown beard looked at Pyowol, his face thoughtful. He remarked, "You show no remorse." Pyowol's crimson eyes blazed with hatred. The man with the long brown beard thought to himself, if he had been properly taught, he could have become an excellent disciple. The man with the long brown beard presented a small yellow scroll. His eyes still shone brightly, full of contemplation. Pyowol looked at the scroll in the man with the long brown beard's hand. He said coldly, "That letter. You found it." The man with the long brown beard looked at Pyowol, his expression profound. "It seems you've known about this for a long time, so you must know who the client is. Who is he?" Pyowol lay there, his red eyes staring straight ahead. He replied coldly, "I can guess who it is." Pyowol let out a chilling smile, his eyes bloodshot. He said, "I'm sure you're thinking of the same person. Isn't that why you stopped them from killing me?" The man with the long brown beard glanced towards the people standing behind him. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. He turned back to look at Pyowol, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. A sneering laugh escaped him, as if tacitly acknowledging Pyowol's words. The long-bearded, brown-haired man's loud laughter echoed, full of contempt and triumph, like a declaration of his opponent's defeat. The enemy's crazed laughter made Dojin tremble, his eyes wide with horror at the scene of devastation. Dojin and the young man with tied-up hair rushed forward, their cries of "Senior brother! Master!" echoing. The long-bearded, brown-haired man bowed his head, his eyes concealing pain. Chang Myong asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" The long-bearded, brown-haired man turned, his eyes complex as he looked at Chang Myong. "Chang Myong." The long-bearded, brown-haired man looked at the corpses, noticing the absence. "I see some of our disciples are missing," Chang Myong said painfully. "I'm sorry. We fell into his trap and Pain and fury surged in the long-bearded, brown-haired man's eyes, his teeth clenched tight. His eyes suddenly flared with a burning hatred, glowing brightly in the darkness, signaling an impending outburst of rage. The long-bearded, brown-haired man stood tall, his dark gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies at his feet. He spoke coldly, his eyes full of contempt. "You don't deserve a peaceful death." His hand gripped a blood-stained knife tightly, his resentment transforming into cruel determination. He looked down at the corpse, his cold voice echoing, "You will suffer pain worse than hell and die a slow death. That is the only way for you to atone for what you've done." Pyowol lay in a pool of blood, his face covered in wounds but still bearing a sneer, his eyes burning red. "Atonement?" Pyowol questioned, his voice full of indignation, images of young faces appearing in his mind. "Then what about our 7 years?" he continued, his eyes blazing with hatred. "Who will atone for the lives that were used as pawns to satisfy others' greed?" The long-bearded, brown-haired man and the long-haired, black-haired woman stood silently, looking down at the lifeless body. Tension filled the air. Pyowol looked up at the long-haired, black-haired woman, his eyes burning red. He whispered, his words like a curse, "You'd best prepare yourself." Pyowol, covered in blood, looked up with burning red eyes. A sneer appeared on his gaunt face, his words like a curse. "Unless you want to suffer the same punishment as me." Chang Myong stood frozen, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked down at Pyowol. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, full of unease and doubt. This kid, could it be? The brutal truth became clear. Chang Myong realized it was all part of Pyowol's plan. He deliberately killed Wu Gunsong and then came here, all just to draw Ami and the Blue Palace here. Pyowol burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing throughout the dark space. Though heavily wounded, his eyes still blazed with defiance. Pyowol's laughter grew louder and louder, wild and full of madness. He lay there in a pool of blood, yet his aura was as arrogant as a god. Chang Myong also laughed. His laughter carried bitterness, mixed with regret and helplessness in the face of the harsh truth. The long-haired, black-haired woman chuckled softly, her laughter cold and full of hidden meaning. Her face remained calm, but her eyes held an unpredictable complexity. The long-bearded, brown-haired man also laughed, a sneering laugh, full of contempt and hatred, as if he had seen through every conspiracy. Laughter echoed throughout the cave, blending together to create a bizarre symphony. Chang Myong rushed away, leaving Pyowol lying in a pool of blood, like a puppet that had finished its performance. A simple wooden house appeared in the darkness, its entrance splattered with fresh bloodstains. A cold and deadly atmosphere enveloped the area, signaling a tragedy that had just occurred. The long-bearded, brown-haired man stood on a precarious cliff, his figure imposing in the night. He looked down, his eyes filled with fury and determination. The deep darkness concealed countless dangers. Hundreds of black snakes with burning red eyes writhed, creating a terrifying sight. The long-bearded, brown-haired man's face clearly showed pain and contemplation. He had lost something incredibly precious, and that loss was gnawing at his heart. He drew his sword, his eyes sharp and cold as he looked towards Pio. His words rang out powerfully, questioning the arrogance of his opponent. "Do you still refuse to repent?" Pio lay there, his body exhausted but his eyes still defiant. A sneer appeared on his lips, challenging every accusation. The long-bearded, brown-haired man was enraged to the extreme. His face contorted, his eyes flaring with hatred, ready to destroy the one who had caused all the tragedies. The long-bearded, brown-haired man looked down at Pio, his words as cold as ice. "You are hopeless. You don't deserve to breathe the same air as us in this world." He stood on the cliff swinging his sword. Pio was flung into the deep abyss, a curse echoing, "You will atone for your sins here and suffer a painful death." Pio's body plummeted into the abyss, his long black hair fluttering in the cold wind. Blood stained his chest red, his face contorted in pain. He fell endlessly, through the dark night, surrounded by fragments of rock and blood-red light, signaling a tragic end. Finally, Pio's body hit the ground with a heavy thud. He lay motionless on the cold earth, utterly exhausted. He lay there, blood splattered on him, his eyes still wide open. The place where he fell was a hell with winding patterns like snakes. A faint groan escaped Pio's throat, his face contorted in agonizing pain, yet his eyes still shone with resilience. From above, the long-bearded, brown-haired man commanded, "We will leave this place. Close the entrance to this hell as soon as everyone is out. Ensure no one can ever set foot in here again." A shadowy figure fell, while a voice echoed obediently, "Yes, sir." Pio remained motionless, his body stained with blood, like a part of the deadly landscape, left amidst mysterious patterns and a blazing red light. From the patterns on the ground, 3 venomous snakes slithered out, heads held high, their forked tongues quivering in the still air. One snake lunged, baring its sharp fangs and biting into Pio's arm, fresh blood once again soaking his clothes. The other snakes also attacked simultaneously, tearing at Pio's body, each bite seemingly draining his last ounce of life force. Despite the brutal torment, Pio's eyes remained wide open, bloodshot from pain, yet harboring an unyielding flame. Pio's body convulsed violently, a suppressed cry of pain escaping him. The bone-piercing agony made him tremble incessantly. 2 venomous snakes raised their heads, mouths agape, continuing to emit terrifying hisses, as if savoring the final, cruel punishment. Pio's body convulsed violently, a suppressed cry of pain escaping him. The bone-piercing agony made him tremble incessantly. He growled in his thoughts. Does he think these hungry snakes will eat me alive, throwing me into this snake pit? A large snake raised its head high, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with bloodlust, as if awaiting the bloody feast about to unfold. Pio gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing red like fire. His breath exhaled with anger and determination. The venomous snake continued to hiss terrifyingly. Dozens of other snakes crawled, coiling tightly around Pio's body. They hissed incessantly, like a deadly symphony, but his gaze remained resolute. With a lightning-fast movement, Pio reached out and seized the head of the snake that was about to bite him. Terrifying strength emanated from his hand. Without hesitation, Pio opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, ready for a mad and brutal act. He bit into the snake's body, the gruesome sound of bones and flesh shattering echoing. The snake writhed in agony, its desperate hiss tearing through the air. Despite the pain, Pio swallowed the entire snake. Around him, ruined houses and cold, dry skeletons bore witness to the horrifying scene. This snake pit was not just a prison, but also a colossal graveyard, where forgotten souls lay eternally. The cliffs stood sheer, profoundly deep, enveloped by a thick fog, like a gateway to a bottomless abyss. Another snake slithered through a pool of blood, its red eyes still ceaselessly searching, looking for its next prey. Pio still lay there, but his hand had reached out, as if unconsciously searching for something, or preparing for a new attack. Hidden behind his disheveled black hair, Pio's eyes were still bloodshot, gleaming with madness and bloodlust. The venomous snake continued to approach. A chilling gnashing of teeth echoed. Pio tore into another snake, its dark purple venom splattering, staining his hair red. He devoured piece after piece of snake flesh, like a ravenous demon. The sound of bones and flesh shattering continued to echo in the silent space. Though his body was exhausted, Pio still tried to prop himself up, using his last ounce of strength to rise. his gaze unyielding. A long white-haired figure stood amidst the hazy mist, spreading their arms towards a gigantic floating rock, which emitted an eerie blue light. This place harbored an ancient secret. Then, the scene abruptly shifted to a coastal town bathed in brilliant golden sunlight named Padang. Houses lined closely along the azure coastline. Under the dazzling sunlight, Padang's cobblestone streets bustled with people. Ancient wooden houses on both sides of the road created a peaceful scene, a complete contrast to the previous gloom. A street corner appeared, with a sign for Hongtian Lu hanging from a wooden eaves. Sunlight slanted through, creating contrasting patches of light and shadow on the wall. Suddenly, a painful roar tore through the peaceful air. A man's face was contorted in agony, his mouth wide open, teeth gnashing. A desperate scream echoed as the man was flung out of a house. Tiles shattered. Wood flew everywhere, and he fell onto the street to the horror of those around him. He fell face down onto the ground, his body hitting hard with a heavy thud. Debris still scattered around, testament to the force of the impact. In a dark room, the long, white-haired woman lay on the bed, her hair cascading, partially obscuring her face. Her blazing red eyes opened slightly, and she spoke coldly. "Didn't I tell you?" She sat up, her white hair like a waterfall covering her body. A black-haired girl sat beside her, listening silently. She continued, her tone resolute. "I will rest here for 3 days. I won't cause any trouble, so leave me be." Her face clearly showed annoyance, her blazing red eyes flashing with menace. The dim light in the room further enhanced her mysterious and dangerous aura. Outside, 3 people stood before her room door. A black-haired girl with her hair tied up, along with 2 bearded men, their faces filled with worry and anger. The black-haired girl stared at the door, her face clearly showing shock. A man in a red robe stood beside her, his eyes also full of astonishment. "What?" he continued to exclaim, his tone full of disbelief, as he saw the devastated scene around them. "What kind of magic is he using?" The man in the red robe stepped forward, clenching his fist, and roared in indignation. "How dare you? Do you think you can leave Padang alive after harming a warrior of the Qingyu Tang?" The white-haired woman looked at him, her blazing red eyes still cold. She raised her hand, and streaks of energy began to flash around her fingers. "Qingyu Tang? I've never heard of it." Groans of pain echoed as the 3 were squeezed by an invisible force. Their bodies convulsed, faces contorted in agony, unable to resist. 3 men were bound by invisible energy threads, their pained groans echoing throughout the room. The terrifying power of the white-haired woman crushed them, soul-snatching threads tightening around every muscle. Extreme agony was evident on the face of the man in red as the energy flow tightened, leaving him to writhe in despair. His breath ragged, he struggled on the floor. The black-haired girl stared in shock at the scene before her. Someone could suppress the Qingyu Tang warriors with just a wave of a hand? Who was she? And where did she come from to possess such terrifying power? The black-haired girl realized that the person before her was no ordinary martial artist. She possessed power beyond all imagination, a terrifying existence she had never seen. The white-haired woman was helped up. The men in red and gray knelt, trembling as they begged for forgiveness. "Master, I apologize for not recognizing you. I will ensure you are comfortable during your stay here. Please forgive these men." The white-haired woman's crimson eyes swept across, her gaze full of contemplation. She was considering something, a decision that could change the fate of those kneeling at her feet. The black-haired girl trembled. The white-haired woman's eyes were terrifyingly calm. How can her eyes be so calm? "I feel like I'm staring at a giant snake I once encountered in the forest." The white-haired woman raised 3 fingers and coldly declared, 3 days. A brief authoritative statement that allowed no resistance, determining everyone's fate. A surge of energy flowed from her hand. She commanded, her voice icy, "I ask you, do not disturb me." A stern warning that no one dared defy. The energy withdrew, and the 3 men in red and gray immediately collapsed, coughing violently and gasping for breath, as if they had just escaped death. The black-haired girl watched, still filled with fear. The black-haired girl bowed her head, her eyes full of respect. She asked the white-haired woman's name, her voice containing both curiosity and awe. "I understand. May I know your name, master?" The white-haired woman sat there, majestic as a goddess. Behind her, the image of a giant energy snake appeared, full of mystery. Pio Wall. She spoke, her name echoing. Time passed, and the wooden door of the house creaked open, morning light filtering in, signaling a new beginning, a new journey about to commence. With light, decisive steps, the white-haired woman left the room, beginning her new journey. Leaving behind the events that had just transpired, she stepped out, her dark attire enhancing her majestic appearance. Her crimson eyes were still sharp and cold, but now held a resolute look, ready to face the challenges ahead. Two girls stood waiting. One handed her a package of food, advising her to take care of herself on the journey. "I've prepared some food for you to eat on your trip. This will help you avoid hunger on the way." Pio walked further away, leaving the ancient rooftops behind. The two girls stood silently, watching her solitary figure, their eyes full of contemplation. The black-haired girl turned to Seol-hyang, her eyes curious. "Seol-hyang, do you know who she is?" Seol-hyang replied, her face still calm. "She is merely a guest who suddenly appeared." The black-haired girl was surprised. "So you don't know her identity either?" Both stood there, realizing a terrifying truth. "We can't believe we didn't recognize the Grim Reaper right before our eyes." Pio continued her journey, her figure gliding through the misty fog, like a fearsome new warrior who had just appeared in this land. Night fell, and raindrops began to patter, creating small circles on the water's surface. Then the rain poured down heavily, tearing through the stillness of the space. The rain continued relentlessly, covering the landscape in a white sheet of water, making the ancient house appear hazy. Pio sat by the window, her distant eyes gazing out at the rainy sky, her mind filled with thoughts. She sat on the porch, listening to the falling rain, and uttered a meaningful sentence. "The outside world is always so pleasant." Pio's crimson eyes gleamed with melancholy, and she murmured, 7 years. It's been 7 years since then." Pio's hand clenched, the pain and hatred still intact. "I have never forgotten what happened to me, not for a single second." She looked straight ahead, determined to overcome the past. "If I cannot leave the past behind, I cannot move forward." In Pio's mind, the images of those who caused the tragedy appeared. Lan Gong and Ami. Pio's crimson eyes flashed with determination. She would find answers. "I will find more information about them in the capital." Pio stepped into a puddle, water splashing. She frowned slightly, annoyed. What the hell is this? So troublesome. The rain poured down, and a man and a woman argued fiercely. The man grumbled, "I told you we needed to hurry." The accompanying monk chanted Buddha's name, while the girl said, "Luckily, there's a shelter for us to avoid the rain. Stop arguing." All three were drenched, and the girl scolded the man. "We're all soaked. What are you going to do about this, Sir Go?" The bearded man angrily scratched his head and retorted, "Why are you complaining to me? It's not my fault you're wet." The brown-haired girl glared, loudly refuting, "We got lost because you don't know the way." Monk Hilseong clasped his hands, praying through tears. "Amitabha Buddha, O great, compassionate Buddha, why do you place me in these trials? Of all people, why must I travel with these two?" Hyoranju glared at the monk. "Hey, don't talk like you're normal, you weird monk," the bearded man also added. "You're strange enough yourself." Hyoranju, who was arguing, suddenly stopped, her eyes wide as she looked ahead. Inside a simple hut, Pio sat silently, her crimson eyes gazing out at the pouring rain. The three entered. Monk Hilseong clasped his hands. "Oh, Amitabha, it seems we have disturbed you." Hyoranju looked at Pio, her eyes shining. "Oh, you're so handsome." "Who would have thought I'd meet such a dashing young man in these mountains?" the bearded man said smugly. "It's all thanks to me getting lost here. You should thank me for this fortunate encounter." Hyoranju turned and snapped at him. "Shut up!" Hyoranju smiled brightly, introducing herself to Pio. "Hello, I think our meeting in this wilderness is destiny. Why don't we introduce ourselves? I'm Ranju, Hyoranju." Pio looked at the girl, his crimson eyes devoid of expression, uttering only a cold name, Pio. Hyoranju was excited, her face flushed, and her heart soaring. The bearded man sighed. "Oh dear, she's at it again. She can never control herself around handsome men." The bearded man introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. You can call me Sir Go." Monk Hailsung also clasped his hands. "Amitabha, my name is Hailsung." Hyoranju asked Pio. "So, where are you headed?" Pio replied. "The capital," the brown-haired girl joyfully exclaimed. "Oh, we're going there too." Hyoranju flashed a charming smile, suggesting, "Then wouldn't it be wonderful if we traveled together?" She invited Pio to join, promising it would be fun. Pio remained silent, his crimson eyes slightly lowered, seemingly pondering something profound. This group, seemingly disorganized at first glance, were actually powerful warriors, ready to fight at any moment. Pio wondered if Hyoranju was the leader, but she didn't act like one. Pio's gaze was sharp and cold, piercing through everything, trying to uncover the hidden truth. He sensed another powerful force binding them together. Curiosity welled up in P.O. Wall. He decided, all right, let's go together. A bustling port appeared, with a large ship anchored in the deep blue sea, awaiting new voyages. Porters hastily moved cargo onto the ship, preparing for the upcoming departure. Sergo smiled contentedly. We're really lucky. The ship will depart in a few minutes. We can board right away. Hio Ranju pouted, complaining about the discomfort of the rice transport ship, making Sergo grumble. Good heavens, you complain too much. Hio Ranju turned to P.O. Wall, her eyes sparkling as she asked, by the way, handsome, why are you going to the capital? P.O. Wall calmly replied, his gaze distant, to meet an acquaintance. Hio Ranju and Sergo asked in surprise about the acquaintance and the reason. P.O. Wall coldly explained, no, they owe me a debt. Hio Ranju looked at P.O. Wall with curiosity, repeating the question, so, why are you going to the capital? Hio Ranju smiled and asked P.O. Wall why he was going to the capital for business despite not carrying any goods. P.O. Wall replied concisely, business doesn't necessarily mean selling tangible things. Amidst the bustling crowd, the brown-haired warrior turned his back to P.O. Wall and asked, so, P.O. Wall, do you belong to any organization? P.O. Wall's crimson eyes gleamed coldly. Without hesitation, he firmly replied, no, I don't. The brown-haired warrior asked in surprise, you don't belong to any organization? P.O. Wall questioned, is there a problem? The warrior's expression momentarily faltered. The brown-haired warrior mused, his gaze scrutinizing, seemingly trying to read the mysterious person before him. P.O. Wall stood on the ship's deck, his figure graceful amidst the blue sky and white clouds, his eyes fixed vaguely on the distant horizon. The ship cut through the waves, splashing water, creating a dance of the sea under the dazzling sunlight. On the deck, passengers were scattered, some resting, others admiring the view, creating a simple scene of life amidst the vast waters. A young couple leaned against each other, exchanging whispers and radiant smiles, forgetting all the worries of the long journey. Two other men chatted animatedly, gesturing with their hands and feet, seemingly telling each other interesting stories. P.O. Wall sat cross-legged on the ship's floor, his crimson eyes still indifferent, observing everything like an outsider. Hio Ranju leaned close to P.O. Wall, teasing, you can be quite sentimental sometimes, he replied curtly. Leave me alone if you're just going to talk nonsense. Hio Ranju didn't give up, smiling charmingly. Oh, how cruel. You really know how to charm people. The brown-haired warrior turned to the bald monk, his face worried. Is it all right if we leave them like this? The brown-haired warrior sipped his tea, his eyes sharp. The Bloodlord won't easily fall for any man. It's all just an act, the smiling brown-haired woman whispered, her eyes full of caution. She's a venomous spider in disguise, yet she acts so cute and charming. It's terrifying. The white-haired, red-eyed woman only smiled faintly and mysteriously. The bearded man frowned, continuing the bald monk's words. He's still much more suspicious anyway. She must have put in a lot of effort to lure a quiet person like him. A sudden sound echoed. A teacup fell to the floor, spilling tea. The quiet atmosphere was abruptly broken. Three men on the boat looked in astonishment towards the horizon. A small boat was rapidly approaching, tearing through the water and creating fierce waves. The spiky-haired man shouted, "A boat is coming!" The bearded man and Heel Sung looked up, their eyes full of doubt. The small boat drew closer. Fierce pirates, wielding large swords, roared with excitement. The sword-wielding pirate led the way, his eyes burning with greed. We'll be full for a long time with the rice stolen from this boat. A man on the large boat panicked. Damn it, they're pirates. Everyone, grab your weapons. The sea waves surged, signaling an impending battle. The man in the bandana recoiled in horror, his face pale. He desperately cried for help. Fear engulfing the boat. The bearded man appeared behind the man in the bandana, his eyes sharp. He calmly assessed the perilous situation. The bearded man smiled meaningfully, extending his hand. An offer of help, yet also containing a hidden calculation. The man in the bandana looked up at the bearded man, his eyes a mix of suspicion and hope. He didn't know who this person was. The bearded man gave a sly smile. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what we can do. Hyeol-seong suddenly shot forward, his staff swinging up to create a powerful surge of energy. The bearded man was also ready to fight. Hyeol-seong leaped into the air, his staff glowing brightly. With determined eyes, the monk prepared to confront the pirates. The bearded man and Hyeol-seong, along with the others on the boat, were ready. They stood firm, facing the charging pirates. In a faint blue glow, the monk Hyeol-seong plunged into the pirate encirclement, his staff swinging like a storm, repelling each attack. On the deck, Hyeol-seong, the bearded man, and the other crew members stood firm, their eyes burning with determination. ready to meet the enemy. The pirates growled, their eyes bloodshot, charging like hungry beasts. The one wielding the large sword yelled, "Kill him!" Hillsung's staff violently clashed with the blades of 3 pirates, creating dazzling sparks in midair. The monk Hillsung's gaze was firm and highly focused, preparing for the next counterattack. A bandana-wearing crew member and the others watched the scene in horror, their eyes wide with fear at the explosive power. The bearded man smiled mysteriously, placing a hand on the shoulder of the frightened crew member and asking, "See?" He gave a sly smile, his eyes glinting with calculation. "How about we settle on 50 silver?" Hillsung's staff once again parried blows from 3 blades, creating a deafening clash and brilliant flashes of light. The monk Hillsung maintained a calm expression, but his deep eyes concealed a terrifying power. With blazing golden eyes, Hillsung charged straight forward, his entire body erupting with a powerful surge of energy. The staff in Hillsung's hand shone dazzlingly, cracks appearing on its shaft as it accumulated terrifying power. Hillsung swung his staff, sending the pirates flying into the air, making them fall into the sea like puppets. Hillsung's eyes blazed, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, the prayer beads around his neck seemingly resonating with power. The monk unleashed a thunderous strike, knocking back the enemy. A pirate was hit, screaming in pain. The pirates were sent flying into the air, their weapons scattered against the blue sky and white clouds. The terrifying power that had just descended swept away all enemies. The monk Hillsung still stood firm, his back turned to the defeated enemies. A pirate lay prostrate on the boat deck, his eyes staring in horror at the monk. The pirate lay curled up on the deck, fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Extreme fear was evident on his face as he realized the opponent's terrifying power. Hillsung's kasaya fluttered in the sea breeze as the monk turned his back, looking towards the distant horizon where white-capped waves crashed against the shore. Hillsung walked slowly on the boat deck, amidst countless pirates lying scattered. The monk held his staff firmly, his gaze as steadfast as a lighthouse in a stormy sea. The monk Hillsung suddenly leaped, escaping the swaying boat. His figure glided across the sea surface, as light as a leaf in midair. The bearded man smiled, holding a dangling money bag, and said to Yangchil beside him, "Well done, Hillsung." Hillsung clasped his hands before his chest, his face as calm as an unrippled lake. The monk softly said, "Amitabha Buddha. Next time, please send Ranju in my stead." The bearded man gave a forced laugh, explaining to Hillsung, "The vice leader won't listen to me. In fact, I'd be happy if she didn't curse me." The bearded man looked around, asking, "By the way, where did that girl go?" Hillsung subtly pointed, replying, "Over there." Pyowol and a brown-haired girl were sitting next to each other on the boat deck. The brown-haired girl asked, "Hey, when we reach the capital, where will you stay? Will you come with us?" Pyowol replied coldly, "I prefer to be alone." The brown-haired girl was unfazed, smiling brightly and exclaiming, "Kya! You're so cool, even when you're cold." Hillsung and the bearded man stood next to each other. The monk softly said, "Absurd. Amitabha Buddha. If she keeps this up, she'll be the last one to fall in love." The man with a goatee looked at Pyowol, his face stern. He mused, "An ordinary person would be terrified in this situation. He is no ordinary man." The man with a goatee looked at Pyowol, his eyes full of contemplation. He concluded, "Those are the eyes of someone who has been through hell on earth." The brown-haired girl pouted, her face puffed up in a sulk. Pyowol merely tilted his head slightly, his eyes expressionless like an unspoken question. The brown-haired girl sniffled, scolding Pyowol, "How could you reject a beauty like me, you heartless wretch?" Pyowol half closed his eyes, speaking indifferently, "I have no interest in a poisonous rose, no matter how beautiful it is." The brown-haired girl's eyes suddenly flashed red, a fleeting look of anger. The brown-haired girl smiled again, leaning close to Pyowol and whispering, "So you admit I'm beautiful, don't you?" A radiant smile bloomed on her lips, and she said contentedly, "Then it's settled." Pyowol maintained his cold, expressionless face. Pyowol's eyes were sharp as he spoke. "They are mercenaries, selling their strength for money." Yangchil, Hillsung, and other mercenaries appeared, and Pyowol continued, "They deliberately show off to gain a reputation in the capital city. A major conflict is unfolding in the capital city, where even mercenaries are being mobilized." Pyowol thought to himself, "The major sects have forbidden fighting here." Pyowol's crimson eyes flashed sharply, and he wondered if the major powers were facing problems. Pyowol looked down. The distorted image of the brown-haired girl seemed to warn, "You should prepare, if you don't want to suffer the same fate as me." Pyowol's eyes blazed with crimson fire, full of killing intent. A cold smirk appeared on Pio Wool's face. His gaze fixed straight ahead. Dawn broke over the harbor. Large wooden ships were anchored, and human figures bustled about, preparing for a new day. In the distance, ancient rooftops nestled at the foot of the mountains, creating a peaceful yet mysterious scene. A black-haired, short-bearded man on horseback said to Hyeseong, "We'll enter the capital city tomorrow morning. What are your plans?" The white-haired, red-eyed woman replied coldly, "I will stay here tonight." The brown-haired woman smiled brightly, a hint of regret in her voice. "What a pity. Why won't you come with us?" The white-haired, red-eyed woman merely smirked. "I need to take care of a few things myself." The white-haired, red-eyed woman looked straight ahead, her eyes sharp. "I will contact you when I reach the capital city." The brown-haired woman turned back, smiling as she instructed, "You'll keep your word, won't you?" The white-haired, red-eyed woman replied, "All right." The group on horseback gradually disappeared, leaving the white-haired, red-eyed woman alone in the deserted harbor. She stood there, her long white hair fluttering in the wind, her crimson eyes gazing into the distance, her expression resolute. Then she turned her back, walking along the dirt road, heading towards the ancient houses. She entered a large building, its gates wide open, like a doorway leading to another world. Inside, warm, golden light enveloped everything, and the sounds of conversation and clinking dishes echoed, creating a lively atmosphere. In a corner of the inn, Yang Shol was sitting with a man with a topknot, his eyes vigilantly scanning his surroundings. At another table, a man with spiky hair and a short-haired man were chatting animatedly, oblivious to the outside world. The white-haired, red-eyed woman entered, her graceful demeanor attracting all eyes in the crowded inn. The white-haired, red-eyed woman walked, her eyes sharp and cold, attracting all eyes in the crowded inn. A man with a topknot quickly greeted her. "Welcome. Would you like to eat or stay the night?" The white-haired, red-eyed woman replied, "Both, and food first." The man with a topknot quickly obeyed. The white-haired, red-eyed woman's face showed a cold, proud expression, exuding a unique aura that deterred anyone from approaching. Whispers and murmurs arose. The man with spiky hair exclaimed, "Wow, a man even more beautiful than a woman." The man with a topknot wondered, "Is he really a man?" The short-haired man with a goatee added, "Isn't that a girl disguised as a man?" The serving man with a topknot brought a plate of noodles and placed it in front of the white-haired, red-eyed woman, saying, "Enjoy your meal." The white-haired, red-eyed woman picked up her chopsticks and took some noodles, her face still cold and expressionless, seemingly unconcerned by the whispers around her. Suddenly, a rough hand slammed down on the table, shaking the plate of noodles and drawing everyone's attention. Jang Worak, a burly, long-haired man, stood up and stared at the white-haired, red-eyed woman, asking aggressively, "Hey, are you really a man?" Jang Worak introduced himself with a sinister smile. "I am Jang Worak. I am the leader of the Gujin Guard Company." The white-haired, red-eyed woman bowed her head, her gaze still cold, and simply asked, "So what?" Jang Worak laughed loudly, saying he had bet his companions 2 silver coins if the white-haired, red-eyed woman turned out to be a girl disguised as a boy. The white-haired, red-eyed woman raised her head, her eyes sharp, and coldly replied, "Unfortunately, you're going to lose 2 silver coins." Jang Worak asked again, "So, you're saying you're a man?" The white-haired, red-eyed woman replied, "Just look at me and you'll know." Jang Worak remained skeptical. "Well, I'm not so sure." Jang Worak's companions cheered, encouraging him to strip the white-haired, red-eyed woman to check. One person said, "Strip him to see." Another added, "I'll treat you if you can strip him." Jang Worak laughed loudly, his face fierce, and reached out towards the white-haired, red-eyed woman, saying, "All right, let's see what's underneath." The moment Jang Worak reached out, Pio Wool lightly flicked his finger, and a small object shot through the air. Jang Worak's scream of pain tore through the room as the incense stick plunged straight into his eye, fresh blood splattering. He collapsed, clutching his face, blood still oozing from his eye socket. His 2 companions standing nearby recoiled in horror, their faces paling with fear. Jang Worak writhed on the floor, clutching his eyes, screaming, You lunatic! My eye!" Pio Wool spoke coldly. "If you cannot see clearly what is before your eyes, perhaps it is better not to have them. In that case, I will take your other eye as well." Jang Worak screamed in terror. "What? No!" He quickly shielded his remaining eye. Pio Wool glided like a ghost, so fast that no one could react. The second incense stick swiftly flew, piercing straight into Jang Worak's other eye. Blood splattered, and Jang Worak writhed in extreme agony. Jang Worak's desperate scream echoed through the room as he collapsed to the ground. Pio Wool stood there, as cold as death. The two remaining companions trembled, one exclaiming, "What? That bastard's insane?" Pio Wool raised his hand, and between his fingers were a series of sharp incense sticks, emanating a deadly aura. Pio Wool's figure flashed past, and the incense sticks, like arrows, plunged straight into the two remaining men, screams of pain erupting. Pio Wool stood amidst the fallen, one of them groaning, "Ugh, he's too fast." Pio Wool appeared, his red eyes glowing, holding a luminous incense stick. He coldly declared, "You must take responsibility for your actions." The scene shifted to an ancient bridge, spanning a tranquil river, bathed in brilliant morning sunlight. A small boat glided gently on the water. A bustling market scene appeared, with people busily buying and selling, a peaceful rhythm of life unfolding. On the street, figures passed by. A long-haired, bearded man walked alongside a black-haired man with his hair tied in a topknot. Three people, Hyeolsung, Hyeoranju, and the bearded man, were observing their surroundings. Hyeoranju exclaimed, "Phew, it seems things in the capital are truly harsh." The bearded man smiled, explaining, "Half the people on the street are carrying weapons, and this is the perfect opportunity for us." Hyeolsung frowned, saying, "The misfortune of others becomes our opportunity. Is there any tragedy more cruel than that?" Amitabha Buddha. Hyeoranju angrily replied, "I don't know what others think, but you certainly don't deserve to say that." Hyeolsung asked, "Why?" Hyeoranju pointed directly. "Who do you think is the most greedy for money here?"
Of course, it's Sir Gu,
the bearded man interrupted.
Enough. We've arrived.
Hyeoranju smiled brightly, saying, "All right, let's see." Hyeolseung and the bearded man also offered faint smiles. Hyeoranju suddenly widened her eyes, her face radiant. Hyeoranju rushed forward, embracing a sitting gray-haired woman. She exclaimed, "Master, long time no see." The gray-haired woman smiled, hugging Hyeoranju back. She said, "Ranju, you've come at just the right time." Both burst into joyful laughter. Jang Muryang offered a warm smile. The narration introduced, leader of the Black Cloud Corps, Jang Muryang. Hyeolsung and the bearded man clasped their hands and bowed, saying, "Long time no see, master. You look much better than when we last met." Jang Muryang replied with a benevolent smile, "Long time no see, both of you." Jang Muryang looked around at the familiar faces, his voice deep and warm. "We've rested for too long, and our funds have run dry. That's why I've summoned all of you here." But the bearded man frowned, his eyes full of doubt. He looked directly at Jang Muryang, seemingly having something to ask. Hyeoranju tilted her head, her sharp eyes on Jang Muryang. "Are you truly going to get involved in this?" A smile on her lips hinted at curiosity. Jang Muryang smiled mysteriously, his eyes deep. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? If you want, you can withdraw at any time." The bearded man quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. "Come on, don't say that. Who said I wanted to withdraw?" He tried to reassure Jang Muryang. Hyeoranju smiled again, her eyes cunning. She placed a hand on her chin, pondering. "So, this matter involves the Ma sect and the Blue Palace?" Hyeolseung nodded, his voice calm. "Everyone knows they've been in conflict for the past 7 years." The bearded man also agreed, confirming the information. Jang Muryang continued, his gaze distant. "No one knows the exact reason, but there have been countless disputes, from small skirmishes to large-scale battles. As the two strongest forces in Sichuan, their conflict has dissolved the Sichuan alliance." Jang Muryang concluded, "I believe a full-scale war will soon break out." Hyeoranju rested her chin on her hand, her eyes thoughtful. "I wonder why they're fighting," she mused, trying to understand the motive behind the war. Jang Muryang called Hyeoranju's name, his tone decisive. "Ranju, the reason for their conflict doesn't matter." His words held a profound meaning. Jang Muryang smiled meaningfully, his eyes flashing with ambition. "What matters is that this is an opportunity to make my dream a reality." The clear blue sky stretched over ancient rooftops, an unusually peaceful scene, completely contrasting with the conspiracies being woven. A light footstep touched the wooden floor, a creaking sound echoing. The white-haired girl's crimson eyes flashed with a cold, mysterious glint. The white-haired girl, in her flowing blue attire, descended the stairs step by step. Every small sound seemed to tear through the silence, signaling a powerful arrival. The creaking of the wooden floor echoed, awakening the silence. The white-haired, red-eyed woman gracefully descended the stairs, her sharp gaze sweeping past the bearded man who was cleaning. The bearded man flinched, his eyes wide with fright. He recognized the terrifying presence, a chill running down his spine. He thought to himself, "He's here." In the bearded man's mind, The image of a cold blade piercing through appeared, along with extreme fear. He desperately pleaded, "Please, just pass by." He hadn't expected such beauty to conceal such cruelty. The white-haired woman stood tall before the trembling bearded man. He frantically replied to the girl, "Yes, yes, sir." The girl simply spoke softly, "Excuse me." The white-haired girl looked down, her eyes crimson. The bearded man timidly tried to avoid her gaze. She asked, "Who knows the internal situation of Sichuan best?" The bearded man was confused, not understanding the girl's meaning. He stammered, asking again, "Internal? What do you mean?" His face was filled with bewilderment and fear. The white-haired girl explained further that she wanted to know about the situation of the various sects. The bearded man immediately advised, "Oh, then you should go to Artisan's Alley." He gave detailed directions. "Leave the inn, turn left, and you'll reach Artisan's Alley. At the end of the alley is the Fire Dragon Forge, a place specializing in smithing." The white-haired woman listened, her eyes narrowing slightly. She repeated the name, Fire Dragon Forge. A flicker of thought crossed her eyes. The bearded man continued to explain that the Fire Dragon Forge was a sect established long ago by Sichuan artisans, specializing in trade with other sects. He said they would answer all questions after a purchase. The sound of a hammer striking red-hot metal echoed, creating brilliant sparks. The heavy, decisive sound of smithing filled the air. The hammer's clang echoed through the workshop roof, blending into the vast space like a symphony of iron, steel, and fire. Small embers danced in the air. The white-haired woman stood silently, listening to the echoing hammer. Her eyes were pensive, as if contemplating something profound. A burly blacksmith was engrossed in his work, each powerful hammer blow striking the metal block. The white-haired woman observed from a distance, her eyes fixed. The white-haired woman leaned against a pillar, listening to the echoing metal. She thought to herself, "Strange. The sound of the metal is so clear." Her eyes were full of curiosity. As the sound of the forging hammer ceased, a bearded man suddenly roared in anger, his face flushed. "Hey, you scum! What the hell are you doing?" Without another word, he swung his hammer straight down onto Deng Sochu's head, the impact echoing. He yelled, "Who gave you permission to hold that hammer? I already told you." "Don't you dare touch a hammer in this workshop." The bearded man pointed directly at Deng Sochu, who was sprawled on the ground, his eyes full of contempt. "You're just an errand boy." He bent down, his fierce gaze fixed on the youth. "What are you looking at? Get out!" Deng Sochu could only endure in silence. Deng Sochu bowed his head, listening to the bearded man's command. "You're not allowed in here for a while. Go take care of all the chores inside until I call you out again." The white-haired woman stood nearby, silently observing. The bearded man grumbled complaints about Deng Sochu. "That good for nothing. I don't understand why the master accepted someone like." He flinched when he noticed the white-haired woman standing there. He quickly turned to the white-haired woman, forcing a smile. "Hey, I apologize for that unsightly scene. I didn't notice we had a guest. What would you like to buy?" The white-haired woman asked. "Did he do something wrong?" The bearded man replied, "Oh, are you talking about Deng Sochu?" Deng Sochu appeared with a determined gaze. The bearded man explained, "They say he's a descendant of the Tang clan. He always tries to use a hammer, which he's not allowed to do." The white-haired woman asked, "Descendants of the Tang clan aren't allowed to use hammers?" The bearded man was surprised. "Is this your first time in Sichuan?" She replied defiantly. "So what?" The bearded man began to recount the tragic past. The Tang clan was destroyed because they sided with the demonic cult a long time ago. A desolate scene appeared. He continued, his voice filled with dread. They were expelled by the strongest warrior of that era. After that, the sect quickly weakened and dissolved on its own. Another scene appeared, elders looking down at a kneeling person. The bearded man said, "In Sichuan, the Tang clan is considered traitors who stabbed the other Sichuan sects in the back." He explained why Deng Sochu was treated that way. That's why no workshop will teach their craft to anyone from the Tang men. They're afraid history will repeat itself. The white-haired woman remarked, "So a descendant has to bear the sins of their ancestors," the bearded man asserted. "Well, no one forced them to side with the demonic cult. The Tang men brought this upon themselves." The bearded man asked the white-haired woman why she arrived early. She replied simply, "I need a sword." He happily led her inside, boasting about the workshop's exquisite weapon. The white-haired woman observed her surroundings, noticing the forge was busy. She mused, "It seems this workshop has received many orders recently." The bearded man chuckled gleefully, explaining that, thanks to the war between the Ma and Qinggong, the workshop had received double the orders. He admitted Sichuan was struggling, but his business was booming. He continued to boast, pointing skyward, saying all the blacksmiths were working tirelessly to make weapons for the various factions. The white-haired woman listened silently, her gaze following. She looked up at the deep blue sky, her sharp face concealing an unspoken sorrow, as if pondering what she had just heard. Suddenly, a shout erupted. A man aggressively kicked Dang Sochu, growling, "You filthy Tangmen member!" Many other men rushed in, brutally beating Dang Sochu. They screamed that the Tangmen fell because they didn't follow the rules, and he should know his place. Blows rained down on Dang Sochu. He was beaten to the point of being unable to resist. His attacker angrily questioned, "How dare you? Even we haven't been allowed to hold a hammer yet." Dang Sochu's eyes widened, reflecting resentment and despair, mirroring the extreme pain he was enduring. Dang Sochu's body collapsed onto the cold ground, a small dagger falling from his hand, lying forlornly beside him. The white-haired woman witnessed the scene. She turned her back and spoke coldly. Humans are indeed more brutal than beasts. She stood tall in the doorway, brilliant light behind her, like a judging deity. She coldly declared, "Once you are deemed inferior, others will continue to torment you until you die." Her gaze fixed on Dang Sochu, her words like a sharp blade cutting into his heart. "If you get used to enduring, you will live like a miserable dog your entire life." Dang Sochu looked up at her, his eyes wide with astonishment and shock, as if her words had touched the very depths of his soul. The white-haired woman looked down at Dang Sochu, posing a fateful question. "So, how will you choose to live?" The entire space seemed to hold its breath, awaiting his answer. The white-haired woman stood tall in the gate, her crimson eyes looking down at the writhing figure. Her cold words echoed, sowing despair. "Once you are deemed inferior, others will continue to trample on you until you die." The white-haired woman's crimson eyes pierced through his heart. Her words were like sharp blades, carving deep into the fears of the oppressed. "If you are accustomed to enduring, you will live like a wretched dog for the rest of your life." Amidst the tension, the white-haired woman suddenly asked, "Who are you?" A bearded man immediately yelled, demanding she leave, asserting, "Enough with your meaningless words. Get out now. This is a matter for our Huolong workshop to resolve." She turned her head, a mysterious half-smile on her lips. Her crimson eyes looked straight ahead, her words a challenge, forcing the person opposite to choose their path. "So, how will you choose to live?" The one lying on the ground, Dang Sochu, looked up at the deep blue sky, his face filled with horror and utter despair. A man with his hair tied in a bun stepped forward, his face furious. He loudly questioned the white-haired woman, believing she was deliberately disrespecting them. "Hey, look here! Are you intentionally ignoring us?" Suddenly, Dang Sochu sprang up like a wild beast, his sharp teeth sinking into the neck of the one who had just yelled at him, fresh blood gushing out. A scream of pain tore through the air as Dang Sochu was knocked to the ground. He writhed in agony, while the white-haired woman stood there, calmly observing. The bitten one clutched his neck, his eyes full of rage and astonishment as he looked at Dang Sochu, unable to believe the insane act that had just occurred. You think you are." A cold, sharp knife pointed directly at Dang Sochu's eyeball, threatening to end his life on the spot. Dang Sochu still bit down frantically, his hand gripping the knife, his eyes wild, showing no fear of impending death. Two accomplices standing nearby were utterly terrified, unable to believe the scene before them. They loudly asked, "Are you crazy? You're not an animal. Why did you bite him?" Fresh blood stained the corner of his mouth. Dang Sochu looked up, his eyes burning with extreme indignation and hatred. Like a demon, he growled, questioning the one who had been bitten. In Dang Sochu's words was accumulated resentment about how he had always been treated like an animal. "Have you ever treated me like a human? You always treated me like an animal." The two accomplices were still stunned, angry, and astonished, unable to accept Dang Sochu's actions, threatening that he wouldn't escape punishment. You think you can get away with this?" Dang Sochu issued a challenge, declaring he was fed up with being beaten for no reason. "Do whatever you like. I'm sick of all of you beating me for no reason." Blood from the bitten one dripped onto the ground, staining a corner red. Dang Sochu growled, blood on the corner of his mouth, the knife gleaming in his hand. He declared, "Remember this. Touch me again, and I'll slit your throats." Dang Sochu dashed away, leaving behind the angry shouts of the two injured men. "Damn it! Just you wait! You won't escape!" He turned his head to look back, his eyes still full of defiance, the blood on his face making him even more terrified. But just a moment later, Dang Sochu suddenly collapsed, his eyes closed, his body devoid of all strength. A steady arm timely caught Dang Sochu, preventing him from falling to the ground. It was the white-haired, red-eyed woman. She held Dang Sochu, her calm eyes looking into the distance, her face expressionless. The white-haired woman helped Dang Sochu walk, each slow step heading towards a small wooden house hidden among the trees. They stepped inside the house, light from outside shining in, clearly illuminating their silhouettes. Dang Sochu sat slumped on the floor, groaning in pain. The white-haired woman sat beside him, observing his wounds. The white-haired woman stood up, looking down at Dang Sochu lying on the cold ground, her eyes seeming to evaluate. She smiled faintly, remarking, "This place isn't bad." Dang Sochu was surprised, looking up at her, his voice full of disbelief. "You call this not bad? Are you kidding me?" The white-haired woman explained, her tone calm. "To me, this is almost a palace. After all, I've lived in a room full of snakes and centipedes." Dang Sochu still didn't believe her. He retorted, "That's clearly a lie. Do you think that will cheer me up?" The white-haired woman stood up, turned her back and walked away, saying, "I have somewhere to be right now." Dang Sochu asked, "Where are you going?" She turned her head to look at Dang Sochu, her sharp eyes mixed with a hint of teasing. "Are you always this curious?" The white-haired woman sat down, her eyes still on Dang Sochu. He nodded, as if he understood, then said, "You're right." She softly replied, "Right?" The white-haired woman stood up, turning her back to Dang Sochu, her voice cold. "I have a debt to settle with a few people. They used me, discarded me, and hunted me." Dang Sochu asked again, "So, you want revenge? Who are they?" Her crimson eyes blazed with a fire of hatred, as if wanting to burn everything. Her face was cold, concealing a fierce storm. The white-haired woman spoke, the names echoing heavily. Langong Sect and Ami Sect, along with other factions that followed them. Dang Sochu was terrified, unable to believe his ears. He yelled, "Are you crazy? Are you going to face the entire Sichuan forces alone?" The white-haired woman coldly admitted, "Perhaps I am crazy." Then she held out her hand, her voice full of authority. "Now, return the dagger I lent you." Dang Sochu stubbornly replied, "I bought it because I needed it." Dang Sochu looked at the dagger in his hand, his face disdainful. He exclaimed, "Oh, this piece of junk?" The white-haired woman frowned, her sharp eyes looking at Dang Sochu, reminding him, "Piece of junk? It cost me a fair amount of silver." The white-haired woman looked at Dang Sochu, her tone full of warning. "If you go seeking revenge with something like that, you'll be killed instantly." Dang Sochu threw something. The white-haired woman deftly caught it, her eyes curious. In her hand was an exquisite dagger, its blade gleaming sharply, a true work of art. She whispered, "This is." The white-haired woman caressed the blade, feeling its perfection. Surprise was evident on her face. "The blade, the balance, and the strength are all perfect. Did you make this yourself?" "It must have taken a lot of effort." Dang Sochu smiled brightly, proud of his achievement. "Not at all. I didn't have much time because I had to make it secretly, but it wasn't difficult in the slightest." The white-haired woman asked again, her eyes scrutinizing, "Are you sure you want to give this to me? Aren't you going to take revenge on the Langong men and the Ami sect?" In Dang Sochu's memory, the images of 3 enemies appeared, majestic and cruel. They were the ones who caused the collapse of the Dang men, pushing him into destitution. He growled, "They are the reason the Dang men fell apart like this." Dang Sochu growled, his hatred burning, his hands clenched. "I'm not saying that Dang men didn't deserve punishment, but the Dang men has closed its doors. I cannot forgive them for isolating and threatening us just to destroy us like this." "Dang," Sochu sneered, pointing his finger straight, declaring that Pio Wol was the first person to tell him not to hold back. He was ready to unleash his full power. Pio Wol smiled faintly, her red eyes half closed, seemingly accepting Dang Sochu's challenge. A terrifying calm spread. Pio Wol sat upright, one hand resting lightly on her thigh. With a graceful movement, she slowly raised her hand, preparing for what was to come. A cold, sharp dagger appeared in Pio Wol's hand, which she gently extended towards Dang Sochu. The black-haired youth looked at the gleaming weapon in surprise. Pio Wol stood tall, her fiery red eyes full of power. Around her, countless daggers floated, emitting dazzling light like stars in the night sky. Pio Wol darted like the wind, her figure graceful amidst a rain of daggers. The sharp blades cut through the air, forming a deadly dance around her. A dagger hovered above Pio Wol's fingertip, obeying her will. A faint light enveloped the blade, as if it were awaiting a command. Pio Wol stood majestically, hundreds of daggers surrounding her like a halo. Dang Sochu knelt, looking up in terror, completely overwhelmed. Dang Sochu stared in astonishment at the hovering daggers, as if they had a will of their own. He exclaimed, "It's as if the daggers are moving by themselves. I knew it." Pio Wol smiled faintly, a dagger still hovering in her hand. She whispered, "Excellent. Phantom Rain would be a fitting name. He was born to use those daggers." Pio Wol stood tall, the daggers swirling around her. She spoke, her voice echoing. I am Pio Wool. If you hear my name elsewhere, it means I have used Phantom Rain very well. Dang Sochu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. He shouted Pio Wool's name, then said proudly, I hope one day everyone in Sichuan will know your name. An ancient stone bridge spanned the Emerald River, leading to majestic traditional architecture. The afternoon sun bathed the scene in gold, creating a serene beauty. Beneath the brilliant sunset sky, the sweeping tiled roofs of ancient buildings emerged, a vast, tranquil space, deeply marked by the passage of time. A graceful hand placed a teacup onto the wooden table. The gentle clink of ceramics echoed softly, breaking the silence of the room. The gentle-faced, blonde-haired woman smiled and spoke. She thanked those who had gathered at her invitation, her voice full of humility. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, her amber eyes sparkling with a smile. She was a pure white blossom, but deep within lay a secret no one knew. The men surrounding the table, enchanted by her appearance, quickly responded. Of course we'll come as soon as you call, Miss Wu. Another added, We are always willing to follow your word, Miss Wu. She bowed her head, placing a hand on her chest, her voice full of worry. The Bai Hua Hui has faced many difficulties due to pressure from the Langong Pai, but I am truly relieved to know that everyone is still willing to help. She softly offered her thanks. Hearing this, the men unanimously spoke up in defense. We will protect the Bai Hua Hui, one declared heroically. The Langong Pai may be strong, but they cannot extend their influence into this city. The whole group affirmed, You don't need to worry at all. She smiled sweetly. Thank you, everyone. But deep down, she scorned them. Men were still men, shallow to a pathetic degree. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with calculation. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind. Ah, that's right. She looked around, her voice full of regret. The Langong Pai has been acting suspiciously lately, and everyone has been summoned back to headquarters. So I probably won't be able to attend the next gathering. As soon as she finished speaking, the men immediately panicked, becoming noisy. Really? The man in the purple robe asked in alarm. Can we join the MA Pai? The man in the green robe shouted. I'll go up Mount MA too. Everyone. She called softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her heart she scoffed. These fools rushed to her side just for her appearance. Her laughter echoed, harboring boundless ambition. She would manipulate these fools who thought her an innocent flower. Then one day, she would seize the MA Pai and dominate all of Sichuan. Sunset descended, painting the sweeping tiled roofs of ancient buildings red. Another day passed, carrying with it schemes and calculations. In another room, Pio Wool sat silently at the dining table. Her fiery red eyes looked down at the plate of food, completely expressionless. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired woman suddenly turned her head, as if sensing a cold aura. She let out a soft gasp of surprise. Pio Wool's fiery red eyes emitted a cold light, like two rubies, concealing death. An invisible killing intent spread. The blonde-haired woman still stood among the crowd, but her gaze seemed to pierce through space, directed towards Pio Wool. Those fiery red eyes. How can they be so beautiful? She bowed her head, her hands clenched. The men around her called out in bewilderment. Huh? Miss Wu? To everyone's astonishment, she dashed away. The blonde woman stood behind Pio Wool, her gaze fixed on the white-haired young man's back. An indescribable curiosity crept into her heart. Pio Wool turned his head, his crimson eyes meeting the blonde woman's gaze. A silent moment enveloped the space, like a wordless greeting. The blonde woman broke the silence, speaking to him. I've never seen you here before. Her eyes still held curiosity. She introduced herself gracefully. They say we are all brothers and sisters on this land. Why don't we introduce ourselves? I am Wu Siona of the White Flower Sect. She placed a hand on her chest, waiting. I'd like to know your name, if it's not too much trouble. Pio Wool replied curtly, his tone cold. Pio Wool. He showed no change in expression, his crimson eyes as still as a lake. Wu Sionha smiled charmingly, her eyes sparkling. She continued to probe. Young Master Pio, are you a warrior? Pio Wool replied defiantly. You can think whatever you want. He looked directly at her, then suddenly changed his tone. What do you want? Wu Sionha didn't flinch, asking back. Is there a reason you can't tell me? Pio Wool countered with a sharp question. Do you always ask strangers for every detail like this? A long-haired man in a purple-gray robe suddenly appeared, his face full of indignation. He roared, defending Wu Siona. How dare you speak to Miss Wu like that? Apologize to her at once. Pio Wool's expression didn't change, his crimson eyes gleaming with coldness. He repeated the man's words, full of sarcasm. Apologize? The long-haired man continued to yell, demanding Pio Wool kneel. You must kneel on the ground and apologize properly. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Pio Wool slowly stood up, his aura suddenly changing. He replied to the threat. Won't let me off the hook? His gaze was sharp and cold. I understand you're infatuated with this woman, but you should learn to judge people before picking a fight. The long-haired man in the purple-gray robe was completely shocked, his face contorted with anger, grinding his teeth. What? He turned and called out to a short-haired man in gray named Gangdu, ordering him to bring his sword. Gangdu, bring me my sword! The long-haired man took the sword, his eyes flaring with rage. He roared, How dare you insult me? He raised his sword high, preparing to strike Pio Wool, his words full of menace. You will be punished. Pio Wool tilted his head, the blade grazing past his face, just barely missing his fair skin. His crimson eyes remained eerily calm. The horrified onlookers cried out. A man in a purple robe shouted, No! You mustn't go! Others could only curse in despair. A dazzling streak of light flashed past, seemingly severing everything. Pio Wool tilted his head back, his silver hair fluttering in that fateful moment. Pio Wool took a slight step back, escaping the opponent's sword trajectory. The purple-gray robed warrior still charged forward, his sword energy swirling futilely. The purple-gray robed warrior was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered, What? He just dodged my attack? Pio Wool still stood there, his crimson eyes completely unruffled. He thought to himself, he only moved just enough so that my sword wouldn't touch him. Rage flared in the purple-gray robed warrior's eyes, which glowed brightly. He roared, You! Impossible! The purple-gray robed warrior tensed, his entire body enveloped by brilliant golden lightning bolts. Sword energy surged, signaling a destructive attack. The man in the green robe realized, in horror. That's the Azure Palace's Thunderstorm sword art. All 7 of those sword moves are killing blows. Is he using it here? He's going to kill that person. The purple-gray robed warrior's face contorted with fury, a twisted smile and brightly glowing eyes filled with murderous intent. He raised his sword high, sword energy swirling like a storm. From above, only a destructive surge of energy could be seen gathering. The sword plunged down like lightning, its dazzling light reflected in Pio Wool's crimson eyes. He calmly received it. The purple-gray robed warrior unleashed a fatal blow, sword energy tearing through space. Pio Wool remained still, seemingly unfazed. A flicker of astonishment crossed the purple-gray robed warrior's face as his attack missed its mark. Pio Wool subtly shifted to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade. The purple-gray robed warrior missed again. While the purple-gray robed warrior continued his frenzied assault, Pio Wool merely glanced, his crimson eyes harboring a deadly coldness. The purple-gray robed warrior swung his sword down, creating a fierce impact. Pio Wool dodged, leaving his opponent empty-handed. Pio Wool turned his back, his long white hair fluttering in the air, harboring a chilling coldness. In a flash of movements, Pio Wool glided like a ghost, dodging each of the opponent's sharp attacks, then suddenly counterattacked. In a fleeting memory, Pio Wool stood facing Wu Sionha, the surrounding space unusually quiet. Wu Sionha's face was gentle, her eyes holding worry and an ethereal beauty. Returning to reality, the purple-gray robed warrior swung his sword again. Pio Wool lifted his head, his crimson eyes flashing with contempt. Pio Wool spoke, his tone as cold as ice. So, that's all you've got. The purple-gray robed warrior roared in anger, gesturing to attack, energy surging around him. Pio Wool and his opponent lunged at each other, creating a powerful shockwave, the air seemingly about to explode. Pio Wool unleashed an incredibly powerful blow, sending the purple-gray armored warrior flying, his body crashing hard onto the ground. A loud thud echoed as the purple-gray armored warrior fell, dust billowing everywhere. Pio Wool stood tall, his cold gaze fixed on his motionless opponent at his feet. In a flashback, Pio Wool stood beside Wu Sionha, looking down at the unconscious purple-gray armored warrior. Wu Sionha knelt, hands clasped, pleading with Pio Wool. Please, I beg you to show mercy. Wu Sionha stood up, turning to Pio Wool, with Gangdu and 2 other men looking on in terror behind her. Wu Sionha looked at Pio Wool, trying to explain. He's not a bad person. Wu Sionha defended the long-haired, purple-gray armored man, her voice full of understanding. I know he's too aggressive, but he was only worried about me. Pio Wool replied coldly, his crimson eyes devoid of emotion. One must take responsibility for their actions. Wu Sionha nodded in acceptance, her gaze resolute. She was willing to bear all consequences. Yes, I agree, and I hope to be able to take responsibility for what he has done. Pio Wool looked directly at Wu Sionha, his crimson eyes flashing with scrutiny. "You will take responsibility for him?" The three men protested in unison, their faces full of indignation and determination.
No, Miss Wu, we would rather fight for you, even if it means our end.
Pio Wool subtly smirked, his crimson eyes gleaming with appraisal. She was truly skilled. Wu Xiona smiled, hands clasped before her chest, her eyes full of hidden meaning. She knew how to leverage every advantage. Would that be all right? Wu Xiona's face still held a gentle smile, but her eyes concealed a deep calculation. Pio Wool looked directly at Wu Xiona, his crimson eyes emotionless, as if reading her innermost thoughts. Time passed, candlelight flickering, illuminating the room, bringing with it the stillness of the night. In the quiet room, Pio Wool lay on the bed, his gaze fixed on the distance. Wu Xiona gently approached Pio Wool, her hand lightly touching his arm. "Young Master Pio." Wu Xiona looked up at Pio Wool, her voice sweet with a hint of coquetry. "Could you help me with something? For someone as powerful as young Master, it surely won't be difficult." Pio Wool maintained his cold expression, his crimson eyes fixed on her. "I will decide after hearing what it is." Wu Shonha whispered a name, her eyes turning sharp. "Nam Hosan." In Pio Wool's mind, an image of a target appeared. Kill Nam Hosan, the young master of the Leipo men. Wu Xiona spoke of Tai Yono, the leader of the Leipo men, who had forced her to marry his young master. If she refused, he would ally with the Qinggong men, causing great trouble for the Bai Hua Hui and the Ami Pai. Pio Wool looked down coldly. He said that if she failed, she could deny all ties to the Bai Hua Hui, treating him as an unrelated party, a cruel contingency plan. Wu Sionha embraced Pio Wool, proposing, "If you kill Nam Hosan, I will ask my aunt to ensure the Ami Pai will heavily reward you." Pio Wool asked in return, "Who is your aunt?" Wu Sionha smiled confidently. She revealed, "You know the sect leader of the Ami Pai, Gua Satai, right? Her senior disciple, Zhonghua, is my aunt." Pio Wool lay naked on the bed. In his mind, the image of the Ami Pai appeared majestic, concealing power and profound mysteries. Pio Wool smirked, his crimson eyes flashing with amusement. Really? He seemed to have found a new target, a new game to entertain himself. The scene shifted to Amishan, where majestic mountains stretched towards the blue sky and white clouds, a magnificent and serene landscape. A burly man and a blonde woman walked, admiring the scenery. The man exclaimed, "I heard Amishan has incredibly beautiful scenery, truly worthy of praise." They continued up the stone steps. The man said, "Even so, if they lose the battle against the Qinggong men, it will be useless. They surely know the fate of a clan expelled from Amishan." The ancient architecture of the Ami Pai appeared, hidden amidst the towering mountains, exuding solemnity and antiquity. In the grand hall, many people gathered. The burly man and the blonde woman stood at the forefront, facing a dignified elder. Zhonghua, a man wearing an eye patch, stood there with a cold expression. He is Gua Satai's senior disciple, and also Wu Sionha's aunt. Yong Siolan, a black-haired woman in white and yellow attire, stood solemnly. Her eyes exuded determination and charisma. Gua Satai, the sect leader of the Ami Pai, sat majestically. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes were sharp, exuding the authority of a sect master. Gua Satai spoke, her eyes scrutinizing. "Wanderers never shed blood for free. You must be expecting a reward." The burly man replied, his tone decisive. "That's right. We don't want to suffer any losses, no matter what." Gua Satai, the leader of the Ami sect, looked sharply at her opponent. She asked in an authoritative tone, "How much do you want?" The burly man, Gangdu, didn't hesitate, declaring a huge sum. "I think 500,000 gold coins is enough." Beside him, the woman in red stood silently. A commotion erupted. Those around them angrily protested, deeming the demand ridiculous. "Master, don't listen to them anymore. Accepting that demand will make us a laughingstock." A powerful aura erupted from Gua Satai. Those who had just been shouting were knocked back, flying everywhere in the air, the sound echoing like thunder. Gua Satai sat calmly, her gaze sweeping over those who had just been knocked back. She coldly declared, "Stop shouting. It's unsightly." Gua Satai continued to question, her tone full of contempt. "Do you really think we'll accept that demand? 500,000 gold is enough to hire several groups much larger than yours." Gangdu replied with absolute confidence. "But no one is as strong as us, the Black Cloud Brigade." "And what if I still refuse?" he challenged. The woman in red spoke, her eyes sharp. "One of our members must have already reached the Blue Palace Mountains, an implicit threat." Gua Satai was momentarily surprised, then smiled sinisterly. A purple energy enveloped her. "Ah, Playing both sides, are we? Guwa Satai erupted in fury. Purple lightning shot out, striking the woman in red, causing her pain. How presumptuous! Fresh blood splattered, dripping onto the floor. The air was taut, signaling a merciless battle. Gangdu and the woman in red collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and gasping for breath. Both were severely injured after the sudden attack. Guwasate stood up, her aura overwhelming. Tell me the truth. You can't expect me to pay 50,000 gold. Tell me your real price. The woman in red, though injured, still raised her head. The leader of the Ami sect is indeed different. Her aura is truly overwhelming. We are wanderers, selling our strength to the highest bidder. Whoever pays even 1 coin more will be our master. Guwasatai was angry, her eyes sharp. You still won't speak? Then, your allies must be saying the same thing to the Blue Palace sect. The Blue Palace sect has gone ahead of us, and they might hire these people to ensure victory. Gangdu and the woman in red stood firm despite their injuries. He thought, honestly, I want to tear both of them apart right now, but we don't know when the enemy will attack. We need all the help we can get. A mysterious figure touched a finger to the table, their eyes sharp. You are truly cunning. Guwasatai commanded in an authoritative voice. Zhenghua, you may go. Zhenghua bowed in response, obeying the order. The bald man complained irritably. Good heavens, I can't stand dealing with these bastards. They're squeezing our prices too much. It's exhausting every time we do business with the Thunder sect. The two men walked heavily. The short-bearded, black-haired man asked, how much longer do they plan to bleed us dry? The bald man sighed. Oh my! I feel my spirit withering. The bald man angrily said, you saw it too, didn't you? Their 2 enormous warehouses are full of provisions. They've stockpiled so much, yet they still want to buy at a low price? Are provisions their sworn enemy from a past life or something? The short-bearded, black-haired man bowed his head and replied, who knows? Anyway, the rich are usually very stingy. From above, Pio Wool quietly observed the crowd below, where the 2 men who had just left were blending in. His eyes held a contemplative look. Pio Wool raised the teacup to his lips, taking a sip. His face remained calm and inscrutable. A long, gray-haired woman sat at the table, letting out a long yawn, weariness clearly visible on her face. Looking at her reflection in the teacup, she sighed. I wonder how everyone is doing. It's exhausting having to negotiate between the Ami sect and the Blue Palace sect. She was thinking about resting after this negotiation when a short-haired, short-bearded man rushed in, calling out loudly, Master! The gray-haired woman asked, You're back? The short-haired man replied, I should have been back yesterday, but I met someone on the way. The short-haired man explained, I told you already, didn't I? We traveled with someone we met by chance on the road. His name is Pio Wool. The gray-haired woman asked again, Ah, that seemingly powerful man? And you happened to meet him in Sichuan again? She wondered, What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? No, nothing surprising, but something feels off. Perhaps it's my intuition. I must be stressed from having to negotiate between the Ami sect and the Blue Palace sect at the same time. The short-haired man looked at her seriously. If that's what your intuition tells you, then it cannot be taken lightly. The short-bearded, black-haired man suggested sending 2 agile people to follow. Zhang Moriang smiled and agreed, as she was also curious about the target. A call rang out, signaling the arrival of important guests. The woman in red led 2 others in. She happily said, I've brought them. Zhonghua and Yong Seolan, 2 guests from the Ami sect, stood tall with extraordinary presence. Zhang Moriang bowed, introducing herself as the leader of the Black Cloud Legion. Zhonghua replied, I am Zhonghua from the Ami sect. Yong Seolan also added, I am Yong Seolan. Zhang Moriang smiled, probing, If Ami's senior disciple comes here personally, can I take this as a sign of agreement? Zhonghua calmly replied, That depends on the negotiation. He suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, gritting his teeth and saying that if the Black Cloud Legion deceived them with weak forces, they would pay a heavy price, even if it meant postponing the war with the Blue Palace sect. Zhang Moriang maintained her smile, reassuring him, Don't worry, we are ready. She stood up and invited the guests inside. Now then, why don't we discuss the terms? Please come in. Inside the room, Zhonghua slammed his hand on the table, angrily questioning, How dare you? You want foreign trade rights. Do you think there's any chance of that? He continued, contemptuously stating that wanderers should only receive coins, and advised the other party not to be too greedy. Zhang Moriang maintained her smile, replying, I don't think I'm greedy at all. Furthermore, it's perfectly reasonable given that the Ami sect could become the losers in Sichuan. Zhonghua slammed his hand on the table. and the ground beneath his hand cracked. A burst of energy erupted from Zhonghua, shaking the room and shattering the floor. Amidst the wreckage from Zhonghua's fury, Zhang Moryang remained seated calmly, as if nothing had happened. Zhonghua stood there, his crimson eyes flashing, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his oppressive aura still pervasive. Zhang Moryang responded with a mysterious smile, her sharp eyes seemingly seeing through all calculations. A scene of desolation unfolded. Yang Moryang and Yang Xiaolan sat amidst the debris, while Zhonghua stood tall, his aura still undiminished. Zhang Moryang unexpectedly conceded to all demands, from trade rights to money. She only wanted one thing. Instead, help us settle near the Western Plateau, she continued, emphasizing that they would not demand compensation for the damaged tables and chairs, only a place to settle. Zhonghua lowered his head, his eyes sharp, and asked suspiciously, "Is that truly what you want? To find a place to settle?" Zhang Moryang explained that they were wanderers, and no organization wanted them to settle nearby. She pointed at the map, clearly indicating the location of the Western Plateau, a distant, isolated place. Zhang Moryang smiled confidently, believing that Zhonghua would accept this condition. Zhonghua pondered deeply, weighing the benefits and risks of accepting the offer. In Zhonghua's mind, these wanderers could become a frontline, a useful tool. He envisioned a chaotic scene where only a few survivors remained. It wouldn't be too difficult to let a few of them settle. Zhonghua lifted his head, his eyes resolute, and made his final decision. "Very well, we accept your request." Zhang Moryang broke into a radiant smile, declaring that the negotiations were over. Zhang Moryang's smile deepened, hinting at cunning. She thought to herself, "This wouldn't be so easy if I were facing the Blue Palace sect." Zhang Moryang and Yang Xiaolan sat opposite each other. A gray-haired woman asked if a contract needed to be prepared. Zhang Moryang replied, "No need. We will keep our word based on Ami's honor." Zhang Moryang's face showed a cold sharpness, her eyes darting downwards, concealing many calculations. The man with the top knot asked if they would return to Ami immediately and offered to prepare rooms if they wished to stay. Zhang Moryang replied, "We will stay at the White Flower Convent. That young woman is my niece." The man with the top knot nodded. A figure rushed through the corridor, breathing heavily. It was Hyo Ranju, hurrying to them. Hyo Ranju burst into the room, her face panicked. She had an urgent report to make. Zhonghua angrily turned around, his sharp eyes fixed on Hyo Ranju, and roared, "Hyo Ranju, no matter how urgent it is, you cannot burst in like that." Hyo Ranju paid no mind. She collapsed to the ground, uttering a horrifying statement. "The young master of the Thunder Sect has been assassinated." Zhang Moryang and Yang Xiaolan were stunned. Zhang Moryang pressed on. "What? Have they caught the assassin yet?" Zhonghua shook his head, his voice grave. "Apparently not. And the Thunder Sect seems to think the Blue Palace sect is responsible." Sunset descended upon the majestic mountains, painting the sky red. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it harbored an ominous premonition. The brilliant sunset enveloped an ancient building. In the courtyard below, a group of people gathered, the atmosphere seemingly tense. A man with short black hair and a beard stood majestically, his sharp eyes looking forward, his face clearly showing worry. The man with short black hair and a beard stood with a bald, white-bearded man. He wondered, what happened? The bald, white-bearded man replied, "The Thunder Sect has come to visit us without warning." A host of Thunder Sect warriors appeared, all carrying sharp weapons. The atmosphere grew heavy, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. The bald, white-bearded man with a long silver beard spoke in a solemn voice. "Now, tell me," he called out, "Master Tay." The bald, white-bearded man stood opposite a wooden table, his gaze firm. He asked directly, "What do you want from me?" The man with short black hair and a beard, with a challenging expression, replied, "That's what I should be asking you." Zhonghua, the bald, white-bearded man, looked directly at his opponent, his gaze firm. He demanded, "You will need to explain. Why have you brought this coffin all the way here?" The short-bearded, black-haired man stood before the wooden coffin, his expression somber. He replied, his voice heavy with sorrow, "Inside this coffin is the corpse of my deceased disciple." Zhonghua turned away, saying indifferently, "My condolences for your unfortunate disciple. However, I don't see that as a reason to barge in here like this." The short-bearded, black-haired man suddenly erupted in fury, his face contorted. He growled, "Are you really asking me that? Seriously?" Zhonghua remained calm, looking directly at the short-bearded, black-haired man, demanding a clear explanation. "Yes, I don't understand. Can you explain it now?" The short-bearded, black-haired man gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp and full of determination. He replied coldly, "Very well." He swung his sword, striking the coffin lid forcefully. The sound of splintering wood echoed, and the coffin lid burst open. He declared, "Let me show you what this is." Inside the coffin was a body covered in wounds, lying motionless on a red cloth. It was Nam Hosan, the young master of the Lei Mao faction. The short-bearded, black-haired man pointed at the corpse, his voice full of indignation. "Look at the wounds on his body. These are wounds caused by the Langong faction's 72 wave slashes technique." Zhonghua was astonished, cold sweat trickling down. He murmured, "How can this be?" "That is indeed the mark of the Langong faction's 72 wave slashes technique." The short-bearded, black-haired man roared, accusing, "Do you still want to pretend you don't know? My disciple was murdered using the Langong faction's technique. This couldn't happen unless the assassin was from the Langong faction." He continued to explain the motive, his face full of hatred. "They realized we intended to support Enming through marriage with the Huabai Association. That's why the Langong faction struck first." Zhonghua tried to calm the situation, his face showing clear worry. "Master Tay, please calm down." Master Tay could not control his rage. He roared, "How can I calm down? My disciple was killed by a sword from the Langong faction." Zhonghua tried to reassure him, seeking a solution. "I will investigate this, so please." Master Tay cut him off, his eyes blazing. "This is enough. What more do you want to investigate? Explain yourself." His aura exploded, engulfing the entire space. Zhonghua frantically reached out, trying to stop Master Tay's actions, a golden aura erupting around him. "Brother, no!" Master Tay did not hesitate. He shot forward like a whirlwind, his blazing eyes locked onto his target. He swung his arm, and a powerful surge of energy erupted, aimed directly at the mustachioed, black-haired man. A terrifying attack exploded, Master Tay's power striking down like lightning, forming a dazzling beam of light. The mustachioed, black-haired man clutched his chest, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with pain and surprise. He collapsed to the ground, his body motionless, while Master Tay stood tall, his eyes still full of rage. Master Tay looked down, his voice snarling with contempt. "Do you think you can deceive us? Do you think you can threaten us with this pathetic fabrication?" Zhonghua quickly grabbed Master Tay, questioning. "Brother, why did you attack him like that?" Master Tay turned his back, saying resolutely, "The more lenient we are, the more they mock us. Defeat them first, then investigate." Zhonghua watched Master Tay's retreating back, his heart heavy with thought. I don't know when he changed, but he has become violent and aggressive. Even though he was cold before, he was never this brutal. In another corner, the injured mustachioed, black-haired man was helped up by his disciples, who asked about his condition with concern. The injured man gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. Is this the Langong faction's intention? To use power to suppress others to the point where they cannot object? Zhonghua bowed his head, falling silent, his eyes filled with doubt and contemplation. Zhonghua turned to Dojin, ordering, "Discuss this with Master Tay when he recovers, and prepare rooms for the people of the Lei faction." Dojin immediately replied, "Understood." Zhonghua called Zhongyop, and the brown-haired man respectfully answered, "Zhongyop." "Yes, Master." Zhonghua instructed Zhongyop, "You should go to the city. Something strange is happening." Zhongyop nodded, walking away, his heart filled with gravity. Night fell, covering the city's curved tiled roofs. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, signaling an unpeaceful night. On the wooden paved road, two men walked slowly. Their silhouettes were etched against the dark background, carrying heavy thoughts. The mustachioed man broke the silence, his voice full of doubt. "Do you think the Langong faction really murdered Nam Hosan? The traces of a skill can be easily faked." The clean-shaven man replied, his expression stern. "Are you joking? Advanced skills always bear unique marks. No one can imitate the 72 wave slashes mark." The mustachioed man looked at the closed door, worried. "So the Langong faction is the culprit? I fear the entire city will soon be engulfed in a sea of blood." In a quiet room, Pio Wall sat at a table, his gaze directed at the full moon through the window. Pio Wall's face showed deep contemplation. His blazing red eyes gleamed in the darkness, harboring secrets unknown to anyone. Outside, the moon still hung suspended in the night sky, casting its light upon the ancient rooftops. Like a silent witness, Pio Wall remained seated, motionless, like a statue in the silent space, with only the moonlight as his companion. Pio Wall's crimson eyes were still full of mystery, his sharp face concealing a terrifying coldness. Suddenly, Wu Seona appeared at the doorway, her face full of questions. How did you do it? Pyowol subtly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over her, his tone indifferent. Do what? Wu Xiona stepped forward, questioning. I'm talking about Nam Ho-san of the Thunderclap sect. What did you do to make the Thunderclap sect leader accuse the Blue Palace sect of being the murderers? Pyowol stood up, turned his back, and walked away, replying with a rhetorical question. Who knows? Wu Xiona continued to ask. Didn't you kill him? Pyowol moved closer to Wu Xiona, his crimson eyes looking directly into hers, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Does it matter who killed him? What matters is that he's dead. He used his finger to lift Wu Xiona's chin, his eyes full of challenge, asking with authority, Isn't that right? Wu Xiona softly replied, her gaze meeting Pyowol's sharp stare. That's right. He leaned in close, his breath caressing her face, making the atmosphere as tense as a taut string. She didn't flinch, only silently faced him. Pyowol stepped back, releasing her chin. Wu Xiona turned her head, saying she wouldn't be able to meet him for a while because a distinguished guest was waiting. He questioned her about the distinguished guest. Wu Xiona turned back, her face calm, preparing to explain. She explained that Zhenghua Sate, Ami's senior disciple, was her aunt. Her aunt was visiting the White Flower Society with her sister Ami, and due to her difficult personality, she had to personally host her. Pyowol asked why Zhenghua Sate had come to the city. Wu Xiona continued to recount, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. She revealed that Zhenghua Sate wanted to hire the Black Cloud Group, an extremely powerful group of wanderers with a very wise leader. Images of mysterious warriors appeared hauntingly. He pondered, asking when Zhenghua Sate would leave the White Flower Society and return to her sect. The image of the senior disciple flashed through his mind. Wu Xiona said her aunt would stay at the White Flower Society for a while. She was happy to be with her aunt, but found it annoying to also have to meet her aunt's troublesome sister. She turned around, offered a mysterious smile, and bid farewell, leaving Pyowol alone in the silent room. The door gently closed behind him. Pyowol stood there, his long silver hair flowing freely, his gaze still pensive. He mused about the troublesome sister Wu Xiona had mentioned. The image of a black-haired woman appeared in his mind, full of composure, yet no less intimidating. Pyowol's crimson eyes turned sharp and cold. He knew that if that woman stayed, fate would once again push them into a confrontation. He thought about the death of Nam Hozan from the Thunderclap sect, realizing that the Blue Palace sect must be in great trouble. With a resolute gaze, Pyowol turned and walked away, telling himself to wait a little longer. Fierce waves surged. Sharp, cold streaks of light tore through the night, signaling a terrifying attack about to descend. Fresh blood splattered, staining the space red, a clear sign of the brutality and death that had just occurred. Pyowol's cold hand gently lifted, a silver throwing knife hovering, ready to sow terror. Pyowol stood tall amidst a sea of blood and corpses, an eerie light surrounding him, demonstrating his destructive power. Pyowol's crimson eyes flashed with cruelty, his face exuding a chilling, killing intent, like a grim reaper who had just finished his work. The desolate scene of the blood-stained room, with faint light shining through, revealed the devastation of the massacre. Two men appeared. The brown-haired man asked, So, the young master of the Thunderclap sect was murdered here? The black-haired man, kneeling, replied, Yes. The black-haired man examined the marks on the floor, remarking, These marks are rougher than I've seen, but they are definitely the traces of our sect's 72 wave slashes. The brown-haired man questioned, What if an outsider imitated the 72 wave slashes? The black-haired man replied, I hope so, but only a few people in our sect have learned this move. An outsider couldn't have learned it on their own. The brown-haired man pondered, an ancient book appearing in his mind. But a copy of this technique was once leaked, the black-haired man explained. Images of two people practicing swordsmanship appearing. That copy only contained the sword technique. It couldn't unleash even half its potential, unless one had practiced our sect's Chi-Chan cultivation method. The brown-haired man posed a question. What if one of the larger sects was involved? As you know, that would change the situation. The black-haired man said, It's possible to learn the Chi-Chan cultivation method through reverse analysis. The black-haired man pointed, continuing his explanation. But considering the effort involved, creating a new technique would be even more efficient. The brown-haired man concluded, Anyway, there's nothing significant here. Why not try to find out how the assassin broke in? The black-haired man agreed. That's a good idea. We can track the assassin's movements that way. The brown-haired man stood upright, looking around with astonishment. An assassin did this? How brutal. The ghost of the assassin from 7 years ago reappeared. crimson eyes haunting his mind. Is it the assassin from 7 years ago? No, he definitely isn't dead. An invisibly fear enveloped him. The sunset descended upon a bustling town. Amidst the peaceful scenery, a voice echoed. Is there a hotel with enough room for all of us? Chung Yap led the group, his voice confident. Why should we go to a hotel? Tianjinmen is our ally here. They will provide us with accommodation. Someone replied. Oh, I see. Chung Yap chuckled softly, his hand running through his hair. A smug expression was evident on his face, as if everything was within his calculations. Chung Yap placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The person next to him exclaimed in surprise. That's... A sudden feeling of shock washed over them. From a distance, a valiant group approached. Leading them was Zhonghua Seitai in a black fur cloak. Ami-sect! A shout rang out, carrying surprise. Zhonghua Seitai appeared, her face cold, one eye hidden behind her hair. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, full of authority. Chung Yeop's group froze. A brown-haired man exclaimed in astonishment, Ami-sect? This appearance clearly caused a shock. Zhonghua Seitai stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over her opponents. A questioning voice rang out. Why is Qinggong Shijia here? Chung Yeop's group stepped forward, each step carrying tension. The atmosphere between the two sides began to grow heavy. Chung Yeop smirked, greeting her with sarcasm. Long time no see, Zhonghua Seitai. The confrontation officially began. Zhonghua Seitai replied in a cold, contemptuous tone. Have you come here to pick up the scraps? You should stay in the mountains like your nickname, White Crane Sword. Chung Yeop and Zhonghua Seitai exchanged words, blaming each other for the conflict. You started it first, and I wonder who else started this war. I'm truly tired of this, Ami anxiously advised. Sister, we should leave now, Zhonghua Seitai roared angrily. Shut up! Are you suggesting we should run away from Qinggong Shijia? Zhonghua Seitai furiously shouted, exposing their crimes. Did you kill the heir of Lei Ji Men because he was about to get engaged to Bai Huatuan? How far has Qinggong Shijia fallen? Honor means nothing to you, Chung Yeop roared in anger, exposing their malicious plot. We're not even as bad as you. Your sect invested 7 years just to kill the most promising heir of our family. Tell me, how can I be as cunning as you? Zhonghua Seitai looked thoughtfully at Ami, her voice full of contemplation. So, this is the outcome we must face. Where did everything go wrong? Ami bowed her head sadly, admitting, we are the cause of this conflict, but we didn't think the assassin would actually kill Wu Gunsang. She continued, her gaze distant. Even though the boy died long ago, we are all still affected by the traces he left behind. In a fleeting moment, the image of a long, black-haired assassin glided through the night, surrounded by blue light, like a ghost of the past. Ami gripped her staff tightly, her voice full of bitterness. And we don't even know his name. She turned her head, sensing a sudden cold aura. Ami startled and turned around, her sharp gaze sweeping through the space. What? Who is the source of this cold stare? A mysterious hooded figure stood silently among the crowd. Ami's gaze stopping there, she squinted, staring at the figure, wondering if it was an illusion. Am I imagining things? The surrounding crowd began to murmur, whispers spreading like ripples. In that moment, P.O. Wol appeared, his long white hair fluttering, his figure graceful like a ghost. He bowed slightly, his fiery red eyes flashing with a cold glint. Still very sharp, I see. P.O. Wol spread his arms, his steps light yet powerful. He needed a bigger spark to ignite into a blazing fire, and the players here were also very important. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, mysterious black smoke surrounding him. P.O. Wol whispered, a faint smile on his lips. This isn't a bad start. Night fell, the bright moonlight illuminating a peaceful town, where ancient rooftops were bathed in the night, sparkling with lights. A blonde girl, Heo Ranju, clearly showed anger and worry. She reproached, Where have you been all day? I've been waiting for you to come back for so long. In the dim light, P.O. Wol, with his white hair and fiery red eyes, appeared, his face cold and expressionless. He called the girl's name Heo Ranju. P.O. Wol turned his back, his white hair fluttering in the wind. He realized Heo Ranju was not alone. 2 other people were standing behind her. In a cozy room, P.O. Wol sat opposite Heo Ranju and 2 other men, surrounded by a lavish spread of food on the table. The elderly woman with braided gray hair, Jang Merwang, smiled kindly. She introduced herself. I am Jang Merwang, leader of the Black Cloud Army. She continued, I've heard of you for a long time. Meeting like this is fate. Why don't you join us for a meal? P.O. Wol stared at Jang Merwang, his fiery red eyes glinting with thought. He mused, so, She is the leader of the Black Cloud Army. Jang Merwang continued. Ranju here cares a lot about you. Of course, I also wanted to meet you. She sighed. Now that we've met, I can feel how strong you are. Jang Merwang analyzed, saying that Pio Wol was hiding his extraordinary strength behind his simple appearance and attire. She asserted, but you cannot hide it completely. Even a little bit of power escaping is enough for me to know how strong you are. Heo Ranju and Jang Merwang exchanged meaningful glances. Heo Ranju smiled and said, Right? I told you, he's not an ordinary warrior. Jang Merwang looked directly at Pio Wol, not beating around the bush. She said, Now I'll be direct. I want to recruit you into the Black Cloud Army. Pio Wol remained silent, his fiery red eyes sharp and cold, as if wanting to pierce through Jang Merwang, revealing no emotion. Jang Merwang explained her dream. People may see us as just a wandering group, but I have a dream. She continued, I want to develop the Black Cloud Army into a formal, respected organization, and I must recruit every talent I can to make that dream a reality. Jang Merwang made an enticing offer. I will give you anything you want. Jang Merwang even offered, I am willing to let you take our Ranju if you wish. Heo Ranju was startled and exclaimed angrily, Hey! The bearded brown-haired man sitting next to her pondered, while Jang Merwang smiled meaningfully. Jang Merwang observed Heo Ranju, thinking to herself that even though the girl complained, she seemed to really like the white-haired young man. The bearded brown-haired man sipped his wine, his sharp eyes calculating Pio Wol's reaction to the bold offer. Pio Wol coldly uttered, That doesn't appeal to me at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bearded brown-haired man spat out all the water in his mouth in astonishment. At the dining table, Heo Ranju glared angrily at Pio Wol, while Jang Merwang and the bearded brown-haired man were stunned by his bluntness. The bearded brown-haired man quickly covered his mouth, coughing violently. Excuse me. I choked on my food. Please continue the conversation. The entire dining table fell into an awkward silence. The steamed fish was still steaming, but the atmosphere had become tense. Jang Merwang smiled meaningfully, breaking the silence. In that case, I'll ask another question. She looked directly at Pio Wol, pressing him. What exactly are you not interested in? Joining us? Or taking Ranju away? Pio Wol shrugged slightly, closed his eyes, and replied concisely, All of it. I don't need anything that clearly will become trouble later. Heo Ranju glared at Pio Wol, her face a mix of anger and disbelief. She gritted her teeth, unable to accept it. He rejected me? He dared to reject me. The bearded brown-haired man tilted his head, his eyes thoughtful, puzzled by Pio Wol's attitude. The entire dining table once again fell into a heavy silence, no one uttering a word. Jang Merwang couldn't help but cover her mouth to suppress the rising laughter. Finally, she burst out laughing. That was just a joke. Why are you all so serious? Jang Merwang stopped joking. She slammed her hand on the table, her eyes sharp and cold. She looked at Pio Wol, explaining that Heo Ranju was very precious and she would never hand her over just to recruit him. Jang Merwang raised a warning finger, advising Pio Wol to stay away from the Black Cloud Army. She said she liked to talk, but others preferred to act first. Pio Wol smirked. He also had a few words he wanted to convey. Jang Merwang closed her eyes, listening with a calm expression. Pio Wol looked at her, his fiery red eyes glinting with cruelty. If one day your head falls off while you're walking down the street, he continued his cold threat, know that it was because of me. A sneer escaped Pio Wol. He pointed at Jang Merwang and burst out laughing. Just kidding. Why are you so serious? You look so foolish. Jang Merwang opened her eyes, looking at Pio Wol with an annoyed and unimpressed expression. The scene shifted as night fell over the Jin Tian sect, the bright moonlight illuminating the ancient rooftops. Inside a room, a figure was sprawled on a wooden table. A black-haired young man entered, cupped his hands, and bowed. He said, I have returned, senior brother. The brown-haired young man lying on the table replied languidly,
Oh, right. You're back.
The black-haired young man asked about Ami's situation. How is Ami? They haven't moved since entering the Manhwa sect. The brown-haired young man explained that he had sent several disciples to monitor the Manhwa sect. The black-haired young man nodded. Well done. The brown-haired young man added, In any case, it's my responsibility. The brown-haired young man mused, emphasizing the need to quickly find the culprit who murdered the Leiji sect's heir, in order to assess the situation and plan a response. The brown-haired young man agreed, revealing his intention to contact the wuxia, those who know every corner of society. The black-haired young man asked again in surprise. The black-haired young man believed that the wuxia would know who was lurking near the Leiji sect that day, as their eyes and ears were spread throughout Sichuan. Although still somewhat skeptical about the wuxia's help, The brown-haired young man decided to entrust this task to his comrade. The black-haired young man confidently bowed, promising not to disappoint the other. Under the moonlight, the brown-haired young man pondered, realizing the incident was far more complex with the involvement of many organizations. He worried about the chain of events that could unfold, with the Leiji sect, Tianjin sect, and Manhwa sect all getting entangled if the culprit wasn't caught soon. Night fell, enveloping the ancient tiled roofs, and a tranquil atmosphere settled. From a dark corner, Mon stealthily lurked, his eyes full of vigilance, completely silent. He wondered why he couldn't sense Pio Wol's presence, even though he was certain he had seen Pio Wol enter. In Mon's mind, an image of Pio Wol, a trained warrior, stepping through the door appeared. Mon was doubtful, wondering if Pio Wol had truly reached such a high level that he couldn't even hear a single breath. Suddenly, Mon opened the window, looked outside, creating a small sound. He signaled to the 3 people waiting on the rooftop, transmitting a secret signal. Mon nodded decisively, his eyes firm, preparing for the upcoming action. The 3 figures on the rooftop simultaneously jumped down, plunging into the night like ghosts. A tranquil night enveloped an ancient building, hidden among dense green trees. The thick darkness seemed to swallow all sounds, leaving only an eerie silence. In the dim room, a kneeling figure reported, "Priority target number 1 has shown no movement all night." Yang Wuzhong stood by the map table, listening with a pensive expression. The darkness gradually faded, and dawn was about to break. The masked man continued, his voice decisive. "It's almost dawn. We will switch from remote surveillance to close-range monitoring." Yang Wuzhong, deputy commander of the Heiyun army, nodded. He ordered, "All right, well done. The leader is very worried about him. Always maintain high vigilance while tracking." The masked man replied, and then vanished like a flash of lightning. He carried the new orders, dissolving into the lingering night. Yang Wuzhong sighed, his eyes full of contemplation. He murmured, "It's time to get back to my work." He turned back to the table, intently looking at the spread-out map. The complex lines and symbols on it held grand plans. His finger tapped lightly on the map, stopping at the 3 gates leading into Langong Mountain. The 3 gates at the entrance to Langong Mountain will be a big problem, he mused, visualizing the Heiyun army cavalry fighting. The Heiyun army must gain an advantage at these gates. If we use 200 cavalry, we have to bring them down the mountain. So how? Yang Wuzhong's face hardened, his eyes revealing his concern. He delved deep into thought, searching for a solution. Worry was evident in every line of his face. He was trying to connect all possibilities, but still hadn't found a way out. Suddenly, an object whizzed past his head, embedding itself directly into the map. The unexpected event startled Yang Wuzhong. Several sharp objects were deeply embedded in the tabletop, creating dry, crisp sounds. They appeared abruptly, like a cold warning. He looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. Not a sound, not a trace, only an eerie silence. A feeling of unease washed over him. He wondered, am I being too suspicious? He lowered his head, trying to calm himself. I thought someone was watching. It must be my imagination due to stress. Yang Wuzhong was looking at the map, an eerie darkness enveloping him. A sense of unease washed over him, making him feel as if someone was watching. Suddenly, a white-haired figure with blazing red eyes appeared, like a terrifying illusion. Yang Wuzhong flinched, staring directly into those fiery eyes. Pio Wol's blazing red eyes stared directly at Yang Wuzhong, as if piercing through all secrets, sending shivers down his spine. Under the bright full moon, silver light illuminated the ancient tiled roof of Bai Huajai, a place harboring deep secret. A short black-haired girl, wearing a fur coat, turned her back and ordered, "Return to the main hall as soon as the sun rises." The long black-haired girl with blue eyes looked at the person opposite her in surprise and asked, "What do you mean?" The girl in the fur coat explained, "There's nothing for you to do here. It's best if you return and stay by the master's side." The long black-haired girl replied, "But the master ordered me to help you." The girl in the fur coat insisted, "That's right, and we've successfully hired the Heiyun Jun. You can go back now." The long black-haired girl refused. "I can't. No one knows when we'll have to fight the Langong Bang in this city. I should stay here." The girl in the fur coat smiled meaningfully. "What are you worried about when I'm here? I can use the Heiyun Jun as a shield if needed. Just do as I say." The long black-haired girl sighed, reluctantly accepting. "All right, if that's what you want, then." The girl in the fur coat stated firmly, "Return by tomorrow's dawn." The long black-haired girl replied, "I will." The girl in the fur coat continued, "You can go now." The long black-haired girl replied, "All right." A knock echoed at the door. Wu Seonha, with her white hair, carrying a tray of fruit, spoke, "Auntie, it's me,
May I come in?
Jianghua Sate, the short black-haired woman, sitting on a chair, said, Seonha, come in. Jianghua Sate looked at Wu Seonha, asking why she was late. Wu Seonha replied with a smile, saying she just wanted to keep her aunt company. Jianghua Sate praised her kindness. You truly are a good girl. Jianghua Sate keenly noticed Wu Seonha's unusual radiance and immediately asked if she was dating. Have you been seeing anyone lately? You look so radiant, Wu Seonha exclaimed softly.
Oh, Auntie.
Wu Seonha admitted, her smile growing even brighter. There is someone. He's very helpful. Behind her, a faint silhouette of Pio Wol appeared, his eyes blazing red. Wu Seonha revealed a shocking secret. Auntie, you know the heir of the Leiji men is dead, right? The man I'm seeing might be the one who killed that heir? Jianghua Sate flinched. Jianghua Sate stared directly at Wu Seonha, her eyes sharp as she questioned.
Are you sure? He's the one who killed Namhozan?
Wu Seonha quickly waved her hand, her face showing panic.
Oh no, I'm not entirely sure. It's just my speculation. But I don't have any proof.
Jianghua Sate pondered. Wu Seonha promised to introduce the person when she had proof. Finally, Jianghua Sate agreed to her suggestion. If you wish to proceed that way, then, all right. Suddenly, a searing pain tore through Jianghua Sate. She clutched her chest, her face contorted in agony. Wu Seonha stood upright, her eyes emotionless as she watched Jianghua Sate writhing. Not a trace of worry or pity appeared on her face. The door burst open, and two girls rushed in a panic. A chaotic scene unfolded before their eyes, shouts echoing.
What happened?
The girl with her hair tied up pointed in horror at Jianghua Sate, Sister Gongxian, she. The long black-haired girl next to her exclaimed, asserting, this must be the Longong men. Jianghua Sate lay motionless on the floor, fresh blood spreading. The long black-haired girl affirmed, they sent an assassin to kill Gongxian. A brown-haired man with a beard lay slumped on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. He was dead. Mon screamed in despair, his eyes wide with horror as he saw the terrifying scene. Gongxian! Outside, the house remained immersed in the peaceful beauty of flowers, plants, and ancient architecture. A stark contrast to the tragedy within. Two women stood there, one painfully announcing, Gongxian, a second-generation disciple, is dead. Gongxian's body lay motionless. A direct disciple of Zhonghua, an influential figure in Ami, had been assassinated right within the Bai Hua Hui. Zhang Merwang showed clear worry, exclaiming, now I'm afraid we've allied with the wrong side. Jiang Yeop, however, had a different calculation, calmly replying, but in the end, this will benefit us. The more unstable they become, the more they'll have to rely on us. The two whispered as they walked. Anyway, it's strange for such a skilled assassin to be in Sichuan. What do you think? Indeed, after the Shui Ying collapsed 7 years ago, no assassin group has been able to set foot in Sichuan. Zhang Yep wondered about the assassin's identity. So, who could it be? I don't think the prestigious Langong Jiazu would hire an assassin. A group of people rushed past. Zhang Merwang put forth a theory. Perhaps this was done by an outsider. An illusion of Pio Wol appeared, his blazing red eyes filled with killing intent, growling. If one day your head falls off while you're walking on the street, know that it was my doing. Jianghua Sate, with sharp eyes, asked about the report. Does Man have any notable reports? Jiang Yep replied to Jianghua Sate. If you want to know about the man Man is tracking, then. Zhang Yep continued his report. He said he's been inside for 4 days. You know how reliable those talented people are. The street scene was bustling. Jianghua Sate remained suspicious, but Zhang Yep firmly asserted, are you sure he's not behind this? From everything observed, he's not the culprit. Jianghua Sate issued a new order. All right, tell Man to temporarily stop surveillance and now focus on tracking the Longong clan. Understood. Jianghua Sate sat solemnly, announcing the grim news. Zhang, our disciple has been killed by an assassin. Jianghua Sate continued to Zhang Merwang. You must be heartbroken. I called you here because I want you to examine the wound on my disciple. Gongxian's body with a neck wound was revealed. At first, I thought it was just a sword wound, but once you look closely, you'll know why I called you here. Zhang Merwang bent down to examine the wound, her face revealing surprise and gravity. The wound on Gongxian's neck was too delicate, not from a sword or saber. Zhang Merwang wondered if it was made by a string, but even the sharpest string couldn't prevent the flesh from curling. Jianghua Sate asked Zhang Merwang, have you ever seen a wound like this before? Zhang Merwang replied, honestly, no. Jianghua Sate was surprised. Even someone As experienced as you hasn't seen it? Zhang Merwang affirmed. Zhonghua Sate continued. At least, do you suspect anyone? In Zhang Merwang's mind, the image of Pio Wol with white hair and blazing red eyes appeared hauntingly, but she dismissed it. It couldn't be him. Zhang Merwang bowed her head, her face full of confusion, unable to give a satisfactory answer. I apologize for not being able to give you a satisfactory answer. The scene shifted to Zhonghua Sate sitting, asking Chong Yaup, when will all your forces arrive in the city? Chong Yaup replied, everyone will be present within 2 days. However, all cavalry entering the city at once will arouse suspicion. Zhonghua Sate's aura erupted, her eyes blazing, asking back, does that matter? She declared, I will crush all of them in the blink of an eye. Zhang Merwang was horrified, hastily asking, you're not planning to start an all-out war immediately, are you? Zhonghua Sate looked at Zhang Merwang defiantly, an overwhelming aura enveloping her. I've agreed to give you what you want. What? Are you scared now? Zhonghua Sate's face contorted with hatred, her eyes blazing red. She swore, I swear I will not breathe the same sky or live alongside the Hailan Gong. Zhang Merwang and Zhang Yaup stood side by side, their faces serious, silent before Zhonghua Sate's oath. Zhonghua Sate's powerful aura erupted, filling the entire room. Zhang Yaup and Zhang Merwang solemnly replied, understood. Zhonghua Sate's power surged, her eyes filled with killing intent. Behind her, the faint silhouette of Pio Wol with white hair appeared, his eyes blazing red. Pio Wol's silhouette became clearer, black threads coiling around him, a cold and menacing presence. The scene shifted to a tranquil night, stars twinkling in the sky. An ancient building bearing the sign Ren Shu Yuan appeared in the darkness. Inside the Ren Shu Yuan, a man with bandaged eyes lay on a bed. He suddenly spoke, his face full of surprise. What are you talking about? A woman with long gray hair, her face furious, rushed forward to question, what happened to O Yukpai? Heo Ranju hung her head, her voice choked. I went to meet Pio Wol, and this bastard ruined everything. The woman with long gray hair slammed the table, growling, stop beating around the bush and explain everything that happened. Heo Ranju flinched. Heo Ranju stammered, sweat beading on her forehead, trying to gather her words. Well, the scene shifted to another room, where Pio Wol sat alone, quietly eating his meal. Pio Wol picked up each noodle strand, his blazing red eyes still cold, seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs. He set the bowl of noodles down, his movements decisive, without a single wasted motion. Then, Pio Wol picked up the cup beside him, preparing to drink water. Suddenly, Heo Ranju appeared, flashing a charming smile, and placed a cup on the table. Is it good? Heo Ranju winked playfully, her gaze full of hidden meaning directed at Pio Wol. Handsome. Pio Wol frowned, his tone cold. Heo Ranju, I'll never get to eat in peace. Heo Ranju leaned against the table, smiling. What do you want? I just wanted to know how you were, and I want to apologize. Pio Wol looked up, his blazing red eyes showing a hint of surprise. Apologize? Heo Ranju explained, Pio Wol remaining still. I think we were a bit rude that day. You must have been a little surprised. I don't really care. Heo Ranju's face changed, half smiling, half revealing a sharp coldness. What? You don't care? Even though you treated me like that? By the way, about the leader's offer that day, why don't you reconsider? Heo Ranju took another step, her tone full of invitation. You mean, join the Heiyunjun? That's right. I'll take good care of you. A burly man suddenly appeared, placing a hand on Heo Ranju's shoulder. He spoke in a reproachful tone. Heo Ranju, so you're here. I wondered where you went without a word. Heo Ranju flinched, her eyes sharp, and she slapped the man's hand away. She growled. Get your hand off me, O Yukpai! When did you start following me? Oh, Yukpai burst into laughter, denying the accusation. He explained, following you? Do you think I have that much free time? I'm here because the leader told me to find you. Oh, Yukpei's gaze shifted to Pio Wol, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. He exclaimed, Oh, is this young man Pio Wol? Pio Wol maintained his cold expression, seemingly indifferent to the stranger's boisterous appearance. His crimson eyes remained emotionless. Oh, Yukpei bared his teeth in a smile, his eyes full of flirtation, and said to Pio Wol, Just as the rumors say, truly a beautiful young man. You're really charming. Heo Ranju angrily slammed the table, growling. Not again. He's still going around flirting with men. Oh, Yukpai, you shouldn't pursue things you can't have.
Oh Yukpei ignored Heoranju, continuing to lean towards Pio Wool. Heoranju grew even more annoyed, shouting, "What am I pursuing then?" Oh Yukpei continued to babble, but suddenly a cold chopstick blocked his mouth. Pio Wool had acted. "Stop making a fuss. When did I become greedy?" Pio Wool stared coldly, his low voice echoing, "I will forgive you this once." Pio Wool continued to warn, his crimson eyes filled with killing intent. "Turn away before I count to 3. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never see anything again until you die." Oh Yukpei was still stunned, unable to believe his ears. He mumbled, "What? Did this beautiful young man just speak to me?" Oh Yukpei's face changed, from stunned to angry. Before he could react, a cold voice rang out. 1. Pio Wool's crimson eyes flashed with a terrifying light, signaling an impending disaster. His voice continued to count. 2. Surging energy enveloped the chopsticks in Pio Wool's hand, creating a chilling aura. He was ready to act. Oh Yukpei recoiled in fear as Pio Wool decisively counted. 3. A strong gust of wind swept past, signaling a lightning-fast attack. Pio Wool struck, his gleaming silver chopsticks piercing the burly man's shoulder. Fresh blood splattered, and the man's face contorted in horror and pain. Rage erupted, and the burly man growled, his muscles bulging. "How dare you!" He swung his arm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. A devastating punch tore through the air, the ground cracked, and dust flew everywhere. Heoranju stumbled, nearly caught in the terrifying force. The burly man stood amidst the rubble, panting. He looked around, his face full of confusion. That rat? Where did he go? Heoranju sprang up, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Impossible!" She gripped her weapon, ready to rush into a desperate fight. But then, a light figure appeared in the air. Pio Wool hovered, surrounded by countless sharp throwing darts, aimed directly at the burly man looking up. Pio Wool's eyes glowed blood red, a dazzling light erupting. A barrage of throwing darts shot out like a storm, tearing through the night. Screams of pain tore through the air as the throwing darts embedded themselves in the burly man. Blood splattered, staining the area red. The burly man shrieked miserably, his face contorted in agony. Each throwing dart plunged deep, piercing flesh, carrying the cruelty of death. Fresh blood gushed incessantly, forming a crimson pool on the ground. The bloody scene made the air suffocate. Pio Wool descended, standing tall beside the burly man's gasping body. He panted, struggling to cling to his last breath. Pio Wool raised his hand, and a cold energy swirled above the burly man's head. His life force was being drained. Pio Wool looked down with bone-chilling eyes, while the burly man groaned in extreme pain, blood still streaming down his face. Pio Wool's eyes flared crimson, and a chilling, killing intent enveloped the area. The burly man could only gasp, despairing. A cold, sharp blade sliced across the burly man's neck. Blood gushed like a spring, ending all his struggles. Heoranju shrieked in pain, her eyes horrified as she looked at the fallen burly man. Pio Wool stood coldly amidst the flying throwing darts, beside the burly man's mangled corpse. Jet-black threads, sharp as razors, streamed from Pio Wool, swirling in the air, ready to devour everything. Pio Wool darted like a ghost, his figure blurred within a crimson aura, his terrifying speed tearing through space. Pio Wool and Heoranju faced each other, both their eyes flaring crimson, an uncompromising battle about to erupt. The black threads intertwined tightly, forming a deadly vortex, while the throwing darts still whistled through the air. Heoranju stood frozen, whip in hand, staring at Pio Wool's feet, which were enveloped in dark energy, as the burly man's corpse lay motionless. Heoranju looked down at the dead man, her face sad. She whispered, "Fool." Heoranju faced Pio Wool, who was radiating an ethereal blue light. She said, "That's the price for interfering in my affairs." Heoranju looked at Pio Wool, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Pio Wool, we should stop here today." Pio Wool stood motionless, his entire body erupting with a surge of emerald energy, his crimson eyes still gleaming with murderous intent. Heoranju continued, her voice full of reason. "I didn't come here for this. He got what he deserved for meddling in affairs that weren't his. There's no need for more bloodshed now, is there?" Pio Wool's crimson eyes remained fixed, deep and powerful, without the slightest waver. Finally, Pio Wool turned his back and walked away, leaving Heoranju behind. Heoranju let out a sigh of relief. The tension within her slowly dissipated. Heoranju watched Pio Wool's retreating figure, her words laced with hidden meaning, both reproachful and surprised by his cruel actions towards his colleague. Pio Wall suddenly turned his head, his crimson eyes like fire, uttering a cold warning that startled Hyoranju. Hyoranju watched Pio Wall's back disappear, her words echoing like a curse, warning of the unpredictable consequences of his reckless actions. Pio Wall continued to walk, his pristine white cloak now stained with blood, a brutal mark of the recent battle. Pio Wall's figure gradually disappeared, leaving behind a chaotic room and servants hastily cleaning, erasing the traces of the turmoil. Pio Wall looked down at his blood-stained cloak, a hint of sadness in his crimson eyes. He regretfully thought of Sail Young, who used to love these outfits. He looked up at the deep blue sky, at the clouds drifting lazily. Pio Wall's mind lost in thought, as if searching for something distant. The man with bandaged eyes lay unconscious on the bed, his face gaunt, prompting a sarcastic question about why he had come to such a state. Hyoranju and Seolpyo stood by the bed, their eyes filled with contempt and disgust at the other's pathetic condition. Seolpyo frowned angrily, her words broken, expressing extreme disappointment with the one who had caused trouble at such a crucial moment. Hyoranju and Seolpyo exchanged resolute glances, vowing to repay the humiliation they had just endured manifold. Seolpyo gave a cold smile, the image of Pio Wall with his crimson eyes appearing behind her, signaling a bloody revenge awaiting. Hyoranju nodded decisively, accepting the plan, her eyes burning with determination for revenge. Seolpyo led the way, Hyoranju followed. The plan was set, just waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Hyoranju stood there, her eyes blazing like fire, her face filled with murderous intent, ready for the upcoming battle. Night fell. A full moon hung perfectly round in the star-filled sky, casting its light upon an ancient eaves. A mysterious conversation was about to begin. Through the shuttered window, Oh Sang-kyung, the regional head, his eyes sharp as knives, asked directly, "You want to find the assassin who killed the heir of Lei Ji-men?" Jeong-yeop, the brown-haired man, sat opposite, his face obscured in shadow, replying firmly, "That's right." Jeong-yeop sighed, deeming the search like looking for a needle in a haystack. He asked Oh Sang-kyung about any notable individuals recently, as the only clue was that the assassin used techniques of the Chinggong family. Oh Sang-kyung, the regional head of the lower five, pondered for a moment before speaking. There is someone. A man named Pio Wall. In Oh Sang-kyung's mind, Pio Wall's image appeared, mesmerizingly beautiful, yet harboring immeasurable cruelty. He was a powerful warrior, unbelievably vicious. Jeong-yeop placed his hand on the table, his eyes scrutinizing, and asked again, "Are you saying that man is connected to the death of the Lei Ji-men heir?" Oh Sang-kyung admitted he wasn't certain, but affirmed that Pio Wall was the biggest suspect. Jeong-yeop pondered, thinking about the name that had just been mentioned. Jeong-yeop's hand placed a heavy bag of money on the table. He mumbled the name Pio Wall, as if he had found an important clue. Jeong-yeop stood up, his steps resolute. Oh Sang-kyung saw him off with a cool invitation. "Thank you. Please visit us whenever you need our services." After the guest left, Oh Sang-kyung sat alone, his gaze fixed distantly out the window. He wondered, is it really Pio Wall? To verify, Oh Sang-kyung reached for an old book. He wanted to learn more about the name that had just been mentioned. The book recorded about Pio Wall. His origin, purpose, and identity were all mysterious. It was only known that he appeared at Hongchen-lu in Shibashu, extremely powerful and with an extreme personality. Oh Sang-kyung looked up, Pio Wall's faint image appearing behind him. He still doubted.
Is he really the assassin who killed Nam-ho-san?
A sneer appeared on Oh Sang-kyung's lips, his eyes sharp and cold. He believed the main family would investigate on their own once they received this information. Oh Sang-kyung was looking at his hand, and mysterious green energy enveloping it. A narration appeared, stating that this person would be monitored by the organization for life. Oh Sang-kyung's eyes widened in astonishment, his face clearly showing shock. A large exclamation mark seemed to signal impending danger. Oh Sang-kyung sat there helplessly, bound by shimmering threads of energy. A book floated in mid-air, and he realized in horror, "I can't move," and "how dangerous." Oh, Sang-kyung's eyes glowed green, his face filled with terror. He stammered, "Who are you?" A blurry figure appeared, a book floating before him, its pages automatically flipping rapidly. Pio Wall, still an enigmatic figure, flipped through the book and spoke. He said to a terrified Oh Sang-kyung, "I haven't been in the city long. You've investigated thoroughly." Oh Sang-kyung remained bound, bowing his head in despair. He tried to warn, "I am the leader of the lower five. If you harm me, they will not spare you." A sneer appeared on Pio Wall's lips. He replied coldly, I know. That's why I'm here. Oh Sankyong looked up, both frightened and surprised. P.O. Wool still held the book, explaining, "Because I don't like my information being spread without permission." Oh Sankyong's face changed color, a horrifying truth suddenly dawning on him. He stammered, "Then you are?" P.O. Wool gently confirmed. "That's right." Below, Oh Sankyong was in despair, his eyes wide with horror. Oh Sankyong trembled, his mind reeling in fear. Why would he reveal his identity so easily? Is he going to kill me to silence me? Oh, Sankyong pleaded desperately, while P.O. Wool still hovered above. P.O. Wool coldly retorted, "Just now you called my name without hesitation." Oh Sankyong panicked, trying to deny. "No, no, I won't, trust me." P.O. Wool's glowing hand reached out, and the energy threads around. Oh, Sankyong tightened further. Oh Sankyong, with a crazed look in his eyes, roared as if he had escaped the energy shackles. He believed he was free. He swung his hand, energy exploding around him, trapping P.O. Wool. "Got you! Counter shadow!" Oh Sankyong triumphed. P.O. Wool's crimson eyes remained cold, unwavering in the face of Oh Sankyong's counterattack. P.O. Wool gently flicked his finger, a seemingly harmless gesture that concealed terrifying killing intent. A dry crack echoed, followed by the sound of flesh tearing. Fresh blood splattered, staining the space around Oh Sankyong red. Oh Sankyong's eyes widened, horrified and bewildered as fresh blood covered his vision. He couldn't believe what was happening. Oh Sankyong's body collapsed, fresh blood gushing like a spring, staining the cold ground red. He had fallen completely. P.O. Wool coldly picked up the book, his sharp gaze sweeping over Oh Sankyong's corpse. "I'll take this." P.O. Wool walked away slowly, leaving Oh Sankyong's bloody corpse lying motionless on the cold ground. A terrifying explosion tore through the night, flames erupting fiercely, engulfing an entire building, signaling chaos. People frantically fled amidst the sea of flames. "It's a battle! The Azure Palace and the demonic charm are fighting!" Desperate cries echoed. The flames raged fiercely, devouring every rooftop. "It's burning!" Panic-stricken cries echoed everywhere. A truly tragic sight. A person lay slumped on the ground, motionless amidst the dying embers. A brilliant yellow cloak was now stained with ash, a sign of destruction. Amidst the chaotic scene, everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? This is like a nightmare. A red-clad warrior swung his weapon, full of killing intent, rushing into battle. "Die!" he roared, determined to eliminate the enemy. Amidst the chaos, a dark-clad warrior swung his sword, cleaving into the blonde-haired man. Fresh blood splattered, ending a life in an instant. "Die!" he roared. Warriors clashed, sword energy soaring. "You killed Gong Xian! We will not forgive you!" someone shouted. "Ami sent assassins to kill Brother Wu first! Die!" Roars echoed, the fire of hatred blazing. On the ground, Gong Xian lay motionless, blood pooling. Around her, groans of pain and the incessant clang of weapons continued, the battle growing fiercer. The long gray-haired woman in Cheongyap observed from a distance. "They've crossed the line. Now the Azure Palace and Ami are clashing." She remarked, her eyes filled with worry. Amidst the sea of war flames, Po Sanhei, head of the Flame Dragon Workshop, tried to intervene. "Everyone, please stop the fighting!" The old man cried out, his face filled with anguish. Po Sanhei continued to call out, his voice hoarse. "Starting a war like this is not." His words were swallowed by the chaos. A gleaming arrow tore through the wind, carrying a chilling killing intent. The arrow pierced directly into Po Sanhei's chest. The old man let out a cry of pain. "Master!" The brown-haired, bearded man standing behind him cried out in horror. Po Sanhei's disciples were stunned, then erupted in fury. "How dare they attack our master? Unforgivable!" They roared, ready to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the long gray-haired woman in Cheongyap stood beside another corpse. Below, desperate screams echoed, signaling more fallen lives. The long gray-haired woman looked at the chaotic scene, her expression stern. "This is truly a mess," she uttered, her gaze sharp and cold. She assessed the situation, her expression pensive. Ami is at a numerical disadvantage. She turned to Cheongyap, giving a decisive order. "Gather all members of the Black Cloud Army." Cheongyap nodded, understanding the command clearly. The long gray-haired woman's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange blue light. "We will join the battle." Her voice rang out, full of power and determination. The entire city was engulfed in flames. Ruined buildings, black smoke everywhere. "Help!" Desperate cries echoed amidst the desolation. Amidst the towering inferno, a majestic figure strode forward, while the weaklings around them only screamed in despair and fear. That figure was the woman in the fur coat. She advanced with unwavering resolve, her cold gaze sweeping across the desolate scene. She stopped, her fiery eyes fixed on her opponent, questioning, "How dare you send assassins to kill my disciple?" Her face contorted in extreme rage. "How can Langong call itself a prestigious organization?" The young man in the yellow robe holding a sword retorted with a cold tone. "Ami was the one who provoked Langong first. Your people sent assassins to kill Gunsang." He continued to provoke, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Perhaps you yourselves sent assassins to kill the heir of the Thunderstrike sect." The accusation made the woman in the fur coat explode. She lunged forward with astonishing momentum. "The assassins used Langong's techniques. How dare you slander us?" She attacked from above, her entire body erupting with fierce energy, declaring, "One of us will fall today." The young man in the yellow robe holding a sword remained unfazed, his purple eyes blazing, vital energy surging around his body, ready to face the battle. Two terrifying forces collided, creating a dazzling explosion of light that shook the entire space. A woman in a white and yellow robe unleashed a palm strike, repelling the enemy with a powerful surge of energy. A brown-haired man in a yellow robe was sent flying, screaming in pain as his body was flung away. Amidst the rubble, a woman holding a child stood beside a fallen corpse, extreme grief evident on her face. The woman in the white and yellow robe stood there, her gaze firm yet filled with sorrow, looking behind her. Gonghwa lay slumped on the ground, blood staining her. The woman in the white and yellow robe cried out her name in pain. The woman in the white and yellow robe embraced the dying Gonghwa, calling her name in agony. She gathered all her strength, trying to transmit vital energy to save Gonghwa, exclaiming, "Sister, Yong, Saolin, quickly circulate your energy. I will help you." Gonghwa whispered weakly, her eyes gradually losing focus, a tear rolling down her cheek. Gonghwa's hand went limp, falling to the ground, signaling that life had completely left her body. The woman in the white and yellow robe held Gonghwa tightly, her heart-wrenching sobs tearing through the air, despairing at the loss of her loved one. The woman in the white and yellow robe collapsed, her mind consumed by torment. She realized her hesitation had led to the death of Ami's disciples, even though she knew they were the cause of everything. "The Ami sect is the cause of it all. That's why I couldn't join the fight against Langong." The woman in the white and yellow robe's eyes suddenly blazed with a fierce fire of determination. She had made her final decision. No longer hiding. A terrifying explosion ripped through the sky, a fiery red glow engulfing a vast area. From a distance, horrified warriors witnessed the explosion, smoke, dust, and flames billowing high into the air. While the man in the yellow robe holding a sword was fighting, a warrior in a yellow robe was severely wounded. The man in the yellow robe holding a sword worried, as reinforcements still hadn't arrived. The man in the yellow robe holding a sword speculated that Langong might be holding back the reinforcements, but then dismissed the thought. The man in the yellow robe holding a sword suddenly called out to Sealpio, and the woman with long braided gray hair quickly responded. The man in the yellow robe holding a sword felt uneasy. Those who went to call for reinforcements hadn't returned, making him suspect it was all a ploy. The man in the yellow robe holding a sword coldly realized that someone was manipulating events, turning this battle into a larger conspiracy. The man in the yellow robe holding a sword ordered Sealpio to secretly leave and investigate the mastermind behind everything. Sealpio immediately complied. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, both sides were frantically blaming each other, forgetting to seek the truth. Amidst the sea of blood and screams, a thought suddenly flashed. Master was right. There's definitely someone pulling the strings behind this war. A terrifying explosion tore through the night. So where is that person? The battlefield is everywhere. They can't hide in a building that could collapse at any moment. The deafening clang of metal echoed. He looked around, wondering, I don't see anyone deliberately instigating this war among those who are clashing. The cold gaze of the girl in the white and yellow robe swept across the battlefield. So where exactly is that person? Amidst the thick smoke and flames, the girl in the white and yellow robe looked up towards a towering ancient tree, like a lighthouse in a sea of chaos. The girl in the white and yellow robe's face showed determination. A spark flashed in her eyes, as if she had found a clue. This ancient tree was considered sacred in the city, tall enough to observe the entire scene, a prime location to monitor all developments. The girl in the white and yellow robe swiftly leaped onto the ancient tree branch. Perhaps this is the place. A series of dazzling light rays suddenly erupted, like entangled spider silk, surrounding the girl. The girl in the white and yellow dress quickly dodged, her eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. An enemy was already waiting. The girl in the white and yellow dress plunged straight down, the weapon in her hand repeatedly striking the ground, creating deep cracks. The girl in the white and yellow dress's face contorted with rage, covered in blood. "There you are. I found you." On a high branch, a mysterious dark figure appeared, its cloak concealing its body, revealing only a cold demeanor. In the darkness, the mysterious figure's crimson eyes flashed, like hellfire, full of death. The mysterious figure swung its hand, and hundreds of razor-sharp threads shot out, tearing through the air, forming a deadly net. Blades of death shot down from the darkness, tearing through the air. The brown-haired young man looked up, a barrage of approaching blades forming a deadly net. The brown-haired young man's eyes widened in horror. "How? How are these blades?" He dodged frantically, blades clashing loudly. Is he controlling them? But why is such a powerful person here? Cold sweat poured out. The brown-haired young man gritted his teeth, a blade narrowly grazing his eye. A blade pierced his shoulder, causing the brown-haired young man to collapse in pain. Despite his injury, the brown-haired young man roared, charging straight towards the hooded figure with desperate eyes. The hooded figure tightened its grip on his neck. The brown-haired young man coughed violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, tears mixed with blood. He whispered, "You? Is that you?" The hooded figure looked down coldly as the brown-haired young man's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Fresh drops of blood dripped, soaking the silent air. The hooded figure used threads to wrap the lifeless body, dragging it away into the night. Amidst the pile of corpses, the hooded figure stood tall, like a specter of death. A loud explosion echoed, and he turned his back and walked away, leaving behind the ruins engulfed in flames. He gradually disappeared into the darkness, the rustling leaves sounding like death's sigh. A vast, desolate battlefield stretched out under the fiery sunset. Amidst the ruins, one figure stood firm, another collapsed. Like the remnants of a fierce battle just fought, the brown-haired man in the red robe collapsed, his face contorted in pain. He seemed to be struggling against a fatal wound. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground red. The brown-haired man in the red robe coughed, each cough tearing at his chest, signaling a critical condition. Manhwa appeared, rushing like the wind towards the injured person. She shouted loudly, worry evident in her eyes. "Brother!" She quickly helped the brown-haired man in the red robe up, asking in shock. He could only whisper in response, his strength almost completely depleted. "Are you all right?" Ugh. Manhwa made a quick decision, helping the brown-haired man in the red robe stand firm. She knew there was no time to hesitate on this ruined battlefield. "We should return to ManhwaCapped." Manhwa's eyes were filled with determination, mixed with a hint of fear. She looked ahead, where danger still lurked, determined to protect her injured brother. The brown-haired man in the red robe, despite his severe injuries, still managed to nod. A flicker of strong will appeared in his tired eyes. He didn't want to be a burden. Another short brown-haired man also rushed over, his face panicked. He called out loudly, trying to reach the two people in danger. "Brother!" The short brown-haired man approached, speaking to the brown-haired man in the red robe. He received agreement, indicating the urgency of the situation. "We should go." "Understood." Manhwa stood on a high rock outcrop, ordering everyone to retreat. Her voice echoed, resolute amidst the desolate scene. "Everyone, retreat." The short brown-haired man supported the brown-haired man in the red robe, urging everyone on. He shouted, revealing the severe condition of his brother. "Hurry! Sister Manhwa is very badly injured." Meanwhile, hidden beneath the shadow of an ancient tree, a black-hooded figure silently observed. This mysterious individual seemed to be the mastermind behind everything. The black-hooded figure revealed crimson eyes and a sinister smile. He was pleased with the results, his voice filled with triumph. "Ami's Manhwa is severely injured." "Quite effective." Manhwa supported the brown-haired man in the red robe, who now had one eye bandaged. Her face was etched with fury, looking forward with a resolve for revenge. A vast sky, painted with the colors of dusk, stretched over ancient rooftops. Night fell, bringing with it a mysterious tranquility. In the dim room, a corpse lay motionless, a deep wound etched on its neck. A voice echoed, full of doubt. "Who?" Jang Merwang and Chongyop stood beside the corpse. The brown-haired man knelt, examining the wound. Jang Merwang asked, "Who killed them?" The brown-haired man replied in a low voice, his eyes sharp. "They were all killed by one person." Jang Merwang glared, questioning, "Are you sure?" The brown-haired man affirmed, "Yes." He pointed to the wound on Seolpyo's neck, explaining, "Look at the wounds on Jeokgan's and Seolpyo's necks and shoulders. They are identical." He continued, Based on their shape and size, they were killed with a knife or dagger. Jang Merwang frowned, her eyes thoughtful. A blade. She recalled. Wasn't Oh Yukpai also wounded all over by a dagger? Jang Merwang turned to a soldier, ordering, "Bring Oh Yukpai here." The soldier bowed and replied, "Understood." Oh Yukpai appeared, his muscular back crisscrossed with deep scars, evidence of a horrific battle. Cheongyup and the brown-haired man stared at Oh Yukpai's back, exclaiming in astonishment, "The scars! They're identical!" A terrifying image appeared in Jang Merwang's mind. Pyo-wol with his blazing red eyes and cruel smile. She gritted her teeth. That Pyo-wol killed Jo Jukin and Seopyo. Jang Merwang roared, her face contorted with rage, her hair flying wildly. Jang Merwang's eyes blazed with hatred, and she declared, "I will interrogate him myself." The scene shifted to another location, an ancient house hidden amidst deep green trees, covered in pristine white flowers. This was the White Flower Coven. Two girls stood in the courtyard, their faces anxious. The girl with tied-up hair asked, "What should we do now that Zhonghua is severely injured?" The long black-haired girl added, "The others are also in a bad state." The long black-haired girl took the tied-up-haired girl's hand, her eyes resolute. "Be vigilant." The long black-haired woman, with sharp eyes, walked with imposing dignity in a pristine white robe, her aura overwhelming. Under the deep night, she ordered Cheongyup and the bearded brown-haired man, "Strengthen the defenses of Baihua Gong once more. Lan Gong could attack us at any moment." The bearded brown-haired man bowed in response, his face clearly anxious. "Yes, elder sister." She continued to order, her eyes sharp. "Also, send messenger birds to headquarters immediately. Tell them everything that has happened and request aid." The bearded brown-haired man understood the gravity. Understood. She pondered the mysterious deaths of Gongxian and the heir of Leiji men, which caused the hatred between Imei and Lan Gong to escalate uncontrollably. Her eyes suddenly shone brightly, energy surging around her body. Someone is deliberately instigating this war. I must find out who is behind this. The scene shifted to an ancient house under a star-filled night sky, deep red roses blooming in the courtyard, creating a tranquil beauty. Inside, the warm light from the lantern shone, golden dust motes sparkling in the air, creating an ethereal beauty. Heo Ranju lay motionless on the bed, her body radiating a fiery energy, as if struggling with internal pain. Heo Ranju uttered with a voice full of hatred, "Lan Gong." The energy flared up more intensely and she gritted her teeth. "I will kill all of you." The short white-haired man panicked, trying to calm Heo Ranju. "You must calm down. Otherwise, your chi meridians will be disturbed again," he continued to warn, his voice trembling. "And you will be in great danger if your chi meridians are destabilized again." Heo Ranju suddenly swung her hand, energy exploding around her, causing the short white-haired man to cry out in fright. Heo Ranju's eyes widened, a blazing red light flashing from her remaining eye. She growled, "Get out, unless you want me to chop off your head." The short white-haired man was utterly terrified, quickly bowing, "Yes, yes, madam." He turned and fled, his eyes panicked. Heo Ranju lay back on the bed, one eye bandaged, her face full of agony. She thought to herself, "Look at me now." She closed her eyes. "If this continues, Seelan will take my place." Heo Ranju lay on the bed, her body emitting a faint glow, telling herself she had to recover as soon as possible. The creak of the door echoed in the silent room. A figure in a black cloak stood tall beside the bed. Heo Ranju startled, asking, "What?" The figure replied in a cold voice, "I told you to get out." Heo Ranju was astonished, her eyes wide as she stared at the stranger. She exclaimed, "You are?" The mysterious figure turned its back, revealing only its head and shoulders covered by a hood, creating a menacing image. A blazing red eye flashed in the darkness, and a haunting voice echoed, "Don't you remember?" Heo Ranju asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" The figure replied curtly, "Of course." The mysterious figure stood upright, its tall stature declaring, "I haven't forgotten you for a single moment in the past 7 years." The figure leaned down, a mysterious smile hidden beneath its hood. A chilling threat echoed, "Perhaps you'll remember if I stab your other eye." Heo Ranju was stunned, horrified by the realization. The image of Pyo-wol in chains from the past suddenly reappeared. She screamed, "You! It's you!" Pyo-wol revealed himself, his flowing white hair and blazing red eyes reflecting a cruel malice. He smiled and said, "Long time no see." Heo Ranju coughed violently, utterly astonished. "But how can this be? You should be dead." She mentioned that Jinin had thrown him into the snake pit. Pio Wol smiled sinisterly, asserting, "That's right. But now, you are the one in trouble because of me." Hyoranju was stunned. Pio Wol's blazing red eyes flashed with bloodlust. He declared himself the one who killed Gongxian, and also the heir of the Leiji men. Hyoranju's face contorted with rage, her remaining eye bloodshot as if about to bleed. She roared, "How dare you kill Gongxian? How dare you provoke Ami?" She asked Pio Wol if he was afraid to die. Pio Wol looked at Hyoranju with cold eyes, saying, "You, Ami, wanted us to be this way." Pio Wol looked down at Hyoranju, images of assassins chained by snakes appearing in his mind. He concluded, "Without you, we would never have been reborn as assassins." Hyoranju flinched, asking what Pio Wol was plotting. He replied that he merely wanted to warn her about Ami's future. Pio Wol turned his back, announcing good news. Chung Yeop of the Langong would die today. Pio Wol's words struck like lightning. Hyoranju was horrified, fresh blood seeping from her bandaged eye, as he revealed Chung Yeop would die by Ami's technique. Pio Wol smiled eerily, revealing that Zhonghua Sate had learned cloud palm-piercing snow. He implied this was the perfect time to sow chaos. Hyoranju writhed in extreme agony. Fresh blood gushed from the corner of her mouth and her bandaged eyes, horror and fury surging within her. She struggled to her feet, her bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. Hyoranju roared, vowing not to allow Pio Wol to carry out his cruel plot, and that she would kill him immediately. Pio Wol coldly grabbed Hyoranju's neck, lifting her into the air. He declared that the Langong and Ami would wipe each other out until their last breath. He continued to sow fear, saying that the bloodshed would awaken monsters hidden in the mountains, such as Guwa, Sate, and Mujeong Jinjin. Hyoranju coughed violently, terrified. Hyoranju was in extreme pain, blood gushing from her mouth, as Pio Wol tightened his grip on her neck. She struggled in vain, her breath ragged. In despair, Hyoranju thought of a way to escape Pio Wol, indignantly wondering how he could devise such a cruel plan. Pio Wol stared straight ahead, his eyes blazing red like blood. He declared he would pursue Ami to the ends of the earth. No one could escape his revenge. He tightened his grip on Hyoranju's neck, images of snakes constricting their prey appearing. Pio Wol declared he would crush all who remained of Ami. Pio Wol yanked Hyoranju violently, causing her extreme pain. She let out a curse, her face contorted in horror. Hyoranju coughed violently, a stream of fresh blood gushing from her mouth, splattering. She had almost no strength left to resist. She lay motionless, fresh blood flowing from the corner of her bandaged eye. Hyoranju's lifeless eyes held only emptiness and despair. In the silent space, a white flower fell from a vase, gently touching the ground, as if signaling the end of something. Pio Wol stood towering over Hyoranju's motionless body, his cold eyes looking down at the victim, writhing in pain. He uttered haunting words, questioning his own existence. "Why did you create something like me?" In another moment, an image of Pio Wol, with blue hair and fiery eyes appeared, surrounded by black chains and red energy, as he identified himself as something so terrifying. Under the bright moonlight, an ancient house appeared, lanterns hanging high, creating a terrifyingly serene scene. Suddenly, an energy burst, shattering the peace. Fragments of shattered stone flew everywhere, and dazzling light tore through the night. 3 figures appeared at the threshold, entering the destroyed room. The sound of crumbling echoed, signaling a tense search. In the empty inn-room, moonlight shone through the window. 3 shadows etched on the floor, silently searching for traces. The man with the goatee spoke, breaking the silence. "It seems Pio Wol has already left this inn." He continued to speculate. "According to our surveillance, he hasn't been here since last night. It seems he booked this room but never used it." The girl holding the whip clutched her head, angrily exclaiming, "Ha! I must be crazy," enchanted by his handsome face. "If I see him again, I'll skin him alive." The bald monk asked, "Where did he go?" The man with the goatee mused. "What is he doing?" The man with the goatee looked up, his expression full of doubt. Could it be? The moonlight still shone through the window, and the man with the goatee continued to speculate. Is he doing something else? Outside, another building appeared under the moonlight, with the prominent words Golden River Gate, where a new mystery awaited. On the rooftop, 2 men in yellow robes stood silently, their eyes gazing into the distance, as if waiting for something. One man in yellow robes asked, "How long did he say he would train?" The other replied, "I'm not sure." After the war, everything was chaotic, and the name assassin struck even more fear into people's hearts. "Don't talk about it. It's bad luck," a man in a yellow robe whispered. Suddenly, a strange sound pierced through the air, startling the man in the yellow robe, his ears feeling as if they were torn. A terrifying explosion erupted from the building, a blinding light engulfing everything. Two men in yellow robes were thrown back, cries of pain escaping them. Both men in yellow robes rushed away in a panic, looking back at the site of the explosion. That sound and light came from the center of the explosion. That's the snow-piercing cloud palm. What? So M.A. ambushed this place? In the rubble, Chongyap lay motionless, blood staining his clothes. But Brother Chongyap is still in there! Hurry, find him! Desperate cries echoed. Amidst the ruined room, Chongyap steadfastly meditated, a brilliant golden light enveloping his body. Like an undying flame, he exhaled a long breath, a powerful surge of internal energy swirling around him, signaling a rapid recovery. Chongyap's eyes suddenly opened wide, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space, sensing an unusual presence. Chongyap looked directly at the mysterious figure standing before him. "Who are you?" he asked, his tone full of caution. "Your footsteps are so silent. You must be an intruder," Chongyap stated coldly, his eyes never leaving the stranger. Shrouded in shadow, Pyo Wool spoke in a deep, cold voice. "I am Pyo Wool." The name rang out like a declaration of war. Chongyap's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing them. "Pyo Wool!" he murmured, the familiar name like a curse. Chongyap's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp. "So it's Pyo Wool. At this late hour, what business do you have with me?" Pyo Wool replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "Those who sneak in at night usually have no good intentions, and neither do I." Chongyap bowed his head, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "My apologies. It seems I asked a foolish question." He raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute. "Since I've met you, there's something I want to ask." His words were like a challenge. Chongyap sat opposite Pyo Wool, his sharp eyes questioning. He went straight to the core issue, asking if Pyo Wool was the one who murdered the heir of Legiman. In the shadows of his cloak, Pyo Wool replied coldly, admitting to the crime. This confirmation was like a sharp blade piercing Chongyap's mind. Chongyap asked for the reason, and Pyo Wool revealed he needed Chinggong for his plan. Chongyap continued to press about the feud, and Pyo Wool affirmed that his hatred targeted both Chinggong and the M.A. sect. Hearing M.A., Chongyap deduced that Pyo Wool had also killed their disciples. Pyo Wool, without hesitation, once again confirmed the brutal truth. Chongyap's face changed color with rage. He suddenly realized he had never heard the name Pyo Wool and pressed to ask for the enemy's true identity. Pyo Wool simply replied with one word, like a cold declaration of his nature. He was an assassin, nothing more, nothing less. Pyo Wool turned, revealing his painful past. Mi had turned him into an assassin, while Chinggong had pushed him into enmity throughout Sichuan. Chongyap was stunned, his eyes wide. He suddenly realized the connection to the mysterious assassin from 7 years ago, a horrifying truth gradually unfolding. Chongyap urgently asked about Goonsong, and Pyo Wool, with an impassive expression, admitted to the crime. The ghost of the past became vividly clear. Chongyap gripped his sword hilt tightly, killing intent flaring. He declared that Pyo Wool had made a grave mistake by revealing himself, a threatening warning. Chongyap's internal energy erupted, forming the majestic image of a white crane. He warned Pyo Wool that he should have remained hidden to preserve his life. Chongyap's gaze was resolute. He swore to end Pyo Wool's miserable life. The declaration of war echoed, leaving no retreat. Pyo Wool faced the threat, a confident smile subtly curving his lips. He did not flinch before his opponent's power. Chongyap charged forward, a surge of wild power sweeping through the space, aimed directly at Pyo Wool. The battle had officially begun. Pyo Wool stood firm, invisible chains surrounding him, forming a solid defense. He was ready to receive the attack. Pyo Wool's chains shot out, and at the same time, countless sharp hidden weapons flew up, forming a deadly rain that enveloped Chongyap. Chongyap charged, like an arrow tearing through the wind, his entire body enveloped by a fierce purple energy, his eyes burning with determination. His speed was terrifying, leaving only blurry streaks, like a ghost gliding through the night. He dodged Pyo Wool's rain of sharp hidden weapons, each movement chillingly precise. Chongyap's face was tense, his eyes burning red as if wanting to incinerate everything in his path. He swung his sword down at Pyo Wool from above, but the attack was blocked by invisible chains. Pyo Wool's lips curled slightly, his slender fingers subtly lifted, his crimson eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Ghostly birds suddenly appeared, lunging to attack Chongyap, forcing him into a defensive stance. Chongyap tensed, his entire body erupting with a brilliant golden aura, trying to push back the terrifying pressure surrounding him. Pyo Wool reached out his hand, and a blinding golden light erupted from his palm, its power shaking heaven and earth. Yeop recognized the technique in horror, his face contorting with fear and anger. Pio Wol flashed a sinister smile, his red eyes glowing like blood. He uttered a chilling message. "Send my regards to Zhonghua." Yeop was stunned, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just heard. A blinding light swallowed Yeop. A painful cry echoed, "Brother!" Yeop lay slumped on the cold ground, blood gushing from his fatal wound. The man in yellow knelt beside him, his face distraught. Yeop gasped his last words, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. We have created a monster." The man in yellow embraced Yeop's corpse, his choked sobs tearing through the air. A cold gust swept past, carrying the breath of death. In the dark night, a figure in a black cloak glided like a ghost along the wall. The fleeing person screamed in terror, "It's Ami!" then dashed away in despair. The dark silhouette on the wall remained imposing and cold. Below, furious shouts echoed. "Ami killed our brother Yeop!" The crowd erupted, their faces contorted with hatred. They roared in unison, "Revenge! We won't endure this any longer." Pio Wol's crimson eyes flashed with contempt. He smirked, ignoring the echoing cries for revenge for Yeop. Numerous arms shot up, fists clenched tight. Roars demanding vengeance for their brother reverberated across a corner of the sky. With a righteous cause, a sweeping fire erupted fiercely. The rebels charged at each other, showing no quarter. Under the flames of hatred, people ceaselessly slaughtered each other, turning night into day in a sea of blood. Fear enveloped them, screams tearing through the night. No one cared if this was a conspiracy. They only knew the enemy was right before their eyes. The entire street transformed into a living hell, drenched in blood and corpses. Now, the only thing that mattered was how to finish off their opponents. Amidst the pile of corpses, a light step glided past. The stench of blood mingled with the breath of death, staining the ground crimson. Gongxian stood stunned amidst the sea of blood, her white dress stained red. She whispered softly, "This truly is a living hell." Her azure eyes were filled with sorrow, wondering, how did things turn out like this? A deep, warm voice echoed, "Miss Yang." Zhang Merwang appeared, his gaze pensive as he looked at Gongxian. She softly called, "Sir Zhang." Zhang Merwang said sternly, "I have something to discuss with you about a recent murder case, and about a person named Pio Wol." Gongxian was astonished, her eyes wide. She repeated the haunting name, Pio Wol. Gongxian's azure eyes were filled with astonishment, as if she had just realized a terrible truth. A powerful fist slammed into the ground, creating cracks and kicking up dust. The white-haired man, his eyes bandaged, had tears streaming down his cheeks. He choked out, "Zhonghua was truly special." His entire body trembled, his eyes squeezed shut in pain and fury. "How dare he kill her?" The white-haired man's eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant purple light, his face contorted in rage. "And his name is Pio Wol?" In the ethereal space, the silhouette of a black-haired woman hovered, a narration echoing. "The assassin of Wugun Song 7 years ago. Survived and made Ami and Langong slaughter each other like this?" Zhang Merwang stood opposite the sitting white-haired man. She said, "It seems Miss Yang believes so." The white-haired man mused, his gaze sharp and cold. "But how could this happen? We gave them Langong's techniques. But how did he learn our Wu Ying Shui Zhang?" Zhang Merwang offered a hypothesis. "This is just a theory. But a girl named Gonggun died in the underground cave, and she always carried a copy of our book. Perhaps he practiced using that copy." Rage erupted, purple energy enveloping the white-haired man. "That idiot! Who dared to steal a copy of our secret technique?" The black-haired man standing behind him trembled, trying to explain. That's the only explanation we could think of." The purple energy still swirled around the white-haired man. The white-haired man's hand rested on the table, energy gently swirling. "Langong will never accept this explanation. In that case, we must capture that assassin, named Pio Wol," Zhang Merwang offered. Then I will go." But the white-haired man decisively replied, "No, I will capture him myself." The white-haired man's eyes blazed with killing intent, his face filled with majesty. "I will personally punish the sinner who dared to disparage the great Ami." A piercing scream tore through the silent space of Craftsman's Alley, Fire Dragon Workshop. One hand clenched tightly, crushing another hand with a horrifying sound of breaking bones, accompanied by a cry of pain. Pio Wol stood amidst the ruins, looking down at the corpse. "This place hasn't changed at all. All of them create tools to kill people." Pio Wol stood there, a dark silhouette amidst the ruins. The black-haired man knelt, clutching his injured arm. He groaned, uttering bitter words. Yet they still brazenly bully others, as if they are special and talented. The black-haired man looked up at the mysterious figure, his eyes filled with fear. He trembled and said, "You decide. What do you want me to do with them?" The black-haired man's face was bruised, blood staining the corner of his lips. He said desperately, resigned, "I will do whatever you ask." Pio Wol, with his fiery red eyes hidden behind his cloak, extended his hand. A cold command echoed, "Kill them all." Pio Wol subtly smirked, his fiery red eyes flashing in the darkness. A soft reply, yet filled with murderous intent. "Very well." Pio Wol unleashed an attack, a swirling blue energy striking the black-haired man. His agonizing scream tore through the air, his body crushed in an instant. Pio Wol's cloak fluttered gently, like a ghost gliding across the ruined battlefield, leaving behind horrific deaths. Pio Wol stared straight ahead, his fiery red eyes gleaming with cruelty. He held up a small dagger and said coldly, "This is your decision. Look closely." With a decisive motion, Pio Wol threw the dagger. The blade shot out like lightning, embedding itself directly into an unfortunate soul lying on the ground. The black-haired man, with bloodshot eyes, burst into maniacal laughter. His savage laughter echoed, as if he had completely lost his mind. On the ancient rooftops, under the gloomy night sky, a piercing scream echoed, tearing through the village's silence. Pio Wol delivered a powerful kick, sending a soldier flying, his body spinning aimlessly in the air. He struck like a storm. Enemies were successively thrown into the air, falling to the ground with groans. Blood splattered, staining a corner of the sky red. Pio Wol stood before the dying black-haired man, blood streaming down his head. Pio Wol asked, "What do you think?" He whispered, "Please, spare my life." Pio Wol replied, "This is the weapon you created." The black-haired man looked up, a twisted smile on his face, his eyes bloodshot. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Excellent, truly astonishing. I never imagined the weapon I created would be so powerful." Pio Wol and the black-haired man walked away, leaving cold corpses behind. He said, "Thanks to you, I have exacted my revenge." In the silent space, Pio Wol gripped the black-haired young man's wrist, his gaze cold. He spoke, "From now on, you need my help, don't you?" The black-haired young man knelt, bowing his head before Pio Wol, a silent submission, yet filled with pain and madness. The black-haired young man's face was distorted with madness, blood splattered. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and said, "How can I help you?" Pio Wol subtly curved his lips, a smile hinting at cruelty and mystery. His fiery red eyes seemed to burn through the night. Pio Wol darted away like a ghost, his steps light yet containing terrifying power, tearing through the air. Muzhong panted, his face contorted with exhaustion and anger. He was chasing something invisible. A fiery red light tore through the night, striking the long-bearded red-haired man directly. His agonizing scream echoed. The long-bearded red-haired man was sent flying, his body crashing hard into an ancient tree trunk, creating a dull thud. Fresh blood splattered, staining the entire area red. The long-bearded red-haired man's life force quickly drained away. Muzhong stood stunned, his eyes filled with rage. The black-haired young man behind him exclaimed in horror, "Elder brother, why did you kill Lord Tay?" Lord Tay's corpse lay cold on the ground. The long-bearded white-haired man looked at the scene, his eyes disbelieving. "What? Why?" The long-bearded white-haired man turned to Muzhong, questioning him in anguish. "Elder brother, why did you do that?" Muzhong looked at the long-bearded white-haired man, his eyes cold. "Do you truly not understand? Chung Yeop died because of him." The long-bearded white-haired man retorted, his voice full of anger. "Chung Yeop didn't die because of the Lei Ji men's sect leader, but he was the cause." He called Muzhong's name. Muzhong's eyes blazed with fury. He declared coldly, "I will make it clear for you to understand. I will kill every single person involved in this matter." The long-bearded white-haired man stood stunned, his face clearly showing horror at Muzhong's venomous vow. Muzhong erupted with energy, his eyes blazing, astonishing the long-bearded white-haired man. He wondered what had happened 7 years ago in the underground cave, plunging Muzhong into such extreme rage. Muzhong roared, his eyes fiery red, filled with pain and hatred. He lamented the loss of Gunsang 7 years ago and Chung Yeop's death today, declaring that Langong's future had vanished. The long-bearded white-haired man called out brother, trying to calm him. But Muzhong turned his back, his gaze resolute. No longer wanting to hear advice, Muzhong declared he would no longer hold back. He regretted listening to the white-haired man before, which had led to the current tragedy. Mujang turned back, his eyes sharp as knives, ordering no one to stop him. He would no longer overlook the despicable actions of his enemies. The long-bearded, white-haired man hurriedly chased after him, calling Mujang's name as a powerful aura flashed past. The long-bearded, white-haired man and the short-bearded, short-haired man stood next to each other. The short-haired man worried, "If Brother Mujang allies with Wu Jinpyong, this will be very troublesome." The short-haired man continued, mentioning that Brother Wu had confined himself for over 7 years and had not appeared even amidst the chaos. The short-haired man worried that even self-imprisonment wouldn't quell Wu Jinping's rage towards Ami. If the two joined forces, Sichuan would be engulfed in a sea of blood. The white-haired man sighed. The white-haired man decided to investigate himself. The short-haired man asked again in surprise. The white-haired man said something was strange, and he wanted to uncover the truth himself. The short-haired man agreed, suggesting Manhwa bring warriors from the Buddhist hall. Manhwa thanked him. The short-haired man instructed Manhwa to suppress Mujang by force if necessary. The short-haired man emphasized that Manhwa must find out why Mujang had fallen into such extreme rage. Manhwa resolutely replied that he would not disappoint him. Chiang Yep's body lay on the ground, blood splattered. Why did this happen? Amidst the majestic mountain scenery, the short-haired man mused, "Brother Manhwa, the fate of Langong now rests in your hands." A village divided by palace scene, shrouded in night. Dark clouds swirling, signaling an uncertain future. Cobwebs hung everywhere, indicating a dilapidated place. In the dead of night, complaints echoed, grumbling about the exorbitant price for a night's stay. In the dilapidated inn, a gray-robed man with black hair tied in a topknot and a goatee reassured his companion that they had no other choice in the darkness of the night. The gray-robed man with short black hair and a short beard kept grumbling about the chaos, but his companion cut him off, reminding him of the danger of speaking such words. In the dim inn room, faint light illuminated Pyo-Wol's silhouette. The white-haired young man engrossed himself in turning the pages of an ancient book, searching for something. The old pages were gently turned by Pyo-Wol. Each line of text, each drawing seemed to hold secrets, captivating his full attention. Pyo-Wol pondered, his crimson eyes scanning the words. Hei Yun-jun, Zhang Morwang, along with the names Go and Haol-sung. All were dangers to be remembered. The white-haired young man turned another page, silently praising Wuxia's intelligence. Their records covered every warrior across Sichuan, truly astonishing. Pyo-Wol turned to the last page, his sharp, cold eyes sweeping over the words. He knew that all the information gathered would be the key to survival in this treacherous world. Pyo-Wol looked away from the book, gazing out the window. Flickering flames in the distance, ruined rooftops. The entire capital city plunged into chaos and smoke. The desolate scene stretched out under the moonlight. Pyo-Wol silently thought of the countless lives that had been and were being destroyed. An unending tragedy. The white-haired young man turned his back, his face expressionless. Pyo-Wol declared not a single regret for his past actions, no matter how brutal they were. All guilt, all remorse had been buried, melting into the deep darkness of the cold caves where he was once imprisoned. Since his imprisonment underground, Pyo-Wol's sole goal had been survival. Everything else had become meaningless. Standing atop a pile of nameless corpses, Pyo-Wol realized he had gone too far. He couldn't turn back, nor did he know how to live a different life. He knew he was walking the path of a bloodthirsty demon. But Pyo-Wol couldn't give up. It was his destiny, his only choice. A white-haired, long-bearded man rode a horse, his eyes blazing, soaring into the sky. He declared he would never stop, no matter what stood in his way. In the dead of night, Gongxian screamed, her eyes blazing. "I won't stop until I fall!" "No. Even if I fall, I will continue." Around her, anxious faces were evident. Mujang, the long-haired, black-haired man, the short-haired, short-bearded man, and Manhwa were all engulfed in unease. Pyo-Wol's eyes were blood-red, harboring an unyielding will, though he didn't know where his fate would lead after this fire. He stood there, his back to the burning city, his gaze distant, looking towards a hazy, uncertain future. Amidst the chaos, a magnificent edifice still stood tall, surrounded by lush green trees and pristine white flowers. Chaos reigned. The injured were hastily carried away. Urgent cries rang out. "This way! Anyone who can, quickly come and help!" Heyoranju worriedly said to the black-haired woman. "We're running out of medicine. What do we do now?" The other replied, "I'm not sure if I can find more in this situation." Gongxian calmly replied, "Don't worry. I've prepared in advance. The medicine will arrive around noon." She instructed, "Don't concern yourselves with supplies. Focus on treating the patients. Muzhong and the man with the goatee marveled at Gongxian. It's incredible how thoroughly she prepared. How is it that a genius like her is only now getting attention? She had a quiet nature, and Zhongwasete was always wary of her. It seemed she had hidden her true strength. Now that Zhongwasete is gone, she can freely display her abilities. Gongxian possessed an innate ability to discern people and command. I'm certain Ami will reach new heights when she becomes the leader. A heavy sound echoed. Muzhong and the man with the goatee startled and turned around, their eyes full of vigilance. Muzhong and the man with the goatee tensed. Someone's here! I sense a very powerful individual! The heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, creating an eerie sound, as if signaling a mysterious arrival. A figure emerged from behind the door, its form enveloped by an ethereal purple energy, exuding overwhelming power. The silver-haired old man, staff in hand, stood towering. Purple energy erupted around him, asserting his terrifying presence. The silver-haired elder, Guhua Sate, leader of the Ami, appeared with immense power. Purple energy surged around him, asserting his supreme authority. The heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing the silent space within. The surge of purple energy continued to erupt, enveloping the majestic figure advancing forward. Guhua Sate stood tall at the threshold, the scepter in his hand a declaration of his unshakable presence. Guhua Sate's stern face was clear, his sharp, cold eyes looking straight ahead. While purple energy still enveloped him, 3 disciples knelt respectfully, greeting in unison. We are honored to meet you. Guhua Sate stood amidst the bowing disciples. The welcoming shouts echoed, We welcome you, Master! The long-haired man and Muzhong stood side by side, their faces filled with worry. It seems Master had to come here personally. Things are truly serious now. Gongxian bowed in greeting, then raised her head, her eyes resolute. Welcome, Master. Guhua Sate silently observed, his eyes flashing with mysterious purple light, his face devoid of emotion. Gongxian walked steadily on the ground, each step carrying determination. Wu Sionha of the White Flower Sect bowed to Guhua Sate. Wu Sionha of the White Flower Sect sincerely welcomes you. Guhua Sate looked straight ahead, his eyes burning red like fire, exuding a cold and majestic aura. Wu Sionha was stunned, her eyes wide with worry. His eyes, they're truly terrifying. Guhua Sate's eyes glowed blood red. He spoke. Now, everyone, come inside. The group began to walk, heading towards the ancient structure. The atmosphere still tense. Guhua Sate, with glowing eyes, turned his back, exuding a majestic aura. He had ordered everyone to enter the ancient structure. The elder continued to speak, ordering Muzhong and the long-haired gray woman to also go inside. Both clearly showed signs of worry. Muzhong sighed, accepting his fate to enter the dangerous place. The long-haired gray woman also agreed, having no other choice. At the threshold, the long-haired gray woman made way for Muzhong. He lamented about the young having to die early, but she only instructed him to take good care of the Black Cloud Army. Inside a solemn room, Guhua Sate presided over a meeting. Gongxian, Wu Sionha, and many others were listening to information about what had happened. Guhua Sate sat in the center, his eyes sharp as if piercing through. He muttered the name Pio Wol, like a curse. Wu Sionha flinched, her eyes revealing panic. Guhua Sate turned to look at her, suspicion clearly visible. Guhua Sate's eyes blazed. He questioned Wu Sionha in a cold tone. Do you have nothing to say to me, Sionha? Wu Sionha was utterly terrified. She stammered incoherently, her face pale with fear. Guhua Sate continued to interrogate her about her relationship with Pio Wol. Wu Sionha tried to deny it, but her confusion betrayed her. Guhua Sate's hand reached out, gripping Wu Sionha's chin, forcing her to face his terrifying gaze. He repeated the question about Pio Wol. Guhua Sate's eyes flared with dark energy. He ordered Wu Sionha to look him straight in the eye, warning her not to lie, then asked why she was surprised to hear Pio Wol's name. Wu Sionha completely collapsed, her face contorted with fear, tears streaming down. She tried to speak, but only managed weak stammers. She collapsed to the floor, begging for forgiveness. Wu Sionha admitted she never expected things to turn out this way. Wu Sionha sobbed, explaining that she only intended to use Pio Wol, but everything had spiraled out of control. She asked to go capture Pio Wol with the disciples. Guhua Sate's eyes remained cold. Wu Sionha desperately pleaded, asserting that Pio Wol trusted her and would surely fall into the trap. Guhua Sate placed his hand on the kneeling Wu Sionha's head, his eyes cold. Sionha, you fool. His words cut like a knife into her last hope. Wu Sionha looked up, her eyes tear-filled, her face full of anguish. She softly called out, "Master." A cry, laden with so much fear and remorse. Guwasate looked directly at Wu Siona, questioning her in a cold tone. "Who told you to kill the heir of the Thunderbolt sect? You should have just enjoyed yourself, acting like a flower among men as you always do." Wu Siona forced a smile, tears still falling. "I'm sorry, Master, but I will follow your words and live like a flower from now on." A desperate promise, tinged with tragedy. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Gongxian stood in the middle of the room, her sharp eyes directed towards Wu Sionha and Guhasate, like a silent warning. Gongxian erupted, her face contorted with rage. She screamed, "Master, Sionha!" Her cry tore through the silence, carrying extreme indignation. Without a moment's hesitation, Guhasate acted. A horrifying surge of electrical energy pierced through Wu Sionha, causing her to convulse. Fresh blood splattered, staining the space red. Wu Sionha collapsed, blood gushing from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were wide open, filled with horror and extreme pain, before everything faded into oblivion. 3 horrified faces, Mu Zhong, the long-haired gray-clad woman, and the short-haired gray-clad man, were all stunned by the brutal scene. Fear enveloped them. Guhasate stood there, coldly looking down at Wu Sionha lying motionless in a pool of blood. His cruelty emanated, making the atmosphere suffocating. Wu Sionha lay face down on the floor. Her long white hair spread out, stained with blood. She was gone, leaving behind a tragic death and the shattered fragments of a life. Guwa Sede turned his back, a cruel sneer on his face. "Why do you need to think?" His words were filled with contempt and absolute power. Gongxian roared, her face filled with indignation and pain. "Master!" Her cry seemed to tear through her chest, questioning Guwasate's cruel actions. Energy surged, and Gongxian erupted. A fiery red aura surrounded her, her blue eyes blazing, signaling an impending outburst of rage. Guwasate turned back, his gaze sharp and cold. He also radiated a fiery red energy, confronting Gongxian directly. A tense standoff was about to erupt. Gongxian roared, pain and anger intertwined.
You didn't have to go that far. She didn't mean to. No, you shouldn't have killed her like this, no matter what her fault was."
The fiery red energy erupted, terrifying Mu Zhong and the long-haired gray-clad woman. They couldn't believe that Miss Yang had reached this level of power. Guwasate sneered, his gaze sharp and cold. He casually said, "So, you've finally decided to reveal what you've achieved." Gongxian confronted Guhasate, yelling "Master," as he declared, "Those who make mistakes must pay with their lives." Guwasate turned away, contemptuously ordering, "One day you will understand when you hold my position. But now is the time for you to stop complaining. Get out now." He raised his hand, signaling to others. "And get that thing out of my sight immediately." Wu Sionha lay motionless, blood splattered. Guwasate stood over Wu Sionha's corpse, coldly explaining, "The White Flower Coven is a branch grown from the same root as the Ami." He looked straight ahead, his eyes full of authority. "That is why I will take all of you in again." Gongxian stood behind, indignant. Gongxian gritted her teeth, her face ablaze with fury, pain, and helplessness intertwined. The black-haired girl spun around, her fiery gaze sweeping across the people sitting around. The long-haired, gray-clad woman sat there, her face clearly showing worry, contemplating the conspiracy. From the very beginning, he planned to kill Wu Sionha, to take over the White Flower Coven. Guwasate, the strongest in Sichuan but also full of cunning, sat on his chair, his sharp eyes giving an order. "Lord Zhang, I need you to do something." Mu Zhong and the long-haired, gray-clad woman flinched, their eyes filled with horror upon hearing his words. Guwasate sneered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "I want the Black Cloud Army to hunt down the man named Pio Wol." The scene shifted tonight, the vast mountains and forests shrouded in mist, with only sparkling blue lights like wandering souls. 2 gray-clad men, one with short hair and one with long hair, silently carried a corpse wrapped in white cloth, walking heavily through the night. The corpse, tightly wrapped in white cloth, lay solitary on the cold ground, amidst the gloomy forest. The 2 gray-clad men placed the corpse on the cold ground. One coldly said, "Just leave it here. Wild dogs or beasts will take care of the rest." The other stammered in agreement, his eyes revealing fear. After discarding the body, the 2 gray-clad figures hastily turned and left. "Let's go back now," one said. The other merely replied, "Ah, all right." The sky was gloomy and turbulent. Dark clouds gathered,
signaling an impending storm that would engulf the desolate forest. Amidst the silent night, the first raindrops began to fall lightly, soaking the white cloth that enveloped the solitary corpse. Light footsteps echoed through the rain, a mysterious figure approaching, step by step, towards the abandoned corpse. A pale, cold hand unexpectedly emerged from the cloth, as if trying to cling to the last bit of warmth amidst the biting cold rain. It was Wu Shona's hand. The rain fell heavier and heavier, pouring down on the dark forest, washing away all traces of life, leaving only solitude and coldness. Amidst the torrential rain, P.O. Wool appeared, his fiery red eyes staring into the void, his face cold, his white hair drenched with rainwater. P.O. Wool began to gather stones around, arranging them into a small pile, as if building a makeshift grave for the deceased. Each stone was stacked upon another, forming a small mound, simple yet meaningful, in the desolate deep forest. P.O. Wool placed his hand on the cold pile of stones, a silent act, yet filled with deep emotions, like a final farewell. P.O. Wool sat silently beside the stone grave, his back turned towards the deceased, his distant gaze fixed on the rain, contemplating the cruel fate. P.O. Wool spoke in a low voice, like a confession to the deceased. "I will not apologize to you. We both used each other." P.O. Wool's fiery red eyes gleamed with coldness and determination. He swore, "But I will avenge those who treated you like this." Amidst the white curtain of rain, P.O. Wool's promise echoed like a curse. I swear, he would never forget this grudge. There is an ancient word that carries the weight of ultimate sorrow, gi. It is the most cruel pain in the world, the grief of parents who have lost their child. Amidst the peaceful scenery of verdant mountains, a man in a dark purple robe, Manhwa Jinin, and two others stood before the gate of a traditional house. Urgent knocking echoed. The door creaked open, and a white-haired old man poked his head out, asking with an annoyed expression, "Who's knocking like this?" The man in the dark purple robe smiled brightly and greeted, "Greetings, elder." The white-haired old man recognized the guest, his gaze softening slightly. "Oh, who's knocking so early? It's you, Manhwa Jinin. What brings you here?" Manhwa Jinin inquired about Brother Wu, explaining that the Langong was facing a serious crisis and needed his help, despite the pain of losing his son. The white-haired old man nodded, agreeing to go inside and deliver the message. "All right, please wait a moment." Manhwa Jinin waited, his gaze sweeping over the old house, seemingly lost in thought. After Gunsang was assassinated, Brother Wu abandoned everything and went into hiding. This desolate house reflected his own shattered heart. The sound of the old wooden door echoed again, opening a small crack. Wu Jinpyong, with his long hair and silver beard, appeared. His face carried a hint of sadness. "Welcome, brother." Manhwa Jinin expressed regret for not visiting often, while Wu Jinpyong invited his guest inside. "I'm quite well, as you can see. I've kept you waiting for a long time, haven't I? Please come in." The interior of the house was solemn and quiet, with simple furnishings. They sat opposite each other at the tea table. Manhwa Jinin spoke of the one who killed the successor of the Leipo sect, the one who had learned the Qi Shi Erjan bow. Wu Jinpyong was astonished. "How can that be?" Manhwa Jinin admitted the story was hard to believe, but his tone remained firm. "It sounds absurd, I know. I apologize for asking this, but..." Manhwa Jinin looked directly at Wu Jinpyong, his tone full of hidden meaning. "I understand why you are here." In Manhwa Jinin's mind, the images of P.O. Wool and Wu Seonha appeared. He compared them. This assassin seems similar to the one who killed Gunsang. A hand lifted a teacup, its reflection in the still tea water evoking deep contemplation. Manhwa Jinin continued to pose the question, his voice probing. "Suppose the assassin who killed the successor of the Leipo sect is the same one who killed Gunsang 7 years ago. What would you do?" Wu Jinpyong looked up, his long beard trembling slightly, his eyes filled with emotion. "Do you know?" Wu Jinpyong's gaze deepened, filled with the pain of losing his child. A father who loses a child, even if alive, is as good as dead. Therefore, my answer is very clear. Wu Jinpyong's pain erupted into a furious rage. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, determined to avenge his son. "I must avenge my son." Under the deep night sky, P.O. Wool stood silently by an ancient well in a desolate courtyard, moonlight illuminating his solitary figure. Suddenly, countless sharp blades tore through the wind, flying towards him, their metallic glint sparkling like meteors against the night sky. P.O. Wool stood upright, his crimson eyes flashing with coldness, a blade hovering before him, ready for battle. P.O. Wool's blood-red eyes were chilling to the bone,
harboring deadly danger. Pio Wool's cloak billowed in the wind as he moved gracefully amidst the rain of blades, each step imbued with killing intent. He turned, his crimson eyes looking straight ahead, his face devoid of expression, full of mystery. A figure appeared, a voice breaking the silence. "Greetings, Pio Wool." The long, brown-haired girl smiled radiantly, waving at Pio Wool, her face full of excitement. "You look even cooler while I was away." The girl looked around, a little surprised. "So you've been here all this time? I didn't know you were right in front of the Manhwa gong." Pio Wool, with his crimson eyes, stared coldly. "What do you want? You certainly didn't come here just to chat, not when you brought your companions." The darkness gradually revealed 3 strangers. The black-haired man with a beard sneered, admitting, "It seems we can't fool you." Even though I was quite confident in my stealth, the bald monk softly chanted a Buddhist prayer. Ranju, the brown-haired girl, smiled radiantly, clasping her hands. "This is the last time we'll ask. Join the Hai Yun Tuan." Pio Wool replied coldly. "And if I refuse?" Ranju didn't waver. "Then we have no choice but to complete our mission." The smile on Ranju's lips vanished, her eyes turning sharp. "We have received orders to kill you." The bald monk quickly spoke up, advising Pio Wool to accept Ranju's offer. The black-haired man with a beard frowned, stopping him. "Come on, stop! We're not here to kill him." Pio Wool questioned the black-haired man with a beard. "Then how will you not kill me? Do you intend to ignore the orders you received?" He replied, "We know who you are. You just need to hide better than before." The black-haired man with a beard continued to explain the plan. He said he would report to Ami that Pio Wool was dead, and even if discovered, the Haeyun Tuan would be strong enough that no one would dare to investigate. By the way, our client is Ami. But you probably already guessed that. Pio Wool asked pointedly, "Are you sure you should betray your client so easily? I thought reputation was the only thing a mercenary group could have." The black-haired bearded man sneered. "Who cares about such outdated values? In this town, they mean nothing anymore." The black-haired bearded man's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He said, "I've grown quite fond of you. I truly don't want to kill you here. Join the Black Cloud group." Pio Wool's crimson eyes flashed with a cold light, harboring unshakable resolve. Pio Wool decisively refused. "I refuse. Reputation is paramount for an assassin." Ranju was surprised, pondering. Reputation? For an assassin? So he's doing all this for a client? But who could his client be? Pio Wool lowered his head, his gaze distant. "I want them to feel what we've been through." Pio Wool looked up, his face clearly showing indignation. That feeling of misery, being trampled upon, unable to resist no matter how unfair everything is. Pio Wool let out a sneering laugh, the sound echoing in the silent night, full of defiance. Ranju gritted her teeth, her purple eyes filled with indignation. She questioned Pio Wool about the client's identity, asserting that there was only one reason men would rush into danger like moths to a flame: for a woman. Pio Wool turned, his crimson eyes looking directly at Ranju. He calmly replied, "A woman? Is that so? You're more sentimental than I thought." Ranju turned her back, but her gaze remained fixed on Pio Wool. She pressed him. "Who is it?" The atmosphere was tense. Ranju roared, demanding Pio Wool reveal the truth. She swung her sword, a brilliant light tearing through the night, rushing straight towards him. Ranju's fiery sword strike rushed forward, creating a dazzling explosion of light. Pio Wool stood there, calmly facing the destructive power. Pio Wool looked up, his white hair billowing in the wind. His crimson eyes gleamed with coldness. Completely unfazed by the recent attack, Pio Wool counterattacked unexpectedly. A black, snake-like rope shot out, coiling through the air, creating a terrifying whistling sound. He struck like lightning. Pio Wool's rope collided, creating a fierce energy explosion. Debris scattered, shaking the ground. Ranju staggered back, clutching her arm. She cried out in pain. Fragments from Pio Wool's attack scattered everywhere. The black-haired bearded man and the bald monk rushed forward, catching Ranju in time. She reassured them, though still a bit dazed. Ranju angrily looked around, not seeing Pio Wool anywhere. She cursed under her breath. "Playing such a cowardly game! Where did he go?" Ranju's group stood in the courtyard, searching for Pio Wool in vain. The black-haired bearded man sighed, saying he had warned them that talking to him was useless. A long, gray-haired woman appeared on the rooftop, pointing upwards. She said, "On the roof. Look, he's clearly there." Pio Wool stood tall on the rooftop, his black cloak fluttering in the night wind. He looked down at the group below with a challenging expression. The long, gray-haired woman looked at Pio Wool, her eyes glowing coldly. Without hesitation, she decisively ordered, "Kill him." With a decisive movement, the long, gray-haired woman charged straight towards Pio Wol. The entire forest seemed to tremble under her power. Amidst the encirclement of black-clad assassins, Pio Wol glided like a ghost. Swords sliced through the air, but couldn't touch him, leaving only faint streaks of light in the night. He stood motionless, amidst the swirling aura, like the calm eye of a storm. Chi surged around his body, signaling an impending counterattack. He flicked his finger, a small snap tearing through the air. Brilliant golden threads suddenly erupted, spreading everywhere like a deadly spiderweb. Each golden thread transformed into a scythe of death. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing a whole section of the sky red as enemies fell in agony. Pio Wol looked up, his crimson eyes flashing with contempt. He coldly stated, "You certainly brought a lot just for me." The long, gray-haired woman replied, her blue eyes cold. She didn't flinch. "And I think I should bring even more." With heavy footsteps, a colossal army advanced, forming an endless wall of people, surrounding him in the night. Pio Wol stood amidst the coiling black threads, his eyes burning with hatred. "All of you will regret this. You shouldn't interfere in my fight." He turned his back on the sea of people, black threads swirling around his body like a warning. He was ready for a merciless battle. On the quiet rooftop, two gray-clad men sat opposite each other, sipping tea and chatting, unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a loud explosion tore through the night, shaking the entire rooftop. Tiles shattered, dust flew everywhere, shattering the peace. The two gray-clad men sprang up, their faces full of surprise. What was that? What happened? They looked at each other with worry. From a distance, a black-cloaked figure glided like lightning across the rooftop, followed by a crowd of soldiers and the gray-haired woman. The short, black-haired, gray-clad man looked towards the battle. "It seems there's a fight over there," he muttered. "Huh? That guy." Pio Wol glided, his cloak billowing. The short, black-haired, gray-clad man wondered, "I've never seen him here. He has too many people following him. Who is he?" Pio Wol, his crimson eyes gleaming with iron resolve, remained completely unfazed by the dangers surrounding him. Pio Wol glided past like a ghost, and a man in a light pink shirt collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood splattered, signaling a sudden death. The unfortunate man, with a goatee and hair tied in a topknot, leaned painfully against the stone wall. He had been struck down by Pio Wol in the blink of an eye, fresh blood staining the corners of his lips. The surrounding crowd stirred, horrified at the motionless corpse. "No way! He's dead!" Panic-stricken whispers spread quickly as Pio Wol walked past indifferently. A man in a gray shirt, with short black hair, turned his back and questioned Pio Wol with a voice full of indignation. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly jump in here and kill him?" Without a word, Pio Wol lunged forward, a sharp blue aura tearing through the air. He attacked the one who had just questioned him, and the gruesome sound of bones shattering echoed. Another man in a gray shirt witnessed the scene, his eyes wide, his face contorted in extreme fear. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Pio Wol landed, creating a powerful shockwave. The ground beneath his feet cracked open. Dust flew everywhere, as if hell itself was opening up. In the hazy dust, Pio Wol's tall figure gradually became clear. He stood upright, majestic, like a ghost just risen from the dead, full of mystery. The surrounding crowd stared at Pio Wol in astonishment and fear. Shock was evident on every face. Someone exclaimed, "Why?" Pio Wol walked slowly, indifferently. Those around him panicked and scattered, not daring to face him. Some had already collapsed. Another group of people, including a monk, a bearded man, and a brown-haired girl, were observing Pio Wol. The girl worried, "What is he doing?" The bearded man said, "This is bad. We have to stop him." Pio Wol turned his head, his fiery red eyes hidden beneath his hood, staring coldly at the observing group, without any expression. A man in the group, with a frightened expression, questioned Pio Wol, "Who are you people? Why are you suddenly killing us like this?" Pio Wol tilted his head slightly, his fiery red eyes gleaming with a hint of confusion. He repeated the enemy's words, "You people?" The brown-haired girl and the bearded man realized Pio Wol's intention. The man said, "He tricked us. Those people think we're on Pio Wol's side." The girl angrily retorted, "That bastard. He's deliberately attacking people indiscriminately." Pio Wol gave a mysterious smirk, his fiery red eyes gleaming with amusement. A swirling black aura surrounded him, signaling a profound intention. Pio Wol's figure gradually blurred, vanishing into the pitch-black vortex on the ground, leaving behind a mysterious void. Two men were terrified as Pio Wol vanished without a trace. One exclaimed, "He's gone!" The other screamed,
That demon, where did he go?
The crowd was in chaos, many lying scattered. A man in a gray shirt ordered, "For now, chase them. They must be his subordinates. We have to force them to confess." Ranju and the bearded man panicked. "No, we're not," Ranju exclaimed, while the man with the goatee gritted his teeth. "Damn it." Ranju turned to the bald monk, urgently calling, "Hyosing?" Monk Hyosung pondered, then decisively said, "We cannot be held back here. Leave this matter to me. You two go pursue Pio Wol." Ranju was angry but helpless, only able to utter a frustrated sound as Hyosung stood in the way. Ranju and the bearded man shot off like arrows. Ranju turned back and ordered, "Understood. You must meet us again afterward. That's an order." Monk Hyosung smiled gently and replied, "Of course. I will obey Ranju's command." Then he turned to the crowd. "Well then, everyone." Hyosung faced the angry crowd, their eyes bloodshot. He calmly said, "Let's clarify our misunderstanding together." The battle erupted fiercely. Shouts echoed. "Die, you bastards! Don't let these black-clad scoundrels leave here alive!" Flames raged fiercely, burning down buildings. Calls echoed, "Destroy the Green Palace! Show Ami what we can do! Fire! There's a fire!" The long, gray-haired woman watched the scene in horror. She desperately said, "A small battle has spread throughout the city. This entire town has become a playground for an assassin." Pio Wol stood on the rooftop, surveying the chaotic scene. Ranju, the bearded man, and the long, gray-haired woman stood below. Ranju questioning, "Do you realize what you've done?" Pio Wol turned his back, his sharp gaze sweeping across the city engulfed in flames. He muttered to himself, "Is that all? Even those in hiding?" Pio Wol continued to ponder. "This is a bit different from what I expected. But this outcome is probably better. Thank you all." Pio Wol gave a mysterious smile, his fiery red eyes flashing in the night. He whispered, "This battle will now be much more terrifying." Ranju's angry scream tore through the air. She lunged forward, her sword swinging with murderous intent. "Bastard! What did you just say?" Amidst the whirlwind of energy, Pio Wol stood firm, debris swirling around him like a dance of death. He lightly leaped, his figure gliding like a ghost, leaving a fiery trail behind him. Pio Wol hovered in midair, observing the enemy swinging a sword below, his gaze as cold as ice. The man with the goatee swung his sword, his eyes flashing with determination. He growled, "Let's end everything here." He charged forward, his sword blazing brightly, carrying destructive power. Pio Wol dodged, the fierce stream of fire narrowly missing him, leaving a scorched mark on the ground. He landed as light as a feather, his cloak billowing. Mysterious golden threads began to appear around his body. Pio Wol's figure flickered amidst the fine, silken golden threads, forming an unpredictable net. Pio Wol's hand moved slightly, controlling the threads. The opponent's flaming sword was bent in an unbelievable way. He raised his head, his crimson eyes looking up. Around him, luminous throwing knives began to swirl. Amidst the swirling throwing knives, Pio Wol stood there, like a god of death, ready to strike. The bearded man stared in astonishment at the throwing knives. He muttered, "Throwing knives?" He avoided and fled, but now he wants to fight. He swung his sword, but a luminous throwing knife blocked the attack, creating dazzling sparks. The bearded man's eyes were filled with confusion. He wondered, "Huh? The throwing knives just changed direction. But how?" Two throwing knives spun, hovering in the air, drawing dazzling streaks of light. The bearded young man was surrounded by luminous threads, his sword clashing continuously, creating piercing metallic sounds. He groaned in pain. Pio Wol stood there, his crimson eyes cold, calmly controlling the luminous threads and throwing knives swirling around his opponent. A throwing knife shot past, tearing through the wind and hurtling straight towards the bearded young man with terrifying speed. The bearded young man's eyes flared with horror and rage. He realized the imminent danger. The throwing knife tore through his clothes, embedding itself deep in the bearded young man's chest, fresh blood splattering. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the entire area red, and the bearded young man's face contorted in pain. He collapsed onto the floor, blood still flowing incessantly, his body motionless in a pool of blood. Pio Wol stood tall behind him. The heart-wrenching cries of the bearded young man echoed, his body convulsing on the ground. Ranju, the brown-haired girl, her face full of horror, shouted, "Sir, go!" Another throwing knife flew, tearing Ranju's clothes, blood splattering as the girl screamed in pain. The short black-haired man in a gray robe exclaimed in shock, "How can this be? So fast I can't even see it. It's not like when he brutally punished Yukpai. His blades move as if he's directly controlling them in the air." Pio Wol stood majestically above, looking down at the fallen bearded young man.
Ranju and the long, black-haired man knelt beside him. Ranju, her violet eyes wide, her face full of despair, cried out, "No! No!" The bearded young man, despite his severe injuries, still tried to raise his head, his eyes filled with resentment and defiance. P.O. Wool stood there, his crimson eyes cold, the throwing knife still hovering around him, ready to finish everything. A figure charged like a storm, an angry shout tearing through the air. The long gray-haired woman, spear in hand, her eyes blazing as if to incinerate everything. "Stop!" Blue energy erupted around her, enveloping her entire body. Eerie light blazed from her eyes, signaling a deadly attack. The gray-haired girl's face contorted in extreme rage. Her azure eyes now emitted a dazzling glow, revealing an unshakable will. With a wind-splitting hiss, the spear shot forth like an arrow. P.O. Wool nimbly leaped up, dodging the fierce killing intent rushing towards him. The blue spear pierced through the air, creating a dazzling streak of light. Its terrifying speed made everything around it seem to freeze. P.O. Wool and the bearded man stood high above, watching the sunset-reddened sky. Suddenly, a deadly spear plunged straight down from above, aiming for both of them. P.O. Wool's crimson eyes narrowed, his sharp, cold gaze piercing through the night. He was ready to face the imminent danger. P.O. Wool suddenly grabbed the bearded man's collar, pulling him up forcefully. Ugh. A pained groan escaped the heavily wounded man. He spun around, using the bearded man's body as a shield. The spear continued to hurtle forward, only an instant away. The bearded man's face turned pale with horror. He stared at the incoming spear, despair evident in his eyes. The gray-haired woman Ranju and the short black-haired man in a gray robe were all stunned, utterly terrified by the impending scene. The spear pierced straight through the bearded man's back, fresh blood splattering. A horrifying, chilling sight. He collapsed, his body convulsing in extreme pain. A stream of fresh red blood gushed out incessantly, staining the ground red. The bearded man completely collapsed. The short black-haired man in a gray robe cried out in pain, "Lord, go!" P.O. Wool stood there, his emotionless eyes looking down at the corpse. "No! No!" he uttered, his voice chillingly cold. From the ground, a colossal blue pillar of light suddenly shot up, bringing with it dark rock fragments. P.O. Wool stood watching, his expression full of mystery. Ranju hugged the injured man tightly, her eyes welling up with tears, begging him not to collapse. "Senior brother, wake up! Don't die! You can't die!" the man whispered, trying to smile reassuringly.
Ooh! 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 Would die here!
You know, saying that brings bad luck, right? I won't die. You silly girl. Ranju looked up, her eyes bloodshot with hatred. "Leader! Chase him immediately!" Tears streamed down her face. Ranju gritted her teeth, her voice filled with hatred. Catch him and tear him to pieces. The long-haired, gray-haired woman, their leader, turned her head, her gaze sharp and resolute. A spear whizzed past, tearing through the wind straight towards them, making Ranju frantically hug the injured man. Ranju burst into sobs, extreme pain evident on her face. Hugging the man tightly, Ranju whispered in despair, "Senior brother." The sky was stained blood red. From the mountaintop, Guwa Sate and the long-haired black-haired girls silently watched the city engulfed in flames. Guwa Sate turned, her face filled with rage. "What madness is happening here?" The long-haired black-haired girl replied, "Master, we must save our allies, the Lan Tianhui, as soon as possible, and put an end to this." Guwa Sate pondered, her gaze distant. "Yes. This is far more serious than I thought." Guwa Sate suddenly roared, purple energy erupting around her. "Everyone, to the Huolong Chang!" Responding to the summons, countless warriors surged forward, forming a rolling wave. On the rooftop, a short-haired, black-haired warrior in gray robes shouted in horror, "Leader, it's Ami!" The gray-robed crowd was stunned. A middle-aged man exclaimed, "Leader Ami is here!" "What? Is it really her?" The elder Guwa Sate, with a stern face and anxious eyes, exclaimed, "Given the current situation, we will be at a disadvantage." The whistling sound of purple energy tore through the air, and tangled lightning bolts erupted on the wooden wall. A terrifying surge of energy exploded, and the gate collapsed. Guwa Sate appeared majestically, leading a formidable army. Guwa Sate looked at her opponent, her face contorted with rage, and growled, "You! Witch!" The short-haired, gray-haired warrior faced Guwa Sate, sneering. "Leader Po, you must have lost your mind," she replied, her eyes sharp as knives. "How dare you call me that?" The short-haired, gray-haired warrior tried to calm down, requesting, Please withdraw your troops," he explained. This is a matter between the Huo Long Chang and the Lan Tianjiao. Ami has no right to interfere. Guhwasate scoffed. Everyone knows the connection between the Lan Tianjiao and Ami, yet you dare to utter such foolish words. She continued. You must think I'm an idiot. Leader Po, the warrior stammered. I didn't say that, I just… Guhwasate furiously yelled. Shut up! She swung her staff, and purple energy erupted, engulfing the short-haired, gray-haired warrior. Guhwasate's staff clashed with the warrior's sword, creating a deafening explosion. Purple energy swirled violently. The short-haired, gray-haired warrior gritted his teeth, enduring, and exclaimed in astonishment. I knew she was strong, but I didn't expect her to be this strong. Guhwasate continued her relentless assault. The short-haired, gray-haired warrior realized. Her skills are truly terrifying. Guhwasate swung her staff in a wide arc, creating a powerful surge of purple energy that tore through the air. The terrifying energy blast slammed into the ground, creating a shaking explosion that cracked the earth. The short-haired, gray-haired warrior was sent flying, fresh blood gushing from his mouth, and he coughed violently in pain. He fell to his knees, his body trembling, cracks spreading beneath his feet. Still enveloped in purple energy, he continued to cough dryly. Guhwasate gave him no chance to recover. She lunged forward like a phantom, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Guhwasate charged forward, her eyes glowing brightly within the purple energy, declaring, It's all over. A dark sword chi tore through space, clashing with the purple energy, creating a deafening metallic clang. In the decisive moment, two figures appeared, blocking Guhwasate's fatal attack. The silver-haired elder Guhwasate roared in fury, purple energy exploding around her like thunder. She glared at the two newcomers, her voice filled with astonishment. You blocked my attack? Guhwasate's angry expression receded, her gaze thoughtful as she looked ahead. It's been a long time. The long-haired, brown-haired man with a goatee stood tall, his large sword plunged into the ground. Guhwasate called his name, Mujong Jinin. Mujong looked directly at Guhwasate, his expression resolute. I'm glad to meet you like this, Guhwasate. Guhwasate replied coldly. Are you happy? I am not, Mujong continued, his eyes sharp. I have waited 7 years to meet you. How could I not be happy? Mujong growled, dark energy enveloping him. He spoke resentfully about his brother having refused his proposal to eliminate the Ami 7 years ago. Guhwasate observed the strange energy emanating from Mujong, her eyes full of thought. That energy. She remarked that Mujong had reached a new realm of enlightenment, sensing a strange energy she had never seen before. Mujong replied, Enlightenment? I have simply learned something new. Guhwasate sneered, her tone sarcastic. Ha! It seems I underestimated the profundity of the Langong Men techniques. She prided herself on her knowledge of Langong Men techniques, but had never imagined there was an evil technique she didn't know. Mujong warned Guhwasate, his eyes blazing. Do not judge Langong. The scope of Langong is vaster than the Ami can imagine. Guhwasate sneered, her eyes full of disdain. Ah, and that magnificent Langong Men was toyed with by an assassin. The silhouette of an assassin, hidden in a cloak, surrounded by 2 giant white pythons, like a haunting curse. Mujong roared, flames of fury burning around his body, his eyes blazing red as if to incinerate everything. He looked up, his eyes full of doubt, repeating the question, An assassin? What are you talking about? An assassin? Guhwasate smirked, her tone full of sarcasm, revealing the horrifying truth. The assassin you thought you dealt with in the underground cave is still alive. The short, gray-haired warrior stood on the corpse bound by black ropes, his eyes resolute. Don't lie, he's dead. Guhwasate smirked, her eyes glinting with cunning. Have you seen his corpse? Mujong lowered his head, his face tense, realizing the bitter truth. You see, you haven't actually witnessed his death, have you? That's why all of this happened. The image of the black-haired assassin with a sinister smile appeared, interspersed with Mujong's doubtful question. So, he's really alive? Guhwasate continued her accusation, blaming the assassin as the cause of everything. He is the one who caused it all, starting with the assassination of the Lei Pai heir. Mujong looked up, his bearded face full of anger. So you're saying that assassin is toying with all of us? Guhwasate affirmed. That's right. We should resolve our conflict after dealing with that assassin. Who knows what he's doing, even now? Mujong erupted with killing intent, his eyes blazing red like hellfire. I refuse. He charged forward, his sword swinging up, creating an explosive surge of energy that shook the space. Mujong turned, his gaze resolute. The enemy who ordered him is right before my eyes. How can I miss this rare opportunity? He stomped his foot forcefully, declaring, The 7 Langong masters will help the Huo Longfang eradicate the cunning Ami. Muzhong continued his fierce assault. His surrounding enemies swept into his violent surge of energy, unable to react in time. Muzhong raged across the battlefield. He was like a firestorm, sweeping away all who stood in his path. No one could stop him. Guwa Sate, the Ami leader, observed coldly. He sneered. Stubborn indeed. But just as I expected from a Langong member, Guwa Sate unleashed a brilliant purple energy, his tone full of menace.
You have refused my offer and chosen punishment, Muzhong Jinin!
Muzhong roared, his eyes blazing red with hatred. You will pay for your sins with death, you old crow of the Ami. 2 gazes met, one brilliant purple, the other fiery red. Conflicting energies erupted, signaling an earth-shattering battle. The ground cracked beneath Muzhong's feet. He stomped hard, creating a violent tremor, ready to plunge into a life-or-death battle. Guwa Sate charged like a purple lightning bolt, the old man's figure appearing and disappearing within the violent energy, aiming straight for his opponent. 2 streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire space trembled, and dazzling light tore through the night. Amidst the deep green forest, a figure in a black cloak glided silently. He swiftly leaped through the foliage. Without a sound, the cloaked figure continued to move, but a shout rang out. "Stop right there! You are a demon!" He still glided like the wind. Another explosion echoed from afar. A brilliant red light tore through the sky, attracting the gaze of the one hidden in the shadows. Pio Wol's blazing red eyes flashed in the night. His cold gaze seemed to pierce through all mysteries, scrutinizing every movement. Pio Wol gently pulled back his hood, revealing a sharp face and a mysterious half-smile. He softly said, "There you are." Above the ancient city wall, the brilliant sunset dyed the entire sky red, creating a scene both majestic and tragic. The pounding of horse hooves echoed, shattering the stillness of dusk. The riders charged like arrows, kicking up clouds of dust. Amidst the fiery sunset, Pio Wol launched himself into the air, escaping the encirclement of the pursuing riders. His speed seemed to tear through space itself. He glided lightly through the air, like an ethereal ghost, leaving behind the thundering hooves and swirling dust. The gray-haired woman rode her horse, her eyes burning with fury. She growled, "We can't catch him, not even on horseback." She was utterly astonished, unable to believe her eyes. Is he using chi to create threads and stepping on them? Killing intent flared in her blue eyes. "But no matter how you try to escape, I will catch you and kill you." Pio Wol stood amidst the ruins. Behind him lay a fallen gray-haired man. A black-haired assassin watched him from the shadows. Pio Wol's gaze was resolute, his face covered in dirt but unwavering, as he confronted the challenge ahead. The black-haired, bearded assassin stared intently at Pio Wol, his eyes filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hatred. "He was like my master, and you killed him." The gray-haired woman unleashed a burst of green energy, charged forward, and commanded, "Everyone attack!" At her command, numerous warriors simultaneously raised their sharp spears, ready to charge into battle. Pio Wol continued to glide through the air, amidst the incoming rain of spears, seemingly unfazed by the danger. He turned his head, his black cloak fluttering, directly facing the thousands of spears aimed at him. The gray-haired woman and the warriors were utterly stunned. What? He's jumping straight into the spears. He's not running away, but charging forward? Pio Wol spun around, creating a powerful swirling current of chi that deflected all incoming spears, forming a destructive vortex. After the destructive vortex, Pio Wol vanished without a trace. The warriors panicked. The warrior with the bun shouted, "He's disappeared again! Where did that bastard go?" In the chaotic moment, Pio Wol's black cloak glided like a ghost, merging into the descending night. Pio Wol swept across the battlefield, his figure as light as the wind, leaving behind fallen enemies in pools of blood. A warrior looked up, his eyes wide with horror as he realized a dark shadow was hurtling down from above. Pio Wol's cloak flared wide, sharp, swirling currents of chi emanating from him, signaling an unavoidable attack. With a swift swing of his arm, invisible sword trails tore through the air, blood splattered, and warriors fell with desperate cries. Pio Wol's figure glided past a fallen warhorse, without a hint of hesitation or delay. Heads were severed from necks, fresh blood gushing like springs. The remaining warriors shuddered, terrified by the brutal sight. The long gray-haired woman clenched her jaw, her blue eyes burning with hatred as she witnessed the horrific scene before her. Pio Wol stood in the middle of the battlefield, a ghostly, snake-like energy coiling around him, emanating a chilling, deadly aura. Pio Wool's crimson eyes gleamed with a terrifying light, like those of a bloodthirsty beast. A horrific explosion erupted, engulfing everything in blinding flames, shaking the very ground. The warhorse lay fallen in a pool of blood, its body motionless, an innocent victim of the brutal war. Beside the horse, another warrior had also fallen, his face pale, his lifeless eyes staring straight up at the sky. Pio Wool stood tall amidst the encirclement, facing dozens of mounted warriors alone, his gaze unwavering and fearless. The long gray-haired woman held her spear, her eyes blazing, and growled, "I will personally kill you with my own hands," the venomous vow echoed, signaling a merciless battle. Pio Wool turned his head, his crimson eyes sweeping across, his expression cold. He responded to the threat with a loaded question. "I don't understand." Hearing the challenging reply, the long, gray-haired woman holding the spear was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Pio Wool looked directly at his opponent, a faint smile gracing his face, his crimson eyes gleaming with profound depth. "Isn't this how everyone lives?" He stood amidst the desolate battlefield, his voice echoing with sarcasm. "Isn't this the nature of this land? You, Langong, Ami, all of you. You all take the lives of others to survive. So, how am I any different from you?" Amidst the ruins, Pio Wool continued to question, his words sharp as knives. "How many do you think Langong and Ami have sacrificed to preserve their honor?" He turned to the encircling group of warriors, his tone full of mockery. "And what about your group? A bunch of vagrants like you also have to kill countless others to maintain this scale." Pio Wool declared coldly, his gaze resolute. "I merely created an opportunity." As another warrior fell, Pio Wool continued his cruel words. "But what happened afterward was entirely due to you and your greed." The long, gray-haired woman holding the spear was enraged, veins bulging on her forehead as she screamed, You've lost your mind!" Pio Wool glided like a ghost, surrounded by swirling black chi. Luminous phantom blades hovered in the air, ready for battle. The long, gray-haired woman holding a spear squinted, noticing the difference. She wondered, those blades seem brighter than before. Is he channeling energy into them? She frowned, a bead of sweat rolling down. She didn't understand Pio Wool's tactics. What advantage can an assassin gain by displaying his weapons like that? The long gray-haired woman holding a spear's eyes widened, astonished by the powerful surge of energy erupting from Pio Wool. She sensed two powerful auras rushing towards them, one familiar, one mysterious. "Someone's coming! I recognize Guwa Sate's energy, but there's another as strong as him. Who is he?" The long gray-haired woman holding a spear was still stunned by the mysterious energy. She wondered, Pio Wool always acts alone. He wouldn't have any allies. So, whose energy is that? Guwa Sate appeared, his aura erupting, his face etched with fury. He roared, "Do you think you can escape from me? I am Guwa Sate." Another silver-haired elder, surrounded by purple energy, retorted defiantly, "Flee? Do I look like someone running away? Are you trying to destroy this city?" The battlefield was chaotic, littered with corpses. Guwa Sate and the silver-haired elder confronted each other, their wild energies clashing, creating a terrifying spectacle. Amidst the battle, an energy arrow flashed, tearing through the air with astonishing speed, heading straight for the opponent. Guwa Sate, his eyes blazing, his face contorted with rage, energy surging around his body, ready for the next strike. The silver-haired elder was no less formidable, his eyes sharp and cold, his entire body enveloped in a purple aura, confronting Guwa Sate directly. Pio Wool stood in the center, surrounded by dazzling golden energy threads, connected to those who had fallen. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that?" A long black-haired girl, her blue eyes wide, her face utterly astonished as she looked towards Pio Wool. She murmured, "That person." Pio Wool stood there, his cloak obscuring his figure, but the golden energy still emanated, creating a mysterious and powerful aura. The long black-haired girl and a silver-haired elder approached. The elder asked the girl, "Do you know who that person is?" The long black-haired girl, her face terrified, realized the horrifying truth. She screamed, "He's an assassin! That's Pio Wool!" Guwa Sate and the silver-haired elder turned, their eyes suspiciously fixed on Pio Wool. Guwa Sate wondered, an assassin? Pio Wool, his blazing red eyes hidden beneath his hood, his face sharp and cold, radiating deadly danger. Pio Wool's face was shrouded in shadow. Only his fiery eyes stood out, along with his cold affirmation, "So, you truly are still alive." From above, the long blonde-haired man in a white robe roared in anger, dark energy exploding around him, creating a terrifying shockwave. The deafening explosion sent the soldiers and horses below into a panic frenzy, causing them pain. The horses' frantic neighs mingled with the groans of the people. With an earth-shattering leap, the long, blonde-haired man in a white robe plunged from the city wall, aiming straight for the crowd below. His face clearly showed astonishment, his eyes wide as he looked forward, as if he had just witnessed something incredible. While the long, blonde-haired man in a white robe was still suspended in midair, P.O. Wool had already appeared below, a sinister smile on his face, dark energy swirling around him. P.O. Wool gave a ghostly smile, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness. He whispered, his voice full of hidden meaning, "Finally, everyone has gathered." P.O. Wool's smile grew increasingly chilling, his eyes seemingly emitting a fiery red glow, signaling an ominous omen. Night enveloped the ancient rooftops, the sky filled with dark clouds, creating a gloomy, silent scene. P.O. Wool darted like a ghost, his figure gliding through the night, leaving behind trails of emerald energy. Behind him, the gray-haired woman, the black-haired girl, and two silver-haired elders were in hot pursuit, their faces filled with rage. The long-bearded, silver-haired elder roared in anger, energy exploding around him. "Bastard! How far do you think you can run?" The black-haired girl showed concern, her blue eyes reflecting extreme unease. The black-haired girl tried to stop the silver-haired elder. "Wait! We're falling into his trap, just as he wants." The silver-haired elder Guwa Sadie turned back and shouted loudly, his eyes wide with fury.
"Shut up! Don't say another word!"
Guwa Sate secretly thought about Mujong Jinin's powerful technique that had stunned him, even though he tried to hide his surprise from the many onlookers. Guwa Sate gritted his teeth, looking forward with resentment. He could not accept that the filthy assassin was still at large. The silver-haired elder Guwa Sate burned with a will for revenge, determined to eliminate the assassin and confront Mujong Jinin to reassert his authority. Suddenly, a fierce rain of arrows tore through the wind, forming a deadly vortex in midair. Cries of pain echoed as arrows plunged deep into flesh, fresh blood splattering in the chaotic night. Bodies collapsed, cold arrows piercing through them, lying motionless on the ground, stained with fresh red blood. The two women realized in horror. A trap! There are hidden traps! Their frantic screams tore through the air. The long-haired, gray-haired woman holding a spear looked around in shock. "Where is this place?" she exclaimed, her voice full of confusion. A desolate scene appeared, ruined rooftops under a gloomy sky, signaling a disaster had struck. Broken tiles and bricks, countless arrows deeply embedded in the walls and ground, proved that a fierce battle had taken place. The long-haired, gray-haired woman's eyes widened, filled with horror and indignation. This isn't just an ordinary pile of rubble. The full view of a desolate village became clear. This is the Tangsek's home. The words came out full of astonishment. Guhua Sate and the long-haired, black-haired girl were stunned. "He led us to the Tangsek's village?" They couldn't believe their eyes. The long-bearded, silver-haired old man roared in anger. "How dare you lure me into this filthy place? Show yourself now!" A giant black shadow writhed, slowly appearing in midair, carrying an aura of death and mystery. On the ruined rooftop, P.O. Wool appeared, a solitary but powerful figure, standing there like a god of death. Guwa Sade, the silver-haired old man, stood stunned, his hair standing on end from astonishment. A terrifying silence enveloped them. P.O. Wool, with cold, glowing red eyes, silently observed from above, like a ghost in the night. Guwa Sate roared, his face contorted with rage. "You!" The long-bearded, silver-haired old man also angrily questioned. "What are you plotting?" Beneath P.O. Wool's feet, a mystical energy net spread out, trapping all those trying to escape. P.O. Wool flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing with defiance. "Observe carefully." His hand reached out, deep blue energy surged, enveloping the space. "This is..." A giant energy snake materialized, constricting everything, my heaven and earth net. P.O. Wool stood on the rooftop, looking down at the chaotic scene, a solitary figure in the night. From another rooftop, Zhukyung appeared, wielding his sword valiantly. "You are a devil, but I, Zhukyung, will cut off your head." Zhukyung leaped across the rooftops, his figure as fast as lightning, rushing straight towards P.O. Wool. A barrage of P.O. Wool's illusory blades shot forth, whistling through the air, forming a deadly rain. Zhukyung swung his sword, blocking each blade. Sparks flew in the night, the clang of metal echoing. He flashed a confident smile, his eyes sharp and cold. "How about the..." But immediately, countless other blades surged forward, surrounding Zhukyung from all sides. Zhukyung dodged in horror, The barrage of illusory blades still enveloped him. What? His inner voice screamed in shock. The blades spun wildly, creating piercing sounds as they narrowly grazed Jukyung. He tried to defend himself, but it was futile. A cold, sharp blade pierced Jukyung's shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out. The bone-deep pain made his eyes widen, his face contorted in agony. Not just one. Countless other blades continuously stabbed into Jukyung, tearing his flesh. His painful screams tore through the air. Jukyung was severely wounded and coughed up blood, his face distorted by extreme pain. He was too severely injured to continue fighting. Jukyung's body collapsed from the rooftop, blood splattering in the air. On the ground, the long-haired gray-haired woman and the long-haired black-haired girl looked up in astonishment. The long-haired gray-haired woman exclaimed in astonishment, "So many traps in just a few steps?" The long-haired black-haired girl added, "Truly worthy of the Tang sex reputation." On the rooftop, Pio Wol flashed a sinister smile, his glowing red eyes gleaming with amusement as he watched his struggling prey. Gua Sate appeared, his face full of worry, sweat dripping down. He thought to himself, they will never know. Gua Sate's eyes turned cold. He knew clearly. They have no idea what kind of traps and poisons are hidden in this place. The long-haired, gray-haired woman looked up at the gloomy sky, confusedly wondering, of all places, why the Tang sect? Fear was evident on the long-haired, gray-haired woman's face. She clutched her chest, her voice trembling. Do we really have to hunt him here? The long-haired, black-haired girl stood among the others, her steps faltering. She hesitated. We don't have to catch him here in the Tang sect. Suddenly, the long-haired, black-haired girl screamed, reaching out as if to stop something. Wait! Her eyes were full of panic. Countless sharp arrows whistled through the air, forming a deadly rain that shot forward. A fatal stab pierced the brown-haired woman's head. Fresh blood gushed out, staining her entire face red. Her eyes were wide open, lifeless. A rain of arrows tore through the air, piercing the unfortunate. The long-haired woman collapsed, her body riddled with arrows, blood staining her clothes red. Heart-wrenching cries of pain echoed. An arrow plunged deep into the chest of the long-haired man, and he screamed, warning his comrades, "Be careful!" The long-haired girl spun around, sword energy erupted, forming a shield against the sharp arrows. She tried to calm everyone. "Everyone, calm down. Don't make sudden movements." Amidst the rain of arrows, a gray-robed man panicked and fled, his sword falling to the cold ground. "Help! Help me!" he cried out in despair. A foot landed. Purple energy erupted fiercely, spreading across the ground, forming a deadly vortex. The long-haired man was enveloped by a sinister purple energy, his face contorted in extreme horror. The purple energy engulfed them, and the surrounding people collapsed, wounded and coughing up blood. Poison! Poison! Groans of pain echoed. The long-haired brown woman, her face contorted in pain, her eyes wide and vacant, cried for help in despair. The toxin was ravaging her body. Countless venomous snakes slithered across the ground, hissing eerily. "Snakes! That person is using dark magic to control snakes!" A shout rang out. Gua Satai stood tall, shadows enveloping him. Screams begging for mercy rose from the dying at his feet. Gua Satai's face revealed a cruel expression, his purple eyes burning fiercely. He smirked sinisterly, his words cold. "Come down here now! I will tear you to shreds!" Gua Satai's gaze turned to the distance, where Pio Wol sat calmly on a ruined wall, like a ghost amidst the battlefield. Pio Wol, hidden in his black cloak, was enveloped by dark energy and coiling snakes. He looked up, full of mystery. Pio Wol revealed a sinister smile, his crimson eyes flashing with contempt. He replied coldly, "Wait your turn, because you will be the last one." Darkness descends, casting gloomy shadows over ancient tiled roofs. Dry leaves fall one by one, signaling an unpeaceful night. From the shadows, an old man with white hair and beard appears, his eyes empty, yet harboring extreme rage. The old man brandishes his heavy sword, a giant snake body wrapped around his legs. Pio Wol, like a ghost, rushes forward with his cold, sharp twin blades, determined to fight to the death. Power erupts. The old man roars fiercely. His eyes burn with furious anger, signaling a destructive attack. Violent energy bursts forth from the old man, tearing through space. The ground cracks beneath his feet, creating a chaotic scene. The old man's face contorts with hatred. He growls, "You bastard!" The old man is enveloped by a fiery black aura, his gaze locked onto Pio Wol. "How dare you touch Ching Cheng!" The old man roars, his eyes blazing as if to incinerate everything. "For that crime, you will pay with your life," Pio Wol replies coldly, his crimson eyes showing no fear. Pay with my life? Didn't you already make me pay that price 7 years ago? Pio Wool's words are like adding fuel to the fire. The old man erupts in fury, roaring. You bastard! Pio Wool stands firm amidst the raging storm, his voice echoing. I have nothing left to pay for this rotten world. Pio Wool's eyes flash with a cold, murderous glint. Now is the time for me to reclaim what is mine. A desolate scene unfolds. Ruined structures beneath a gloomy sky, evidence of the fierce battle that just took place. A large crack tears through the wall. An eerie blue energy, emanating from within. The old man gradually sinks into a swirling black aura, with shimmering blue lights, like the scythe of death. The old man realizes the truth in horror, his eyes still blazing but now filled with pain. He lets out a pained grunt. The brown-haired old man roars, black aura swirling around him. Are you still trying something? He is unwilling to accept it, his eyes burning with furious indignation. Black aura erupts from the old man, transforming into a destructive fist, a fatal blow, carrying all his resentment. From above, Pio Wool in his black cloak descends like the Grim Reaper. Invisible blades tear through the air, striking directly at the old man. The old man grinds his teeth in extreme pain. He is injured, but his will to fight remains unshaken. Two opposing streams of power collide fiercely. Blue and orange-red light tears through the night, creating an earth-shattering battle. Pio Wool hides in the darkness, his crimson eyes like demon fire. Black aura envelops him, transforming him into a terrifying phantom. Pio Wool stands firm amidst the battlefield, his black cloak fluttering. The brown-haired old man retreats, the black aura around him gradually dissipating. The brown-haired old man looks at Pio Wool with a complex gaze. I see you've changed a lot, except for your eyes. Pio Wool replies with a faint smile, his crimson eyes full of hidden meaning. But you haven't changed at all, except for your eyes. Pio Wool floats in midair, his white hair and black cloak fluttering. He is the embodiment of coldness and power. The brown-haired old man roars, his heavy sword raised high. Black aura once again swirls around him, determined not to miss this chance. This time, I won't miss! The brown-haired old man unleashes his final technique. Blue cloud, crimson sunset. Sword art. Fiery sword slashes tear through space. Countless fiery sword slashes rush forward, forming a destructive storm. The old man's power has reached its peak. Pio Wool closes his eyes, receiving the sword storm. His face is calm, as if all attacks are meaningless. The giant snake from the old man tightly wraps around Pio Wool. But he remains calm, his crimson eyes staring directly at his enemy. Pio Wool looks up, his crimson eyes flashing with a cold light. Invisible blades reappear, ready to finish everything. Pio Wool streaks through the night, his figure enveloped by an ethereal blue energy. Countless threads of light, like invisible blades, tear through the air, creating a dance of death. In midair, Pio Wool glides effortlessly, surrounded by a multitude of sharp, invisible blades, ready to deliver fatal blows. A storm of sword chi is forming. Opposite him, the brown-haired old man brandishes his heavy sword, creating a brilliant golden energy stream, directly clashing with Pio Wool's power. The clang of metal echoes. The brown-haired old man looks at Pio Wool, his expression a mix of surprise and slight satisfaction. You've become much stronger. Now, you are not just a mere assassin. Two streams of power collide violently in midair. Pio Wool and the brown-haired old man confront each other directly, each move carrying a will to destroy. The brown-haired old man frowns, his blazing eyes fixed on Pio Wool, wondering, what has he done in the past 7 years? Pio Wool glides gracefully, his gaze sharp and full of confidence. He knows his power has far surpassed its limits. Pio Wool spreads his arms. A powerful blue energy erupts, engulfing the entire space. He gives a mysterious smile. How interesting. The brown-haired old man laughed maniacally, dark energy surging around his body. His eyes burned with a desire for victory. It's been a long time since I've wanted to win this badly. Pio Wool stood firm beneath a giant rock, energy still swirling around his body. The brown-haired old man still couldn't comprehend. How the hell did his 7 years in the shadows turn out like this? The brown-haired old man's eyes widened, his pupils glowing like flames, reflecting the chaotic thoughts in his mind. A blurry image appeared behind Pio Wool. It was a black-haired man with a mysterious smile. A memory or a spirit manifesting. The brown-haired old man closed his eyes, his face etched with pain and deep contemplation, as if confronting an unpalatable truth. The brown-haired old man stood upright, his great sword fiercely ablaze with dark energy and fire. He decided, All right then. The brown-haired old man swung his sword. Energy fiercely erupted, creating a destructive vortex, ready to face the outcome. Pyowol looked down at the brown-haired old man, who was writhing in a sea of blazing red energy. A tragic end awaited the enemy. Mujang Jinin was being engulfed in a sea of blazing dark energy. He still stood firm, but the power overwhelming him was terrifying and destructive. A giant greatsword, perhaps his own, appeared and disappeared amidst the dark energy, heralding a fierce battle. Mujang Jinin stood defiantly, his eyes ablaze. He growled, "Let's see if you can dodge this attack." The dark energy around Mujang Jinin grew increasingly fierce, swirling as if to devour everything. Suddenly, Mujang Jinin collapsed, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes were wide with horror and pain. He struggled to speak, his voice broken. "What is this?" The sudden attack had stunned him. A white-haired old man with glowing purple eyes appeared behind Mujang Jinin, holding a staff and wearing a sinister smile. He said, "You've done well, Mujang Jinin." The white-haired old man stepped closer, his eyes full of possessiveness. He declared, "But I'll take over from here." Fresh blood splattered on the ground, evidence of the brutal attack just delivered. Mujang Jinin staggered to his feet, his body trembling from severe injuries. He turned his head, his eyes filled with hatred. He roared, his voice full of rage. "Coward! How dare you ambush me like this?" The white-haired old man sneered and replied coldly, "So what if I ambushed you? History only remembers the victor. You should know that well." The white-haired old man gave a venomous smile and continued, "You can only blame yourself for not dodging or blocking my attack." Mujang Jinin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He questioned the betrayer. "And you call yourself the Ami leader?" Around them, other warriors also watched in shock at this brutal act of betrayal. Two female warriors stood amidst the crowd, their eyes wide with astonishment and rage as they watched the confrontation. The Ami leader declared that only one history would be written. He wanted people to remember this day, the day Ami became the ultimate victor, conquering Sichuan. He sneered, his purple eyes flashing with cruelty. Anyone who dared to see things differently here could only recount that story in hell. Betrayed, Mujang Jinin gritted his teeth, struggling to speak amidst extreme pain. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Mujang Jinin roared in rage. "You warlock!" Mujang Jinin stared directly at the betrayer, his voice full of hatred. "Do you think you can continue like this forever?" Blood dripped from the wound on his shoulder. Mujang Jinin growled. "Everything Ami has built will collapse and shatter." His curse echoed. "And it will all be your fault." The Ami leader merely sneered, purple energy swirling around his hand, emitting terrifying bolts of electricity. "Are you done talking?" The white-haired old man swung his staff, a fatal blow that made Mujang Jinin spit blood, sending his body flying far away. He laughed triumphantly, his staff stained with blood. "You should worry more about the Qinggong sect. Ami, under my rule, will be eternal." A colossal pillar of purple energy erupted from his staff, tearing through space and shot straight towards Mujang Jinin. Destructive power spread, the Ami leader growled. "And the Qinggong sect, your pillar, will turn to dust." The ground cracked open. Mujang Jinin fell, his body motionless amidst the shattered debris. Two warriors watched in shock. One cried out in despair, "Master!" The other raged, "Damn it! How dare you!" The Ami leader scoffed disdainfully, turned his back, and walked away, leaving the scene of devastation behind. His figure gradually faded into the distance, his majestic staff standing tall as a testament to his brutal dominion. Leader Ami's wrinkled face clearly showed cunning, his glowing purple eyes full of malice amidst the chaotic night. He said to Pyowol, his tone hinting at calculation, "I am somewhat grateful for what you have done. Your actions may have shaken us, but they also created an unprecedented opportunity." Pyowol's blazing red eyes flashed with coldness, facing the enemy's veiled words. In response, a surge of purple energy exploded, tearing through the ground. Leader Ami stood firm, his staff trembling, brilliant purple lightning surrounding him, creating a powerful spectacle. He curled his lips into a gruesome smile, a black blade flashing past. "In return, I will bestow upon you unforgettable pain, even in death." Amidst the desolate battlefield, Pyowol and Leader Ami confronted each other, surrounded by the fallen. Pyowol spoke, his distant gaze fixed on the defeated foe. "If not for your ambition, I would have lived an anonymous life, wandering everywhere." Pyowol's blazing red eyes gleamed with melancholy. "I preferred that life." He curled his lips into a cold sneer. Blue energy flared. "But in the end, your ambition turned me into an assassin." Pyowol's aura erupted,
A surge of green energy swirled around him, ready for an attack. Pyowol plunged down like an arrow, his sharp, cold gaze fixed on the astonished Leader Ami. Leader Ami's eyes widened in horror. Pyowol growled, "Look at me! See how terrifying the monster you created is?" The two blades clashed fiercely. Sparks flew, illuminating the entire area. A cold smile appeared on Pyowol's face, his blazing red eyes full of confidence. "See how much I've grown." Pyowol and Leader Ami fought fiercely. Surges of energy collided, creating deafening sound. Pyowol launched an attack, his blazing red eyes filled with killing intent. The colliding energies created deafening sounds, signaling a fierce battle. Leader Ami remained unfazed. His purple eyes gleamed with cunning as he blocked Pyowol's assault. The confrontation grew increasingly tense. Pyowol glided like the wind, swinging his sword to create brilliant blue lightning, attacking swiftly and forcing his opponent onto the defensive. An earth-shattering collision occurred between Pyowol's fist and Leader Ami's staff, shaking the entire space and creating shockwaves. Energy exploded violently, creating a blue shockwave that swept across the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. From a distance, a black-haired girl in white robes witnessed the scene, her eyes revealing extreme astonishment and worry at the destructive power. The black-haired girl was extremely tense. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she exclaimed, "Master." Her worry was evident in her voice. Leader Ami sneered. The purple energy surrounding him grew even more sinister. He uttered, Leader Ami swung his staff. Purple energy erupted powerfully. He said, "That's not enough to deal with me." Leader Ami's face contorted. He channeled all his strength into his staff, preparing for a fatal blow. His eyes filled with malevolence. Leader Ami unleashed Golden Light Strike. A brilliant golden light tore through the air, hurtling straight towards Pyowol with terrifying speed. A violent explosion erupted. A blazing red light enveloped the entire battlefield. Its terrifying, destructive power, shaking heaven and earth. At the epicenter of the explosion, Pyowol still stood firm, his blazing red eyes flashing with resilience, not backing down from the terrifying power. The ground cracked open, shaking violently. Brilliant golden energy spread everywhere, demonstrating the destructive power of the recent blow. From within the smoke, dust, and embers, Pyowol's face emerged, his gaze still cold and resolute, without a trace of fear. Pyowol raised his hand. Brilliant golden light began to converge, preparing for a powerful counterattack, ready to face it. The white-haired old man, Leader Ami, faced the brilliant golden light from Pyowol. His purple eyes flashed with tension. Pyowol's attack was so powerful that it sent Leader Ami flying. He was pushed back in midair, his eyes still full of astonishment. Leader Ami's purple eyes blazed fiercely, reflecting anger and determination. He couldn't believe his opponent's strength. The white-haired old man's body crashed to the ground, creating large cracks. Streaks of light still scattered everywhere, evidence of the recent blow. Despite the shock, Leader Ami rose up. A powerful surge of purple energy enveloped him, preparing for a counterattack. The white-haired old man swung his staff, unleashing a colossal surge of purple energy. The ground shook violently under that terrifying power. An earth-shattering explosion of purple energy erupted from Leader Ami. Destructive power spread everywhere, tearing apart the surrounding space. As the purple smoke dissipated, Pyowol still stood firm, unharmed. Metal fragments from the white-haired old man's attack rained down. Ami Leader smirked, his purple eyes flashing with disdain. He provoked, "Is that all you've got?" From the rubble, Pyowol slowly stood up. His white hair fluttered, and his crimson eyes remained unwavering. Pyowol's crimson eyes stared directly at his opponent, filled with coldness and iron determination. He retorted, "You'll see." Pyowol's hand lightly touched the ground, and slender golden lightning bolts began to spread. A new surge of power was accumulating. Ami Leader stared at Pyowol, his eyes filled with surprise and a hint of doubt. He couldn't anticipate what would happen. The pupils in Ami Leader's eyes contracted, showing extreme vigilance. He sensed a potential threat from Pyowol. Ami Leader extended his hand, and a swirling purple energy enveloped him. He prepared to unleash another attack, unwilling to give Pyowol a chance. Pyowol suddenly shot towards Ami Leader with terrifying speed. He transformed into a white phantom ready for the decisive blow. Ami Leader swung his staff, trying to fend off the sharp white and golden threads tearing through his cloak. The fierce battle raged on. The old Ami Leader was utterly terrified, his fiery purple eyes wide open. A desperate cry tore through the air. "Impossible!" Pyowol's crimson eyes flashed with a cold light, reflecting ruthlessness and an iron will.
He remained unfazed, determined to end the battle. Pyowol unleashed his attack, his entire body erupting with emerald energy. His spirit reached its limit, speed and power soaring, ready to pierce through any defense. Pyowol continued to charge, his figure transforming into a pitch-black lightning bolt. Energy surged, carrying destructive power, giving his opponent no time to breathe. Pyowol told himself, power erupting within him. I can elevate my mental abilities to the extreme with swift mind, and enhance my physique with black lightning. Pyowol darted like lightning, his fists clenched, covered in brilliant green energy. His eyes were sharp and cold, without hesitation, aimed directly at his target. Pyowol was right in front of him. Ami leader exclaimed in horror. You! I can't see. Helplessness was evident on his face. Pyowol unleashed a thunderous punch, blue energy exploding violently. A terrifying shockwave spread, tearing through space, crushing everything. Ami leader was struck, fresh blood gushing from his mouth, his body trembling. His face contorted in extreme pain. He couldn't believe what was happening. Pyowol looked down, his crimson eyes still as cold as ice. Without a trace of emotion, he watched his opponent fall, as if it were an obvious outcome. Ami leader collapsed to the ground, his body hitting the earth heavily. A dull thud echoed, and he lay motionless amidst the shattered debris. Pyowol stood tall amidst the desolate battlefield, his arrogant silhouette etched against the gloomy sky. He looked down at the fallen Ami leader, like a victorious deity. Pyowol's face remained sculpted and cold, his crimson eyes devoid of expression. But deep within, a terrifying majesty emanated, asserting the dominance of the strong. A black-haired girl appeared, her eyes wide with horror. She let out a desperate cry, "Master!" Her gaze was filled with despair. Ami leader struggled to get up amidst the rubble, blood still oozing from his mouth. His face contorted in pain, his eyes stunned as he looked at the one who had defeated him. What is happening? Ami leader's eyes widened, unable to believe reality. He fell, his mind reeling in doubt. How did I fall? I couldn't see his attack. How could I fall from just one blow? Ami leader struggled to get up, his thoughts chaotic. I thought it was just a coincidence that he could fight on par with Mujong Jinin. Above, Pyowol stood towering like a god of death. Ami leader trembled. How can this monster exist? Blood still oozed from the corner of his mouth. Ami leader despairing. At this rate, I'll end up like Mujong Jinin. Amidst the dust and smoke, Seelan appeared, her eyes filled with horror. Seelan! A voice rang out. It was a gray-haired man, his gaze firm as he looked towards Pyowol. Leader of the Black Cloud sect, Ami leader, despite being severely wounded, still tried to command. Attack him. Kill him. Seelan and the gray-haired man looked at each other, determination clear in their eyes. A tsk sound echoed. Without hesitation, they, along with the members of the Black Cloud sect, charged straight towards Pyowol, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Pyowol looked up at Ami leader, his tone cold. How far you have fallen. Pyowol's eyes were sharp and cold, his words like daggers. Are you planning to save yourself by sacrificing 2 lives? Without waiting, Pyowol erupted with power, his figure darting like a whirlwind, tearing through the air. In an instant, Pyowol had swept past the gray-haired man, his terrifying speed leaving his opponent no time to react. Seelan stood stunned, and Ami leader in the distance was also speechless at that terrifying speed. Ami leader's face contorted in horror, blood still ceaselessly pouring from his mouth. He was completely overwhelmed. Leader Ami frantically charged at Pyowol, his staff glowing brightly, aiming to finish off the one who had terrified him. Pyowol merely glided past, a faint streak of light tearing through space, so fast that no one could react. Leader Ami still swung his staff in vain, green energy erupting around him. Leader Ami's face contorted, screaming in despair as he tried to attack Pyowol. He roared, "Such dirty tricks cannot." But his words were cut short. Another gray-haired warrior suddenly swung his weapon, attacking Pyowol from behind, his eyes filled with killing intent. The gray-haired warrior's eyes flashed with cruelty, determined to take down Pyowol at all costs. But Pyowol was even faster. An invisible blade pierced through the gray-haired warrior's body, blood splattering. The gray-haired warrior fell backward, his face contorted in horror and extreme pain. Blood splattered everywhere. His body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, lying motionless. Pyowol leaped high, and at the same time, Seelan and another warrior charged forward, surrounding him. Seelan shouted loudly, brilliant pink energy erupting around her, forming a wave of attack. "Stop!" Pyowol still glided like a ghost, effortlessly dodging Seelan's attack. The face of another warrior showed extreme terror, cold sweat streaming down. Seelan didn't give up, continuing to charge. Brilliant pink energy enveloping her as she screamed, "I told you to stop!" Pyowol landed, the ground cracking beneath his feet, pink energy still swirling around. Pyowol darted like a ghost, his crimson eyes flashing with deadly coldness, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. He did not stop, ignoring Seelan's words. An invisible sword stroke swept past, so fast that no one could perceive it. Pyowol had pierced through the defenses, moving straight ahead. Seelan was stunned, her eyes wide. Pyowol had glided past her, leaving a cold void behind, without counterattacking. Pyowol's crimson eyes briefly showed a dark glint, as if he was seeing through everything, all hidden schemes. Seelan realized with shock that he hadn't resisted her attack. He had simply glided past, like a cold wind. A nagging question arose in Seolan's mind. Why did he do that? Confusion and helplessness enveloped her. Pyowol stopped, his feet firm on the cracked ground, darkness enveloping him like a cloak. He turned his back to Seelan, facing the white-haired old man, who was injured and coughing up blood, his wrinkled face full of hatred. Pyowol's crimson eyes blazed fiercely, like hellfire, staring directly at his enemy. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth, blood still at the corner of his mouth. He growled, full of rage, "You!" The white-haired old man's purple eyes widened, filled with extreme horror and hatred as he faced Pyowol. From behind, Seelan suddenly let out a desperate cry. No! She sensed imminent danger. A powerful blue energy swirled, surging like a whirlwind, rushing straight towards Pyowol. The white-haired old man was utterly terrified, cold sweat pouring out, his eyes wide as he watched the surging energy. He clutched his chest, fresh blood gushing out, his face contorted in pain and fear before the terrifying power. Two bare hands reached out, a pitch-black snake coiled tightly, writhing eerily. The white-haired old man, his mouth covered in blood, his face contorted in pain, was tightly constricted by the black snake tendrils. Looking down from above, Pyowol stood opposite the white-haired old man, while countless black snakes slithered across the ground. The white-haired old man glared, his mouth full of blood, trying to utter a hateful "you." A colossal python, its body white as snow, its eyes burning crimson, loomed behind the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man screamed in despair, fresh blood gushing out. "Demon, if it weren't for you, I would have ruled Sichuan by now." The colossal python tightened its grip, crushing the white-haired old man, and a chilling sound echoed. Fresh blood splattered, and the white-haired old man collapsed, his body no longer intact. The white-haired old man's body slumped. Pyowol stood there, coldly, looking down at the fallen foe. Pyowol turns his back, his long white hair fluttering in the wind. He asks, "Are those your last words?" At Pyowol's feet, the white-haired old man lies motionless in a pool of blood, his soul having left his body. Pyowol turns back, a cold smile on his face, his eyes blazing red like blood. "Get out of my life right now." He stands tall and imposing, the white-haired old man's figure now just a ruin at his feet. Pyowol's gaze is sharp and bone-chilling, exuding an overwhelming aura that no one dares to face. Suddenly, Seolan and the gray-haired man appear, both wide-eyed in astonishment, their faces clearly showing anger. The three men stand frozen, their horrified gazes fixed forward. The sword in the black-haired young man's hand trembles. He cannot believe the sight before his eyes. In another corner, the rest of the group is also stunned. The short-haired woman's eyes are wide with extreme terror, while the two warriors beside her are rigid. On the cold ground, the body of Ami leader lies, fresh red blood soaking his clothes. A tragic end for one who once held power. Tears stream down the short-haired woman's cheeks. She cries out in despair. How could this be? "Master?" Pyowol stands there, his back cold amidst the desolate scene. Whispers echo. "He defeated Guwasate instantly. Is he even human? Where did that killer come from?" Pyowol slightly turns his head, his white hair fluttering. His eyes blaze red like hellfire, making anyone who looks shiver. He is the god of death. Pyowol's eyes flash with a brilliant red light, like a crack tearing through the night. The terrifying power hidden within makes the space seem to freeze. A horrified scream rings out. The group simultaneously collapses or retreats in extreme fear. Pyowol's aura has completely overwhelmed them. Pyowol stands tall amidst the battlefield, like a nightmare. The group trembles, one person exclaiming, "Impossible! How can we defeat someone like him?" Pyowol turns his head again, his snow-white hair fluttering. His blazing red eyes sweep across, sowing extreme terror. The short-haired woman covers her face, sobbing, uncontrollably, her entire body trembling. Extreme fear has engulfed her. The short-haired girl's face is drenched in tears and cold sweat. All words are choked in her throat. Only stifled sobs remain. A desperate scream tears through the air as the long-haired man turns and flees. Panic has made him lose all reason. Pyowol stands there, alone amidst the ruins, like a god of death. The remaining individuals only dare to stand from afar, their eyes filled with despair. Seelan stands frozen, her gaze resolute yet filled with sorrow. She utters a cold statement, like a final declaration. It's all over. Pyowol stands tall amidst the space enveloped by a deep blue aura, his eyes blazing red like fire. A white snake coils around his neck, cold and majestic. He has subdued everyone present here. Surrounding Pyowol are countless white snake shadows, appearing and disappearing in the blue mist. Though he was a despised assassin, he has now become a terror. Pyowol's blazing red eyes burn fiercely, his demonic aura swirling as if to incinerate everything. His gaze pierces through the darkness, sowing extreme fear. A dazzling light flashes past, illuminating the ancient rooftops. He swiftly defeated Ami leader and Qinggong, deciding Sichuan's fate in the blink of an eye. Pyowol stands perfectly straight, his high-tide white hair fluttering. A blue aura envelops him, creating a cold, powerful halo. He is the embodiment of destruction. Seelan closes her eyes tightly, her face contorted in pain and despair. She asks herself, what should I do now? The future is bleak, with no way out. Seelan's hand grips the sword hilt tightly, her fingernails digging deep. She questions the future of Ami, and her master's last wishes, her heart heavy with sorrow. Seelan turns her back, her gaze directed towards Pyowol standing in the distance. His white hair flies in the wind, creating a haunting and parting scene. Seelan's eyes are filled with shock and pain as she faces Pyowol. He looks back at her, his blazing red eyes devoid of emotion. Like a god of death, Seelan parts her lips, uttering Pyowol's name, but only a pained groan escapes. A cold drop of sweat rolls down her cheek, revealing extreme fear. The white-haired old man's face is distorted in horror, his mouth agape. He screams in despair, a heart-wrenching cry. The white-haired old man screams miserably, his body emitting red smoke, horribly distorting. Extreme pain tears him apart. The white-haired old man's face twitches, his eyes bulging, veins throbbing. He lets out a final roar, a blazing red aura erupting around his body. Seelan looks at Pyowol with extreme terror, as if she has just witnessed a nightmare. Pyowol turns his back, his golden eyes cold and unwavering. Pyowol's white hair flutters in the air, surrounded by a blazing red aura. He departs, leaving behind a desolate scene and extreme fear. The white-haired old man screams fiercely, his body rigid, veins bulging. A blazing red aura envelops him, his silver hair flying wildly in extreme rage. A violent aura erupts. Mujang Jinin stands tall, his eyes emitting a blazing red light. He is like a god of war just awakened, his terrifying pressure spreading everywhere. Mujang Jinin's eyes burn like embers, containing uncontrollable rage and power. He has surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. The short-haired man with a mustache exclaims in horror, Mujang Jinin? He cannot believe his eyes as he witnesses this terrifying transformation. The black-haired young man gripped Mujang Jinin's hand, his eyes filled with worry. Are you all right, master? He tried to rouse his master, who was slowly losing control. Mujang Jinin's hand tightened around the sword hilt, a crimson aura surrounding the blade, as if it were absorbing his very life force. Mujang Jinin turned his back, a demonic aura surging violently. He whispered, I know that terrifying aura. An ancient obsession was rising. The short-haired, mustachioed man and the black-haired young man stood frozen, utterly terrified as they realized, that's a demonic aura. Neither could hide their fear. Mujang Jinin's hand tightened further, veins bulging. A horrifying thought flashed through someone's mind. Could it be? Mujang Jinin roared, a crimson aura exploding intensely, his body deforming, becoming more muscular and terrifying than ever. Pyowol appeared, his crimson eyes observing. He remarked, he has changed his movements, a surprising shift in fighting style. Mujang Jinin swung his sword, creating crimson phantom sword trails. Pyowol thought to himself, somehow, it's similar to mine. A strange resemblance. The short-haired woman and the man wearing the cat mask frantically pleaded, Please, master, stop! They were desperate in the face of Mujang Jinin's transformation. Mujang Jinin roared in anger, his face contorted with hatred. I will kill you. He was completely consumed by rage. Pyowol coldly analyzed. Compared to before, he moves much faster and has no openings. Is it because of demonic arts? He was assessing his opponent's new power. Pio Wool maintained his sharp, cold gaze. But deep down, he had realized something unexpected. Mujong Jinin's savage roars tore through the air. He had lost his mind, demonic energy spreading throughout his body, to every strand of hair. Amidst the madness, Pio Wool remained calm. He subtly flicked his fingers, and invisible threads began to spread. Sharp hidden weapons flew, hurtling straight towards Mujong Jinin. The battle had now far exceeded normal limits. Pio Wool clenched his fist, his aura erupting. He was ready for a decisive blow. Mujong Jinin roared, continuously striking powerful blows to the ground, creating deep cracks. Demonic energy surged all around. Mujong Jinin's face contorted in pain and fury. He gnashed his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "How dare you!" he roared, swinging his sword horizontally. Creating a crimson energy wave, he frantically swung his sword repeatedly. But Pio Wool skillfully dodged, escaping the death blade. Pio Wool stood firm, his cold gaze fixed on his opponent. His aura spread, creating an invisible pressure. Mujong Jinin staggered, blood streaming down his face. He gasped for breath, trying to hold tightly to the sword in his hand. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. A trembling hand reached out, trying to grasp something in vain. Mujong Jinin stumbled, drops of blood trailing from the corners of his eyes. He was completely exhausted, only emptiness remaining. Mujong Jinin collapsed, his sword falling from his hand. Pio Wool stood there, like a cold phantom. A black-haired young man rushed forward, calling out in despair, "Brother Mujong!" In the crimson night, Pio Wool, with blood-red eyes, reached out his hand as if summoning an invisible power. Pio Wool stood upright, his cold back facing a man wearing a cat mask under a blood-stained sky. The short-haired, mustachioed man's expression was one of extreme worry. His eyes filled with unease. The scene shifted, a desolate town appearing under a gloomy gray sky, filled with debris and ruins. Pio Wool reappeared, his crimson eyes and outstretched hand. But now, the sky had turned a somber blue-gray. The mustachioed man still stood there, his face utterly terrified under the gloomy sky. He looked down, witnessing Mujong Jinin lying collapsed, injured and coughing up blood, his breath ragged with pain. The mustachioed man knelt, desperately calling out, "Brother Mujong!" Pio Wool stood behind, observing coldly. He cradled Mujong Jinin's head, watching his brother cough up pools of fresh blood. Mujong Jinin, with cloudy eyes and a blood-soaked face, struggled to utter his last words. The mustachioed man asked in pain, "Why did you cultivate demonic arts? If I had known, I wouldn't have." The mustachioed man's face was contorted with extreme regret and sorrow. Mujong Jinin whispered faintly, blood staining his beard red, "Everything was for." Mujong Jinin's hand trembled, convulsing, trying to cling to something. Mujong Jinin gripped the short-haired woman's hand, taking his last breath. "For the Qing Palace." The old man, Mujong Jinin, closed his eyes tightly, his face covered in blood and tears, black tears streaming down like threads. Mujong Jinin's hand went limp, shedding its final burden, falling to the ground in a deadly silence. The short-haired man's eyes widened in horror, reflecting an unbelievable loss. He had witnessed the moment of life and death. Amidst the desolate scene, a pained cry echoed, "Brother, you fool." A lament for a tragic fate. Heart-wrenching pain as the short-haired man realized the bitter truth. He whispered, reproaching Mujong Jinin, "The honor of the Qing Palace that you wish to protect has fallen to rock bottom because of your demonic arts. The Qing Palace is now nothing but ruins, its curved, tiled roofs stained with sorrow under the gloomy sky. A figure lay motionless in a pool of blood, head wrapped in white bandages, evidence of a tragic end. Mujong Jinin's face was serene in death, his eyes closed tightly, as if carrying a myriad of unspoken sorrows. A harsh truth spread. Mujong Jinin of the Qing Palace practiced demonic arts, and Gua Sate from Ami ambushed the Qing Palace like a coward. 3 figures stood there, bearing the accusation. But despite doing everything, they still couldn't capture a single assassin. A humiliating defeat etched deep into the minds of the survivors. Pio Wool stood tall, his sharp eyes fixed forward. He declared like a curse, "The fate of Sichuan will never be the same again." Pio Wool's crimson eyes flashed with hatred, a cold affirmation. "It's all because of him." The entire Qing Palace lay in ruins, corpses strewn about like soulless puppets, a sea of blood staining the land. The desolate scene continued. Nameless bodies piled high, horror still haunting every corner of the palace. Pyawol stood there, his gaze piercing the two survivors kneeling amidst the corpses. The man in the cat mask stood silently behind, witnessing everything. The short-haired man bowed silently before Muzhong Jinin's body. The space enveloped in a heavy silence. Xiaolin looked up, her resolute gaze piercing through the mist of sorrow, as if she had made a difficult decision. Xiaolin's decisive footsteps echoed on the shattered ground, each sound like a vow. Xiaolin stood opposite Pyawol, her low voice breaking the silence. "Lord Pyo." She bowed, hands resting on her sword sheath, pleading, "If you permit, I wish to take the Ami leader's body back to Mount Ami." The short-haired man and the short-haired woman cried out in indignation. "No! How can you bow before the one who killed our master?" Xiaolin's eyes suddenly lit up with a cold glint, as if electricity had surged through them, making the air taut. She looked down at the remaining people, who trembled and faltered before Xiaolin's sharp gaze. The man in the cat mask still stood there, motionless. Xiaolin pondered, her hand gently tightening on her sword sheath, pain and responsibility weighing heavily on her shoulders. A tear rolled down Xiaolin's cheek as she said, "No one here can demand revenge right now. We must think of how to survive." Pyawol still stood there, his gaze unwavering as he watched Xiaolin's every move. The short-haired man let out a heavy sigh, his indignation gradually dissolving into helplessness. He looked at Muzhong Jinin's body, then spoke. "We also wish to take Brother Muzhong's body back and retreat from here." The short-haired man bowed deeply, his voice full of pleading. "Will you permit us?" The two remaining people looked at each other in astonishment. Clearly, if they continued their hopeless quest for revenge, neither Ami nor the Land Palace would have a future. Would the assassin listen to their pleas? The two men looked at Muzhong Jinin's corpse, their hearts heavy. The fate of Ami and the Land Palace now lay in Pyawol's hands. Pyawol's eyes blazed like hellfire, piercing through the night, harboring an unshakable will. Power surged around Pyawol, his white hair swirling like a dance of death. He coldly declared, "If I let you leave, you will once again harbor dreams of revenge, just as I once did." Xiaolin knelt, her hand on the hilt of her sword, her voice echoing a vow. "I swear on my honor, Ami will never seek revenge against you, Pyawol." The short-haired man also bowed, his voice trembling. "The same goes for us. We don't want to shed any more blood. Let's forget all grudges from this moment on." Pyawol stood straight, his sharp gaze sweeping over them, questioning, "How can I trust your words?" Xiaolin raised her head, her resolute gaze fixed on Pyawol. "Because I will give you a reason to trust me." The short-haired man also stated firmly, "I promise you too." Pyawol's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if weighing between life and death. Amidst the ruins, Pyawol stood tall, alone, facing the survivors, deciding their fates. Pyawol's face showed a terrifying calmness, but his eyes concealed a brewing storm. Pyawol's pupils narrowed into slits, reflecting the deep blue sky like a predator observing its prey. After a terrifying moment of silence, Pyawol spoke, his voice echoing like a judgment. "All of you may leave." Since that fateful day, all power struggles across Sichuan ceased, leaving behind blood-stained streets and corpses. Ami and the Blue Palace, two forces that once fiercely clashed, had now ceased all activity. Other sects also closed their doors, focusing on healing their wounds. A lone figure walked through the desolate, ruined streets under the dazzling light of the sky. Many had suffered injuries, yet no one dared to dream of revenge. For their opponent was Pyawol, the legend of the Reaper, who had sown terror. After the dark days, nature seemed to awaken, filled with vibrant green and brilliant sunshine, bringing a new beginning. A small boat glided gently on the tranquil emerald lake. The rustling of leaves in the wind was like nature's whisper. The boat glided smoothly, parting the water to create ripples that reflected the sparkling sunlight. Under the clear blue sky, the boat continued its journey, carrying people across the calm lake towards the horizon. From the shore, a young man waved excitedly towards the boat. "Brother, I'm here!" His call echoed through the air. The young man's face was radiant with a smile, his eyes full of joy as he waved in welcome, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Inside the boat, a figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat stirred slightly, concealing their face under the brim, their eyes hiding something. Time continued to pass, but another event was quietly taking shape, signaling new upheavals for Sichuan. In the dark room, a person in golden robes gasped in surprise. "What? An assassin has eliminated all the martial artists in Sichuan?" The chair creaked as the person stood up, their eyes resolute. "I must go to the city myself." The face of the person in golden robes was hidden under the brim of their hat, but their eyes exuded determination, ready to face any danger. The sky was vast and clear. White clouds drifted lazily, and the brilliant sun cast its dazzling light. On the hilltop, an old man and a child looked down at the city. We're almost at the city. Are you excited? Yes, uncle. A panoramic view of an ancient, bustling town bathed in warm sunlight. With curved rooftops and throngs of people, a middle-aged man stands in front of a shop, waving and inviting customers. To celebrate the shop's reopening after repairs, all items are half-price today. Inside, a young woman smiles brightly, holding a roll of fabric. Our shop is open today. A white-haired man enters, and another man warmly introduces. We have high-quality silk and even rare jewelry. The white-haired man continues deeper inside as invitations ring out. Please take a look. Welcome. He steps over the threshold, light illuminating his silver hair. The wooden door gently opens, revealing a woman in a purple robe waiting inside. The woman in the purple robe smiles gracefully. Welcome. How may I help you, sir? The white-haired man looks directly at her and says, I wish to see the master. The woman in the purple robe hesitates slightly, replying, without an appointment, that might be a bit difficult. The white-haired man reaches out, gently touching her shoulder, and says, Then, how about this way? She flinches, her eyes widening in surprise, as his hand brushes past her ear. The white-haired man presents something, and she exclaims in astonishment, That's, she bows, recognizing his identity. You are the Lord of Supervision. Hong Yusin places a finger on his lips, signaling for silence. Shh, quiet now. Don't make such a fuss. Quickly summon the master here. Also, bring me all recent activity records in the city. The woman in the purple robe rushes away, her footsteps hurried. Yes, I'll go right away. Hong Yusin, the Lord of Supervision of Wuxia, gives a knowing smile, his deep black eyes holding many secrets. Hong Yusin's gaze flashes with a deep, swirling light, as if calculating every move. Hong Yusin looks up, pondering the death of the regional leader. I wonder if it's related to the assassin who recently caused a stir in Sichuan. Outside, a bustling market. A middle-aged man walks by, with various stalls selling all sorts of goods in the distance. Suddenly, a loud noise rings out. Jewelry, necklaces, and earrings scatter across the ground. The surrounding crowd murmurs, their astonished gazes fixed on the source of the sound. The burly man in chains, his body shackled, roars angrily. How dare you sell me something like this? The man in chains confronts the cowering vendor. He growls, his face filled with murderous intent. The man in chains' eyes glow fiercely, his face contorted with rage. Do you think I'm a fool because of this hunched back? The vendor, terrified, scrambles backward on the ground. No, not at all. Of course not. The man in chains raises the necklace, his gaze as if wanting to incinerate the other person. And yet you dare to sell this trash for 3 silver? The vendor trembles, the necklace dangling above his head. Even that price is cheap, considering the effort and materials. The man in chains orders, Shut up. Sell this for 1 silver. The vendor pleads that he would suffer a heavy loss, but the man still questions, so you won't lower the price? The vendor could only beg for mercy, saying he had just reopened his shop. A heavy iron ball is chained to the man in chains' leg, a testament to the punishment he is enduring. The vendor is horrified, his eyes wide with extreme terror as he faces the man in chains' fury. The man in chains slowly approaches, while the vendor remains prostrate on the ground, utterly terrified. As Oh Gyungwol was showing off his power, a white-haired, white-bearded old man and a young girl appeared. The old man spoke. Hey, why is the great steel bridge hunchback so angry? You're scaring everyone. Stop bothering this poor shop owner. The benevolent old man offered help, his voice ringing out. If you don't have enough money, I'll pay the rest. Oh Gyungwol looks up, his eyes narrowing warily, and he exclaims, You! He recognizes the old man as the shadowless monk Yushin Pung. You are the shadowless monk Yushin Pung? Why are you here? He asks, his eyes full of doubt. Yushin Pung laughs heartily, explaining, Ha ha! I happen to be traveling here with a friend's daughter. Yushin Pung turns to introduce Oh Gyungwol. Now then, introduce yourself. He's quite famous in Hunan province and throughout this land. He is the venerable steel bridge hunchback, Oh Gyungwol of the 7 Stars. Lee Soha, the young girl accompanying Yushin Pung, clasps her hands and bows. Greetings, Sir. I am Lee Soha. Yushin Pung muses, while the surrounding people whisper about this unexpected appearance. Yushin Pung suggested again, If you want that piece of jewelry so badly, I can buy it for you. Oh Gyungwol showed his annoyance, snorting. He threw the necklace back at the vendor, grumbling, Forget it, I don't need it. Do you think I'm a beggar? Oh Gyungwol stood up straight, his gaze sweeping over the curious crowd, and roared, What are you looking at? Get lost. Yushin Pung mused. If the Steel Bridge Hunchback is already here, then it's only a matter of time before the other members of the Seven Stars gather. Yushin Pung and Li Soha continued walking. The old man sighed. And a storm is sure to follow wherever the Seven Stars go. This is getting strange. The clear blue sky stretched out. The water's surface sparkled, reflecting the sunlight. An unusually peaceful scene. Under the shade of an ancient tree by the riverbank, Pyowal sat in contemplation, his gaze distant, looking towards the horizon. Pyowal sat lost in thought by the river, his hand gently caressing the water's surface. His conical hat obscured his face, revealing only his long, silvery white hair. A drop of water gently fell, creating ripples that spread across the calm surface of the lake, breaking the silence. Suddenly, Pyowal reached out, and a large fish burst from the water, leaping into the air. Water splashed like crystal beads. He gently caught the fish, watching the creature struggle in his palm, his deep eyes unreadable. In the deep blue sky, a flock of white cranes soared. Pyowal still held the fish, his eyes hidden beneath the brim of his hat, as if containing an entire world. The flock of cranes gradually flew further away, carrying their freedom with them. Pyowal stood silently on the bank, his solitary figure blending into the majestic natural scenery. A faint smile flickered across Pyowal's lips, revealing his mysterious, fiery red eyes. His cold, sharp beauty sent shivers down one's spine. The fish was released back into the water, flicked its tail once, and disappeared, leaving behind small ripples. Pyowal stood there, gazing at the river's surface sparkling under the afternoon sun, as if contemplating something distant. He turned and walked away, his conical hat completely obscuring his face, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette amidst the wild nature. Only the silent riverbank remained, where leaves rustled in the breeze, telling the story of a solitary wanderer. The scene shifted. An ancient town appeared under the clear blue sky, with its curved, tiled roofs peeking out among the trees. In a cozy room, Pyowal sat alone at a table, focused on writing. Outside the window, two strangers were passing by. A man with long white hair, clad in a vibrant red robe, walked decisively towards Pyowal, carrying a distinctive aura. The man in the red robe stopped before Pyowal, offering a knowing smile. "You must be Pyowal." Pyowal looked up, his fiery red eyes sweeping over. He softly replied, "That's right." Hong Yusen expressed his surprise, complimenting Pyowal as more handsome than rumored, his face. Pyowal coldly cut him off, his sharp, fiery red eyes fixed on him. "If you've come to gossip, then get out." Hong Yusen quickly apologized, explaining that his surprise exceeded expectations and that he had gone to great lengths to find Pyowal. He sat down opposite him. He smiled, introducing himself. "My name is Hong Yusen." Pyowal responded indifferently, his gaze unwavering. "Hong Yusen? Never heard of him," Hong Yusen confidently asserted. "Of course. This is the first time I've revealed my name to anyone outside the wuxia." Pyowal continued to eat calmly, asking directly, "So, what does the wuxia want from me?" Hong Yusen smiled ambiguously, as if Pyowal was deliberately pretending not to know. Are you truly asking because you don't know?" He got straight to the point, questioning, "I'll be quick. Did you kill Oh Sankyong, the regional leader of the wuxia?" Pyowal calmly admitted, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Yes, I killed him. If the wuxia member I killed was, in fact, Oh Sankyong, the regional leader." Hong Yusen stared at Pyowal in astonishment, unable to believe such a cold and decisive admission. He questioned, wanting to know the reason. "Why did you kill him?" Pyowal replied curtly, still continuing his meal. "Because he collected and sold my information." Hong Yusen was stunned, not expecting the reason to be so simple, and asked Pyowal if he knew about the wuxia. He warned, with images of threatening wuxia members behind him. "Do you think you can live peacefully after angering the wuxia?" Hong Yusen declared, his eyes full of confidence. "With just one word from me, all wuxia members in the city will hunt you down." Pyowal calmly ate his meal, ignoring the threats. He indifferently replied, "I don't care." Hong Yusen coldly declared that Pyowal's head would fall first, followed by the master of wuxia. Hong Yusen let out a disdainful laugh, scoffing at the opponent's indifference. Hong Yusen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He considered finishing off Pyowal immediately. Pyowal sensed the killing intent, his crimson eyes reflecting the cold gaze. Hong Yusen stirred slightly, and the aura around him flared up like a golden spiderweb. A drop of fresh blood seeped onto Hong Yusen's cheek, a gentle yet sharp warning. Pyowal spoke indifferently. "Don't reveal killing intent in front of me." Hong Yusen was stunned, And Pio Wool continued, "I'm quite sensitive, you know." Hong Yusin swallowed hard, astonishment clearly visible on his face. Pio Wool continued to eat calmly, declaring, "I don't care what wuxia can do. It doesn't concern me, and I have no interest." Pio Wool coldly warned, "But remember, if you keep lingering and bothering me like this, I will chop off all your heads first." Amidst the ancient rooftops, the clang of metal echoed through the air. A large hammer struck down forcefully on the glowing red metal, sending sparks flying. Steam billowed up as the metal was tempered. The young blacksmith wiped his sweat, letting out a sigh of relief after the strenuous work. The young blacksmith was tired after work when Pio Wool quietly appeared. "You must have a lot of orders." He turned around, his face smudged with sweat but forcing a smile. "You should have told me you were here." Pio Wool leaned back calmly, his eyes sparkling. "I didn't want to break your concentration." Pio Wool looked at the sharp swords. "They all look great," the blacksmith replied. "I've been getting more orders lately." He smiled brightly, his heart full of gratitude. "Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to open this workshop." The blacksmith asked about Pio Wool's purpose. "So, what do you need? Do you want to fix the ghostly rain again?" Pio Wool shook his head slightly, his expression serious. "No. I want to commission something else." Pio Wool raised his hand, his gaze firm. "I need arm guards to protect my arms." The blacksmith was stunned, muttering, "Arm guards." He had never seen Pio Wool use armor, even against powerful enemies. Could another major battle be about to happen? He thoughtfully looked at Pio Wool, pondering this unexpected request. The blacksmith gave a confident smile. "All right, leave it to me. I'll make something light and sturdy." He announced it would take 5 days. "Just come back later," Pio Wool replied. "Then I'll leave it in your hand." Night fell. A full moon hung perfectly round in the starry sky, illuminating the ancient rooftops. The creak of a wooden door echoed, and the blacksmith stepped out of his workshop, holding a small lantern with a faint yellow light. He was pensive, his gaze sweeping across the empty space, as if reorganizing his thoughts. The blacksmith pondered about Pio Wool. He needed arm guards, something unheard of even when facing powerful enemies. Could it be that another major battle was about to unfold? The blacksmith stood in the dark room, the flickering lantern light illuminating old shelves. He was searching for something amidst the pile of materials. He smiled with satisfaction, holding a small piece of cloth. "All right, this can be used." Suddenly, a faint sound came from the corner of the room, startling the blacksmith. His sharp gaze fixed on that direction. He was stunned, his expression tense. "Someone's here!" The blacksmith quickly pulled a black cloth tightly over an object, asking urgently, "Who's there?" Beneath the cloth was a small child, huddled in fear, hands covering its head, eyes brimming with tears. The blacksmith was bewildered, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his temple. "What?" He looked at the trembling child, his eyes disbelieving. "A child?" Then the blacksmith stepped out, closing the room door, leaving the child alone in the quiet space. He turned back, placing a simple tray of food consisting of porridge and salted vegetables by the window, the tray softly clinking against the ground. The blacksmith looked inside, his voice gentle. "I'll leave it here. Eat whenever you want." The room fell silent again, with only the early morning sunlight shining in, illuminating the tray of food on the floor. He gazed thoughtfully into the distance, wondering how many days had passed. "I won't ask who you are or how you got here, but I don't want you to starve, so please eat something." The blacksmith opened the door, a creaking sound echoing. "I have to go out today, but I'll be back tonight. I'll bring something delicious for dinner." The wooden door closed with a decisive click. The room returned to darkness, with only the solitary tray of food remaining. Soft footsteps echoed. The child slowly peeked their head out from under the cloth, eyes cautiously looking towards the door. The child, with panicked eyes, timidly looked out from under the blanket, facing the darkness and solitude. The morning light shone down on the ancient tiled roof, revealing a peaceful scene, a stark contrast to the fear. Pio Wool sat quietly by the window, her long white hair flowing down, her distant eyes gazing towards the horizon. A voice called out her name, breaking the silence. The young blacksmith entered, his face radiant, carrying a bundle. "I've brought what you asked for," he said to Pio Wool. The item inside the cloth bundle was revealed. A pair of sharp metal gauntlets, emitting a cold, powerful light. Pio Wool put on the gauntlets. The young blacksmith proudly explained, "I've linked the forged iron bars together, so it'll be comfortable to move in. And it will block most weapons if you channel your chi into it." Pio Wool subtly smirked, her crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Excellent! They are very well made," she said. The young blacksmith laughed heartily, proudly thumping his chest. "Of course. I poured my heart and soul into them. Suddenly, the young blacksmith remembered something, his face full of surprise. Oh, and one more thing. He rummaged in his robe, then held out his hand. Here, take this. In the young blacksmith's hand was a shimmering roll of silver thread. Silver thread? The young blacksmith handed the roll of silver thread to Pyowol. I made it from the scraps of the gauntlets. It's very durable and flexible. It'll definitely be useful. Pyowol nodded slightly, giving a mysterious smile. I understand. Thank you. The young blacksmith waved his hand. All right, I have to go now. Pyowol was surprised. Already in such a hurry? The young blacksmith gave a forced laugh. I have an uninvited guest at home. I want to go back and see if they're still there. Pyowol remained silent, her crimson eyes briefly showing a hint of confusion at the young blacksmith's words. The scene was an ancient, peaceful street under a clear blue sky, with white clouds drifting lazily. A bustling crowd filled the street. A graceful figure glided through, appearing and disappearing among the red lanterns. The gray-haired woman spoke coldly, her azure eyes full of scrutiny. Still haven't found him? The white-haired man replied, his grimace signaling bad news. We're certain he entered the capital, but we couldn't track him after that. The gray-haired woman sighed, complaining about the trouble and limitations of seeking help. How troublesome. And we can't ask the 5 Supremes to act. What a headache. The 3 people moved through the crowd, discussing the need to track their target in secret. We must find him in secret. The 5 Supremes are untrustworthy. They are too cunning. The black-haired man looked up at the gray-haired woman, awaiting further instructions. He asked about his comrades, mentioning the name Steelbridge Hunchback with certainty. What about the other brothers? Steelbridge Hunchback must be here. The black-haired man turned his back, intending to visit the market before returning. A gigantic iron ball crashed down, creating a ground-shaking tremor. 3 ordinary citizens were terrified, their eyes wide at the unexpected sight. Oh Gyeongwol, his body in chains, struggled to stand, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at his opponent. Ugh, you. Oh Gyeongwol roared, his face contorted with hatred. You bastard. Pyowol stood there, her silver hair and crimson eyes exuding a chilling aura. Oh Gyeongwol questioned Pyowol, his voice full of rage and arrogance. Do you know who I am? Pyowol smirked, her sharp eyes responding with a challenging question. Do I need to know? Oh Gyeongwol roared, his face crazed. Don't even think about escaping with that pretty face. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. The chains on his hands stained with blood. Pyowol only responded with an emotionless gaze, chilling to the bone. His blazing red eyes held contempt, as if all words were meaningless. Oh, Gyeongwol growled, struggling to break free from his chains. He spun violently, creating a whirlwind of dust, his chains clanging together. With frenzied strength, Oh Gyeongwol swung the iron ball chained to his leg, creating a deafening clang. He lunged forward, determined to crush his opponent. He charged forward, his chains dragging on the ground, forming strange mana circles, as if to swallow Pyowol whole. Pyowol still stood there, terrifyingly calm. His finger twitched slightly, a cold aura swirling around him, ready to meet the attack. A piercing scream rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Enough! A woman with azure eyes, Yo Seo Leong, appeared. Oh Gyeongwol was stopped by an invisible force, his body sliding across the ground, leaving a trail of dust. He couldn't take another step. Oh Gyeongwol turned his head in surprise, seeing the 2 figures who had just appeared. Pyowol still stood silently behind, his gaze unwavering. Yo Seo Leong, the Blood Witch of the 7 Stars, spoke. Forgive him. Beside her was Sa Hyokyong, the leader of the 7 Stars, the Fire Dragon Storm. Oh, Gyeongwol was still furious. He turned to Sa Hyokyong. But leader, he needs to learn a lesson. Sa Hyokyong looked at Oh Gyeongwol with a sharp, cold gaze. Steelbridge Hunchback. Look forward. In Oh Gyeongwol's pupils, the light from Pyowol's attack reflected, chilling to the bone, like a deadly warning. He bowed his head, realizing an invisible mana net had surrounded him. If you take another step, you will be instantly pulverized. Pyowol subtly smirked, his eyes full of contempt. What a pity! He maintained his posture, as if he hadn't made a move. Sa Hyokyong appeared, his tone reproaching Pyowol. I don't know what happened between you 2, but that action was a bit much for a young man like you. He growled, reminding him of their brotherhood oath and warning, attacking my elder brother is like attacking the entire 7 Stars. I will not forgive you if you don't have a valid reason. Pyowol maintained his cold expression, his blazing red eyes unwavering in the face of the threat. Sa Hyokyong suddenly lunged forward, but Pyowol remained still,
as if he had anticipated everything. Yo Seoliong appeared, stopping Sa Hyokyong. She said,
Enough, elder brother. Can't you see? He must have been the one who started it. He probably did something to provoke that man.
Oh, Gyeongwol was angry, intending to retort but couldn't find the words. Yo Seoliong continued to question. Am I wrong? See? Oh Gyeongwol remained silent, unable to deny it. Yo Seoliong stepped forward, bowing her head to apologize on behalf of her elder brother. She introduced herself. I am Yo Seoliong of the 7 Stars. May I ask your esteemed name? Pyowol replied indifferently, his name echoing in the silent space. Yo Seoliong smiled, complimenting his elegant name. She suggested, We will compensate for all damages here. So why don't we take a step back? Pyowol looked at her, his blazing red eyes still showing no emotion. He said not a word, simply turned and walked away, leaving behind those who were still bewildered. The 3 remaining people stood in silence. Yo Seoliong broke the quiet. I don't know what happened, but the city feels gloomy today. She sternly instructed. We must restrain our impulsive actions until we find the cause. Moreover, we still have a mission to complete. In another corner, a young man was engrossed in eating and drinking, completely unaware of the recent turmoil. The young man remained engrossed in his meal. The black-haired man stood leaning against the wall, smiling as he watched. Night fell, the full moon illuminating the Lotus Pond Tavern. Secrets awaited their revelation. Pyowol, with blazing red eyes, declared his purpose. I want to know more about the 7 Stars. Stacks of ancient books and old scrolls piled up, waiting to be discovered. Facing Pyowol was Hong Yusen, the overseer lord of the 5 Hells, amidst a sea of documents. Hong Yusen was surprised, mixed with annoyance. You once said you'd kill me if I bothered you. How did you find me here? Why are you asking about the 7 Stars? Pyowol coldly stated. You don't need to know the reason. Hong Yusen replied. Then I cannot tell you. Are you trying to make me kill you? Hong Yusen smiled confidently, explaining that the 5 Hells was not a place where one could do as they pleased.
Even if you kill me, it's useless. Everything has a procedure.
Hong Yusen's eyes flashed with profoundness, but she added, However, procedures can change when it concerns me. Pyowol remained firm, stating his condition. I will consider it if you answer my question. Pyowol's eyes were sharp, unwavering. After a moment's thought, Hong Yusen nodded, agreeing. Then, go ahead and ask. Hong Yusen was surprised by the quick agreement. You possess powerful skills. I want to know what you are seeking. Pyowol replied with a single word, cold and decisive. Nothing. Hong Yusen didn't believe him. Nothing? But you are very strong. Don't you want to dominate Sichuan? Pyowol revealed that he learned to fight for survival, living for revenge. Now, with his vengeance complete, he felt empty, with nothing left. His gaze was distant, his voice cold. Lately, I've only found pleasure in reading books. Hong Yusen chuckled to herself, surprised that Pyowol cared nothing for fame or fortune. She thought, revenge. That sounds like an interesting story. Hong Yusen clasped her hands and smiled. But we are both busy. Let's save that for another time. She became more serious, asking directly, So, what do you want to know about the 7 Stars? Pyowol's eyes were sharp as he clearly stated what he wanted. Their purpose in coming here? Hong Yusen nodded, agreeing to investigate. She was also curious about the 7 Stars, as they had no prior connection here. Pyowol stood up and turned his back. He would stay here, awaiting news from her. Hong Yusen smiled, instructing him, All right, take care. In the quiet room, Pyowol was engrossed in reading. Across from him, a long-haired woman sat silently. The long-haired woman meticulously peeled fruit, her gaze gentle. She gently offered the fruit, advising him to eat it while reading. Pyowol simply replied, All right. She eagerly asked Pyowol about the taste of the fruit, which she had specifically instructed the merchant to bring. Pyowol closed his eyes, savoring the fresh taste. It's fresh and... Suddenly, Pyowol's crimson eyes opened wide, harboring something profound. Pyowol embraced the black-haired woman, her body limp in his arms. Pyowol's crimson eyes stared straight ahead, gleaming with an inscrutable coldness. He carried the black-haired woman through the room, tiny dust motes sparkling like falling snow. A distinctive scent wafted, making him frown slightly. Pyowol placed the black-haired woman on the bed, then turned to look at the silent room. He wondered how anyone could endure such confinement all day. He pondered silently, thinking that life in this room was still much better than living alone on a desolate mountain, subsisting only on wild greens. The bald old man burst into hearty laughter, agreeing with Pyowol. He said that everyone's life is a different story. One person's paradise could be another's hell. With a benevolent smile,
The bald old man looked at Pyowol, his eyes probing. He asked if Pyowol knew who he was. Pyowol coldly replied that he didn't know. The bald old man remarked that even so, Pyowol maintained an astonishing composure. Pyowol's crimson eyes flashed with a sharp coldness. He declared that if the bald old man harbored any ill will, he would have ended him long ago. The bald old man burst out laughing again, praising Pyowol's bravery. He said, "No wonder Muzhong was so captivated by him." Pyowol slightly bowed his head, his gaze sharp. He realized that this bald old man must be from the Azure Palace. The bald old man smiled, introducing himself as Goyop. Muzhong was a disciple of his fellow sect member, and he was the first sword of the Azure Palace, Goyop Jinin. Goyop Jinin looked at Pyowol, noticing he showed no sign of seeking revenge. He asked directly what Pyowol's true purpose was in coming here. Goyop Jinin looked up, the image of the ruined Azure Palace appearing behind him. He questioned Pyowol, asking if he knew that the Azure Palace had fallen because of him. Pyowol responded with a challenging question, asking why that was his fault. Goyop Jinin retorted, asking if Pyowol denied everything he had done. Pyowol did not deny his actions, but he asserted that the Azure Palace brought shame upon itself. He said Muzhong learned demonic arts of his own accord. No one forced him. Goyop Jinin fell into contemplation, a silence enveloping the space. "I once thought of killing you to protect the honor of the Azure Palace," Goyop Jinin uttered, his eyes heavy. Goyop Jinin turned around looking at Pyowol. "I once thought you were an unforgivable demon, but I sense no evil in you." He stood there, as steady as a rock, as dark as night, as powerful as thunder. Goyop Jinin realized that not everyone in the light is righteous, and not everyone in the darkness is a demon. Goyop Jinin smiled, accepting the truth. Everything in life has a reason, and the heavens had sent him here. I understand. Perhaps Langong was destined to fall. Even following the Taoist teachings, we could not maintain our purity. Gai Zhenren declared that Langong would no longer stand in Pyowol's way. Pyowol listened in silence, his gaze distant as if piercing through the night. But Gai Zhenren suddenly looked directly at Pyowol, offering a condition. "Can you promise me one thing in return?" Langong and Ami were once the pillars of Sichuan. Now both are in ruins, and the wicked will rise, plunging the entire land into disaster. Gai Zhenren clenched his hands, earnestly pleading with Pyowol to prevent that calamity. Pyowol coldly refused. "I cannot promise that." He did not deny his actions, but he also had no right to oversee this place. Pyowol stood firm, refusing to bear the responsibility. Gai Zhenren still smiled, hoping Pyowol still held a shred of compassion, a bit of kindness in his heart. Gai Zhenren bid farewell, hoping for a reunion one day. Pyowol turned his back, his cloak fluttering, merging into the night. Pyowol gently closed his eyes, questioning himself. How could someone like him retain compassion? Night fell, the moon hanging suspended over the rooftops, bringing an unusual stillness. A timid boy hesitantly revealed his name. "My name is Nam Shinwu." The man with tied black hair smiled. "Nam Shinwu? A good name." At the dining table, the man asked, "Where are you from?" The boy replied, "Hefei." "Hefei? Anhui province? Thousands of miles away. How did the boy get here?" The boy nonchalantly munched on his food, ignoring the question. "I don't know." The man's eyes turned sharp, asking directly, "Is anyone chasing you?" Nam Shinwu hesitated, his gaze evasive, only chewing and swallowing. Darkness enveloped the room, vague figures appearing, signaling an ill omen. Nam Shinwu's eyes widened in terror, exclaiming, "Wearing black." A cold blade pierced through the boy's body, fresh blood splattering. The assassin, hidden in the shadows, curled his lips into a gruesome smile. The man witnessed the horrific scene, his face paling with fear. Nam Shinwu shed tears, gasping his last words. You. The man rushed forward, a desperate cry. "Shinwu!" Joe Samchuk stood tall, his sword stained with blood. At his feet, Nam Shinwu lay motionless, blood pooling, a horrifying sight. The assassin was stunned, his eyes wide. He was Joe Samchuk, a member of the Seven Stars, the Wind Bloodblade. He wondered, "Oh, was I supposed to capture this kid alive?" Joe Samchuk clicked his tongue, weighing the pros and cons. He muttered, "All right. Bringing back the corpse should still get me half the reward." Suddenly, one of Nam Shinwu's fingers twitched slightly. Though dead, the boy's body still reacted. Joe Samchuk frowned, a questioning sound escaping his lips. Huh? He couldn't believe his eyes. Nam Shinwu suddenly convulsed, fresh blood splattering. His body seemed to be pulled up by an invisible force. A scream of agony tore through the air. Nam Shinwoo struggled, his eyes rolled back, his body trembling repeatedly. In Joe Samchok's pupils, the image of Nam Shinwoo struggling became clear. He couldn't believe what was happening. What? Nam Shinwoo slowly stood up, his back turned towards Joe Samchok. A surge of blue energy enveloped the boy. Nam Shinwoo's eyes were stark white, fangs exposed, and his breath exhaled white smoke. The boy had returned, but he was no longer himself. Night fell, covering the ancient tiled roofs. The story continued, opening the 60th chapter. Joe Samchok faced Nam Shinwoo, the boy who had just come back to life. The atmosphere was taut, signaling a new battle. Joe Samchok flashed a sinister smile, clasping his hands. He said, "I don't know what's happening, but thank goodness you're still alive." He reached out, intending to grab Nam Shinwoo's head. Joe Samchok smugly said, "Now I can get the full reward for capturing you alive." Joe Samchok's hand touched Nam Shinwoo's head. The boy's eyes lit up, no longer showing fear, but instead, emptiness. Joe Samchok grabbed Nam Shinwoo's head. The boy's eyes were empty, and a strange power surged. His hand clenched tightly, veins bulging. But the sensation was not what he expected. Suddenly, Nam Shinwoo swung powerfully, sending Joe Samchok flying. He was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Joe Samchok crashed hard onto the ground, creating a deep crater. The boy still held his hand tightly, not letting go. He was injured, and coughed up blood, his body falling apart. Nam Shinwoo stood tall, his blank eyes looking down. Joe Samchok spat blood, muttering angrily, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Nam Shinwoo stood there, blood splattered on him, his blank eyes and sharp fangs clearly visible. The boy had completely changed. Joe Samchok looked at Nam Shinwoo, a question echoing in his mind. "I was told to capture a child who hadn't learned martial arts. So why is this child so strong?" He realized in horror that the wounds he had just inflicted on Nam Shinwoo were healing right before his eyes. Furthermore, the wounds I'd just inflicted are healing. Joe Samchok let out a crazed laugh. "It seems this isn't a normal job. I wondered why the price was so high. I guess I just found out." He stood up, his aura exploding. "Actually, this is even better. You won't die easily, so I won't have to worry about killing you anymore." Joe Samchok's smile grew even more sinister. "Fine, keep going. Let's see if you can survive even if I chop off all your limbs." Just then, a mysterious figure rushed forward, grabbing Joe Samchok tightly from behind. The short-haired man shouted loudly, urging, "Run! Hurry! Nam Shinwoo!" He held Joe Samchok tightly, creating an opportunity for the boy. Nam Shinwoo's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in astonishment. The boy seemed to have recognized someone. The short-haired man stubbornly held Joe Samchok, urging in a strained voice, "Run! Hurry! Nam Shinwoo!" The crazed assassin struggled wildly. "What the hell? Let me go!" Nam Shinwoo flinched, his eyes frantically looking towards the two struggling figures. The short-haired man gritted his teeth, his face drenched in sweat, and roared again, urging, "What are you waiting for? Go!" Joe Samchok exploded in anger, his eyes flashing with hatred as he was held captive. He roared, "You bastard!" A powerful surge of energy erupted, and Joe Samchok broke free from the grip, sending the short-haired man flying far away. Joe Samchok stood up, looking disdainfully at the short-haired man who had just fallen. He clicked his tongue, realizing the boy had escaped. Joe Samchok turned back, his cold eyes fixed on the short-haired man, and said, "Don't bother me anymore." The short-haired man lay slumped amidst the rubble, his body aching, his clothes soaked with blood. With his last bit of strength, the short-haired man lifted his head, weakly calling out, "Shin! Woo!" Night fell upon an ancient house, where lanterns illuminated secrets slowly unfolding. Hong Yusen was reading a book when she suddenly heard that the 7 stars were hunting a child. She asked in surprise, "A child?" The long-haired, white-haired man confirmed, "That's right." They asked about a scrawny teenager. Hong Yusen wondered, "Why?" Hong Yusen said they didn't know the reason yet. She had dispatched all members of the 5 underlings to investigate, but the 7 stars was an extremely mysterious organization. An object suddenly fell onto the table, creating a loud noise, startling Hong Yusen and the long-haired, white-haired man. Hong Yusen turned her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. She seemed to have recognized that familiar voice. The blacksmith was frantic, held tightly by 2 men, trying to explain the situation. Hong Yusen asked, "What's happening?" He replied, "Someone named Dang Sochu is asking for someone." Hong Yusen's eyes flashed with vigilance, as if she had noticed something unusual. Hong Yusen decisively stepped forward, but a hand unexpectedly grabbed her shoulder. The blacksmith, held tightly by two men, looked frantically towards Hong Yusen, pleading for help. He shouted a name, Pio Wol, as if it were his last hope. Hong Yusen calmly asked as the blacksmith clutched her hand, his eyes full of worry. "What is it?" His hand gripped Hong Yusen's robe tightly, as if clinging to his last lifeline. The blacksmith knelt down, pleading, "You must help me." Hong Yusen looked straight at him, asking again, "Tell me, will you help me?" Hong Yusen closed her eyes, her fiery red eyes flashing with determination. "If I can," she replied. The blacksmith began to recount. A boy was hiding in his workshop. Then, a warrior with a large saber attacked, intending to kidnap the boy. He trembled, but something strange happened. His eyes were still haunted by the terrifying memory. He continued, saying that warrior severed the child's shoulder. It seemed as if he was dead, but the boy stood up again, continuing to move. The long-haired, white-haired man mused, speculating. That warrior with the large saber could be Joe Samchok, the blood-wind saber of the 7 stars, and the child. Hong Yusen was horrified. The child is still alive after his shoulder bone was severed? No. He came back to life? The truth was beyond imagination. Decades ago, the Demon King appeared, possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities. He was invincible, spreading terror throughout the realm. The Demon King was an unbeatable monster. No matter how strong the opponent or how severe the wound, he would always regenerate. Then one day, a rumor began to spread across the land, sowing both hope and greed. Whoever uncovers the Demon King's secret will become immortal. The rumor was like a curse, attracting countless individuals yearning for power. And finally, amidst a sea of blood and crimson specters, a small boy appeared. It was the boy Nam Shinwu with fearful eyes who held the key to unlocking the Demon King's horrifying secret. A village was engulfed in a sea of flames, the cries of fire, fire tearing through the night, signaling a tragedy. Amidst the raging inferno, the villagers fled in panic, their desperate cries for help echoing everywhere. A man cried out, desperately pleading for help. "Help! There are still people inside!" Horrifying screams erupted as people were attacked amidst the blaze, a scene of chaos and sorrow. Yo Seoliong appeared amidst the sea of flames, her cold eyes scanning around, wondering, "I thought the child had run here." Yo Seoliong looked everywhere but couldn't find Nam Shinwu, her expression clearly showing annoyance. "Not here?" A man with mixed black and white hair called out to Yo Seoliong. "Sichuan is not our territory, so we can't stay here long. We should have captured the child long ago if the Xia clan had cooperated. But now we've lost track." "Sister Yo." Yo Seoliong turned to Jia Wengpyong, a member of the 7 stars, the Wandering Wolf, and asked him, "What are you doing here?" Jia Wengpyong flashed a sinister smile, replying to Yo Seoliong, "What else, brother?" "Looking for that little rat." Yo Seoliong revealed a surprising piece of information. That child has already escaped the capital. Yo Seoliong smiled mysteriously amidst the flames, wondering if all her efforts had been in vain. Jia Wengpyong questioned Yo Seoliong, worried about the consequences of burning down the capital, fearing the Sichuan clans would attack. Yo Seoliong smirked, asserting that the Sichuan clans wouldn't dare to act. They've been silent because of that man Pio Wol. He defeated them thoroughly, making them tremble whenever they hear his name. Jia Wengpyong erupted in fury, disbelieving the rumors. Do you believe that? I'm sure everyone is exaggerating. I can't believe all the capital's warriors are afraid of an unknown nobody." The wandering wolf Jia Wengpyong growled, his eyes burning with killing intent, vowing to confront Pio Wol if given the chance. He roared, enraged. "I will wield the blood wolf blade and chop off his head. He will die without even understanding what happened." Yo Seoliong replied coldly, looking forward to the day he brought Pio Wol's head back. Jia Wengpyong swore. The desperate screams of innocent villagers tore through the air. Yo Seoliong looked up, a cruel smile on her face, as if those agonizing cries were the most melodious music. Jia Wengpyong suddenly lunged forward, but Yo Seoliong dodged gracefully, like a passing breeze. He lost his balance, stumbling past her, a soft groan escaping him. Yo Seoliong spun around, her eyes as sharp as knives, her entire body exuding killing intent. Her face changed color, her sapphire eyes filled with anger and astonishment. Yo Seoliong stared intently at Jia Wengpyong's back, silence enveloping the space. Jia Wengpyong was lifted by an invisible force, writhing in midair, beneath him countless wronged souls. Yo Seoliong was also tightly bound by threads of light. She struggled, but it was futile. A horrifying explosion rang out, and Jia Wengpyong was torn to pieces in a sea of blood. Yo Seoliong exclaimed in horror, "Brother!" The fiery red sky was stained with mourning, shattered fragments, scattered like lost souls. A tragedy had just unfolded, leaving a horrifying mark across this land. Amidst the towering inferno, a man in a brown robe frantically rushed away, his desperate screams tearing through the air. He fled from the wrath of the flames, devouring everything. A woman in a brown robe stood stunned before the ruins, smoke billowing from her beloved home. "My home," she uttered with deep sorrow and despair. Overwhelmed by grief, the woman in a brown robe tightly hugged the sobbing child. Amidst the ashes and dust, the child's cries echoed, utterly heartbreaking. Amidst the panicked crowd, the woman with pink hair and buns stood frozen, her eyes wide with horror. "Oh my God!" she exclaimed, unable to believe the sight before her. Yushin Pung and the woman with pink hair and buns looked at each other, their faces filled with worry. She asked, "What happened here?" Yushin Pung replied thoughtfully, "How would I know? But this doesn't look like an accident." He gazed towards the horizon, his eyes full of contemplation. The horrifying scene of the entire city engulfed in flames. "I heard the capital was severely damaged recently. Another massive fire. This is an ominous sign." Yushin Pung and the pink-haired woman with buns turned their heads, their gaze stopping on a mysterious figure. Yushin Pung frowned slightly, deep in thought. Yushin Pung recognized the blindfolded man. "Isn't that Gam Ilhe, the bamboo swordsman?" he whispered, his eyes full of vigilance. Gam Ilhe, the bamboo swordsman of the 7 stars, walked through the ruins, his face blindfolded, a bloody scar on his cheek. He exuded a cold, mysterious aura. Gam Ilhe strode slowly through the desolate path, each step heavy and resolute. He was searching for something in the sea of flames. The pink-haired woman with buns asked Yushin Pung, "What do you think Mr. Gam is looking for?" Yushin Pung replied, "I don't know either." Yushin Pung continued, "Whatever it is, it must be very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't be exuding such strong killing intent." Gam Ilhe stood there, his killing intent surging. The pink-haired woman with buns looked at Yushin Pung in surprise. "You can sense his killing intent?" She was astonished by his ability. The pink-haired woman with buns replied, her sharp eyes. "Of course, it's as clear as day," she affirmed, her expression serious. Yushin Pung looked at the pink-haired woman with buns, his firm gaze. "Follow him!" He was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Both rushed through the sea of flames, the desolate scene like hell. The pink-haired woman with buns exclaimed in surprise at the sight. They stopped, having lost his trail. "Where did he go? Did he notice us?" The pink-haired woman with buns asked doubtfully. Yushin Pung mused. He disappeared too quickly. Standing on the collapsed bridge, Yushin Pung and the pink-haired woman with buns looked down into the void. A sense of unease enveloping them. A feeling of dread washed over them, simultaneously horrifying Yushin Pung and the pink-haired woman with buns. Beneath their feet, a horrifying sight appeared. Gam Ilhe's blood, soaked corpse, lay motionless in a pool of blood. Gam Ilhe, the bamboo swordsman, was dead. His eyes stared blankly. Blood gushed from his mouth. A tragic death. The sunset dyed the sky red, but it could not hide the devastation of the flames devouring the city. The pink-haired woman with buns was shocked, covering her mouth. "How can this be? We only lost sight of him for a second, and he?" Yushin Pung was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this possible? Gam Ilhe was a powerful warrior, yet he seems to have been utterly defeated. Yushin Pung gritted his teeth, his voice deep and hoarse. "So, there's an assassin who can do this." Yushin Pung's eyes flashed with recognition. "It's him. It must be him," he affirmed, looking towards the pink-haired woman with buns. The pink-haired woman with buns was horrified, Pyowul's image appearing in her mind. "Him? Do you mean the one who overthrew this city? The assassin who single-handedly confronted all the Sichuan clans?" Yushin Pung sighed. "I thought it was just an exaggerated rumor, but now, witnessing it firsthand, it's hard to deny." In Gam Ilhe's blood-filled eyes, the hellfire still burned. Sichuan is haunted by a great calamity. But somewhere else, another city remained peaceful under a blue sky, leaves gently falling, as if no tragedy had ever occurred. Branches rustled, young green leaves fluttered gently. In the tree, 2 pitch-black crows with glowing red eyes cawed loudly, breaking the silence. A dirty, wounded hand clutched the ground tightly. His breath came in ragged, heavy gasps, as if his chest would burst. His blood-soaked, tattered body lay writhing on the ground. Each breath was a struggle against death. A trail of blood stretched across the ground, a long, tragic streak. The man lay motionless, only a faint breath remaining. Soft but menacing footsteps approached. The stranger spoke, her tone full of hidden meaning. Who exactly are you? The black-haired, purple-eyed woman smiled eerily, looking down at the victim. You are truly interesting. How can a mere human do this? Sharp, cold claws gleamed from her fingertips, ready to tear apart her prey. The claws pierced the flesh. Fresh blood splattered. A painful scream tore through the air. Blood flowed incessantly, soaking the ground. The woman asked coldly, "See?" She continued to look down at the dying victim. No matter how strong you are, no one can survive after losing so much blood. Now, I understand why those people wanted you. The victim, desperate, pleaded weakly, "Please, please spare me." Tears streamed down his blood-stained face. He cried out in pain, "Let me go." The black-haired woman gave a cold smile, her purple eyes gleaming with cruelty. "You didn't do anything wrong, dear." She turned her back, looking towards the distant horizon. "But even if you committed no crime, you will still kill others and be killed. That is the rule of this land." The victim was still weeping, while she revealed her cruel purpose. "My client wants to understand your body, so I will tear you apart piece by piece for study. Even an immortal must eventually die." The black-haired woman looked down, her tone full of sarcasm. "Many dream of immortality, and you will die for that dream." Amidst the deep green forest, dry leaves swirled in the wind, signaling an urgent chase. Hasty footsteps brushed through the tall grass, creating rustling sounds that echoed. A young man rushed forward, his face distraught, crying out heartbreakingly, "Senior brother! Senior brother! There's an emergency!" The purple-eyed woman turned her head, her cold gaze subtly shifting. Behind her, the injured person still groaned. The young man's face was filled with horror, his eyes wide. "Senior brother, our sixth senior brother, is dead." The purple-eyed woman's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold, a surge of crimson energy swirling around her. She stood upright, enveloped in a pale blue aura. Shadowless monk Yushin Pung just found his body. The scene shifted to an ancient village, its gray-tiled roofs under a clear blue sky. Oh Gyeongwol, his body heavily chained, looked up at the vast sky. Oh Gyeongwol flashed a sinister smile, his chains clanking together. "Sister Yo certainly knows how to make an entrance." He clicked his tongue, his eyes full of annoyance, harboring deep resentment. Pyo Wol, with white hair and red eyes, stood amidst a mystical blue aura, his gaze cold. "That guy dared to insult me in front of Sister Yo." Oh Gyeongwol growled, his chains tightening. "I'll make him die in agony when I find him again." A light but decisive footstep landed on the tiled roof, creating a ripple of shock. Pyo Wol soared into the air, leaving the rooftops behind, darting away like a ghost. Oh Gyeongwol looked up after him, his face full of surprise. "Huh?" Oh Gyeongwol looked up, his eyes thoughtful. "Sister Yo? Why is she in such a hurry?" He wondered if she was avoiding someone while moving across the rooftop. Oh Gyeongwol's gaze remained fixed on the sky, his face worried. Did something happen? Oh Gyeongwol decided to act, his chains clinking softly. He muttered, "I should follow and ask. I wonder what's going on." A sharp dagger suddenly plunged down, piercing Oh Gyeongwol's arm. He screamed in pain as blood splattered. Demonic energy swirled around Oh Gyeongwol, constricting him and making him shriek in agony. An invisible force tightened around Oh Gyeongwol's neck, choking him, leaving him only able to groan. Oh Gyeongwol struggled violently, his chains clanking. He tried to breathe, but the grip tightened, causing him extreme pain. He was lifted into the air, his body writhing in a vortex of dark energy. A loud explosion echoed as Oh Gyeongwol was thrown through the roof, tiles shattering. The heavy iron ball chained to Oh Gyeongwol's leg fell, smashing the surrounding debris. Hong Yusin's long white hair fluttered in the wind, an aura of mystery enveloping her. Oh Gyeongwol looked up, his eyes bloodshot with rage and horror, staring at his attacker. He gasped, "You!" Hong Yusin appeared, her eyes glowing red. The chains on her hands sparked with electricity, creating a deafening sound. Hong Yusin stood there, majestic in her black cloak, exuding a cold and terrifying aura. Oh Gyeongwol, covered in blood, rose with blazing fury. He roared, "I've got you!" Hong Yusin merely smirked, her red eyes gleaming with confidence and disdain, facing Oh Gyeongwol's wrath. The sky was overcast, cold smoke lingering over the ancient rooftops, signaling a tragic end. The mournful caw of crows tore through the silent space. A figure collapsed, blood staining their silver hair crimson. In the deserted alley, Oh Gyeongwol lay motionless in a pool of blood, flocks of black crows descending like harbingers of death. A young girl cried out in panic, her eyes wide with horror. "Uncle, look!" The girl pointed towards the bloody corpse, her voice trembling. Uncle, look at this person. Oh Gyeongwol's body lay still, without a single sign of life. Yushin-pung looked down at the corpse, his voice full of surprise. Isn't that the Steel Bridge hunchback? Looking at the bodies of Gam Il-hae and Oh Gyeongwol, Yushin-pung speculated, did the assassin who killed Gam Il-hae also kill him? Clearly, he's targeting the 7 stars. The girl pondered, hypothesizing. Does he hold a grudge? Or is this the Pale Ghost sect? Yushin-pung shook his head. The Pale Ghost sect has never operated in Sichuan. This is likely the work of the assassin who once shook Sichuan. Yushin-pung looked at the corpse, deep in thought. It's unclear if he has a grudge against the 7 stars, but the technique is truly astonishing. An ordinary assassin couldn't do this. The girl imagined a hideous monster, wondering about the mysterious killer. Who is that person? And where did he learn this skill? He must surely look like a monster, Yushin-pung revealed. According to witnesses, the assassin is very young and handsome. The girl protested in astonishment. No way! How could a handsome person do such terrible things? Yushin-pung looked into the distance, his gaze firm. Yushin-pung led the way. Let's go. I don't think he'll stop here, the girl asked worriedly. Uncle, what if we interfere in something we shouldn't? Yushin-pung replied resolutely. My entire life, I have lived for justice. I cannot ignore this tragic sight. Even if the 7 stars are strange, they are still part of the righteous faction, and they need my help even more. The brown-haired girl with buns yawned widely, leaned against Yushin-pung, and reluctantly replied, All right, I understand. Yushin-pung and the brown-haired girl with buns stepped over the pool of blood, his eyes filled with worry. Who knows how far this fire will spread? 4 members of the 7 stars raced swiftly through the treetops, their figures like ghosts gliding through the deep forest, leaving only the rustling of leaves behind. Sa-hyuk-yong turned his head, his eyes blazing, and roared a warning. Maintain extreme vigilance. We don't know where he will appear from. A 7 stars member, with neatly tied black hair, his eyes filled with regret. He blamed himself for not anticipating the notorious assassin Pyowol. Sa-hyuk-yong gritted his teeth, his face contorted in rage. He was filled with endless regret. I should have killed him right then. Sa-hyuk-yong looked down, his voice heavy. He had tried to keep it a secret, but he had still lost 2 brothers, and a 3rd was also missing. This is not good at all. Jo Samcheok, carrying the injured child on his back, along with the short black-haired member, turned back, asking in a panic, Why is he chasing us now? Is it because of the previous quarrel? The short black-haired member ran and speculated. He thought that if it were for the old reason, Pyowol wouldn't have taken so much time. Jo Samcheok looked at the injured child on his back, his eyes filled with worry. He speculated, this might be related to the child. The short black-haired member panicked, and Jo Samcheok reassured him. Calm down, he said, but his eyes remained vigilant. The short black-haired member gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. He resolved to restrain himself, wait to hand over the child for assistance, and then hunt down Pyowol. Sa-hyuk-yong nodded, his gaze firm. That's right, he said. I will endure this humiliation today, but I will have my revenge later. The 7 stars members were united, their eyes blazing, shouting their oath to Sa-hyuk-yong. We will follow you, big brother. Yo Seo-leong appeared, her azure eyes looking down, and smiled faintly. Men are truly foolish. Yo Seo-leong smiled, continuing to ponder the loveliness of men, while the 7 stars members were still fleeing behind her. A flock of black crows tore through the silent space, heralding an ill omen. In the dead of night, a figure flashed past, shooting like an arrow through the deep forest. Yo Seo-leong suddenly became vigilant, her eyes sharp and cold. Something is wrong. Sa-hyuk-yong turned back, pressing her. What did you say? Sa-hyuk-yong looked up, his face changing color. The forest is getting darker. A cry of pain rang out, and the child collapsed. Sa-hyuk-yong and Jo Samcheok were horrified. The child collapsed, its face contorted in pain. The entire group looked up at the sky, their faces stunned by the horrifying scene. The child whispered weakly, its eyes firm. Run. An invisible force pulled the child violently, making it stumble. The child was dragged into the darkness, its desperate scream tearing through the heart. Sa-hyuk-yong shouted Sanwi, while the horrified woman with buns exclaimed, Big brother! The entire group ran for their lives, their desperate eyes glancing back. The man with neatly tied black hair choked out, Big brother! Jo Samcheok was stunned, looking up at the empty space. What is happening? Jo Samcheok's face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. Huh? A pitch-black object shot forward, tearing through the air and staining the ground red. Sa-hyuk-yong and the woman with buns continued to flee, surrounded by terror. Sanwi collapsed in pain on the ground. Yushin anxiously called his name from behind. Sanwi panicked, shouting, "No, don't come closer," as darkness swallowed him. This is... Deep in the forest, Yushin and Yoseoliang stood silently, cautiously looking around. Yushin was stunned. "What happened? I've never seen anything like this," Yoseoliang urged. "We have to save Sanwi." Yushin suddenly stopped, his eyes showing horror, exclaiming, "Wait!" Yushin realized there were only two of them left. Their youngest child had disappeared. "Why are there only two of us? Where is our child?" Yoseoliang bit her lip in anger, realizing their carelessness in rushing to save Sanwi. "Damn it! We rushed to save Sanwi." And Yushin despaired, "No, it can't be. We captured this child with the blood and bones of our brethren. But now, even the youngest child has been stolen." The child, bound by threads of light, dripped blood, weakly calling out, "Ah, brother." Yushin and Yoseoliang looked up in horror, the child's desperate cry echoing, "Brother!" The child was pulled high, its calls for its brother gradually fading into the darkness. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the surrounding space red. Drops of blood fell, engulfing Yushin and Yoseoliang in horror. The sky was gloomy. Streaks of light tore across it, signaling an ill omen. Sanwi lay motionless on the ground, his eyes lifeless, bloodstains spreading, his calls for his brother echoing. A heavy footstep imprinted on the ground. Darkness enveloped everything. From the darkness, a white-haired figure with blazing red eyes emerged, like a lost soul in the night. Wool's face was cold, his eyes burning like fire, spreading ultimate fear. Yoseoliang was horrified, her sharp teeth bared, an aura of furious rage erupting around her. Sahyokyeong roared, his eyes blazing with fury. "You!" The leader of the 7 stars, Sahyokyeong, exploded with power, screaming, "You bastard!" Sahyokyeong charged like a firestorm, but Wool merely glided, evading the attack. Wool maintained a calm expression, his blazing red eyes reflecting an indescribable confidence. Sahyokyeong's attack tore through the air, but only struck emptiness as Wool vanished. Sahyokyeong continued his frenzied assault, each punch carrying destructive power. Sahyokyeong's face was contorted with rage, his power erupting as if to tear everything apart. Wool lightly parried a fatal blow, his movements as graceful as smoke. Sahyokyeong shrieked in fury. You! Sahyokyeong unleashed a barrage of attacks, lightning fast, creating dazzling streaks of light. Sahyokyeong realized in shock. "What's happening? I'm sure I hit him, but I didn't touch him at all." Wool stood still, a faint light surrounding him, evading all attacks with minimal movement. Sahyokyeong exclaimed in astonishment as Wool glided away. "It's as if..." Wool dodged. Sahyokyeong's attack sliced through the wind, only hitting emptiness. Sahyokyeong realized he was striking a shadow. Wool's speed was incredibly fast, like a gust of wind, causing every attack to miss. Sahyokyeong roared, unleashing a powerful blow. A golden light exploding. Wool still glided away, unharmed. Sahyokyeong's attack struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion, dust and golden energy scattering. Sahyokyeong collapsed, breathing heavily, anger and helplessness clearly visible on his face. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the battlefield, obscuring vision, leaving only an eerie silence. Sahyokyeong trembled, sweat pouring down, his golden eyes blazing with ultimate rage and panic. From within the smoke and dust, Wool emerged, calm as if there had been no battle, his white hair gently swaying in the wind. Wool's crimson eyes stared straight ahead, cold and unwavering, concealing a profound mystery. Sahyokyeong couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in his mind, "How can this be happening?" Sahyokyeong gritted his teeth as the harsh truth dawned on him. "He dodges every attack as if he knows all my techniques." Yoseoliang looked down from above, anxiously calling out to Sahyokyeong, "Brother!" Yoseoliang, enraged, swung her hand, summoning countless sharp throwing knives, ready to plunge into battle. Yoseoliang's barrage of throwing knives tore through the air, forming a deadly rain towards the target. Yoseoliang's face was tense, her sapphire eyes filled with extreme vigilance and fury. Yoseoliang roared, pouring all her strength, as a fierce mana light erupted around her body. She exploded with power, her entire body enveloped in a sapphire glow, like a goddess of war. Yoseoliang charged forward, unleashing countless light-infused throwing knives, creating a storm of death. Sahyokyeong dodged in horror, the blue energy streams grazing his face, almost taking his life. Yoseoliang growled, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Brother!" She screamed in despair, power surging like a tempest, tearing apart the surrounding space. Pyowol appeared from behind, his sharp claw-like hand clamping Sa Hyokyong's mouth shut, his crimson eyes full of menace. "Answer me now. Why do you want to kidnap that child?" Sa Hyokyong realized in horror that he had come for Nam Shinwoo. Yo Seoleong was also stunned, her power slowly dissipating. "The child? So he came for that boy, Nam Shinwoo." That's... Pyowol tightened his grip, his claws digging deep into Sa Hyokyong's face. "Tell me." Sa Hyokyong groaned in pain. Sa Hyokyong screamed in despair, tears streaming down his face. I don't know. I just took a job." Pyowol coldly squeezed harder. Sa Hyokyong gasped for breath. In extreme agony, Sa Hyokyong frantically opened his mouth, black streaks like blood oozing out. "Wait!" Yo Seoleong recoiled in fear, the energy around her vanishing. "We can talk. You don't have to be so terrifying, right?" Yo Seoleong tried to calm herself, forcing a smile. "We don't know that much." So then, Pyowol released his grip, leaving deep claw marks on Sa Hyokyong's face, who gasped for breath. Pyowol's gaze remained cold. Sa Hyokyong stumbled, his face contorted in horror. He couldn't believe what was happening. A surge of energy erupted in Sa Hyokyong's eyes. As he gathered all his strength, Sa Hyokyong roared, his entire body erupting in golden lightning, unleashing a decisive blow. Now, Sa Hyokyong's attack suddenly froze, a pained groan escaping him. Blood gushed from Yo Seoleong's forehead, her eyes wide with extreme horror. Sa Hyokyong collapsed, a heart-wrenching scream escaping him as he watched Yo Seoleong fall. "Sister Yo!" Sa Hyokyong roared in fury, energy exploding around his body. "My brothers! My sister! I will kill you! I will kill you!" He shot forward, enveloped in a brilliant golden light, attacking Pyowol with all his despair. Pyowol remained standing, his crimson eyes cold, staring directly at the approaching assailant. Pyowol's hair flew. His body began to emit a deep blue energy, silent yet powerful. Pyowol opened his eyes, his pupils glowing crimson, the blue energy roaring, transforming into sharp claws. A shocking explosion. Pyowol shot forth like a blue lightning bolt, sending Sa Hyokyong flying. Sa Hyokyong fell to the ground, his body hitting hard, Pyowol standing tall above him. Lying flattened on the ground, Sa Hyokyong looked up at Pyowol, his eyes filled with horror. "You are." Pyowol turned his face away, his crimson eyes hidden behind his cloak. A god of death. Amidst the deep green grass, a young man with dark blue-black hair lay motionless, covered by a light gray cloak. Had he fallen into a deep sleep, or would he never wake again? In the silent dark night, a solitary figure strode heavily through the forest. Each step seemed to drag an invisible burden, moving away from where the young man with dark blue-black hair lay. The figure continued deeper into the night, each step slow and resolute. The forest swallowed his presence, leaving only an eerie silence. A white-haired, red-eyed woman embraced the dark blue-haired young man. She frowned slightly, her sharp gaze piercing through the night. "The Demon King, isn't it?" She carefully supported the dark blue-haired young man, feeling his steady breath. He almost died a moment ago, but now his breathing is stable. "Are there more people like this?" The white-haired woman stood in the forest, enveloped by an ethereal blue light. She pondered the mystery she had just witnessed, the secret of immortality. How ridiculous. She continued walking, her gaze distant. "It's the law of nature. Humans will eventually face death. I don't know if it's possible to defy that." The white-haired woman's face was pensive, heavy, with thought. And even if it were possible, who knows what the price would be? Suddenly, her red eyes widened, gleaming with extreme vigilance. A cold aura unexpectedly surged, startling her. She turned her head to look back. And through the night, a faint figure was gradually disappearing. It was Pyowol, who had just left. The white-haired woman's face grew serious. Who was that? Someone was definitely there, but I couldn't sense their presence. I've never faced anyone like this before. She gently laid the dark blue-haired young man down on the grass, her gaze resolute. A decision had been made. Her long white hair fluttered in the wind, her red eyes gleaming with determination. Green leaves swirled around her, as if heralding an impending battle. A faint smile bloomed on her lips, concealing confidence and a desire for confrontation. Her red eyes burned like fire in the night, ready for any challenge. With a decisive movement, the white-haired woman darted away, creating a powerful gust of wind that scattered the leaves. She had begun the pursuit. A strange gust of wind swept past, making the white-haired woman frown. This wind. No, this isn't just wind. She looked up, realizing its true nature. This is a gentle, yet powerful dragon. Her eyes blaze with determination. If this person wants to fight, I will not back down. I must resist. From the cliff's edge, Pyawal summoned colossal snake-like energy streams, roaring fiercely as they lunged towards her. The energy snakes soared into the air, forming a deadly encirclement around Pyawal. She roared in defiance, her red eyes burning. Show yourself! Tell me who you are! Facing her fury, Pyawal remained standing, hidden within a screen of azure energy, completely still. Begone! Pyawal commanded coldly, and a powerful shockwave pushed her back, shaking the very ground. She was forced back, her white hair swirling in the vortex, her expression a mix of shock and pain. Pyawal subtly curled his lip, his eyes holding disdain, daring to imitate my precious skill. The colossal energy dragon became clear behind Pyawal, and he continued to mock. You are truly very wicked. She was stunned, realizing Pyawal's terrifying power. He's too strong. No, he's not just strong. A horrifying thought flashed through her mind, forcing her to act. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. Pyawal remained calm, energy swirling around him, like a storm about to erupt. An extremely powerful surge of energy struck her directly, her scream of pain tearing through the night. The brown-haired stranger subtly curled his lip, a mysterious energy swirling around his finger. He looked up, a mysterious smile still on his lips as the swirling energy intensified, dyeing the entire space blue. From the center of the energy vortex, he unleashed a powerful shockwave, blowing away everything around him. The white-haired, red-eyed woman tensed, confronting the shockwave. Her face clearly showed surprise and determination. The terrifying power forced her back, her body contorting to resist. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and energy ran wild. She continued to be pushed back, sharp energy blades slicing through the wind, narrowly missing her. An invisible blade pierced through, fresh blood splattering on her clothes. She clutched her wound, the pain piercing to the bone. Blood gushed from the corner of her mouth, her red eyes gleaming with fury and extreme pain. A scream of pain tore through the air as she was besieged by energy blades, each strike seemingly intent on tearing her body apart. Meanwhile, Pyawal stood firm as a rock, his feet deeply imprinted in the ground, unwavering before the terrifying power. His hair fluttered in the wind, energy swirling around him, but he still stood there, a living statue amidst the storm. The stranger curled his lip, his eyes full of surprise. Ha! He endured it? He found a way out in that brief moment. He narrowed his eyes, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple. Or rather, Pyawal looked up, his entire body erupting with energy. His hair stood on end, his eyes blazed red, and a destructive power was awakening. The stranger looked at Pyawal with a self-satisfied but intrigued smile. Perhaps I have awakened his true power. The sky was blood-red, signaling a sleepless night, a fierce battle about to erupt. Pyawal stood firm, electricity tearing through the air, energy surging around his body. Pyawal's hands contorted, sharp claws emerging, emitting piercing scratching sounds. He snarled, teeth clenched, his crimson eyes blazing amidst the exploding power. Pyawal's painful scream echoed, a terrifying explosion radiating from him, tearing apart the ground. The man in bright clothes observed Pyawal, his gaze sharp and cold, a slight smirk on his lips. He raised his hand, a surge of blue energy swirling, ready to confront Pyawal's wrath. A colossal wave of energy from the man in bright clothes surged forward, engulfing Pyawal in its vortex. The man in bright clothes stood firm, his gaze resolute, preparing for the next attack. He smirked, his eyes full of interest. Well, that's an interesting sight. The man in bright clothes decisively pointed towards Pyawal, concentrating his power into a single point. A colossal pillar of light shot from his finger, piercing through the night, heading straight for Pyawal. The man in bright clothes smiled smugly. If this keeps up, I'll run out of moves. He unleashed a sweeping attack, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the entire space. The energy exploded, tearing apart everything in its path, creating a scene of destruction. The man in bright clothes looked straight ahead, his eyes full of determination, ready for the finishing blow. Pyawal erupted with energy, his eyes glowing brightly in a deep blue aura, like an impending storm. Surging power concentrated in his eyes, the deep blue light reflecting Pyawal's unyielding will. The energy violently exploded, tearing open the ground, creating a destructive chasm beneath the blood-red sky. Amidst the desolation, the man in bright clothes still stood firm, his eyes smugly looking forward, as if everything was over. The man in bright clothes slightly furrowed his brow, his eyes doubtful. Is it over? Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot up from amidst the rubble, piercing through the dark night. The man in bright clothes' eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before him. A brilliant beam of light shot straight at the man in bright clothes, piercing through his body like an arrow. Pyowul tensed, his crimson eyes blazing, energy surging like electricity tearing through space. The man in bright clothes gnashed his teeth, his face contorted in pain and fury. A pitch-black sword streak tore through the wind, carrying unstoppable destructive power. The man in bright clothes leaped to dodge, his movements swift as a flash, preparing for a counterattack. The man in bright clothes looked at Pyowul, a smirk full of interest on his face. I've never seen anyone like you. Pyowul knelt, his body covered in blood, but a blue light still blazed around him, unyielding and defiant. Blood stained his face, but Pyowul's crimson eyes still shone with iron determination, unwavering. The man in bright clothes turned back, his eyes filled with both astonishment and interest. Not only did you block my attack and survive, but you even counterattacked. The man in bright clothes had never faced an opponent like Pyowul. He couldn't predict the next move. Even though this was the best chance to finish him, the man in bright clothes saw no fear in Pyowul's blood-filled eyes. He knew such individuals would defy all odds to counterattack. Even if he killed Pyowul, the man in bright clothes wasn't sure he would survive unscathed. He told himself he was old and chose the safe path. He soared away, leaving Pyowul collapsed amidst the fiery sunset, a tragic sight. The man in bright clothes' hand reached out, lifting Nam Shinwoo with a stream of blue energy. He silently thought that humans were too small to understand the will of heaven. Nam Shinwoo was enveloped in the energy, carried away by the man in bright clothes. He wondered if he would regret this later, or be grateful. Pyowul, despite his shattered body, still glared, trying to shout, "Stop!" Pyowul collapsed once more, creating a deep crater in the ground. Pyowul gritted his teeth in pain, questioning, "Why? Why did you take that child away?" The man in bright clothes held Nam Shinwoo in his arms, looked down at Pyowul, and coldly replied, "To protect him." Pyowul glared, his crimson eyes burning with rage, disbelieving. Protect him? From what? The man in bright clothes turned his face away, refusing to explain. "Sorry, I cannot tell you that. I have no obligation, after all." Blood flowed from his mouth, but Pyowul remained resolute, his voice full of defiance. "Then you cannot take him." The man in bright clothes laughed arrogantly. "Do you think I need your permission? What a brat." The man in bright clothes looked at the unconscious Nam Shinwoo, thinking to himself, "I don't know how this boy got here, but he shouldn't be here." He explained that if Nam Shinwoo stayed, Sichuan would be swept away by a terrible catastrophe. Pyowul might survive, but others would not. He had to protect this child. Pyowul, despite being heavily wounded, still questioned his enemy with crimson eyes full of vigilance. "How can I trust you?" Feng Zun replied with an arrogant look, declaring that he didn't care about trust. He admitted Pyowul's skills were extraordinary, but not invincible. Feng Zun asked Pyowul's name, but Pyowul retorted that he should introduce himself first. The enemy chuckled in agreement at his sharpness. Amidst the fiery sunset, Feng Zun finally revealed his identity. "My name is Feng Zun." Pyowul murmured the name Feng Zun, his gaze still fixed on his opponent, as if engraving it into his mind. Feng Zun hovered in midair, streams of blue energy swirling around him, full of power and mystery. A sneer appeared on Feng Zun's lips, full of self-satisfaction and defiance, as if mocking everything. He spoke of a 1,000-year duty that had ended, and a poison that would spread. The ground cracked open, as if foretelling disaster. Dry leaves rustled around Pyowul's arm, like a reminder of the devastation he had just endured. Pyowul slumped on the cracked ground, his body aching under the blood-stained sunset, exhausted after the battle. Blood streamed down his face, and Pyowul realized a bitter truth. His enemy was merely toying with him. The gates of Water Lotus Tower stood majestically under the dazzling sunlight, an unusually peaceful scene. Pyowul gritted his teeth, a curse escaping his lips, filled with helplessness and rage. A white-haired woman in a red robe sighed as she looked down, her expression pensive and full of worry. The 7 warriors of the 7 stars lay unconscious. The white-haired woman hadn't expected them all to be defeated in just one night. She mused, recalling that the 7 stars were once powerful warriors in Hunan, renowned despite being only 7 in number. The white-haired girl pondered, unable to believe Pyowul had defeated all of the 7 stars. How terrifying was his power? The white-haired girl worried that a powerful individual like Pyowul would stir up the martial world, changing the landscape of this world. She ordered her subordinates,
Examine the corpses to analyze his techniques. The two men bowed in compliance. The white-haired girl asked about Pyowol's whereabouts. The short-haired man replied, "He's at the blacksmith's workshop." She was surprised. "A blacksmith's workshop?" The short, black-haired man added, "It's the blacksmith's workshop of the Tang clan's descendants." The white-haired girl ordered, "Find out their relationship and why they are so close. Dig deep into everything about Pyowol," she remarked. "We might not be able to control him, but we can sell his information for a high price." The short-haired man complied. The scene shifted to a peaceful village street, contrasting with the ongoing schemes. The short black-haired man asked, "So, Feng Zun took Shinwu away? To protect him?" The short black-haired man affirmed, "He wasn't lying." He mused, sighing. "Everything has become chaotic since last night." The fire caused by Yosio Liang of the Seven Stars had burned down a third of the slum, plunging the capital into chaos and enraging the populace. The Seven Stars caused all this because of Shinwu. What secret does this boy hold that makes them pursue him so relentlessly? Even Feng Zun joined this chaos, appearing with a giant dragon. The white-haired girl asked the short black-haired man in surprise, "Do you know who Feng Zun is?" The short black-haired man replied, "How could I not know?" The short-haired man proudly spoke of Pungjan, one of the top powerhouses, on par with the lords of the two great powers, 3 gates, 3 clans, or 3 factions. Even children knew of his reputation. The white-haired woman in red pondered, realizing how little she knew about this world. She asked the short-haired man to elaborate on the various powers. The short-haired man scratched his head in confusion, unsure where to begin. He cleared his throat, trying to organize his thoughts to explain. He began by explaining the 2 great powers, the 2 strongest clans. Although established less than 100 years ago, their founding masters were so respected that everyone acknowledged their strength. The short-haired man continued, stating that these 2 clans were the Guangwu Pai and the Tianwu Zhu, the 2 most powerful forces. The Guangwu Pai was founded by Li Guo, who ended the Great War. With that achievement, his clan became the strongest. Currently, the sect leader is Li Qing, Li Guo's son. The Tianwu Zhu was led by Zhang Tianhua, who defeated the leader of the Shinmo Hui, the mastermind behind the bloody massacre. He used his immense wealth to recruit countless talents, creating a powerful organization. Following the 2 great powers were the 3 gates, forces that also played a major role in the Great War. These were the renowned Shaolin Sai, Wudong Pai, and Huashan Pai. Next were the 3 clans, the Xinyue Zhu, the Yuling Dao Zhu, and the Baofeng Shindao Zhu. Despite their short history, they possessed astonishing power, enough to shake the world. Finally, there were the 3 factions, the Longjianggu, the Yu Dao, and the Tianlu. They were once the 10 factions, but only 3 survived the Great War, so they are now called the 3 factions. The short-haired man asserted that the leaders of these 11 forces were the rulers of the world, holding supreme power. In addition, there were individuals who belonged to no organization but possessed comparable power. These were the 8 stars and the 3 venerables, including Pungjan, whom she had met. He explained that the 3 venerables included Pungjan, Mujun of Bulei, and Sword Arrow Han Yutian. As for the 8 stars, he confessed he knew nothing, and advised her to ask someone else. The white-haired woman in red was astonished to realize that there were at least 20 warriors as powerful as Pungjan. This world was larger than she had imagined. She mused, telling herself that powerhouses were scattered everywhere like dust, with many yet to reveal themselves. The world was too vast, and she was merely like a frog in a well. The white-haired woman in red stood up, her eyes resolute. She had awakened. "Stand up," she commanded, ready to face a new world. The white-haired woman in red stood tall, looking down at the sitting short-haired man. She firmly said, "I will find that child. Nam Shinwu." The short-haired man looked up, replying softly, "You don't have to do that." The white-haired woman in red was surprised, asking again, "Why?" The short-haired man lowered his face, explaining, "I worry about him because he reminds me of my childhood, but I cannot protect him. Perhaps he would be better off under Pungjon's protection." The short-haired man gave a bitter smile and apologized. "I'm sorry. I've caused you a lot of trouble. And you're injured too." The white-haired woman in red closed her eyes, reassuring him with a faint smile. "It's all right. It was a good experience for me." The white-haired woman in red opened her eyes, her gaze fiery. She declared, "This world is vast and holds countless powerful warriors. I may have lost this time, but I will not lose again." The sun pierced through the lush green leaves, casting warm rays onto the ground. A peaceful, natural scene enveloped them. Amidst the dense bushes, a figure stirred slightly, creating a soft rustling sound. The figure, wearing a conical hat, walked steadily along the path, each step resolute.
Pyowol looked up, his eyes resolute. He told himself, I must become stronger if I want to protect what belongs to me. Pyowol stood amidst the fiery spirits, knowing he was being watched by the wuxia. He whispered,
But first, I must escape the wuxia's surveillance.
I am confident in my concealment, but I cannot always be vigilant. I need to find a way to gather information without being detected. Pyowol's resolute footsteps echoed on the stone ground as he continued his journey. Pyowol stopped before an ancient gate on which a sign read Qingfeng Zhuang. He told himself. And to do that, the Qingfeng Zhuang sign, covered in the dust of time, became clear before Pyowol's eyes. Pyowol stepped through the gate, looking around with a nostalgic expression. He softly said, It's been a long time, hasn't it? Pyowol walked with steady steps, each stride like a vow sewn into the ground. He looked up, his sharp eyes hiding a mysterious smile. I'm sure you've hidden treasures somewhere, master of the blood shadows. Qingfeng Manor lay in ruins, with only its towering stone walls remaining, stained by time. Pyowol continued walking, his solitary figure gliding past the withered trees. Beneath the wide brim of his hat, his eyes concealed a complex inner world, full of buried memories. A young man ran hurriedly, his voice echoing. There's a well over there. Pyowol walked, accompanied by a girl with long black hair, both heading towards the horizon. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Pyowol, the girl, and two children were playing happily on a lush green lawn. Pyowol quietly observed, memories of a distant past flooding his mind. The spiky-haired boy splashed water on the curly-haired boy, their crisp laughter echoing throughout the space. The young man lay stretched out on the grass, eyes closed, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Pyowol, the girl, and the spiky-haired boy walked together, bright smiles on their faces. Pyowol turned his head, as if searching for a familiar figure. A white-haired woman appeared, with gentle eyes and a soft smile. Pyowol and the white-haired woman walked side by side, looking forward, a new future awaiting them. Leaves rustled underfoot as Pyowol and the white-haired woman continued their journey, passing through dense foliage. An old, dilapidated roof, covered in cobwebs, a forgotten place, shrouded in darkness and the dust of time. Pyowol looked up at the ruined ceiling, his crimson eyes scanning the thick dust. It seems no one has been here since the blood shadow was destroyed by Ami. The room was ransacked, furniture overturned. Pyowol's eyes swept over the wreckage, confidently saying, There are signs someone searched this place, but I doubt they took anything important. What I'm looking for will still be here. Pyowol recalled Gu Rang, the master of the blood shadow, who trained children as tools. A man like him would do anything for money. Pyowol's hand slowly reached out. He believed he might have hidden his assets by concealing himself under the guise of an assassin. Pyowol scanned the room, his mind reviewing the items Gu Rang had accumulated, and among the valuable items he accumulated, the most precious of all. Pyowol's crimson eyes flashed, staring down at the floor. It will be hidden where ordinary thieves cannot find it. Energy swirled around Pyowol's hand. He raised his head, his gaze firm, ready to act. Pyowol channeled his strength into the floor, a burst of energy erupting, shattering the ground and creating a deep hole. He launched himself upward, leaving a gaping black hole in the floor. A secret passage now open. Pyowol plunged straight down, his figure disappearing into the dark void below, without a moment's hesitation. In the darkness, a small, intricately carved wooden box appeared, suspended, awaiting a discovering hand. Pyowol's hand touched the box, a faint sound echoing in the stillness, breaking the silence. Pyowol smiled mysteriously, his crimson eyes looking at the book in his hand. Just as I thought. Night fell upon the city, the full moon brightly illuminating the ancient rooftops. A peaceful scene. A small man, dressed in traditional attire, happily skipped along, humming a tune, radiating optimism. The small man, with a gentle smile, stood by the window, silently wondering where he would go tomorrow. The smile on his lips suddenly vanished, a flicker of surprise evident. In the dark room, a cold blue light shone down on Pyowol's figure. He sat there, silent as a curse. A sinister smile appeared on Pyowol's lips. He uttered the name, Zhou Qiang. The small man's hand trembled, a sudden fear washing over him. He stumbled backward, crying out in panic. Who's there? Is anyone outside? Pyowol's crimson eyes pierced through the darkness, his voice cold. No one can hear you. The small man froze, his face contorted in terror. He collapsed. Blood splattered on the wall, a horrifying sight. Pyowol looked at the small man, his gaze cold. I see you've been busy getting rich, haven't you? The small man fell to his knees, exclaiming in terror, You are Lord Amwol? Pyowol said nothing, his crimson eyes a cold affirmation. He trembled in confirmation, his face pale with fear. He prostrated himself, begging for forgiveness. I didn't recognize you because you haven't sent any news lately. Please spare me." In his heart, fear surged. "I thought you had lost interest. Why is Amwal back? He hasn't appeared for 7 years." He desperately swore, offering all his assets. "I will never forget your kindness when I was poor. I have collected all my wealth for you, Lord Amwal. Please take whatever you wish." Extreme fear made the small man prostrate himself, his body trembling incessantly. He glanced around, his eyes panicked, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Darkness swallowed the room, leaving only the cold light from that object. He knew Amwal had left. A pale blue light emanated from the mysterious box, containing the fortune the coward had just offered. He slumped down, sighing in relief, but still trembling. Has he gone? Under the dim moonlight, Pyowol stood on the rooftop, a solitary figure. The fear of the annual tribute still haunted the one who had just escaped death. A bag of money fell into Pyowol's hand. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Gu Zhuyang surely knows how to disperse his assets in case of an emergency. Pyowol turned his back, his gaze fixed on the vast city. It seems I have many places to visit. Desolate scenery stretched out, ruined cliffs shrouded in a hazy dust. Amidst the ravaged land, Yu Shinpung and Li Soha appeared, their eyes pensive. Yu Shinpung gazed into the distance, his face full of regret. "I should have stopped the 7 stars. Li Soha comforted Yu Shinpung. "It's not your fault. The 7 stars aren't some ordinary gang you can confront without a clear reason," Li Soha continued, affirming his integrity. Yu Shinpung smiled. "Haha, thank you." Amidst the stream of refugees carrying their belongings, Yu Shinpung and Li Soha gazed thoughtfully ahead. Yu Shinpung said resolutely, "I will stay here and investigate that assassin. I need to know if he poses a threat to this land." Li Soha looked at him in surprise, advising, "You should go home." Li Soha was stunned by Yu Shinpung's words, but he firmly told her to listen. The young girl called out to him anxiously, not wanting to leave. Yu Shinpung turned away, explaining why he couldn't let Li Soha stay. He didn't want her to be in danger because of his investigation. Li Soha bowed her head, finally accepting Yu Shinpung's advice, agreeing to return home. Yu Shinpung thanked Li Soha, then expressed regret for not being able to fulfill his promise to take her everywhere. Li Soha smiled reassuringly at Yu Shinpung, promising to return one day to see the world with him. Yu Shinpung softly called Li Soha's name, his eyes filled with tenderness and gratitude. Li Soha bowed, instructing Yu Shinpung to be careful and take care of himself in her absence. Yu Shinpung closed his eyes, a silent tear rolling down his cheek. Yu Shinpung smiled with relief, responding to Li Soha's instruction, promising to take care of himself. Under the gloomy sky, a stone path led up to the ancient Shaolin temple, hidden amidst the deep green forest. On a dry branch, 2 black crows let out mournful cries, tearing through the silence of the deep forest. A heavy footstep trod on the cracked ground, creating a dry, rustling sound. Under the dim light, a group of people in dark clothes silently carried coffins up the long, winding stairs. The coffin bearers walked steadily, their faces heavy. The leader's eyes were resolute, without a single complaint. The heavy wooden gate of Shaolin Temple opened, revealing the tranquil space within. On the cold ground, 2 coffins lay side by side, silent as if holding countless secrets. A disciple knelt, tears streaming down, pleading, "Great monk Hyolbul, who understands the life and death of the mortal world, your incompetent disciples have suffered the utmost humiliation. Please, avenge us." Behind him, other disciples also stood, their faces full of worry and fear, their eyes fixed on the great monk. A hand tightly gripped a string of prayer beads, serene against the gloomy sky. "I wonder, who are these guests?" A deep voice resonated. Great Monk Hyolbul, the sect leader of Shaolin Temple, appeared with a stern expression. "Aren't you the disciples who were sent to Sichuan?" The kneeling disciple raised his head, his face filled with despair. "Yes, it is us. We are the disciples sent by the late great monk to wander the martial world." Hyolbul remained calm, asking, "Then why have you returned here?" "The late great monk ordered you to establish a branch in Sichuan." The disciple completely collapsed, burying his face in the ground, his body trembling, only his pleading voice remaining. "Please, avenge us." The disciple's body still trembled violently, despair and humiliation overwhelming him, unable to utter a word. The disciple looked up, tears streaming down, recounting the tragedy. "We, disciples of the Thunder sect, lost our sect leader and vice leader to the Blue Palace, and were driven out like dogs. Please, avenge this suffering. Heelbull's face changed color, his eyes burning red like fire. What? The Blue Palace? His voice was filled with astonishment and fury. Heelbull's hand clenched the prayer beads, the beads shattering, energy surging around his fist. Heelbull stood tall, his aura exploding, enveloped by a crimson energy flow. How dare they insult my small Thundersound temple? I will not forgive them. The kneeling disciple looked up, hair disheveled, astonished by the power erupting from Heelbull. Heelbull's face showed a cold expression, a faint silhouette appearing behind him. Black-clad assassins, Heelbull commanded, his gaze resolute. Send the black-clad assassins to handle this. The mysterious dark figure stood behind him, eyes glowing. The man with neatly tied black hair growled, crimson mana burning around him. He swore, Blue Palace, you will regret this. His eyes sparked with hatred. The sky was azure, and the brilliant yellow ginkgo leaves signaled the end of autumn. Amidst the changing seasons, Pyowol's crimson eyes held a deep secret. Winter covered everything in white, with thick snow falling. Bird footprints were etched on the snow. Whimsical snowmen stood silently, and icicles hung. The white-haired old man gazed out thoughtfully. Spring returned, and all things revived. Lush green leaves, a small frog sitting on a leaf, young sprouts reaching for the Sunday flowers bloomed, bringing new vitality. Crowds bustled on the street. Footsteps hurried. Amidst the throng, the white-haired old man walked quietly, blending into the rhythm of daily life. Two men chatted animatedly. This winter had so much snow. Luckily, it's getting warmer now. I heard the city gates are open. People are lining up to enter. Great. I can finally open my shop and make a living. The white-haired old man sighed, letting go of a burden. Phew. The white-haired old man's eyes scanned, his face full of doubt. How could he hide so well? The white-haired old man and the short-haired woman walked. He mused thoughtfully. Did he leave the city after that incident? He couldn't have hidden for so long. The short-haired woman's sharp gaze swept across, as if searching for something. The clatter of wheels rolling on the stone ground evoked the city's bustling rhythm. The white-haired old man watched a man pushing a cart down the street, the clatter of wheels echoing. A call rang out, and the white-haired old man startled, turning his head. Uncle! A young girl joyfully leaped out of the building, rushing towards the old man. Uncle! The young girl hugged the white-haired old man tightly, joy overflowing in the moment of reunion. Yushinpung was stunned, looking in surprise at Lee Soha hugging him. Wait, Soha, what are you doing here? Lee Soha leaned her head on Yushinpung's shoulder, smiling contentedly. Because you didn't return, I came to find you. I'm glad. You're safe. Yushinpung anxiously asked Lee Soha about her journey. My girl, did you come alone? The road must have been full of snow. Lee Soha reassured him. Don't worry, I came with a friend. Yushinpung was doubtful. A friend? A wooden wheel appeared, hinting at a mysterious companion. A young girl clasped her hands in a salute, her gaze firm. Greetings, shadowless monk Yushinpung. This junior is Wan Gaeyong. Below her feet, the text illusionary saber vanguard Wan Gaeyong appeared. Yushinpung was surprised. You know my niece? He secretly pondered Wan Gaeyong's identity, a disciple of Sword Arrow Han Yutian, and the reason for her appearance. Wan Gaeyong smiled. I've known Soa for a long time, although this is my first time traveling this far with her. Yushinpung apologized for Lee Soha causing trouble. So you must be here because of my niece. I apologize for all the trouble she's caused, Lee Soha protested. Trouble, uncle? Wan Gaeyong replied. It's nothing. I have my own reasons for coming here anyway. Wan Gaeyong revealed the real reason. The Jinjiang Alliance will gather here. Behind her, a black flag with the words Jinjiang Alliance in brilliant gold fluttered, signaling a major event. Yushinpung was surprised. The Jinjiang Alliance? Here? Then this city will be filled with young people. Wan Gaeyong corrected him. Not all of them, just a few. Lee Soha turned to Yushinpung. So, I can't have dinner with you tonight. Yushinpung instructed Lee Soha. I understand. You know where I live, right? Come find me after the meeting ends. Lee Soha replied. Yes. At Gugajang, right? She quickly left. I'm going now. We'll talk later. A distant shot of an ancient building, with black-tiled roofs and intricate architecture hidden among the trees. That was Gugajang, where Yushinpung resided, quiet yet majestic. In a room, Seo Moonpyong, with curly blonde hair and a bright smile, waved. Over here! Below his feet, the text Little Fist King Seo Moonpyong appeared, full of spirit. Wan Gaeyong and Lee Soha entered,
smiling. Long time no see, Mr. CEO, Lee Soha teased. You're still traveling everywhere, aren't you? You probably visited the red light district as soon as you arrived. CEO Moonpyong continued to tease, praising the unique courtesans. Wan Gaeyong frowned, cutting him off, looking annoyed. Lee Soha tilted her head, asking Wan Gaeyong about the others. Seo Moonpyong reassured her that the others would arrive soon. Footsteps echoed, signaling someone's arrival. Seo Moonpyong happily turned his head, his gaze fixed on the door. They're here, he exclaimed, a radiant smile on his face. Two powerful warriors appeared. Naeong Son, the Sword of the White Moon, and Jin Jianwu, the Master of the Golden River. They were warmly welcomed. Jin Jianwu flashed a brilliant smile, offering greetings after so many days apart. Naeong Son apologized for being late, but Seo Moonpyong quickly reassured him, stating that they had only just arrived themselves. Jin Jianwu suddenly frowned, a strange sensation washing over him, making him wary. Jin Jianwu turned to Naeong Son, asking about the feeling of being watched. I just felt like someone was staring at me. Seo Moonpyong laughed heartily, confidently saying all eyes were on him. Jin Jianwu chuckled, remarking that he hadn't changed a bit. In another room, Pio Wool sat silently, his gaze distant, solitary amidst the tranquil space. Pio Wool gently set down the teacup, the soft sound breaking the silence. Pio Wool looked out the window. In his mind, Hong Yusen's silhouette appeared faintly, whispering about the Golden River. Outside, the bustling market appeared, lively with people coming and going in crowded stalls. Inside a shop, fresh red cuts of meat hung, ready for hearty meals. A hand gently stroked the cow's head, creating a rare moment of peace amidst the bustling prosperity. Under the morning light, the young man stood beside the cow, preparing for a journey on the cart. The young man's face showed a calm demeanor, his deep black eyes concealing unfathomable thoughts. The old shop owner appeared from behind, offering a gentle smile. You're never late, are you? The young man smiled back, his gaze firm. There's no reason for me to be late. The old man patted the cow gently, laughing loudly. I have a lot of work for you today. Is that all right? The young man turned away, his voice calm. Of course. However, today will be my last day working here. The old man was surprised, a look of regret on his face. Today is your last day? What a pity. Did something happen? The young man replied that nothing happened, and the old man understood. I see. That's good. Everyone has their own circumstances. I won't ask further. The old man continued to praise him. At first, you were just a strong young man. Now, you've learned how to comfort and slaughter a cow painlessly. You are a talented young man. Your hands hold life and death. The old man's words echoed, honoring the young man's special skill. The old man entrusted him with the final task and invited the young man to return whenever needed. Yes, sir. The young man looked at the cow, pondering what he had learned during his time as a butcher. Every creature has a vital point, a critical spot that can end them instantly. Its location changes, but always follows a certain rule. Today would be the last day for the young man to prove that rule. A brilliant red light enveloped his hand, a soft apology escaping his lips. A brilliant red streak tore through the air, striking directly at the cow's head. Energy particles flew, signaling a fatal blow. The animal's lifeless eyes slowly closed, ending a life. The cow collapsed to the ground. The gray-haired young man stood silently, contemplatively watching the life that had just fallen by his hand. The gray-haired young man's eyes looked up, revealing a mix of surprise and contemplation, as if he still couldn't believe what had just happened. The young man's pupils transformed, glowing crimson like a snake's eyes, dark red energies swirling around him. A mysterious power was awakening. Night fell, casting a mystical starry veil over the ancient, majestic tiled roofs of a magnificent edifice. Feet twitched slightly, revealing restlessness and unease, as if their owner was pondering something. Hong Yusen stretched, sighing wearily. His face clearly showed boredom amidst the messy pile of papers. Hong Yusen lay sprawled, his gaze unfocused. It's so annoying to be stuck here all winter with no progress. Am I just supposed to sit idle, letting time pass meaninglessly? A figure approached, calling out to him. Hong Yusen replied, his voice a little tired. Yes, master. What is it? The girl stood in the hallway, reporting something important. Someone wishes to meet the regional leader. However, this is not an opponent a new regional leader can handle. Hong Yusen smirked, his eyes full of curiosity. Oh, who is it? Hong Yusen sat up straight, his expression stern. The girl continued her report. Jin Jianwu, the blood iron warrior. A small, quiet bonsai tree on the table contrasted with the tense atmosphere filling the room. Jin Jianwu appeared, his gaze resolute, ready to face any challenge. He was the one mentioned. Hong Yusen smiled, bowing politely. I apologize for making you wait. I am the leader of the 5 lower region. Jin Jianwu replied, his eyes sharp. I am Jin Jianwu. A flicker of doubt appeared in Jin Jianwu's eyes, and he uttered, but Hong Yusen smiled broadly, his sharp eyes scrutinizing. Are you sure you're the regional leader? Hong Yusen maintained his enigmatic smile, softly saying, I'm not sure. I understand. Jin Jianwu's gaze was piercing, and he bluntly remarked, You're completely different from the regional leaders I've met. He continued to scrutinize, his eyes still bright. Do all regional leaders possess a special aura? I don't know. Hong Yusen chuckled softly, replying, Perhaps it's just because I've recently taken office. Though still smiling, Hong Yusen secretly shivered. Wow, he's truly terrifying. His eyes are as sharp as knives, as if wanting to pierce through my face. Jin Jianwu frowned, his expression clearly showing discomfort at the other party's attitude. He sighed, deciding to get straight to the point. I'm looking for someone, but I don't know their name. Jin Jianwu mentioned the tragedy of yesteryear, the city devastated, the Blue Palace and Ami forced to close, countless lives lost. He looked up, the shadow of the one who caused the tragedy of yesteryear present. The one who caused that calamity is here. I want to find him. Hong Yusen thought to himself. He's talking about Pyowal. But why would the Golden River want to find Pyowal? Hong Yusen was annoyed. We've been looking for him for ages and can't find him. He gave chaotic orders, destroyed the 7 stars, and then vanished without a trace. He's like a ghost. Even when confronted, it's hard to find a trace. Hunting down such a person is almost impossible. A heavy bag of money was placed down, the dry clinking of metal echoing. Jin Jianwu made a deposit, questioning Hong Yusen about the 5 lowers' ability to track down mysterious individuals. He asked if she would accept this request. Hong Yusen smiled coldly. She had been searching for Pyowal for so long, and now someone was paying for it. We accept, she replied decisively. Hong Yusen pledged to do her utmost to fulfill Jin Jianwu's request, then awaited good news. He, in turn, responded with a bow. Jin Jianwu, leader of the Golden River, an outstanding genius, was hailed as one of the 5 great masters of this land. He stood there, majestic and awe-inspiring. From a young age, Jin Jianwu stood out, the grandson of Jin Wolmyong, one of the 8 stars. His talent and character attracted countless people, and he was expected to be a powerful leader. But from his late teens, he began to act strangely, seemingly pursuing something. In a dark corridor, Guanok stood there, looking pensive. He was conversing with another person, a faint blue light enveloping them. Guanok looked straight ahead, his eyes scrutinizing. He asked about the reason for the strangers appearing in the city, his tone full of suspicion. The other person held out a wooden tag, on which incomprehensible characters were carved. I'm sorry, I don't have enough time, he replied. Guanok's eyes suddenly flared red. He asserted that those people weren't here for fun. There must be a reason. Find it, he ordered decisively. The person holding the wooden tag bowed, pledging to do his best. A tense atmosphere enveloped the silent corridor. Guanok turned and walked away, each step echoing in the deserted corridor. The blue light still followed his shadow. Guanok suddenly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the 2 men standing behind him. He seemed to sense something. A brown-haired man asked Guanok, Aren't you performing today, Guanok? His eyes showed a hint of displeasure, but he maintained a cold demeanor. A brown-haired man smiled awkwardly, worry clearly visible on his face. He replied, Yes, but I'm worried because I'm not that good. Amidst the bustling crowd, a confident voice rang out. What are you worried about? You're excellent. Back in my day, I even. A black-haired woman leaned against a pillar, her sharp eyes following the brown-haired man. Her face was pensive, her dark eyes concealing many thoughts. The black-haired woman waved, calling the brown-haired man. Come here, brother. The brown-haired man asked about the others. She replied, Soha is with Yushin Pung, and Sound has gone to investigate rumors outside. She frowned, her tone full of annoyance as she asked, What about Pyong? The brown-haired man burst out laughing. Who cares? He's probably at some brothel again. The black-haired woman also chuckled. She turned, her eyes scrutinizing as she asked, So, how's your work going? He frowned, his expression serious as he replied, It doesn't seem like it'll be easy. The woman with black hair asked suspiciously, Do you think that person is connected to them? He replied, Who knows? We'll have to investigate. He looked straight ahead and added, Even if they're not connected, it'll make things easier for us. He suggested, Let's worry about that later. Let's go out and get some fresh air, she asked in surprise. Fresh air? She smiled and said, I heard the Celestial Music Hall often has performances, and today happens to be a performance day. She coaxed.
We don't have anything to do today. Let's go. He agreed. All right. The two then blended into the crowd. A vast star-filled night sky stretched out, casting an ethereal glow. Under the moonlight, a crowd gathered, awaiting a special event. Skillful hands glided over the zither strings, creating melodious tunes. The music began to resonate, captivating every gaze. A group of musicians was performing. The zither player, a gray-haired young man, smiled faintly, his eyes holding a profound depth. In the crowd, a brown-haired man and a black-haired woman watched intently, their faces full of contemplation. The black-haired woman remarked, "His performance might not be flashy, but the power in each melody is incredibly intense." The brown-haired man agreed, "I sense a strong will in every note, and they are all very precise." The black-haired woman continued, her gaze distant. "It seems he hasn't played the instrument in a long time. It's a pity. If he had started earlier, he would have been a great musician." The brown-haired man suddenly widened his eyes, his face astonished. "I don't know much about music, but that musician, he's definitely very strange." A blue aura erupted around the gray-haired young man as he played. Incredibly powerful, the image of two brightly glowing swords appeared in the brown-haired man's mind. A thought suddenly flashed. What would happen if he were holding swords in his hands? The black-haired woman flinched, a sharp, cold glint of crimson flashing in her eyes. The brown-haired man was astonished, surrounded by a crimson aura. He asked the black-haired woman, "What's wrong?" A crimson aura enveloped the brown-haired man, his eyes filled with determination. He requested, "That man, can you find out who he is?" The black-haired woman smiled mysteriously. "Oh? Is something bothering you?" The brown-haired man replied, "I'm just curious." The black-haired woman nodded slightly, accepting the request. "I will investigate," the brown-haired man said. "Please do." The black-haired woman looked towards the musician, still surrounded by a crimson aura. She realized, he feels familiar. I've sensed this aura before. I felt this at the tavern where I met everyone. The gray-haired young man remained seated, his eyes half closed, a gentle smile on his lips, as if everything was within his calculations. Guanoc's eyes flashed with an ethereal pink hue, the corner of his mouth curving slightly into a meaningful smile amidst the silent night. Guanoc's fingers glided over the strings, enchanting sounds spreading, blending with the brilliant light behind him. Jin Jianwu watched, the ethereal light reflected in his contemplative eyes. The audience looked up, stunned by the performance. Brilliant light enveloped them, and as fingers lightly glided, the sound seemed to touch their souls. Amidst the astonished crowd, Jin Jianwu maintained a tense expression, seemingly sensing something unusual. Guanoc's hands glided over the strings. Each touch ignited a surge of vibrant pink energy, spreading throughout the space. A resounding hum echoed as Guanoc finished the piece. A powerful aura radiating everywhere, overwhelming everyone. Applause and cheers resounded throughout the hall, but Jin Jianwu maintained a pensive expression, his eyes full of calculation. Jin Jianwu turned to the black-haired woman, his voice decisive. "I've found him." He revealed the musician's identity. His name is Guanoc. He grew up here, is a talented merchant, inherited a fortune, and expanded it with his business acumen. Guanoc smiled, as if knowing everything. He had accumulated enough wealth and was now pursuing his musical dreams. The black-haired woman asked suspiciously, "Are you sure he grew up here?" Jin Jianwu affirmed, "I'm certain. I've asked many people." The black-haired woman stood up decisively. "I'll know more if I speak with him directly." Jin Jianwu was surprised. Right now, with resolute steps, the black-haired woman walked straight towards Guanoc, her gaze firm, without a hint of hesitation. Jin Jianwu approached, praising Guanoc's excellent performance and introducing himself. Guanoc returned the compliment, bowed in thanks, and introduced himself. Jin Jianwu expressed deep admiration, apologizing for his abrupt approach to Guanoc. He smiled, inviting Guanoc to share tea, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Light footsteps echoed on the tiled floor. Guanoc walked along the corridor, her solitary figure silhouetted against the night sky. Guanoc looked back, a question about Jin Jianwu rising in her heart. He had observed her very closely. She walked on, telling herself the performance was just a pretext. A sense of unease suddenly washed over her. Guanoc's eyes turned cold, wondering what Jin Jianwu's true purpose was in approaching her. "I really enjoyed our conversation. Can we talk again another time?" Guanoc thought to herself. She had enough time to figure out his intentions. Guanoc decided to keep Jin Jianwu close for easy monitoring and to uncover his secrets. Guanoc's shadow gradually disappeared behind the door, and darkness enveloped the house. The heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, creating an eerie sound. Inside, an old man with silver hair sat silently, clutching something small in his hand. Guanoc looked at the old man asking about what was happening. Leader go. What's wrong? Guanok held a wooden tablet in her hand, her eyes sharp as she read the news about the Thunder Sect's suspicious activities. The Thunder Sect had fallen after losing both its sect leader and heir. Now, after years of silence, are they starting to act again? Guanok's eyes were sharp, a new suspicion brewing. I'll have to keep an eye on the Thunder Sect, too. Night fell, casting shadows over the ancient tiled roofs, where a conspiracy was slowly taking shape. In the flickering firelight, shadowy figures advanced silently, carrying the flame of hatred. Oh, Gyanghwa, the leader of the Thunder Sect, growled. Everyone thought the Thunder Sect would never recover. He clenched his fist, his vow of revenge echoing. We will not rest until the Blue Palace kneels before us. Memories of being imprisoned by the Blue Palace, unable to hold a funeral for their sect leader, still lingered. Those bastards from the Blue Palace haven't even apologized. Oh, Gyanghwa gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. We will have our revenge. To fulfill that vow, the Thunder Sect summoned a mysterious force. A dark shadow appeared, a chilling aura enveloping the area. Black Assassin. The Black Assassin spoke in a cold voice, giving an order. In 3 days, ascend the Blue Palace Mountain. Oh, Gyanghwa asked in astonishment. Just us? The Black Assassin coldly replied. You don't need to know. Oh, Gyanghwa hastily protested, but the figure had already turned away. Oh, Gyanghwa was furious, growling. Don't mess with me. Do you think we traveled 1,000 miles just to be lectured by you? The Black Assassin's eyes flashed with a deadly light, signaling a brutal retaliation. The Black Assassin lunged like a ghost, its terrifying speed leaving Gyanghwa no time to react. A murderous swing of the hand. A dark energy current swept across, terrifying those around. The Black Assassin unleashed a technique, and a giant shadow python lunged forward, devouring everything in its path. Gyanghwa was caught in the vortex of darkness, his body trembling before the terrifying power that enveloped him. Gyanghwa's eyes widened, bloodshot, reflecting the extreme horror of being attacked. Darkness infiltrated, devouring Gyanghwa's soul, turning his eyes into endless abysses, devoid of light. A painful scream tore through the air. Gyanghwa collapsed, his body convulsing violently on the ground. He writhed, clutching his face with both hands, blood gushing from his eye sockets. It burns! It burns! Gyanghwa screamed in agony. The Black Assassin looked down coldly, his words sharp as a dagger. Insulting me is like insulting a senior monk. Gyanghwa continued to groan in pain. The Black Assassin's crimson eyes gleamed with killing intent, a stern declaration. And I will not forgive anyone who insults a senior monk. Night fell, the ancient tiled roofs hidden beneath the moonlight, high-hanging lanterns illuminating the footsteps of passers-by. A soft sound echoed, wine spilled over, and joy suddenly erupted. Ah, how wonderful! Someone exclaimed. In a cozy room, 3 men relaxed, playing chess, their laughter and chatter filling the quiet late night. The blonde-haired man smiled brightly, feeling relieved after the long journey. It's so pleasant to relax after the trip. The bearded man sipped his tea, curiously asking about the purpose of the trip. What brings you here, sir? The blonde-haired man replied, I have a meeting here. I can't relax forever. Today is my last day of freedom. The bearded man chuckled. What a pity. The long-haired woman silently stood up and walked away, her robes gently swaying in the quiet space. She turned her back, exuding an elegant aura, like a night-blooming flower, captivating every gaze. The man with a goatee marveled at the beauty of Su-yang, the manager of Cheonyang Tavern. Seo Moonpyong questioned him with a puzzled expression. Seo Moonpyong threw a chess piece onto the table, his eyes still following Su-yang's figure. The man with a goatee was surprised. Seo Moonpyong suddenly grabbed Su-yang's hand, making her flinch and turn around. It was an abrupt and arrogant action. He smirked, his eyes full of provocation, and directly asked Su-yang if she was the manager here. Su-yang, frightened, stammered that she was indeed the manager. She felt uneasy under his gaze. Seo Moonpyong leaned close to Su-yang, uttering impolite flirtations, asserting that she was more beautiful than anyone else. Su-yang tried to remain calm, asking Seo Moonpyong to let go. But he ignored her, continuing to invite her for a drink. Seo Moonpyong revealed a terrifying expression, threatening Su-yang about his temper. Su-yang still firmly refused, demanding he let go. Seo Moonpyong's eyes were as cold as ice, and he uttered a cruel threat. If she continued to refuse, the tavern would be destroyed. Su-yang froze, her eyes wide with horror at his blatant threat. He growled, his eyes blazing with malice, declaring he would destroy Cheonyang Tavern if she didn't obey. Su-yang was desperate, her mind reeling in chaos. He was too arrogant. What was she to do? Suddenly, a cold hand grabbed Seo Moonpyong's arm. Pio Wol appeared, calling Su Yang's name, freeing her from the awkward situation. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, bowing to Pio Wol with a respectful expression. Pio Wol stood there, her face hidden behind a veil, only her blazing red eyes visible, coldly observing everything. Seo Moonpyong was surprised. He hadn't expected Pio Wol to be the owner of Cheonyang Tavern. Pio Wol coldly confirmed she was the tavern owner. Su Yang stood behind her, her eyes full of anxiety, sensing an ominous sign approaching. Seo Moonpyong smirked and asked for her name, but Pio Wol replied with cold disdain, "You don't need to know." His arrogance was dealt a blow. The blunt refusal stunned Seo Moonpyong, his face contorted with rage. He couldn't believe someone dared to treat him like that. Pio Wol maintained her cold demeanor, declaring, "I have no obligation to answer you." Su Yang trembled behind her, feeling the tension in the air. Seo Moonpyong sneered, his anger flaring. "Ha! It's been a long time since I've been this angry. You're just a tavern owner, yet you dare to insult me? Don't you know who I am?" he growled. Seo Moonpyong's smile turned savage, his eyes sparking with fire. "Fine. This is the last day of Cheonyang Tavern." The declaration was like a death sentence. Seo Moonpyong's aura exploded, a green light enveloping him, shaking the space. "I'll show you what's untouchable!" he roared, preparing to strike. Amidst the violent aura, Pio Wol stood firm like a monument, her blazing red eyes hidden behind the veil unwavering. Seo Moonpyong was astonished that Pio Wol remained unshaken. "What is this? An ordinary man couldn't face my aura and remain conscious. Aha! I understand now," he muttered, with a smug smile. Seo Moonpyong threw a powerful punch, surrounded by a brilliant green light. "You've certainly learned a few martial arts moves," he challenged. As Seo Moonpyong charged, Pio Wol unexpectedly delivered a kick, blocking the attack. The two streams of green and purple energy collided, creating a small explosion. Seo Moonpyong's green energy dissipated like smoke, and he was pushed back, his face clearly showing astonishment. Pio Wol gripped Seo Moonpyong tightly, her blazing red eyes piercing him. "You covet what isn't yours, and you even dare to meddle in my affairs." Her voice was icy. Pio Wol's eyes transformed into sharp, blood-red thorns. "Then, you should prepare for the consequences." Her words were like a sharp blade, cutting through the air. Seo Moonpyong panicked, his face pale with fear. "Wait!" he tried to utter, but his voice trembled. Pio Wol, without hesitation, dealt a fatal blow to Seo Moonpyong, sending him flying, his body enveloped in crackling electricity. Pio Wol's sharp, cold gaze pierced through the night. Lightning flashed, and blood splattered. A terrifying explosion ripped through the roof tiles, sending bricks and stones flying. Seo Moonpyong was knocked back, his body crashing hard onto the ground and rolling in a cloud of dust. Pio Wol walked slowly, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, each step carrying death. He looked up at Pio Wol approaching, a painful groan escaping his throat. Pio Wol stomped hard on Seo Moonpyong's chest, making him scream miserably. Seo Moonpyong was horrified to realize he had been defeated before he could even unleash a move. He couldn't believe such a powerful individual was hiding in the city, even after the Blue Palace and Ami disappeared. Despite the excruciating pain, Seo Moonpyong still managed to ask, "Who are you?" Pio Wol replied coldly, a strange energy emanating from his hand. "I already told you. That's none of your business." Seo Moonpyong's body began to crack, like a melting ice sculpture, emitting eerie crunching sounds. Pio Wol ordered the two figures who had just appeared, "Clean it up." They bowed in obedience. "Yes, master." After the storm, the Cheonyang Tavern returned to its peaceful state, its tranquil lotus pond reflecting the blue sky. In a cozy room, Su Yang gently lifted Pio Wol's veil. Pio Wol's delicate face was revealed, his eyes closed, bearing a rare, peaceful expression. Su Yang bowed gratefully. "Last night I was very troubled. Thank you for saving me," Su Yang worriedly reminded him. "But master, Seo Moonpyong didn't come to this city alone. I'm afraid his friends will come looking for trouble." Pio Wol closed his eyes, pondering Su Yang's warning about Seo Moonpyong's friends. Su Yang sat beside him, listening as Pio Wol acknowledged her words were true. Then she softly called, "Master?" Pio Wol opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "We have guests. Bring them in." Heavy footsteps echoed on the stone floor, signaling the arrival of uninvited guests. A black-haired woman in a purple robe appeared with a bearded man, declaring, "I am a friend of the fool who was crushed here." She gave a meaningful smile, her eyes sharp as she requested, "I want to speak with the owner of this tavern." The woman in purple stood silently before the door, awaiting the owner's appearance. Su Yang opened the invitation, her voice slightly tense. "Please come in." The woman in purple's expression showed a hint of surprise, her gaze scrutinizing. The sliding door opened, revealing her confident demeanor. The woman in purple's eyes widened, her gaze sharp as if wanting to pierce through everything. Pio Wool sat there, his aura like a giant python coiling, exuding an invisible pressure. The woman in purple was astonished by Pio Wool's presence, then asked directly, "Are you the owner of the Cheonhyang Tavern?" Pio Wool coldly invited her to sit down, completely unconcerned by her surprise. Pio Wool pointed directly at Su Yang, declaring, "Su Yang is the true owner here." Wan Gaeyong casually stated that she only helped Su Yang run the tavern, trying to conceal her true identity. She confidently introduced herself. "I am Wan Gaeyong, the Phantom Blade Vanguard. Have you heard of me?" Pio Wool coldly replied with a single word. "No." Wan Gaeyong forced a smile, telling herself that perhaps her reputation hadn't reached this city, but her heart was full of doubt. Wan Gaeyong's sharp gaze swept over Pio Wool, wondering if he had never left Sichuan. She secretly assessed, "Is this man really that strong? He doesn't look like someone who could defeat the little pugilist king Seo Moonpyeong." Wan Gaeyong asked directly, "So, what is your name?" Pio Wool softly opened his mouth, a mysterious syllable escaping, "Yi." Pio Wool declared his name was Ye Ju, meaning Lord of the Night, which surprised Wan Gaeyong. Wan Gaeyong repeated Ye Ju, accepting the name, then changed her tone. "I didn't come here because of my troublesome colleague." With a sharp gaze, Wan Gaeyong stepped closer, preparing to ask the most important question. She challenged Pio Wool, her voice full of authority. "Are you the swordsman who devastated Sichuan last year?" Pio Wool didn't flinch, his red eyes looking directly at her, asking in return, "Why are you looking for that person?" Wan Gaeyong replied that she had a question, but could only ask it to that person directly. She concluded with a cold assertion, "If you are not that person, I have no reason to tell you." Pio Wool coldly declared that if the other party refused to speak, the conversation would end here. Pio Wool and Wan Gaeyong faced each other, their gazes meeting, an invisible tension filling the space. Wan Gaeyong flashed a mysterious smile, uttering a promise to meet again, like a veiled threat sent to Pio Wool. The sky was clear blue, fluffy clouds drifted by, and an ancient building appeared amidst the peaceful scenery. A panicked man rushed out, continuously shouting, "Trouble! Big trouble!" In a quiet room, two men sat opposite each other, sipping tea, completely unaware of the chaos outside. Goyab Jinan looked up, his eyes wide with surprise as he asked, "What's wrong?" The panicked man stammered, fear clearly visible on his face. He finally blurted out, "It's the Thunder Sect. They're gathering outside." Rapid footsteps echoed, signaling an approaching crowd, bringing a terrifying menace. The crowd gathered, their anxious gazes fixed on the blindfolded man who stood facing them. A confident man stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am Oh Gyeonghwa, the new leader of the Thunder Sect." Goyab Jinan replied, respectfully introducing himself.
"Greetings, sir. I am Muryang Jinan, an elder of the Blue Palace."
The blindfolded man looked clearly flustered, wondering, "What should I do now?" His red eyes flashed as he recalled the Black Assassin's instruction. Within 3 days, ascend Blue Palace Mountain. He wondered how to prolong the waiting time. Dark power enveloped them, plunging Goyab Jinan and the Blue Palace disciples into worry. A disciple quietly asked, "Elder, are you all right?" Sweat poured down as the blindfolded man looked at the leader's corpse. He trembled. "As the legitimate successor of the Thunder Sect, I demand that the Blue Palace take responsibility for the death of our sect leader." The Thunder Sect leader, Oh Gyeonghwa, led his disciples to stand opposite the Blue Palace. He growled, "As the legitimate successor of the Thunder Sect, I demand that the Blue Palace take responsibility for the death of our sect leader." The man with the goatee angrily retorted, "The one responsible is gone. He's no longer here." Goyab Jinan calmly interjected, "That's enough, brother." Goyab Jinan looked directly at Oh Gyeonghwa, his eyes sharp and cold. "Responsibility, you say? So what do you want me to do?" Sweat trickled down Oh Gyeonghwa's temples. He said, "We have lost our sect leader. Therefore, the Blue Palace must offer someone of equivalent authority." Cruel words echoed in the air. Oh Gyeonghwa pointed directly at Goyab Jinan, coldly ordering, "Take your own life, sir." Goyab Jinan was stunned, his old eyes wide. He murmured, "Take my own life?" The Blue Palace disciples angrily roared, "What? You want our elder to take his own life?" Indignant shouts from the Blue Palace echoed, "You dare threaten our elder? The Thunder Sect has no right." Oh Gyeonghwa stood there, his expression complex. Oh Gyeonghwa was in extreme panic, his eyes bloodshot. He screamed in his mind, "Black Assassin!
You said you'd take care of everything while I distracted the Blue Palace!
What are you going to do now? Amidst the chaos, a calm voice rang out. Li Pyong, master of the ancient heavenly mechanism palace, raised his hand, signaling. Wait. Li Pyong stepped forward, his gaze firm. He introduced himself. I am Li Pyong, master of the ancient heavenly mechanism palace. Li Pyong took decisive steps, heading straight towards the center of the confrontation without hesitation. Goyap Jinin looked at Li Pyong, surprised. Sir Li, what brings you here today? He thought to himself, why now? It's a pity he has to see us like this. A mysterious figure strode forward, while whispers echoed about the century-old alliance between the Blue Palace and the ancient heavenly mechanism palace. The mysterious individual claimed responsibility for the tragedy, yet still believed someone would step forward to protect them. A mysterious smile bloomed on his lips, harboring unpredictable confidence. Li Pyong revealed himself, his eyes blazing, declaring, I believe the Thunder Sect leader is right. Goyap Jinin was stunned, his old eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what he had just heard. Zhou Jiolho turned around, coldly demanding, get out of the way. He introduced himself as Zhou Jiolho of the 7 Stars. Zhou Jiolho flashed a knowing smile, preparing for his next declaration. Zhou Jiolho's eyes gleamed as he affirmed, and I also agree with Sir Li Pyong. The traitors simultaneously roared, demanding that Goyap Jinin take his own life to bear responsibility for everything. A gloomy sky enveloped them. The village plunged into an eerie silence, like an omen. Hong Yusin appeared with a curly-haired man, their eyes anxiously looking ahead. Hong Yusin was stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. How? In front of them, the village was devastated. Bodies lay scattered. Hong Yusin asked in horror, what happened here? Another body lay slumped on the ground, blood splattered. A desolate sight. The desolate scene stretched out, lifeless bodies scattered, evidence of a bloody massacre. Hong Yusin knelt, touching a lifeless body. The curly-haired man behind her asked, is anyone alive? She replied, her voice somber. Not a single one. Another body lay there, its eyes still wide with horror. The curly-haired man questioned, when did this happen? What weapons were used? The curly-haired man replied, we found it this morning, and no weapons have been found. Hong Yusin and the curly-haired man stood silently, looking at the tragic scene. Hong Yusin's eyes flashed with a mysterious blue light, and she uttered, perhaps we'll never find them. The curly-haired man behind her looked clearly astonished. The curly-haired man turned, questioning Hong Yusin. What do you mean by that? Her face remained cold, concealing something inscrutable. Hong Yusin pointed at the bodies. All of them were holding kitchen knives, staffs, clubs, pickaxes. The desolate scene showed corpses strewn about with crude weapons, she continued, her gaze sharp as she looked at the wounds on the bodies. And look at the wounds on them. The horrifying truth slowly began to unfold. Hong Yusin concluded coldly, it's highly possible they killed each other. The scene of the ruined village, bodies scattered under a gloomy sky. Hong Yusin was stunned, asking herself, the villagers attacked each other? And no one survived? Horror was evident in her eyes. She looked up at the gloomy sky, exclaiming, what on earth happened in this place? A big, unanswered question hung in the deadly silence. An ancient temple stood majestically under the blue sky, its curved, tiled roof exuding grandeur, yet also mystery. 3 fierce faces, eyes blazing, declared, the master of the Blue Palace must heed our demands. By ending his own life, pay the price. Goyap Jinin was stunned, his face clearly showing shock, unable to utter a word at the cruel demand. Oh Gyeonghwa turned to Goyap Jinin, saying, brother, look at Li Pyong and Zhou Jiolho. His eyes were full of manipulation and malice. Oh Gyeonghwa continued to manipulate. They seemed strange, no longer lucid. Another man standing next to Goyap Jinin agreed. I think so too. Goyap Jinin remained deeply worried. Chung Gyong stepped forward, his eyes full of strangeness, and spoke. I have something to say, master. Chung Gyong approached Goyap Jinin, the old man still unaware of the danger lurking in the crowd. Goyap Jinin narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking Chung Gyong again, what is it, Chung Gyong? Goyap Jinin was still bewildered, unaware that Chung Gyong was being manipulated, his eyes flashing with malevolence. Chung Gyong suddenly pulled a gleaming dagger from his sleeve, his face twisted into a demonic smile, his eyes bloodshot. He lunged at Goyap Jinin like a ghost, the dagger aimed directly at the old man, moving at terrifying speed. Old man Goyap Jinin had no time to react. The dagger pierced his chest, fresh blood spurted out, his eyes filled with horror and pain. Zhou Jiolho, a fellow disciple, witnessed the horrifying scene and rushed towards Goyap Jinin, his cry of brother, tearing through the air. Goyab Jinin staggered, clutching his bleeding wound, his body trembling with betrayal and extreme pain. Giollo quickly ran to support Goyab Jinin, his face filled with rage and shock. Giollo supported the collapsing Goyab Jinin, glared at Chungyong, and growled, "What have you done, Chungyong?" Chungyong stood there, his bloodshot eyes lifeless, his face sinister, drool dripping, declaring, "If a crime has been committed, a price must be paid." Many others, their eyes also bloodshot, their faces expressionless, advanced in unison, muttering, "Pay the price. Pay the price." Goyab Jinin, supported by Giollo, looked at the approaching crowd, gasping, "What is happening to all of you?" The red-eyed men in yellow robes swung their swords and charged at Goyab Jinin and Giollo. A bloody massacre began. Giollo roared, trying to fend off attacks from the red-eyed crowd, while Goyab Jinin gasped, asking what was happening to those who were once fellow disciples. The massacre continued relentlessly, figures in yellow robes charging in, turning the place into a sea of blood and chaos. From a mysterious place, the manipulator with glowing blue eyes commanded, "All disciples of the ancient heavenly skill palace, attack the blue palace. All disciples of the 7 stars, attack the blue palace." Cries of pain echoed as fatal sword strikes pierced bodies, turning the battlefield into a living hell. Horror enveloped them. The Blue Palace soldiers were in extreme panic, witnessing their comrades fall in betrayal. A soldier, bewildered, asked himself, "What just happened? What is going on?" A cold voice echoed from somewhere. "What are you waiting for, you fool? Attack them." The soldier was terrified. He looked up, his horrified gaze fixed on a mysterious figure perched atop the palace. Pyawul, with a somber demeanor, silently observed the massacre from above, like a god of death savoring a tragedy. Pyawul's crimson eyes flashed, and he coldly declared, "Even a prestigious clan will collapse from within." He continued his cruel commentary. Langong is no different. Below him, Goyab Jinin and Giollo were besieged. Pyawul let out a savage laugh, his cackle echoing through the space, his eyes filled with satisfaction at the sight of the devastation. The scene abruptly shifted to a majestic mountain range, with birds soaring gracefully across the deep blue sky. 3 figures appeared on the trail, a large bird flying overhead, casting a dark shadow upon them. The long-haired man looked at the man in white beside him, calmly saying, "The birds are quite noisy." The long-haired man felt uneasy, urging his companions to speed up. "I have a bad feeling about this. We should hurry." The 3 figures shot forward like arrows, piercing through the silent night, heading towards the ancient architecture faintly visible in the distance. The deafening clang of metal echoed, 2 swords clashing and sparking, signaling a fierce battle. In the chaos, the man in white shouted, trying to awaken his attacking comrades, "Snap out of it, brother!" Countless red-eyed figures in yellow robes besieged them, attacking relentlessly. Amidst the encirclement, Giollo staunchly protected the falling Goyab Jinin. The long-haired man blamed himself for letting his guard down. He realized the terrifying possibility of being manipulated by dark magic, a possibility he had never considered. Seeing his comrades struggle, the long-haired man worried. The disciples were unaccustomed to fighting their own brothers. If this continued, a figure shot into the air, carrying a crimson surge of energy, tearing through the gloomy sky. From above, the man in the reddish-brown robe unleashed a thunderous strike, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the very ground. The long-haired man stood firm amidst the eye of the energy storm, his gaze resolute, ready to face any danger. A powerful shockwave swept away all surrounding enemies, creating a safe circle amidst the chaotic battlefield. The long-haired man stood tall, the sword in his hand exuding an overwhelming aura, like a god of war. A strange sensation made the long-haired man turn his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. Jin Jianwu appeared with 2 others, bowing. "I am Jin Jianwu of Jinjiang. Please forgive my intrusion, but I sense something unusual here." The long-haired man looked at Jin Jianwu, his eyes showing a pleading expression. "Oh, Sir Jin, actually, we would be very grateful if you could lend a hand." The long-haired man asked about the situation, while the blond man could only respond in confusion. Goyab Jinin anxiously explained that someone seemed to have used dark magic to control the people here, but their identity remained a mystery. The long-haired man mumbled, his eyes full of contemplation at the explanation. Jin Jianwu gestured, pointing down at a motionless body on the ground. A twisting, trembling stream of black energy escaped from the dead body. Jin Jianwu coldly declared, revealing the horrifying cause. "This is goo poison." The blond man and Goyab Jinin were simultaneously horrified, unable to believe their ears. The blond man's horrified scream echoed as those afflicted by the goo poison simultaneously rose, their eyes glowing purple. Jin Jianwu stood silently, observing those manipulated by the goo poison, his gaze sharp and cold. The blond man was still stunned, repeating the word goo poison in despair. The blond man's eyes were filled with fear, staring intently at those being controlled. Jin Jianwu looked directly at the enemy, his gaze firm and full of killing intent. Jin Jianwu stated decisively, "If it truly is goo poison, the caster must be nearby. We must find and eliminate." The long-haired man volunteered, "We will guard this place. Please go find the caster." Jin Jianwu nodded slightly, approving the plan. A blurry, glowing figure raised a finger to its lips, as if signaling silence. It prepared to unleash a sinister attack. A blinding light erupted from the center, engulfing the entire area. The figures around collapsed, helpless before the terrifying power. From above, a city appeared, with an ancient, brightly lit building amidst the night. Was it the origin of the calamity, or its target? Jin Jianwu, with sharp, determined eyes, found the trace. "I've found you!" A sharp, black pillar of energy suddenly erupted from the ground. Jin Jianwu shot forward like an arrow, pursuing the enemy. He glided swiftly through the air, his movements as light as wind, green leaves swirling around him to create a vortex. Mid-air, Jin Jianwu spun gracefully, his entire body exuding a powerful aura, ready for the next attack. Jin Jianwu's eyes glowed crimson, his entire body ablaze with a blood-red energy. He was ready to unleash his power. A blazing red energy, powerful as lightning, shot straight forward. Jin Jianwu's attack tore through the air. Jin Jianwu glided through the vast forest, his gaze sweeping rapidly to find his target. He wouldn't let anyone escape his sight. A dark figure appeared, eyes glowing crimson like eerie flames. He stood there, surrounded by swirling dark energy. Jin Jianwu landed, facing the mysterious figure. The rustling of leaves underfoot signaled an unavoidable battle. The mysterious figure looked at Jin Jianwu, his voice full of surprise. "How did you find me?" Jin Jianwu raised his sword, his eyes sharp. "I'm the one asking questions. Why are you doing this?" The two adversaries stood apart, the tension palpable. The mysterious figure sneered. "Ha ha ha ha, I wonder." Jin Jianwu glared, his gaze burning red like fire. "If you don't answer me," Jin Jianwu's aura exploded, and he charged straight forward. "Then I'll have to forcibly break your magic." Jin Jianwu's sword flared red, slashing down powerfully, tearing through the night. Jin Jianwu's entire body was ablaze, his two swords swirling, unleashing a fierce attack. A massive, blazing red energy erupted, forming a wall of fire that swept across the battlefield. The mysterious figure was thrown back, his form gliding through the blazing red dust of the fierce explosion. Despite being thrown back, the mysterious figure still wore a sinister smile, his bloodshot eyes flashing with defiance. The mysterious figure counterattacked, a powerful surge of energy tearing through the ground, sending debris flying. Jin Jianwu held his ground, his gaze firm and unwavering, looking straight ahead. The mysterious figure's shadow glided past Jin Jianwu, leaving a cold compliment. "You're good." Jin Jianwu swung his sword in vain. The mysterious figure had vanished, leaving only faint black trails. Jin Jianwu looked up at the sky, his face filled with disappointment. "I let him escape." He stood beside the lingering magical traces, regretfully. "I couldn't eliminate the source." Jin Jianwu pondered, a new thought flashing in his mind. But he regained his resolve, his eyes firm. "There are still things I can do here." An ancient, majestic temple stood tall amidst the grand mountains, with swirling clouds in the sky foreshadowing an impending incident. In the deserted courtyard, a group of people surrounded the bound man, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The man in purple gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing astonishment. "It's really a goo worm." The bound man trembled, his eyes filled with extreme panic, as if facing a living hell. The man in red bent down, enunciating each word. "Tell us who is behind this," he cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face. I don't know who he is." The man in red looked directly into the bound man's eyes, questioning him. "You truly don't know?" The man in red's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, and his killing intent flared. "I will ask you one last time, and I won't ask again." The bound man shivered violently, his teeth chattering, his soul seemingly drained. Before the gate of the ancient temple, the sign Shaoleian Temple was clearly visible. The bound man stammered, Shaoleian Temple." The man in purple frowned, repeating with doubt, "Shaoleian Temple?" The man in purple explained, "That is the origin of the Lei faction." The man in red deduced, "Then the one who used the goo worm Must be from the Shaolin Temple. He continued to ask, "What did that person look like?" The man in red replied, his voice lowering. They were all wrapped tightly in black cloth, making it very difficult to identify them or know where they came from. The man in red stared at the bound man, his gaze sharp and cold. "Are you sure that person is a member of the Shaolin Temple?" The bound man's eyes suddenly flashed purple, and his blood vessels became prominent. He stammered, The bound man screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently, as if pierced by 10,000 needles. Purple energy coiled around him. The bound man screamed, blood and foam gushing out, his body convulsing violently. The two men standing nearby witnessed the horrifying scene. The bound man's eyes glowed brightly, purple, tears, and blood mixing. He desperately pleaded for help. The bound man's body collapsed to the ground, lying motionless amidst the encirclement of 4 people. The girl in purple rushed forward, another man standing behind her. The girl in purple knelt down, touching the bound man, blood already staining the ground beneath his head. The girl in purple's face was filled with rage, her eyes sharp and cold. "He's dead," she said. The girl in purple and the man in the blue-purple cloak stood beside the corpse. She concluded that the culprit trusted no one, making him difficult to find. The man in the blue-purple cloak asked the leader in purple, "If we want other clans to help, we must prove the culprit is from the Lei faction. What will you do?" The leader in purple looked down at the corpse, her voice somber. "Our clan cannot fight them now." Many people lay slumped on the floor, severely injured. The leader in purple continued, "Our remaining strength is shattered. We don't know how long it will take to recover." The leader in purple bowed her head, her face filled with sorrow. "Unfortunately, we cannot participate in this battle." The man in the blue-purple cloak looked at the leader in purple, his eyes filled with worry. The leader in purple raised her head, her gaze resolute. "Revenge is never too late." The girl in purple and the others listened. The land palace stood majestically under the gloomy sky. The leader in purple declared, "The land palace will await revenge, even if it takes 100 years. The clan will accumulate strength until the time is right." The man in the blue-purple cloak bowed before the leader in purple, accepting the command. The man in the blue-purple cloak looked up at the sky, a bird flying past. "Thank you, he said. The 2 people walked away under the fiery sunset, beginning a new journey. Determined to hunt down the culprit, they swore not to give up. "We will track down the criminal." The man in the blue-purple cloak growled, saying this person was a mind-manipulating monster. "If he is left free, the consequences will be dire. We must find and deal with the culprit." The girl in purple worried. "The culprit has had enough time to escape. How will we track him down?" The man in the blue-purple cloak recalled, bloodstains still scattered. The wound was too deep. Ordinary clinics couldn't treat it. The culprit will seek out renowned doctors in the city. We should also ask Wu Xia for help. The short-haired young man nodded. "I can do that," the girl in purple suggested. "I will ask Li Soha and Yushin Pung for help. Yushin Pung will surely be pleased." The man in the blue-purple cloak turned around, accepting the plan. "All right." He walked away, his silhouette gradually disappearing in the fading light of day. The girl in the purple cloak mused. "Even if there's no benefit, it's not the first time. The man in the blue-purple cloak might be stubborn, but how many shine like the sun? It's his unwavering conviction that made us follow him, isn't it?" Both smiled in agreement. "That's right. We should hurry too. That's right." They continued walking together, following the resolute figure. Night fell, and lantern lights shone under the starry sky. Su Yang smiled gently, bidding farewell. "Take care." Pio Wool turned his head to look back, his eyes tinged with lingering affection. A promise echoed in the night. "Su Yang, I will return." Su Yang smiled gently, her eyes filled with trust. "And I will always wait for you." Pio Wool smiled faintly, a smile hiding many things. He turned his back and stepped into the deep night. Pio Wool's silhouette gradually faded into the distance on the cobblestone path. Su Yang stood silently watching him go. The lantern still shone, illuminating the way. Each of Pio Wool's resolute footsteps echoed on the cold stone. He advanced forward without hesitation. The village road was silent. Only Pio Wool's footsteps broke the stillness. He walked past ancient rooftops. From above, Pio Wool was just a small dot on the long road. Each step was an unshakable resolve. Suddenly, Pio Wool stopped, his sharp eyes flashing with suspicion. He sensed something unusual. Pio Wool turned around, facing a mysterious figure. Jin Jianwu stood there, silently observing. Pio Wool's gaze became resolute, and he called out the opponent's name directly. Jin Jianwu. Jin Jianwu introduced himself, his voice decisive. "I am Jin Jianwu, the Blood Iron Warrior. Are you the owner of Qianyang Inn?" Pyowol replied, his tone cold. What do you want? Jin Jianwu hesitated, his face clearly showing confusion. Actually, I wanted to ask for your help regarding… Pyowol's eyes suddenly turned sharp, harboring an inexplicable anger. An invisible aura of killing intent emanated. Pyowol looked directly at Jin Jianwu, his voice full of doubt. We've met before, but you didn't look like this. Jin Jianwu was startled, questioning Pyowol back. I don't know what your true appearance is, but how can you have two faces? Pyowol looked straight, his crimson eyes flashing, questioning the person opposite him. Who are you? In the silent street of the ancient village, two figures stood facing each other, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. Pyowol replied coldly, his crimson eyes harboring mystery. Who do you think I am? Jin Jianwu became serious, beginning to recount a story he had heard. Before coming here, I heard about a man. He spoke of a warrior who stirred up Sichuan, a trickster who toyed with all factions. I don't believe those rumors. They sound too outlandish. Jin Jianwu questioned. So, you are looking for this man? Pyowol replied. That's right. I find you quite intelligent. Jin Jianwu asked for the reason. Pyowol revealed. I've been tracking an organization for a while, wanting to know if that man is a member. Jin Jianwu looked directly at Pyowol, his sharp eyes questioning. What if he's a member? Jin Jianwu angrily declared. Then I will fight and defeat him. I will do everything to expose the truth. Jin Jianwu looked at Pyowol with resolute eyes, asking decisively again. Now, will you answer my question? Pyowol maintained his mysterious demeanor, his crimson eyes looking straight ahead. He repeated his question. Who are you? Pyowol listed the identities people attributed to him. Yim Guanuk, the musician, Yaju from Cheonyang Inn, and the assassin who started the Sichuan bloodshed. Jin Jianwu looked at Pyowol, his eyes full of doubt. So, what is your true identity? Pyowol raised his hand to the brim of his wide hat, a decisive gesture like an answer. The hat was removed, revealing Pyowol's flowing white hair and captivating crimson eyes. Jin Jianwu asked, Is this your true appearance? Pyowol replied, Yes, the one you're looking for is standing right here. He questioned back, What do you want? Jin Jianwu flashed a mysterious smile, his hand lightly caressing the sharp blade. He replied to Pyowol, Of course. Pyowol snatched the thrown object with lightning speed. Pyowol gazed thoughtfully at the gold coin in his palm, his eyes scrutinizing it. The coin was engraved with 9 powerful, coiling golden dragons. Jin Jianwu asked, 9 dragons? Do you know about it? Pyowol frowned and asked, What is this? Jin Jianwu sneered, So you don't know it? Jin Jianwu's expression turned serious as he began, Many people have been found using this symbol. He explained that those bearing this symbol were unrelated yet used it in common. These individuals spread everywhere like mold, gradually infiltrating all forces. They were completely different from existing organizations, caring neither for fame nor honor. Pyowol listened as Jin Jianwu continued. All they want is personal gain. Pyowol pondered, the 9 dragons coin still in his hand. Then perhaps they are a group of merchants. Jin Jianwu shook his head, a scene of fiery destruction blazing behind him. They are very different from merchants. They possess absolute power. Jin Jianwu repeated his question, his sharp gaze fixed on Pyowol. Are you a member of this organization? Pyowol replied decisively, No. Jin Jianwu looked at Pyowol. Then Pyowol looked back at him. He asked, Really? Amidst the hazy mist, Pyowol asked, Do you believe me? Jin Jianwu replied, I do. Pyowol pressed. Why? Jin Jianwu offered a faint smile, his eyes resolute. Because I saw it in your eyes. Jin Jianwu called Pyowol's name, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He smiled, proposing brotherhood. Pyowol, I understand now. Will you be my friend? I think we can become true friends, regardless of our backgrounds or origins. Pyowol turned his head, coldly refusing. I refuse. He turned his back and walked away, leaving a thorny remark. You know nothing about me. Jin Jianwu maintained his smile, clenching his fist. I may not know much, but I trust my intuition. He continued, his eyes firm. And I know you're not a bad person. This is sudden, but I want to ask for your help. Jin Jianwu revealed that a dangerous individual from a low-ranking Thunder faction had infiltrated the city and could cause chaos if not stopped. He looked at Pyowol, pleading earnestly, Please, help me find this person. Jin Jianwu smiled, promising, We can talk more after this is over. Jin Jianwu unexpectedly grabbed Pyowol's hand. Pyowol sighed softly, uttering a hopeless remark. It's no use. Jin Jianwu still looked up at Pyowol, his face full of determination. He spoke of the Sichuan tragedy, where the dangerous individual was famously known as the culprit. But the truth was hidden. Jin Jianwu asserted, "According to my investigation, he is also a victim. He wasn't born evil." Jin Jianwu flashed a radiant smile looking up at the night sky. "We will meet again." A solitary candle flickered, its wax dripping like tears. Splashes of fresh red blood stained the wall, like a warning of impending disaster. The defeated Oh Gyongwol lay in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with fury.
How dare you?"
A mysterious hand submerged something into a pitch-black liquid, creating heavy sounds. The mysterious figure sat amidst corpses, exuding a chilling, killing intent. "I will make you regret this." In the quiet room, Oh Gyongwol sat alone, sipping wine. Oh Gyongwol's hand slammed onto the table, spilling the wine. He gritted his teeth.
"Damn it!"
Rage flared in Oh Gyongwol's eyes. Behind him, Yo Seo Liang's shadow appeared like a curse. "Yaju!" Oh Gyongwol's face contorted in fury. "How dare you reduce me to this state? How dare you?" Oh, Gyongwol growled, his eyes flashing with hatred. "Once I recover, I will definitely have my revenge," he yelled, ordering the servant, "Hey, bring more wine." The servant startled and replied, "What?" "Ah, yes." Oh Gyongwol roared, "Hurry up! Do you think you can disrespect me too?" The servant trembled and ran away. Oh Gyongwol's face was contorted with annoyance. The shadowy figure of the mysterious person with sharp horns and glowing red eyes appeared behind Oh Gyongwol, emitting a terrifying purple energy. The mysterious person's hand reached out, gripping Oh Gyongwol's head tightly. The purple energy flared violently. Oh Gyongwol, seized by the mysterious person, asked in horror, "What is this? Who are you?" Oh Gyongwol's painful scream tore through the air as an object was pulled from his mouth. The mysterious person brought the glowing orb close to their mouth, their red eyes filled with satisfaction. The mysterious person stood in the middle of the room, purple energy blazing around them, making those nearby tremble. Oh Gyongwol writhed in agony as a pitch-black object was pulled from his mouth, the bone-piercing pain making him tremble. The black object was swallowed into the mysterious person's throat, a gruesome sound echoing in the silent space. The mysterious person gripped Oh Gyongwol's head tightly, his eyes filled with utter terror as he faced the demon. Oh Gyongwol's pupils contracted, purple light swirling deep into his very soul, like a curse. Oh Gyongwol's body collapsed, powerless. After being released by the mysterious person, he was nothing more than a soulless corpse. Oh, Gyongwol staggered to his feet, his weak voice echoing, "I must go." Oh Gyongwol's eyes blazed with hatred, and he gritted his teeth. "Revenge. I will get revenge for what you did to me." The mysterious person turned and walked away, a sneering laugh echoing, "Ha ha ha. Yes, revenge sounds good." Desperate cries for help echoed amidst the ruined village scenery, smoke and fire casting a mournful pall. Pyowol and Jin Jianwu swept through relentlessly, shouts echoing, "Why are you doing this?" Amidst the chaos, the curly-haired man desperately yelled, "What did we do wrong? At least tell us why." A horrified gasp escaped as a man was suddenly attacked from behind, unable to resist. The mysterious person's eyes were cold, and he growled, "Silence. Be silent." The curly-haired man collapsed to the ground, a cry of fear escaping his throat. He was completely helpless. A man swung his weapon, growling, "Don't get in the way." The enemy was fiercely attacked, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes glowing madly in agony. The long-haired, black-haired man looked straight ahead, his gaze resolute amidst the chaotic scene. The attacked enemy fell to the ground, helpless. The long-haired, black-haired man and the purple-blue-robed man stood there, their expressions serious. A demonic figure appeared behind the long-haired, black-haired man, as if confirming, "It's him." Another man was attacked by Pyowol, his face contorted in pain, a piercing scream tearing through the air. Everywhere, the possessed screamed and charged wildly, creating a horrifying spectacle. The long-haired, black-haired man looked down at the attacked enemy and said, "After what he did to the Blue Palace, he wants to do the same to this entire city." The purple-blue-robed man questioned, "But why is he acting now? After all this time?" The long-haired, black-haired man mused, "This chaos isn't his true objective. He must have another reason. Perhaps he's worried because we're getting close to him." The long-haired, black-haired man was about to act, but the purple-robed girl rushed over, crying out, "Brother!" The purple-robed girl frantically reported, "Brother? Bad news. What's happening?" The purple-robed girl's face was filled with despair. "It's Seo Moonpyong. He went to the Qianyang Tavern even though he hasn't recovered." The long-haired, black-haired man and the purple-blue-robed man were stunned. and the purple-robed girl screamed, "Fire!" A terrifying fire erupted, engulfing a building, black smoke billowing into the sky. The long-haired, black-haired man looked towards the fire, his eyes wide in disbelief. No way. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames, ancient buildings turning to ash, the brilliant light of disaster covering everything. Oh no! Su Yang! Amidst the raging inferno, a woman in a crimson robe frantically called out, "Bring more water here, quickly!" A desperate cry tore through the night. "Su Yang! Su Yang! She still hasn't escaped!" A figure stood helplessly, gazing into the heart of the fire that was devouring everything. The furious flames spread, turning everything to ash. An entire grand corridor was now nothing but charred ruins, with blinding light emanating from the heart of the blaze. Amidst the sea of flames, Li Pyong lay slumped, a sword beside him. He let out a sneering laugh, his eerie cackle echoing through the burning space. Li Pyong embraced the motionless Su Yang, the dagger still plunged into her chest. He whispered, his voice full of bitterness, "That's why you shouldn't have rejected me." Li Pyong's face was contorted with madness, veins bulging. He roared like a wounded beast. "Who do you think you are?" "Pyong!" From the doorway, 3 figures rushed in. Li Pyong lay slumped, a dagger plunged deep into his chest, blood soaking his clothes. A tear rolled down Li Pyong's face, where strange spell marks were clearly visible. His eyes now held no madness, but instead, pain. The long-haired man looked at Li Pyong, his voice pensive. "He's exactly like those we saw at Azure Palace Mountain. The culprit must have used the same magic on Pyong." The girl in the purple robe urged frantically, "The fire is spreading fast. We must take him and get out of here now." The long-haired man looked at Su Young's corpse, his heart heavy. "The woman, she's dead. Did Pyong do this to her?" The sword-wielding man in black said resolutely, "It's regrettable, but we must save Pyong and leave here first. Pyong." The long-haired man stepped forward, trying to calm Li Pyong. "Calm down and come here. Leave that woman behind." Li Pyong blinked, his face stunned. "Huh? This?" He looked down, as if just waking from a trance. Li Pyong recoiled in shock, a piercing scream echoing. Blood from Su Young's wound dripped down, staining the ground red. Li Pyong's face was contorted with horror and regret. He screamed, blaming someone, "That bastard, it's all his fault!" Li Pyong's face was twisted, his eyes burning with madness. He shrieked with hatred. He and this woman, all of them, mocked me. Fury blazed in Li Pyong's eyes. He gritted his teeth, a furious roar tearing through the air. How dare they? The 3 stood there, surrounded by the firelight. The long-haired man, the black-haired girl, and the short-haired man all showed clear signs of shock and worry. Li Pyong growled, his heavy footsteps moving forward, his eyes filled with malice. Behind him, a shadowy figure with a mysterious blue aura flickered into view. Pyowul appeared, his hair as white as snow, his crimson eyes staring straight ahead, his gaze cold yet full of murderous intent. Pyowul's sharp metallic hand spun, creating dazzling streaks of light in the air. Li Pyong shrieked, his face contorted in pain as the energy threads tightened around him. A horrifying slash rang out. Li Pyong's head severed from his neck, fresh blood splattering. His body collapsed. Li Pyong's headless body fell to the ground with a heavy thud, blood still gushing. Li Pyong's head rolled across the cold ground. A horrifying sight. The 3 stared in shock at the scene before them. The long-haired man stammered, "Pi Pyong." Both the short-haired man and the long-haired man were enraged. The short-haired man roared, "Who are you? How dare you kill Pyong?" Pyowul stood tall beside the fallen Su Yang, slowly raising a sharp, cold dagger. Pyowul's crimson eyes flashed with a cold, deadly glint. In a flashback, Su Yang gently embraced Pyowul, who softly called out, "Master." Su Yang looked at Pyowul with affectionate eyes, asking, "Do you have any wishes?" Pyowul pondered, his gaze distant as Su Yang asked about his wish. Su Yang looked at him gently, wondering why Pyowul always gave without asking for anything in return. Pyowul gently closed his eyes, a dream blossoming in his mind. A dream that didn't belong to the dark world created by others. He dreamed of a small world, one he built with his own hands, peaceful and free as a bird in the sky. Su Yang looked at him, her eyes filled with unspoken feelings. She, too, had never asked for anything from Pyowul. Su Yang's gentle smile held boundless understanding and love. Su Yang leaned down, whispering that her dream was too grand to be put into words. Pyowul opened his eyes, silently looking at Su Yang, feeling her closeness and her unspoken feelings. Su Yang smiled, content just to follow that dream. Memories faded. Pyowul clutched Su Yang's body amidst the sea of flames, a heart-wrenching pain. He looked up at those who caused the tragedy, his eyes burning with hatred. Pyowol gritted his teeth, his red eyes blazing. Su Yang had tried to protect his dream, but now she and that world were both gone. He held Su Yang tightly, sharp blades hovering around them. Pyowol swore he wouldn't let her go alone. A long-haired man and a man in a blue-purple cloak stood firm, ready to face them. The man in the blue-purple cloak raised his sword, a dazzling flash of light tearing through the fiery sky. He faced Pyowol, his sword raised high, ready to confront the wrath of one who had lost everything. Under the bright full moon, the silhouette of a swordsman appeared, 2 swords at his hip, ready for the legendary 18 forms of White Moon. Amidst the chaotic sea of flames, daggers hovered, emitting a cold light, awaiting their master's command. The enemy charged like a whirlwind, sharp daggers swirling around, forming a deadly dance. He soared into the air, sword raised high, amidst the barrage of daggers, searching for an opening in the deadly encirclement. With a dangerous slide, he narrowly dodged the deadly blade, his eyes still sharp amidst the red flames. He fell, but invisible daggers still enveloped him, forming a steel shield, protecting him from the fatal blow. The girl in the purple cloak rushed forward, her eyes wide with horror, seeing her comrade in danger amidst the fierce battle. The man in the blue-purple cloak swept past her, softly uttering thanks, continuing to dodge the daggers. The girl in the purple cloak said, "Thank you." The girl in the purple cloak spun around, her sword swinging to create an arc of light, while the man in the blue-purple cloak charged forward, his eyes blazing. The girl in the purple cloak was stunned to realize the daggers were moving freely. She exclaimed, "The daggers are moving and flying on their own. Is this an illusionary sword art?" A giant snake illusion formed from the daggers appeared. The girl in the purple cloak cried out in fear. "The daggers are moving like venomous snakes." The girl in the purple cloak's face changed with despair. "I can't predict their attacks at all." In a moment of recollection, Pyowol held Su Yang tightly, an ethereal light enveloping them, a dull pain resurfacing. Pyowol plunged down from above, his sword swinging powerfully, aimed directly at the enemy below, his eyes filled with killing intent. Pyowol's eyes blazed fiercely, his face cold and resolute. He declared, "It's over!" An earth-shattering explosion erupted, a swirling vortex of destructive energy, engulfing everything in sight. Pyowol stood tall, his white hair billowing in the blue-purple mana. Energy surged around him, signaling a terrifying attack about to descend. From Pyowol, countless sharp mana threads shot out in all directions. They tore through the air, forming a deadly net that enveloped the entire battlefield. The man in the blue-purple cloak and the girl in the purple cloak quickly dodged, moving nimbly amidst the deadly energy threads rushing towards them. A thread grazed him, leaving a streak of blood on the man in the blue-purple cloak's cheek. His eyes widened in horror, realizing the imminent danger. Both the man in the blue-purple cloak and the girl in the purple cloak had to leap into the air, trying to escape the dense rain of mana threads. The man in the blue-purple cloak shouted loudly, his voice filled with panic. "Everyone, be careful!" He tried to warn his comrades of the danger. The girl in the purple cloak swung her sword, creating a defensive vortex. Her blade clashed with the mana threads, producing dazzling sparks. The girl in the purple cloak's eyes were sharp and highly focused. She poured all her strength into each sword strike, determined not to retreat from the fierce attack. Fresh blood splattered through the air, mingling with the fiery atmosphere of the battlefield. A heart-wrenching, tragic sight. Each drop of blood fell to the ground, staining an area red. Life was slowly leaving someone. A mana thread pierced through the girl in the purple cloak's body, causing her extreme pain. She screamed, "Aye!" and collapsed. The man in the blue-purple cloak gritted his teeth, mana swirling around his fist. He prepared to counterattack, his eyes filled with rage and determination. A chaotic scene unfolded. The girl in the purple cloak in pain, the man in the blue-purple cloak horrified, both surrounded by mana threads. The girl in the purple cloak was pinned down by many energy threads, her body immobile. Her sword fell from her hand, helpless amidst the storm of destruction. The man in the blue-purple cloak also couldn't escape his fate. He was pierced by mana threads, collapsing, his sword also falling from his hand. Pyowol's eyes glowed crimson, cold, and ruthless. He stared at the victims, without a hint of wavering or pity. The pair in purple and blue-violet cloaks stood amidst a rain of daggers, their eyes wide with terror at the overwhelming power. The girl in purple exclaimed, "He didn't even move while controlling the daggers to capture us." The man in the blue-violet cloak said bitterly, "I was miserably defeated by someone who didn't even move." A sharp blade whizzed past, and the man in the blue-violet cloak's eyes widened in horror. Another blade tore through the air, making the girl in purple shiver. Pio Wool's eyes flashed a brilliant red, as cold as the god of death. A dagger pointed directly at the eyeball of the man in the blue-violet cloak, death drawing near. Similarly, another dagger aimed straight for the girl in purple's eye, sealing her fate. Pio Wool took a deep breath, his entire body erupting with a deadly, crimson energy. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Nine Heavens Annihilation Sword, as destructive energy tore through space. The third technique, Radiant Soul Slash, spread out into a massive wave of energy. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the ground, its destructive power immense. The girl in purple collapsed in pain, blood staining her shoulder, her body pierced. The man in the blue-violet cloak also couldn't escape. He fell, blood gushing out. The ground shook violently as Pio Wool stood there, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his power soaring to the heavens. He darted like a ghost, his sharp eyes sweeping across the desolate battlefield. A terrifying explosion ripped through space. Pio Wool held the long-haired girl tightly, his eyes blazing red like fire, shielding her amidst the raging inferno. Amidst the fiery battlefield, many warriors collapsed, coughing violently, their breath shallow and strength depleted. The battle had left deep scars. The short-haired man angrily gritted his teeth. If Jianwu hadn't helped, I would have died. I've never seen anyone so strong, he roared, but we can't let him escape. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes burning with fury. Enough. With a furious swing of his sword, he refused to back down. The short-haired man looked at Jin Jianwu in surprise. Jianwu? Jin Jianwu, with resolute eyes, commanded, enough. Restrain yourselves. The short-haired man furiously yelled. Jianwu, are you telling us to retreat? How can you say that? We must avenge Pyong. He turned to Neung Soun. No. Brother Soun, Neung Soon said in a low voice. We must restrain ourselves. The short-haired man was astonished. Even you, Wan Geiyang said with a solemn expression. Everyone has seen him. We are no match for him. The short-haired man was stunned. Wan Geiyang, Han Yutian's disciple, always confident in herself, had never backed down. Yet now, she accepted defeat. Jin Jianwu supported the short-haired man, who was groaning in pain. The battle had left severe wounds. Jin Jianwu faced Pio Wool, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Pio Wool. Jin Jianwu looked directly at Pio Wool, making an unexpected offer. Let's put our grievances aside for now. Pio Wool, with crimson eyes, looked back, his gaze full of doubt. Why should I agree to that? Jin Jianwu revealed a shocking truth. Pyong was manipulated by someone else. We are hunting down the one who controlled Pyong and many others. All those he enchanted acted as Pyong did. Jin Jianwu asserted that the manipulator wanted to distract them. If that's the case, we must find the real culprit. Let's catch him together and deal with our matters later. Jin Jianwu warned Pio Wool that if they continued to fight, the mastermind would escape and cause more tragedy. Jin Jianwu looked at Pio Wool, pleading, I hope you will listen to my request, Pio Wool. The girl in purple, unconscious, leaned gently into Pio Wool's arms. Pio Wool held the girl tightly, his eyes blazing red, and coldly replied, And what if I refuse? Jin Jianwu did not flinch, declaring he would fight with all his might. Then, I will fight you with everything I have. Jin Jianwu calmly stated that if Pio Wool didn't cooperate, he wouldn't find the mastermind behind the girl's death. Is that what you want? The delicate face of the girl in purple appeared, her eyes closed in Pio Wool's embrace. Pio Wool silently turned his back, his eyes still full of doubt. Jin Jianwu signaled, and Neung San and Wan Geiyang helped the injured person stand up. Pio Wool walked through the desolate landscape, where flames still raged fiercely. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the city, with cracks crisscrossing the ground. Su Yang lay motionless on the plank, while the women around her knelt in agony. Heart-wrenching cries echoed. How could this happen? Oh, Su Yang, Su Yang. Pio Wool silently looked towards Su Yang, his pain tearing at him in silence. Pio Wool said to the woman in the red-pink robe, I will be gone for a while. From now on, you will be in charge of the Qianyang Inn. Understand? Pio Wool instructed the woman in the red-pink robe. Bury Su Yang in a quiet place with sunlight. The woman in the red-pink robe placed her hand on her chest, her expression resolute as she replied to Pio Wool. As you wish. Please do not worry about the Qianyang Inn. Focus on completing what you must do. Pio Wool turned and walked away, his tall figure gradually disappearing, leaving the woman in the red-pink robe watching him go. Pio Wool stopped, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping across the night. Jin Jianwu appeared and asked Pio Wool directly, Are you going to hunt down the culprit? Pyowol replied coldly, "No. Finding that person isn't too difficult." Pyowol's crimson eyes gleamed with profound depth. What's more important is finding the origin of this person. Jin Jianwu looked up at Pyowol, his expression pensive. Jin Jianwu speculated, his voice full of surprise. Is he planning to go to the Thunder Sect? The path was deserted, leading deep into the city's dark alleys. Wang Geiyang walked quickly through the alley, her expression tense. Wang Geiyang thought to herself about the situation. Niang Soon is busy dealing with Li Pyong's remnants, and Jin Jianwu went to meet Pyowol. She worried and decided, but Jin Jianwu might get into trouble alone. I must find Li Soha for help. Wang Geiyang unexpectedly bumped into a cloaked figure, creating a small sound. Wang Geiyang quickly apologized, her voice slightly flustered. "Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going." Wang Geiyang's eyes suddenly widened, revealing extreme horror. A dark, narrow alley, old walls rising high as if swallowing the light. The space was silent, signaling something ominous. Amidst the silence, a mysterious shadow appeared behind Wang Geiyang. He wore a horned mask, his eyes harboring death. The mysterious figure's crimson eyes flashed in the darkness, like hellfire about to ignite. Wang Geiyang turned her head, her eyes wide with horror, realizing the imminent danger. The mysterious figure's skeletal hand reached out, like an invitation from the abyss, determining Wang Geiyang's fate. In a flash, Wang Geiyang collapsed, unconscious. The mysterious figure stood tall, like a grim reaper who had just completed his task. The mysterious figure smirked, picking up Wang Geiyang. He whispered malicious words. The mysterious figure whispered, "You will be an excellent ingredient. I will take you to the small lightning hall, turning you into the strongest puppet." He sneered, disappearing in a puff of black smoke. I eagerly await seeing Jin Jianwu cry tears of blood. An ancient blacksmith shop appeared, with a blacksmith sign hanging high and bright red lantern. Outside the blacksmith shop, Pyowol stood opposite a young man with curly hair and a slightly worried expression. Pyowol said, "I need to travel far. I've come to collect the items I asked the blacksmith to make through the messenger." The curly-haired man was surprised. "Where will you go?" Pyowol pointed to the map, to the vast land of Tibet, and replied curtly, "Tibet." The curly-haired man was astonished. "Tibet? You'll have to walk for a month, crossing the western plateau." The curly-haired man asked worriedly, "What's happening? Is this related to what happened at the Cheonhyang Tavern today?" Pyowol affirmed his resolve, his eyes harboring an iron will. The curly-haired man was stunned, worry clearly visible on his face. The curly-haired man handed over a box, saying it was a cloak he made specifically for Pyowol. Pyowol took it, explaining that the cloak was made from special oil, capable of resisting water and fire. The curly-haired man also added a few small weapons, telling Pyowol to carry them in case they were needed. The curly-haired man suddenly rummaged through his pocket, seemingly wanting to give Pyowol something else. In his palm was a small, mysterious black vial. Pyowol took the small vial, his eyes curious. "What is this?" "It's Bai Ri Jing, a special powder. Sprinkle it and light it, and the flame will never extinguish. It was lost from the Tang sect long ago, but I managed to restore it." The curly-haired man instructed Pyowol not to waste it, as only a few drops remained, and hoped he would never have to use it. Pyowol clenched his fist, his gaze firm. "All right, thank you." Dusk fell, painting the rooftops red. However, Wang Geiyang had vanished without a trace. The curly-haired man questioned, saying Wang Geiyang was not one to disappear without a word. Pyowol replied coldly, saying he knew nothing about Wang Geiyang since their last meeting. The curly-haired man stepped forward, asserting he wasn't accusing Pyowol, just wanting to talk. Geiyang's disappearance is definitely related to the one behind all our troubles. He recalled the mysterious figure he had once severely wounded. He must have controlled Pyong and kidnapped Geiyang for revenge. Amidst the fiery sunset, the curly-haired man turned to Pyowol, his voice low and pleading, "Please help me." Pyowol, with crimson eyes, questioned, "Help you? I killed Seo Moonpyong and almost killed your friend." The curly-haired man replied with sharp reasoning, "Pyong destroyed your property and killed your people. My friend also attacked you first. But now is not the time for misunderstandings. Let's put everything aside," he continued, his gaze firm. "The mysterious figure has surely gone to the small lightning hall. I can't find his headquarters or track him. So, I have no choice but to ask for your help, even though I know I'm being shameless." The curly-haired man asked, "Can you track them?" Pyowol replied coldly, "All right, then follow me, but don't get in the way." Pyowol glided away, a faint smile on his lips, whispering, "No creature." He turned back, his crimson eyes glowing, a web-like surge of energy erupting behind him. Can escape me. Night fell, enveloping an ancient village at the foot of the mountain. A tranquil scene, yet harboring danger. Pyowul and the curly-haired man entered a room where two bodies lay motionless in a pool of blood. The curly-haired man exclaimed in horror, "What kind of person would do this?" Pyowul knelt down, carefully examining a body, his eyes sharp. He looked up, gazing out the window, his voice contemplative. "This place," Pyowul realized. "You can clearly see the inn where you and your friends stayed. If the mysterious assailant wanted revenge, they would have planned it here, watching you." He explained, Seo Moonpyong became a target because he was injured and resting. The curly-haired man, stunned and in pain, called out, "Pyong." Pyowul stood up, a faint light surrounding him, ready to face the night. Pyowul looked down at the scattered debris on the ground, a lingering trace of the chaos. He mused, his eyes sharp. "Just as I thought. This person intends to cross the western plateau." The curly-haired man held a piece of oilskin. Pyowul asked, "Is that oilskin?" He replied, "This is useful when passing through wet areas." The curly-haired man analyzed. "Cotton is used for warmth, and the iron piece is a non-slip sole for ice." He mused. "So that person intends to cross the snow-covered land," Pyowul stated firmly. "Between Sichuan and Tibet, only the western plateau has snow," the curly-haired man declared resolutely. "Then we must go there." Dawn broke, painting the water's surface pink, signaling a new journey. A dead horse and the ferryman. Traces of a brutal pursuit. Another cold body of a ferryman, his face obscured. Pyowul bent down to check, confirming, "As you said, that person used a boat here." Before them lay a vast sea of ice, with towering snow-capped peaks reaching for the sky. The ground was frozen solid, with only a few withered tufts of grass clinging on. The curly-haired man turned to Pyowul, his voice grave. "There's good news and bad news." He sighed in relief. "The good news is that one Gayong is still alive." Pyowul leaned in, his glowing red eyes hinting at something ominous. "As for the bad news," Pyowul leaned in, his glowing red eyes hinting at something ominous. "As for the bad news, the culprit knows we are on their trail." Under the brilliant sunset, Pyowul handed the curly-haired man a set of clothes, ordering, "Put this on," he explained. "You'll need it to cross the snowfield." The curly-haired man asked anxiously, "If I wear it, what about you?" Pyowul replied concisely, his own gear already in hand. He donned a pitch-black cloak, which billowed in the wind. The vast, white snowfield stretched endlessly, the biting wind chilling to the bone. Two figures walked silently, each footprint etched into the thick snow. The mysterious assailant suddenly shivered, sensing a presence following them. "Someone is tracking me." He was certain he was being followed. This pursuer must be a formidable master. The mysterious assailant wondered who could possess such skill in Sichuan. A name suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that man? He recalled the plot to use Suyang to sow discord, all of which Pyowul had ruined. The mysterious assailant named Pyowul, the owner of the Qianyang Tavern. The mysterious assailant realized Pyowul was also a hidden figure, stronger and more dangerous in the shadows. He worried Pyowul had discovered him. With one Gayong as a burden, he had to quickly reach Layan Temple. Pyowul and the curly-haired man walked across the white snow, leaving clear footprints. The crunch of snow under their feet echoed in the silent space. Pyowul and the curly-haired man had arrived in Tibet. The curly-haired man exclaimed, "Finally, we've made it to Tibet." Looking towards the snow-capped mountains, the curly-haired man said to Pyowul, "I can't believe we made it this far in this bone-chilling cold. I wouldn't have been able to travel so far without you." In the curly-haired man's mind, he mused about Pyowul. "After traveling with him for a while, I've learned a few things. The only commonality is that we both use martial arts. He is a completely different breed from me." The curly-haired man continued his thoughts about Pyowul. "His senses are sharper than a blade and more resilient than a wild beast. Is this the caliber of the one who single-handedly destroyed both the Longong and Ma?" Images of Pyowul fighting flashed in the curly-haired man's mind. He realized, he certainly knows more deadly techniques than I've ever seen. The curly-haired man's face showed a mix of anxiety and excitement. He told himself, "I'm afraid of the mysterious techniques he will display, but at the same time, I'm also thrilled." Pyowul and the curly-haired man stood upright, their eyes fixed forward. Pyowul warned, "Something is coming." A band of horse-riding bandits charged forward, the thundering hooves echoing across the snowy land. They carried curved swords, their eyes fierce. The curly-haired man looked at the bandits, recognizing them. They carry curved swords. Those are the horse-riding bandits of Tibet. The bandits continued to charge, their hooves pounding. The curly-haired man thought to himself, Horse-riding bandits are the greatest threat to merchants entering and leaving Tibet. They don't just steal goods. They also kill people for no reason. The curly-haired man drew his sword, preparing for battle. He said, "They'll be upon us soon." Pyowul turned to the curly-haired man and ordered, "You handle them." The curly-haired man asked in surprise, "What? Alone?" Pyowul turned his back and walked away, explaining, "The snow and wind here can quickly erase tracks." Pyowul continued walking, his figure blending into the snowstorm. He instructed, "When you're done, follow my track." The curly-haired man decisively drew his sword from its sheath. He replied to Pyowul with confidence, "Go on ahead. I won't take long." Pyowul darted away through the white snow, his red eyes burning. His terrifying speed tore through the air, leaving crushed snowflakes in his wake. The curly-haired man stood defiantly before the charging horse-riding bandits. He challenged, "All right, show me what you've got." Night fell upon an ancient town, a full moon hanging perfectly amidst the starry sky. Rows of houses stood close together, bright red lanterns illuminating the quiet street, creating an unusually peaceful scene. In a quiet room, Nongson sat in meditation, his upper body bare and bandaged with wounds. He was trying to recover, his eyes pensive. A painful memory surged, and Nyung-soon recalled a moment of helplessness. He blamed himself. "I was completely useless. I couldn't do anything at all." A knock echoed, breaking the silence. A voice from outside spoke, "Nyung-soon, may I come in?" Nyung-soon startled, his eyes wide. He quickly replied, "Oh, of course, please come in." The old man in white robes and the girl in orange robes entered. The old man asked, "How are you feeling? We came to visit you." Nyung-soon tried to answer, but the pain made him falter. The old man in white robes quickly said, "Oh, please, make yourself comfortable. Don't mind us." The old man in white robes continued, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Actually, we came here to introduce you to someone." Nyung-soon looked towards the newcomer. Hong Yusen, the overseer lord of Wuxia, appeared. The old man in white robes introduced, "This is Hong Yusen. She manages the Wuxia members in the city." Hong Yusen introduced herself. "I am Hong Yusen." Nyung-soon bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Hong Yusen." Hong Yusen apologized for being late, but emphasized the urgency. Nyung-soon asked, "What's the matter?" Hong Yusen directly asked about Pyowul, the assassin accompanying Jin Jianwu. Nyung-soon flinched, his eyes showing surprise. Hong Yusen, with a serious expression, exuded a formidable aura. She said, "He is a very dangerous man. The Wuxia have been tracking him for a long time, but we know nothing about him." Hong Yusen hoped Nyung-soon would cooperate, as they needed more information about Pyowul. She said, "We need a way to defend ourselves if he becomes a threat in the future." Hong Yusen's gaze was sharp, pressing Nyung-soon. "I heard he attacked you due to unavoidable circumstances. Tell me everything you know about Pyowul right now." Nyung-soon bowed his head, his voice weak. "Of course I will cooperate. But I don't know if I can be of any help." Hong Yusen frowned, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Nyung-soon turned his back, his voice heavy. "Even now, I still don't know what hit me." A fierce wind swept through, dyeing the entire space red, bringing with it a chilling sensation. Nyung-soon writhed in pain, wondering, "If I don't even know how I was attacked, how can I offer advice on how to deal with it?" Nyung-soon's eyes widened, filled with extreme fear and bewilderment. Horrifying memories flooded back. A ghostly figure appeared, its eyes burning red. Nyung-soon exclaimed, "He is an opponent I have never faced before." A dark shadow enveloped him, his eyes burning red like fire. He had no physical form, like death itself. Nyung-soon looked up at the cloaked figure, astonished to see Wan Gaeyong captured. The tavern owner? Why is he here? The mysterious figure carried Wan Gaeyong on his shoulder, heading towards the crimson horizon. A fleeting surprise crossed his face. The mysterious figure subtly turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. The mysterious figure sensed a disturbance from Wan Gaeyong. "I feel an unease from this woman. What is it?" Wan Gaeyong's breathing and heartbeat were accelerating. The mysterious figure clearly sensed the change. The mysterious figure scanned the crimson land, but saw nothing unusual. Only a desolate field stretched out, stained crimson like blood, without a trace. The mysterious figure's crimson eyes gleamed with extreme bewilderment, as he wondered what was happening, what he had missed. A soft groan escaped him. The mysterious figure felt a sharp pain, his eyes still full of confusion. The mysterious figure carrying Wan Gaeyong called out behind him, "Let's see if you can still follow me if I do this." A powerful vortex erupted. Wan Gaeyong's eyes widened, reflecting extreme confusion at the strange sight. A series of cloaked illusions appeared, walking through the air, while Wan Geiyong remained on the crimson ground. The mysterious figure turned his head back, astonished to see a faint dark shadow still clinging on. "How?" he exclaimed. Wan Geiyong's face clearly showed worry. She thought to herself, how can he anticipate this person's every move and follow so closely? Amidst countless illusions, Pio Wool's shadow still glided. He evaded all sight, following the mysterious figure like a shadow, not missing a single step. Wan Geiyong mused. The mysterious figure cannot see Pio Wool. The mysterious figure's technique is demonic, but Pio Wool is even more so. He moves like a shadow. How can he reach such a level? The mysterious figure gritted his teeth, a painful groan escaping him as he felt the heavy pressure. The mysterious figure unleashed a powerful blow that cracked the ground. He roared, "Who are you? Show yourself now! I know you're there!" The mysterious figure gasped, his heavy breath misting in the cold air, still carrying Wan Geiyong on his back. The mysterious figure's eyes narrowed. He wondered, what does that person want? If it's revenge for the Cheonyang Tavern, he would have attacked long ago. Why is he clinging to me like a rat? The mysterious figure suspected, or is he targeting this girl? Did he come here for her? Perhaps he hasn't attacked because I'm holding her. The mysterious figure's eyes flashed with determination. "All right, if you want to play this game," he thought to himself. The mysterious figure threw Wan Geiyong into the air, a bold move to force Pio Wool to reveal himself. Wan Geiyong panicked in midair. The mysterious figure roared, purple mana blazing around his hands, challenging Pio Wool. "Let's see how long you can hide!" He concentrated his power, his hands gathering demonic fire, preparing to unleash the destructive demonic fire palm technique. From the void, a sharp projectile shot forth, tearing through the wind like lightning, aimed directly at the mysterious figure. The projectile embedded itself deep into the mysterious figure's hand. He groaned in pain, his attack disrupted. The mysterious figure lost his balance, tumbling into the cold water. He gritted his teeth in endurance, while Wan Geiyong was still falling. Wan Geiyong lay motionless on the water's surface, her breath weak, exhausted after the struggle. The mysterious figure raised his head, his crimson eyes burning with fury. He gritted his teeth. "That guy. I knew it. He's here." He trembled, searching for Pio Wool in the empty space. Where could he hide? "This isn't good. I must go to the Thunder Temple." Like a whirlwind, Pio Wool suddenly appeared, delivering a fatal blow to the mysterious figure, scattering snow dust. The mysterious figure collapsed onto the white snow, completely defeated. Pio Wool stood silently, like a ghost. Pio Wool gently picked up Wan Geiyong. The weak girl leaned against him, utterly devoid of strength. Wan Geiyong woke up, weakly looking at Pio Wool. "She's exhausted. How did you find me? I'm not sure she'll last until Jin Jianwu finds her." Pio Wool looked at Wan Geiyong, his gaze resolute. "I'm sorry, but this is necessary." He leaned down and placed a kiss on Wan Geiyong's lips. A mysterious act. Pio Wool bestowed the fated kiss. A mysterious surge of power flowed, merging into Wan Geiyong. Wan Geiyong opened her eyes in astonishment, feeling a strange warmth spreading throughout her body. "What is this? It's so warm." Pio Wool turned his back, leaving a mysterious message. "I have shared a portion of my power. It should be enough to help you hold out until he arrives." Wan Geiyong lay there, covered in sweat, her mind in turmoil. Who is he? Pio Wool's shadow vanished, leaving Wan Geiyong with countless questions. Who is he, and why did you come here? Under the dim moonlight, a cloaked figure strode towards the ancient tower, a place brimming with countless secrets. He stopped before the sturdy gate. A small window unexpectedly slid open, revealing light from within. From the small window, a low voice echoed, breaking the silence of the night. "Who's there?" The cloaked figure raised his head, his horned mask cold and sharp. "I come from the Minor Thunder Hall. I will explain everything to the tower's master." He looked straight inside, his voice resolute. "Take me to Yul Moga, the tower's master." The heavy gate slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit corridor, inviting the cloaked figure to step inside. Inside, a red-haired woman, wearing a splendid necklace, sat on a throne. "So, you come from the Minor Thunder Hall?" Yul Moga looked at the cloaked figure, her gaze sharp. He replied, "Yes. They call me the Black Assassin." Yul Moga smirked, her eyes gleaming. "Ah, I've heard of you. You're that strange hound," the venerable monk raised. Yul Moga looked directly at him, her tone full of sarcasm. "So, what does this hound want from me?" The Black Assassin warned Yul Moga that his pursuer would arrive soon, He emphasized the opponent's extraordinary martial arts and stealth skills, urging her to be prepared. Yulmoga burst into sarcastic laughter. The hunter has become the hunted. How ridiculous. She seemed amused by this ironic situation. Yulmoga reassured the black assassin, asserting that even the venerable monk would find it difficult to infiltrate without destroying everything. She also sarcastically remarked that this might be a small debt the venerable monk had to bear. Yulmoga continued to taunt, telling the black assassin to tuck his tail and hide here, calling him a coward. She seemed to have taken control of the conversation. The black assassin accepted, saying he would stay here for today. He bowed his head, his face hidden in shadow, revealing no emotion. Outside the tower, red lanterns hung along the corridor, illuminating the silent night. Snow began to fall lightly, covering the ancient architecture with a thin white layer. In a dark room, a heavily bandaged figure lay motionless on a bed. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window, illuminating the silent space. Closer, 2 intricately carved small boxes, splattered with blood, lay beside the bandaged figure. They seemed to hold a dark secret. A glowing golden-orange eye opened amidst the bandages. Its sharp gaze pierced through the darkness, awakening life after a long sleep. The bandaged figure suddenly sat up, his eyes fixed on the 2 blood-stained boxes. A mysterious surge of energy seemed to be rising within him. While Yulmoga was still laughing loudly, the bandaged figure held the 2 boxes, his eyes bewildered. This is... He seemed to recognize something important. Outside the tower, the black assassin stood silently before the large gate. Darkness enveloped everything, with only faint light from the tower casting down, creating a gloomy scene. A small window on the heavy gate unexpectedly slid open. A cautious voice echoed from within. "Who's there?" From within, the voice echoed with doubt. "Huh?" The gatekeeper seemed to see no one, or something was amiss. The gatekeeper poked his head through the window, his eyes scrutinizing. He frowned, trying to identify the faint silhouette in the dark night. The gatekeeper remained skeptical, muttering to himself, "What? Another visitor?" He was certain someone had just been standing there. The other gatekeeper was also surprised, but now there was no trace. The second gatekeeper wondered. They vanished. The first gatekeeper retorted, "What the hell are you talking about?" A black shadow glided like a snake, hiding itself in the dense night. A narrow crack in the door opened, revealing the black assassin's glowing red eyes, lurking. The gate slowly opened, swallowing the darkness within. The black assassin stepped inside, surprised by the pervasive darkness. "Why is it so dark in here?" he wondered. The black assassin's light footsteps echoed in the silent space. "Strange. It's terrifyingly dark and silent. I can't see anything." The black assassin thought to himself, what happened to this tower? He walked, feeling the corridor seemed narrower than before. Was it always this narrow? The black assassin wondered. The black assassin dismissed that thought. No, that's not important now. He looked at the blood-stained bracelet. I must check on the safety of the tower's master, Yulmoga, the owner of this bracelet. A sense of unease washed over him. The black assassin startled, raising his head. "What?" he exclaimed. The black assassin's eyes widened, one eye glowing fiery red, the other shimmering silver white, clearly revealing his horror. The second gatekeeper looked up, his face contorted in extreme fear. The second gatekeeper collapsed, while the black assassin stood tall, like a ghost. The second gatekeeper's body suddenly burst into fierce flames, turning into ashes in an instant. The black assassin stood amidst the ring of fire, surrounded by charred corpses, a horrifying sight. Red eyes piercing through the mask. The black assassin raised his head. Flames erupted fiercely around him. He roared, "Hey!" The black assassin darted away like the wind, leaving blazing fires behind him. He screamed, "Hey, Arg!" The black assassin moved quickly past the corpses, as if searching for something. He muttered, "Here." The black assassin stopped, looking down at a corpse. He continued, "And here." The black assassin looked around, his deep voice echoing, "Everyone here is dead." The black assassin looked up at the towering spire, enveloped by the strange purple sky. The black assassin realized something horrifying, his eyes wide. He exclaimed, "It's him! He found a way in!" 2 blood-stained bracelets fell to the floor, creating a chilling sound. A person, completely bandaged except for one orange-yellow eye, lay motionless on the bed. The bandaged person woke up, their gaze fixed on the 2 blood-stained boxes placed beside the bed. The black assassin mused, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Why? He killed everyone in the Red Tower." The black assassin continued to deduce. "And he left Yulmoga's bracelets for me to find them." The black assassin concluded, his voice filled with rage. He could have killed me, but what does he hope to achieve by threatening me like this? The black assassin sped away at a terrifying pace, leaving the collapsed red tower behind him. The black assassin groaned in pain as a cold beam of light pierced through him. Fresh blood splattered, staining his cloak red. Despite the fatal wound, the black assassin still darted away like the wind, leaving the ruined tower and a long trail of blood behind him. The black assassin headed towards the gate of the Shaolayan Sea, a final glimmer of hope in his eyes. My only chance is to reach the Shaolayan Sea. The black assassin continued to rush relentlessly, his figure fading into the night, leaving only eerie specks of fire. Time passed, and the scenery gradually shifted to a wild forest, covered in thick fog. Beneath the ancient trees, the black assassin walked heavily, dim light piercing through the leaves, illuminating his solitary path. The black assassin gasped for breath, each one heavy. His hand clutched the bleeding wound, staining his cloak red. Losing his footing, the black assassin stumbled, nearly collapsing in the deep forest. Deep within the forest, a mysterious figure appeared, silently observing the path ahead. Red eyes beneath the hood swept across the scene, harboring coldness and a hint of worry. The woman in the black cloak looked down at the ground, where the tracks had just vanished. He's gone. Where did he go? She mused, her voice full of doubt. He was only a few steps away, yet he vanished right before my eyes. Just now I could feel his breath and body heat, but now there's no trace left. A surge of purple-black energy enveloped her. The woman in the black cloak wondered, is this a barrier? She cautiously took each step, probing the mystery that enveloped the forest. The lonely figure of the woman in the black cloak gradually sank deeper into the dark night of the forest. The red eyes of the woman in the black cloak swept through the night, gleaming with vigilance amidst the dark forest. The woman in the black cloak turned back, looking at the illuminated path behind her. This is the entrance I came through. The woman in the black cloak's face showed a fleeting look of disappointment. I've lost his trail. Amidst the bare trees, the woman in the black cloak continued to walk, dry leaves swirling in the wind, her heavy footsteps imprinted on the ground, traversing the silent forest. She felt as if the forest was resisting, trying to push her away. It's as if this forest is hostile, trying to drive me out. The surrounding scenery distorted into purple-pink illusions. This forest is covered by a disruptive barrier, a labyrinth, and illusions, all designed to distort my senses. A temple appeared in an illusion. Shaolayan Temple must have erected these barriers to hide their base. The temple has great influence in Tibet. It's not easy to find, but her crimson eyes flashed with determination. But I can find anything if I search thoroughly. She continued to walk, and the path gradually opened up. As I always do, leaving the forest, the woman in the black cloak looked down at a village hidden at the foot of the mountain. With light footsteps, she entered the deserted village, not a soul in sight. She looked around, sensing something strange. This town. I thought I might find something because it's near Shaolayan Temple, but it's really odd. She sensed eyes watching hidden breaths. I can feel people watching and breathing, but no one is out and about. It's already midday. Are they that wary of a stranger? A man with curly black hair secretly peeked from behind the wall, his eyes full of vigilance. Amyong swung his arm, lunging as if to attack the woman in the black cloak. The woman in the black cloak swiftly extended her hand, revealing sharp claws. She clenched something tightly, then crushed it to dust, her crimson eyes gleaming with coldness. Amyong roared, his eyes filled with rage. "Get out of our town!" The middle-aged man rushed forward in a panic, trying to stop Amyong. "No! Amyong! Sir!" He fell to his knees, clutching Amyong tightly, pleading, "Sir, please have mercy! Forgive my son!" The entire village collectively knelt, begging for leniency, before the mysterious figure of the woman in the black cloak. Amyong remained defiant, his eyes blazing. "I'm not afraid of you." A red light flashed in the woman in the black cloak's eyes, her pupils twitching slightly. The middle-aged man, terrified, whispered to Amyong, "Son, be quiet. Do you want to end up like your younger brother?" Amyong roared in pain. "I'm not afraid. They turned my younger brother Soma into a monster." The middle-aged man looked at Amyong with horror in his eyes, calling his son's name, "Amyong!" The woman in the black cloak coldly asked, "Who took your younger brother?" Amyong glared, pointing directly at her, questioning, "Why ask? You're from Shaolayan Temple, aren't you?" The crimson eyes of the woman in the black cloak flared with an intense light as she repeated, "Shaolayan Temple?" Extreme fear enveloped them, making Amyong and the middle-aged man swallow hard, staring in horror. The woman in the black cloak looked down coldly, her crimson eyes like fire, her voice full of challenge. "Keep talking." Amyong cried out in despair, questioning the woman. "What more do you want after taking my brother and all the children here? You've come to take me, haven't you? Fine, Come and take me. The woman in the black cloak replied to Amyong, I won't take you. Amyong was stunned, then shouted, Liar! She continued, her voice chilling. I don't need to take you, nor do I intend to. I prefer to personally finish off my enemies rather than kidnap them and use tricks. Amyong suddenly realized something, his eyes wide with shock, and asked again, Wait, you're not from Shaolayan Temple, are you? In the silent space, the woman in the black cloak simply replied with a concise, No. Amyong and the middle-aged man looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. Amyong stammered again. You're really not from the temple? The woman in the black cloak growled threateningly. If you ask that question again, I will destroy everything. The villagers panicked, quickly apologizing and explaining, We're sorry, it's just that the temple has taken too much from us. The middle-aged man recounted painfully that this town was now desolate, but a few years ago, it was once a bustling place. Despite being near Namulan, the temple's base, the villagers lived peacefully. They were grateful for the temple's presence, which prevented bandits from rampaging. But then one day, monks from the temple suddenly stormed in, taking all their children, plunging the villagers into despair. The children were taken for unknown reasons. Amyong was lucky to escape because he wasn't in the village at the time. A few years later, they met their lost children again. The villagers were overjoyed, but their happiness didn't last long. At that moment, a horrifying truth was revealed. The temple had turned the children into monsters. A cold blade plunged down, tearing through the night. A tall, dark figure, sword plunged into the ground, stood towering amidst the trembling villagers. A cold command echoed, Fight. The cloaked figure gave a sinister smile, spreading terror. Wipe each other out, or your families will die. The loser's entire family will be annihilated. Under cruel coercion, the children were turned into monsters, their eyes glowing purple, rushing into battle. Fight for your family's lives. Blood stained the air red. The battle ended. The defeated children were killed, and their parents were also brutally murdered. The monastery relentlessly inflicted cruel punishments, torturing and turning the children into blind tools. They killed each other, even attacking their own parents. The middle-aged man recounted painfully, This arm of mine was severed by my own son, Soma. Amidst the gloomy village scene, the woman in the black cloak spoke, questioning their resignation. So, why don't you leave this place? Tears streamed down his weathered face. The middle-aged man gave a bitter laugh. Ha ha ha! How could we? He collapsed, along with the other villagers, burying his face and sobbing. They are our children, even if it costs us our lives. The villagers looked towards the woman in the black cloak, explaining their feelings. If we leave, the monastery might cruelly punish our children again. We cannot abandon them. Even if they no longer recognize us, it doesn't matter. The middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes a mix of panic and curiosity. By the way, why are you looking for the monastery? The silver-haired woman, her red eyes flashing with coldness, spoke with determination. I intend to. Her words were like a sharp blade. Annihilate all of them. The middle-aged man and Amyong knelt, stunned by the brutal declaration. The middle-aged man looked at Amyong, his eyes tearful yet resolute. Get up. He staggered to his feet, his face contorted with fury, determination evident in every fiber of his being. Introducing the leader of the Lower Thunder Temple, Grandmaster Hyolbul, rumored to have reached an extraordinary realm. He stood there, exuding a terrifying aura. It is rumored that Hyolbul has mastered the Lower Thunder Temple's strongest ultimate technique, Heavenly Dragon's Descent. He displayed terrifying power. Hyolbul also has the 10 Blood Guards, 10 capable assistants. Under his command are numerous ascetic monks, the core strength of the Lower Thunder Temple, with glowing red eyes full of death. The temple also has special organizations. More terrifyingly, kidnapped children are being raised for a dark purpose, their eyes glowing with a terrifying look. The villagers admitted they didn't know the way to the Lower Thunder Temple, but a middle-aged man asserted, it's a place where people live, so not all traces can be erased. The middle-aged man pleaded, believing that with her keen senses, the woman in the black cloak would find the Lower Thunder Temple. I believe you will get there. The woman in the black cloak looked at the middle-aged man skeptically. You know a lot, even though you've never set foot in the Lower Thunder Temple. The middle-aged man explained painfully that it was merely the anguish of a father whose child was taken. The woman in the black cloak mused, kidnapping children to train them into weapons. That sounds familiar. The woman in the black cloak realized that delaying would only give the Lower Thunder Temple more time to reinforce its defenses. The woman in the black cloak's eyes flashed with determination. I need to end this quickly. Amyong, with an anxious expression, tried to speak up. Amyong cried out in despair. If you find Soma or the other children, please don't harm them. Please save them. The woman in the black cloak pondered as Amyong burst into tears beside her. That time, I couldn't help anyone. Painful memories flooded back. The scene of children being taken away, piteous cries of father, mother, echoing in the empty room. A small child lay on the ground, hand covering its mouth, trying to call for help. Brother, save me! Brother, save me! Soma's piteous cry tore through Amyong's mind, the image of a small hand reaching out for help, haunting him relentlessly. Amyong cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. He blamed himself. Soma called for me, but I was too scared. All I could do was run away. Overwhelming regret choked Amyong. He gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, tormenting himself over his past cowardice. The middle-aged man looked at Amyong, tears also streaming down his face. It wasn't your fault, he said. Amyong choked out. Even I couldn't help the boy. The middle-aged man comforted him, his voice trembling. Fear is normal. You did your best. If you had been taken too, then I. Amyong looked at his father, his heart shattered. Father. The call contained boundless heartbreak, helplessness, and love. The woman in the black cloak coldly interrupted. Apologies for interrupting this touching moment, but I cannot promise you that. Amyong was stunned, tears still flowing. Why? The woman in the black cloak replied, I cannot be sure what will happen inside the small thunder temple. She continued, her gaze firm. I don't expect a welcome. Even if I find the children, I don't know what state they'll be in. I didn't seek out the temple to save people in the first place. After her cold declaration, she offered a promise. But I can promise one thing in exchange for your help. Amyong and the middle-aged man were surprised. Her glowing red eyes flared with killing intent. She gritted her teeth, her voice echoing with absolute determination. I will kill every single member of that temple. Night fell. The full moon shone brightly upon the tranquil forest, signaling a night of upheaval was about to begin. The woman in the black cloak stepped into the water, each step creating ripples that spread out, breaking the stillness of the night. Her solitary figure moved deeper into the water, her black cloak blending into the darkness, only her silver hair standing out amidst the ethereal scene. Around her, a swirling crimson energy. The barrier has been activated again, she muttered, her glowing red eyes full of vigilance. She looked down at the water, her gaze sharp and cold. But even a complex barrier cannot conceal all natures, she declared confidently. The woman in the black cloak observed the water. She concluded, it's hard to fake the feel of water. This stream, unlike other water sources, was full of fish, an unusual sign. She stepped into the water, feeling the life. The abundant fish indicated that the nutrient and food sources here were extremely rich. Her glowing red eyes were sharp and cold. Surely, it was due to waste and leftover food from those living nearby. She continued to step deeper into the water, ripples spreading out beneath her feet. She approached a gigantic drainage pipe, where the current gushed out powerfully. The water swirled violently, splashing everywhere. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing through the night. Purple energy swirled around the drainage pipe, distorting space. She stood there amidst the mystical purple energy, feeling every vibration of the flow. Her gaze was resolute. My vision is unclear, but I am certain this is the path to the monastery. She decided to disregard her sight, using her sense of smell and the feel of the water to find her way. The night was silent. A full moon hung suspended, illuminating the path she walked. She continued wading through the water, each step creating small ripples. Her crimson eyes gleamed, piercing through the hazy purple mist. She stood before an iron gate, looking through the bars where purple energy surged. Finally, she reached the end of the barrier. The monastery loomed majestically. From the murky black water, the girl in the black cloak emerged, her eyes burning red like flames. The monastery was right before her, the objective close at hand. The girl in the black cloak reached out, gripping the cold iron bars tightly. An ironclad resolve was evident. Nothing could stop her. A burst of blue energy erupted, shattering the sturdy iron gate. The final barrier had been breached, opening the way into the monastery. Inside, a guard wondered, I don't know who would dare infiltrate this place. Furthermore, no one can enter here without permission. The girl in the black cloak had gotten through, lying motionless on the cold ground, like a waiting trap. The guard remained confident. This is useless, especially at this late hour. Water still dripped from her cloak. The guard confidently said, this monastery has never been infiltrated by outsiders for hundreds of years. Who could possibly do it? It's unbelievable. Two other guards agreed, completely unaware that the intruder was nearby. They continued their discussion, completely off guard. A higher-ranking guard ordered them back to their posts. Didn't I say this was an order from above? Stop complaining and return to your positions. The two guards obeyed. The girl in the black cloak thought of the mysterious black-cloaked figure who had revealed information about her. A deep-seated vendetta simmered in her mind. Under the bright moonlight, the monastery stood majestically, harboring many secrets. A silent atmosphere enveloped it, but undercurrents had begun to surge. Inside, the middle-aged man questioned the escapee. "So you mean you fled all the way here with an assassin in pursuit?" In the solemn grand hall, the black-cloaked figure knelt before the elder and the disciples. A tense atmosphere filled the room. The black-cloaked figure admitted his fault, bowing his head in apology. "Yes, that's right. I apologize." Shame was evident in his every gesture. The elder couldn't believe it, his hands trembling as he fingered his prayer beads, questioning, "How can I believe that? You traveled so far without seeing the assassin's face?" He roared, scolding the figure. "Furthermore, you believe we must prepare to defend ourselves against that assassin? You not only failed, but also led the enemy right to our doorstep. You disappoint me." The black-cloaked figure looked up, pleading, "Sir, please give me another chance. With enough time, I can surely kill the assassin." His eyes were full of determination. The black-cloaked figure prostrated himself, begging for one last chance. "Please, trust me," the elder pondered. The black-cloaked figure's words still echoing in his mind. "It sounds ridiculous, but this child would not lie to me." A man in a red cloak spoke up, pleading with the elder to forgive the black-cloaked figure. "Sir, the black assassin has led outsiders to us, but he completed the mission to destroy the Green Palace. Please do not punish him," he continued, emphasizing the need to hunt down the assassin who threatened their disciple. "And he has no reason to lie. We must find and eliminate the assassin who threatened one of our disciples." That's right. Two men in red cloaks discussed a plan, suggesting releasing hunting dogs or sending bloodhound monks to patrol the northern forest. "No one can find their way in the northern forest. Should we release some hunting dogs?" Another man in a red cloak scoffed at the excessive caution. "But no one can reach this place. Is that really necessary? Haha, better to be overprepared." The black-cloaked figure thought to himself, "That's still not enough to deal with the enemy. No, that's not enough." With fiery eyes, the black-cloaked figure realized that only he himself was capable of confronting the danger. "Ultimately, I can only trust myself." Night fell. A full moon hung suspended above the deep forest canopy, enveloping everything in a mystical mist. A flickering torch illuminated the silent night, breaking the forest's tranquility, casting eerie shadows. Three guards holding torches searched everywhere, but found only silence and emptiness. "There's nothing here. Did anyone find anything? Anything at all?" "Nothing." A guard sighed, deeming the search futile and believing the black assassin's report was wrong. "I don't think there's any point in continuing to search the northern forest. The black assassin's report must have been mistaken." Another guard agreed, scoffing at the black-cloaked figure's arrogance. "I knew it. He's always so arrogant. You can't trust a lone wolf like him." The head guard was angry, believing the black-cloaked figure had wasted their time in vain. "He ran here with his tail between his legs, and he made us waste so much time." The head guard ordered a retreat, deciding to postpone the search and return to discuss it later. "We can discuss the search when we return. We should go back now." "Yes, sir." The three guards turned and walked away, completely unaware of a sharp, cold gaze watching them from the shadows, harboring a hidden danger. Deep within the forest, a pair of crimson eyes gleamed with malevolence, harboring an immeasurable threat, ready to erupt. A few days ago, in a quiet room, Jongmok diligently practiced his martial arts, each movement decisive and powerful. After the training session, he turned and walked away, his red cloak slipping from his shoulder to reveal a muscular back covered in scars. His body aching, Jongmok collapsed onto the bed, writhing in extreme exhaustion, as if he had just endured a grueling battle. In a daze, he muttered irritably, "Good heavens, how many days has it been? How are we supposed to find an assassin who doesn't even exist?" Jongmok told himself. This must just be some ridiculous illusion from that useless black assassin. Who knows what he's up to, huh? A chilling sensation suddenly washed over him. From the depths of the darkness, a snake-like entity with eerie, glowing red eyes slowly slithered closer, bringing with it a cold breath. The shadow quickly transformed, revealing the form of a mysterious figure with glowing red eyes surrounded by delicate, cold threads. The black threads shot forward like sharp needles, piercing through Jongmok's flesh, causing fresh blood to spurt out and dye the space red. In bone-piercing pain, Jongmok struggled in vain, his entire body bound tightly by invisible threads.
I can't move!
He roared. Extreme horror was evident in Jungmok's wide-open eyes as a terrifying figure slowly emerged, enveloping him in ultimate fear. The mysterious figure bent down, its glowing red eyes staring directly into Jungmok's. He whispered in despair, "A monster." The ultimate fear made Jungmok realize the horrifying truth. That guy was right. Night fell. The starry sky twinkled. A tranquil scene, completely contrasting with the recent nightmare. Amidst the stillness, Jungmok emerged from the deep forest, his figure appearing weary under the moonlight. Two other men were surprised to see Jungmok. "Huh? Brother Jungmok?" one exclaimed. "I thought you went to search the forest. I wonder what brought you here." They asked, "Is the search over?" "Your presence here is quite unusual," Jungmok replied. "It's done. This will be my final stop," the other person said. "Ah, no one has come here. We have nothing to report." Jungmok stood before the Wanfadayan, declaring the search concluded. He said he would inspect this place as a final procedure, then ordered the two red-clad soldiers to leave. The two red-clad soldiers bowed in obedience, leaving Jungmok to proceed deeper alone. Jungmok stepped inside, a horrifying stench assaulting his nose. He wondered, what kind of structure is this? He looked around. Amidst a faint blue mist, bookshelves and containers appeared. A library? Or a research facility? The stench was unusual. Jungmok looked everywhere, wondering about its source. The scent led the way, and Jungmok entered a narrow corridor facing a cold stone wall. He stopped, sensing the strongest stench emanating from the wall in front of him. Here it is. The strongest stench is right here. A mysterious hole in the wall. The horrifying stench was definitely leaking from there. Jungmok leaned closer, trying to penetrate the poisonous mist to see clearly inside. The scent reminded him of his difficult childhood memories. It's different from the garbage I used to eat, but it has something in common. It's definitely poison. Without hesitation, Jungmok threw a powerful punch at the wall, determined to break it. The wall shattered, and Jungmok stepped over the threshold, his gaze scrutinizing the dark room below. He squinted, his sharp, cold gaze piercing through the darkness. Let's see what's hiding in here. Behind the iron bars, a chilling sight appeared. An old man with silver hair and a person bound tightly, breathing heavily. The bound person writhed, ropes tightening around their body, each breath filled with agony. The old man with silver hair turned to the bound person, giving a gruesome smile. "All right, sorry to have kept you waiting so long." The old man with silver hair smugly showed off his creation. Even though he knew it wasn't easy to make, he thanked the victim for waiting. "No need to drink much. Just one drop is enough." The malicious old man with silver hair dripped the green liquid into the victim's mouth. The emerald green liquid dropped directly into the victim's gaping mouth, bringing with it extreme horror. The old man with silver hair cruelly squeezed the victim's mouth shut, forcing them to swallow the disgusting poison. The bound person could only let out choked groans. The poison took effect, and the victim's body convulsed violently, the ropes tightening until they drew blood. They groaned in ultimate pain. Fresh blood spilled from the corners of their mouth, and the victim's flesh began to deform, horrifying lumps appearing. They writhed, their body convulsing repeatedly. The victim's eyes were wide and bulging, pupils dilated lifelessly, their entire body covered in purplish lumps. Their desperate scream tore through the room. The victim's hands were horribly deformed, their joints cracking as if about to shatter. The poison was ravaging their body. Finally, that hand went limp, devoid of any strength. Life had completely abandoned the wretched body. The silver-haired old man cheered wildly, raising both hands to the sky. "I did it! It's complete!" He was smug about his wicked achievement. He was smug about the poison's power, believing that a single drop could kill 10 warriors. The silver-haired old man dreamed of a generous reward from the Grandmaster. A calm voice rang out from behind, startling the silver-haired old man. Jungmok had appeared unnoticed, his gaze scrutinizing. The silver-haired old man turned back irritably, his face still panicked. "Good heavens! Don't scare me like that! I almost dropped this." Jungmok stood there, his gaze firm, calmly watching the panicked old man. He simply stated his name. The silver-haired old man coughed, trying to regain his confidence, and held up the vial of poison. "So even you find this useful?" Jungmok asked about the poison, and the silver-haired old man smugly replied that he had just finished it and hadn't had time to name it. The silver-haired old man boasted wildly, claiming that even the strongest warrior couldn't take more than 7 steps after swallowing a single drop of this poison. Jungmok mused, repeating the fated number. 7 steps. The vial of poison shimmered with a blue light, bearing the name Chibu Jue Hundu. The silver-haired old man cheered, delighted with the name Jungmok had just given it. "Chibu Jue Hundu? Excellent! I like it!"
From now on, it will bear that name. Ha, ha, ha!
The silver-haired old man was still laughing gleefully, unaware that Jongmak had already made his move, his eyes glowing fiery red. Fresh blood splattered, staining the silver-haired old man's horrified eyes red. A hole appeared in the old man's head. He could only utter one last dying gasp. Jongmak stood there coldly. The silver-haired old man had collapsed in a pool of blood. He quickly snatched the vial of poison. Jongmak smiled smugly, gazing at the vial of poison in his hand. Finally, I have a useful poison. Jongmak stood in the cell, looking out through the bars. The guard said that few people come to this place. He pondered deeply, his eyes sharp and cold. Indeed, it's an ideal location. The magnificent palace stood majestically amidst the trees. A grand sight yet full of mysteries. A black-haired man with fiery red eyes roared in fury. What in the world is going on? A series of corpses lay scattered on the ground, blood staining the entire area red. All the bloodhound monks have been annihilated. The black-haired man bowed his head, his voice full of shame. It's shameful to say now, but the black assassin was right. He must have infiltrated the temple. He sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with indignation. But how did that assassin manage to bypass the barrier covering the entire northern forest? A guard bowed his head, his voice heavy. We don't know how the assassin bypassed the barrier, but upon investigation, a horrifying truth was revealed. Jongmak's body has disappeared. They had searched throughout the northern forest and the temple, but Jongmak was nowhere to be found. Another guard suggested, perhaps by following Jongmak's trail, we will find the assassin. A fist slammed down, its terrifying power cracking the ground. A figure collapsed, blood gushing, bones shattered. The ancient temple appeared, harboring a deadly secret. The assassin is surely hiding somewhere within. A long-haired master roared, his eyes flashing with fire. Find him! Find him before more of my disciples fall! Fury blazed in the master's heart, his hands glowing red. I will personally sever each of his limbs. Under the dim moonlight, two guards stared in horror at the scattered corpses. A guard exclaimed in shock, "Are they all dead? All because of a traitor hiding among us." The second guard gritted his teeth, his face humiliated. The assassin is toying with us. What am I going to tell Master Heelbl? Where is the black assassin? The first guard asked. The second guard hesitated. He is in seclusion. The first guard's eyes widened in anger. In seclusion? The one who led the assassin here is in seclusion? An angry roar echoed, tearing through the night. Tell him to come here immediately! A figure in a black cloak knelt, speaking with full confidence. I know how to find the assassin. The red-clad guard questioned the cloaked figure. Where were you when the disciples were being slaughtered? Only now do you crawl here? Are you sure this method will work? The black-cloaked figure replied, his voice firm. Yes, I used all my power to release the seal on the monsters. The red-robed guard questioned the monster children they had captured from the village, doubting their capabilities. The monster children? You mean the children we captured from the village? What can you do with such limited tools? The man in black robes revealed he had experimented on the children, teaching them the evil art of reverse guanyin, a legendary demonic skill. He explained that this evil art held infinite potential, but if fully unleashed, it would crush the user's mind. But with his mind control techniques, he broke all limits, unleashing the sealed power. Thanks to this, he made interesting discoveries and was confident he could use them to find the assassin. The red-robed guard remained skeptical, reminding him that it was the man in black robes who had brought the assassin, causing the deaths of countless disciples. The man in black robes replied, reminding him of a past favor and asking if the guard dared to stake his life on this plan. He bowed his head, admitting he couldn't clearly see the assassin's face during the pursuit. A humiliation beyond words. He knelt, vowing to stake everything. For if he failed, there would be nothing left to lose. He requested everyone be gathered. The long-haired master stood on the balcony, his gaze distant as he looked down at the courtyard. With a stern expression, the long-haired master ordered all disciples to gather in the full moon hall. The majestic full moon hall appeared under the night sky, illuminated by the bright moonlight. A long, winding corridor led into the hall, the silence eerily profound. The heavy hall doors slowly opened, revealing the space within. The man in black robes stood among hundreds of disciples, reporting readiness. The long-haired master gestured for him to step forward. From behind the curtain, three figures emerged. Guian, Yunyo, and Soma, their eyes sharp and cold. The man in black robes reported, no traces of a stranger were found, nor any signs of struggle on the corpses. All evidence suggests he has infiltrated our ranks. he continued, his eyes sharp and cold. Now, everyone in the hall has gathered. The assassin is surely here. No matter how skillfully he disguises himself, I will find him. And with all of us disciples here, we can defeat the assassin the moment he is revealed, he declared confidently amidst the tense atmosphere. The long-haired master questioned, his eyes glowing red. How do you intend to find that assassin? The man in black robes pointed to the three young people. These children survived after the seal was lifted. They have acquired special abilities, he explained. Guian can see the flow of energy. Our hall's cultivation techniques have a unique flow, so the assassin will be different. Yunyo has completely lost his sight, but his other senses are amplified. He can detect any signs of deceit. The long-haired master nodded. Good, quite impressive. Guian will find the assassin by checking the energy flow, and Yunyo will interrogate him. The long-haired master looked at Soma, asking, So, what is that child's ability? The man in black robes replied, Nothing special yet. However, her killing intent has increased. I don't know what her true ability is, but she survived the trial. Her mind is filled only with a thirst for slaughter. The long-haired master frowned. Is that so? Then she's a failure. Everyone in the minor thunder hall has a thirst for slaughter. The long-haired master ordered. Now, go find the assassin. The man in black robes immediately complied. Yes, sir. Killing intent cannot be called an ability, but rather a weakness, the long-haired master thought to himself. But I'm sure there's something hidden behind her killing intent. I wonder what it is. The man in black robes ordered. Soma, you go search too. But Soma immediately refused. I don't want to. Guian began to walk among the seated disciples, each step carrying a cold determination. Guian's cold gaze swept over each person, beginning the search. Guian continued to examine, shaking his head slightly as he passed each disciple. No, not here. Not here either. Not here. Guian stopped, his gaze firm. The assassin is not here. Guian's declaration startled a disciple. What? The disciples murmured, doubtful. Is that right? I don't know. What if that child is wrong? What? The long-haired master glared, questioning the man in black robes. You guaranteed you would find the assassin, the man in black robes confidently asserted. The children cannot be wrong. So the assassin is not here. He could still be hiding somewhere. Yunyo smirked, pointing. He's sitting over there. A gasp of astonishment rang out. What? A figure flashed past, darting like lightning, tearing through the silence. Yunyo bent down, looking directly at a monk. He's been sitting here this whole time. The monk trembled, his eyes wide with panic as red energy flared around him. The one we're looking for. Yunyo smirked, her eyes glowing red. It's you, isn't it? A phantom of a silver-haired woman with glowing red eyes appeared behind the monk, like a deadly confirmation. Soma stepped forward, his red eyes filled with murderous intent, asking directly, Can I kill him? Soma's killing intent erupted, his face contorted in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Soma's face distorted with rage, his red eyes seemingly wanting to devour his prey. I'll kill him. Soma attacked, claws tearing through the air, creating a terrifying impact sound. Soma's black rings shot forward, colliding violently with the blue-haired opponent, while the assassin monk remained calm. The blue-haired opponent was flung back, their body spinning in a surge of dark energy, like a puppet on strings. The blue-haired figure staggered and fell, eyes closed, like a bird with broken wings in mid-air. Soma continued to strike, but the blue-haired opponent managed to retreat behind the monk, who remained still and unmoving. Yunyo narrowed her eyes, her cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Soma knelt, his face furious. Ha! They all missed. Yunyo looked towards the man in the black cloak, her eyes flashing with understanding. I knew it. It's him, the owner of Qianyang Tavern. Soma struck again, but the monk remained still amidst the barrage of attacks. How strange. The monk sat motionless, his body swirling with strange energy, causing all attacks to miss. You look like you're standing still, so why can't I hit you? Guian observed from a distance, his face filled with astonishment at the unprecedented sight. I've never seen anything like this before. Guian explained that the monk wasn't just sitting still, but was weaving energy like threads, evading Soma's attacks with minimal intervention. A strand of blue energy swirled around Guian's hand, illustrating his words. I had no idea that kind of skill was possible. The monk still sat there, surrounded by a dark circle, but the blue energy threads had begun to coil, repelling all attacks. The monk crossed his arms, a brilliant blue energy orb gradually forming in his palm, its light spreading everywhere. The monk sat silently, amidst the dark encirclement and the intricate network of blue energy. forming an impenetrable shield. The monk meditated, brilliant blue energy surrounding him, facing Soma, who was bowing. A question echoed, piercing through the mana mist. Soma lifted his head, his red eyes meeting the monk's gaze. The name rang out, brief yet challenging. Amyong, his face contorted in horror, recognized Soma. The truth was revealed, like a sharp blade piercing his heart. Soma was utterly astonished, spinning around abruptly. His eyes blazed with questions. Unable to believe what he had just heard, the monk calmly recounted, each word, like a knife, cutting into Soma's heart. He had met his brother, and even his father. Amyong erupted in fury, leaping up and roaring. The monk's words had pushed him to his breaking point. Amyong frantically accused, ordering everyone around him. He screamed, accusing the monk of toying with them. The monk coldly interrupted Amyong, a brilliant crimson fireball flickering in his hand. His overwhelming aura silenced the space. The monk waved his hand, signaling Soma. He immediately leaped up, escaping the range of the impending attack. The brilliant crimson flames erupted fiercely, devouring everything. Those nearby were thrown back, engulfed in a sea of fire. A terrifying explosion ripped through the space, fire and debris scattering everywhere. The room plunged into chaos. Heart-wrenching screams of pain echoed. Smoke and fire enveloped everything. Charred figures writhed in despair. A man in a red robe was in extreme panic, yelling amidst the sea of fire. He was both calling to put out the fire and wanting to capture the assassin. Another man screamed in pain, his body burning. He asked desperately, unable to believe the enemy's preparations. Amidst the raging inferno, the monk remained motionless. Those around him cried for help, unable to comprehend this kind of tactic. The monk still sat there, calmly looking down at the chaotic scene. Everything was engulfed in flames, yet he remained serene. Amyong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. He roared, "And how long has he been hiding right under my nose?" Amidst the chaotic screams, Yunyo sat calmly and said to Soma, "Your father and Amyong asked me to help you." Soma's eyes widened, a flicker of hope appearing. Both of them are still alive? Thank goodness they're not dead. Soma recalled the painful past. He had personally cut off his father's arm to avoid killing him, and his father had feigned death despite extreme pain, just to protect him. Yunyo questioned Soma about an escape, but he only replied, "I won't." She continued, "And I'm not here to save you." Yunyo's eyes glowed crimson, a surge of evil energy erupting. "I'm here to kill everyone." Soma asked in astonishment, "You're going to kill all those people?" Yunyo replied coldly, "That's right." Soma's face contorted, his eyes glowing crimson with a mad smile. "All of them." Soma shot into the air, surrounded by purple energy. He roared, "Kill them! Annihilate them all!" Soma's face was filled with rage, his eyes glowing crimson. "I want to kill them too! Annihilate them all!" Amyong, like a giant phantom, roared furiously. "Soma, how dare you betray us?" Soma sneered, his crimson eyes full of contempt. "Betrayal? Were we ever allies? You treated us like slaves." Guian and the blue-haired person stepped forward, declaring, "We want to join too." Amyong was stunned. What? Guian and Yunyo stood side by side, their gazes firm. "We don't remember our families like Soma, but we cannot forgive what they did to us." Amyong roared, his face contorted with anger. Crimson energy swirled around his hands, ready to explode. The black assassin raised a hand, purple energy surging to protect the children, roaring, "Don't touch these children!" The black assassin was in extreme pain, his hand crushed by an invisible force, a groan tearing through the air. Yunyo looked at the long-haired man with crimson, murderous eyes, promising a reckoning. "I'll deal with you later." A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a sea of blazing purple fire. The monster children, and the blue-haired person, were thrown back, their painful screams echoing everywhere. The blue-haired person screamed in pain, their face contorted with fear. The long-haired man stood motionless amidst the sea of fire, hearing the desperate cries for help from the children. "Master, save us!" The long-haired man roared, purple energy violently erupting around his body. The blue-haired person frantically called out to the long-haired man, warning about the unusual fire. "Master, this fire isn't normal. We have to escape." The long-haired man glared furiously at Yunyo, unable to flee when the enemy was right before his eyes. "How can I leave when the one who mocked and ravaged my disciples is right there?" The blue-haired person urgently pleaded with the long-haired man to escape. "If we don't escape now, everyone will be engulfed by the fire. We can't sacrifice all our disciples for one person. We can capture him after we survive." The long-haired man gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes flaring with extreme indignation. Amyong looked contemptuously at Soma's group, realizing the children had betrayed the black assassin, and roared angrily. That foolish black assassin was confident in his mind control abilities. But it seems the children have betrayed him. How dare these idiots run rampant in front of me? Amyong clenched his teeth tightly, his face contorted with rage. Amyong roared a challenge, energy swirling around him, ready to sweep everyone away.
I will blow all of you away at once.
Furious energy erupted, a roar echoing through heaven and earth, signaling Amyong's destructive attack. A long, silver-haired figure stood at the heart of the crimson energy storm, facing the terrifying power. His silver hair flew wildly. The silver-haired man's crimson eyes flashed, and a dazzling light enveloped him. An earth-shattering explosion tore through space, submerging everything in a sea of fire and energy. The ground trembled. Debris scattered. Everything shattered under the pressure of the attack. Painful groans echoed. Weak souls crushed and vanished in the fury. Amyong stood stunned amidst the rubble, his eyes frantically searching. Where did he go? The monster children looked around blankly, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Where is he? The entire group scattered in a panic, trying to find traces amidst the desolate scene. Where did he hide? A man in a red robe softly said. Perhaps everything was crushed by his ultimate technique. Amyong gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp. No, he's still alive. He turned to order his subordinates, his voice full of authority. Find him, Amyong growled, his determination for revenge burning. And I will kill him with my own hands. The long-haired master, with blazing red eyes, led a group of people rushing forward like arrows. Chase them! On the cold ground, fresh red bloodstains remained, evidence of the fierce pursuit. The long-haired man asked for the target's location, and the blue-haired person pointed the way. The bloodstains on the cold ground led the path. Where is he? This way. The long-haired man determined that the enemy was injured and hiding. The blue-haired person reported that people had been sent inside. The bloodstains lead here. He must have been injured by my technique and is hiding here. I've sent a group inside. They'll find him soon. Without further delay, the long-haired man decided to go in himself, his steps resolute. I'll go in myself. The long-haired man stood before an ancient building, on which hung a sign that read, Hall of 10,000 Laws. The long-haired man stepped inside, his eyes full of doubt. The Hall of 10,000 Laws? But why? Upon reaching the basement, the long-haired man suddenly sensed something unusual. The basement here is... Wait! The long-haired man turned back to warn his comrades. Don't go in there. This is a trap. Dokwang and his disciples have been researching poisons here. A toxic green smoke erupted, spreading throughout the space, engulfing the passageway. Those who went ahead began to cough violently, vomit blood, their faces discolored from the poison. Many collapsed, clutching their throats in agony, their breaths ragged, crying for help in despair. Poison! Help! Amidst the chaos, the long-haired man still stood firm, his sharp eyes watching his falling subordinates. He roared, ordering everyone to hold their breath, trying to resist the spreading toxic gas. Everyone, hold your breath! The long-haired man stomped his foot, and a surge of emerald green energy erupted from the ground. He roared, concentrating the green energy into his palms, creating a powerful protective barrier. Ha! The blue-haired person hastily instructed his comrades to breathe carefully, while the master shielded them from the poison. Master! Now! Breathe carefully while Master is protecting us from the poison. The long-haired master strained to resist, the protective green energy trembling against the poison. The pain was evident on his face. Even as the long-haired master struggled to hold on, the toxic gas swirled powerfully, engulfing indistinct figures, staining the entire space red. The long-haired master looked up in horror, realizing the terrible thing that had just happened. 3 monster children appeared, their eyes blazing red, their faces expressionless. One of them exclaimed, "Just as he said." Amyong flashed a gruesome smile, his bloodshot eyes full of excitement. "We've been waiting for this." Amyong eagerly asked Soma when he could act. Soma replied, "You can kill them if you follow my instructions." Soma flew away, leaving behind fake bloodstains. He calculated, they'll think the blood from this body is mine and follow the trail. With sharp eyes, Soma calmly declared, "They will walk into their own graves. I don't intend to let them die peacefully. They will be poisoned in the trap." Amyong was annoyed, thinking the poison would steal his prey. Soma reassured him, "The poison won't kill all of them. Don't waste your strength on mere foot soldiers." Soma reminded Amyong about patience. "You said you've waited for this opportunity for a long time because there were too many enemies. Then listen to me. Wait until the time is ripe, and you can kill as many as you like." Amyong burst with joy, his eyes blazing. "As many as I like." The 3 monster children continued to walk, leaving behind a gloomy and deadly atmosphere. Amyong revealed his brutality, declaring, "I don't care if I die, as long as I get my revenge. What about the two of you?" Guian and Yunyo looked at each other, replying in unison to Amyang, "Us too." Amyong bowed his head, his sinister laugh echoing in the night. "Good." Amyong and his accomplices laughed maniacally, their red eyes filled with murderous intent. He roared, "Ha ha 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 ha! Kill them!" The long-haired master gritted his teeth, his entire body engulfed in divine flames, resisting the poison. He strained in agony. He swore to use the Samadhi True Fire to purify the toxic energy and annihilate all enemies. "Just you wait. I'll burn away the poison with the Samadhi True Fire." The divine flames in his hand flickered and blazed brightly. The long-haired master unleashed a fierce torrent of fire, aiming directly at the attackers. He roared, "Take this!" Soma flashed an eerie smile, while Guian and Yunyo maintained cold expressions. The long-haired master roared, pouring all his strength into the attack. He yelled, "Die!" A blinding light erupted from the long-haired master, repelling the enemies. A violent explosion ripped through the air, engulfing everything in a sea of flames. The masked assailant recoiled, and one of the monster children was flung away by the destructive force. Smoke and fire billowed, the ground was scorched black, and shadows collapsed. The dark assassin stood amidst the devastation, looking around in shock. He exclaimed, "What? What? What happened?" The long-haired master lay slumped amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The dark assassin realized with horror that the master was in danger. He cried out, Master! The master is there!" He ordered his comrades to quickly rush down to rescue the master. "Everyone, go down there and help him!" the soldiers chorused. "Yes, sir!" Without hesitation, the entire group immediately leaped into the fiery abyss. The disciples rushed over, astonished by the long-haired master's power. "Master, are you all right? The master killed all of them." The long-haired master was exhausted after the attack, but an uneasy premonition arose. The woman in the black cloak suggested he rest and let them handle the rest. Suddenly, the eyes of a disciple in red robes turned crimson, and a surge of dark energy enveloped him. From behind, the disciple in red robes lunged to attack the long-haired master with dark tentacles. He was caught by surprise. Other disciples were also brutally attacked by the dark tentacles, their bodies writhing in agony. The controlled disciple in red robes, without hesitation, stabbed through a fellow disciple, fresh blood splattering. The cold blade pierced through a throat. Hot blood gushed out, staining the entire space crimson. The controlled disciple in red robes was enraged when Soma also joined the rampage. Soma replied nonchalantly, his words chillingly cold-blooded. Soma smirked, his crimson eyes gleaming with malevolence, confirming his words. Soma laughed maniacally as the other disciples fell with pathetic cries, unable to resist. The long-haired master erupted in fury, his entire body ablaze, roaring with indignation. The long-haired master's eyes suddenly widened. He sensed an abnormal surge of power swirling. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful blow, disregarding the demon's attacks. The long-haired master unleashed terrifying power, and swirling streams of energy shot forth. But a sudden attack struck, sending him flying, his body severely shaken. The long-haired master collapsed. Sharp weapons scattered around him. The long-haired master roared defiantly, his entire body ablaze with crimson energy, ready to counterattack. "Is that all you've got?" Red smoke swirled, engulfing the space, and a voice filled with rage echoed, "You!" He was sent flying, his body swaying amidst the crimson energy. But his will to fight remained unyielding. The long-haired master shot forward, his eyes bloodshot, his fists charged with fire, determined to find the enemy. "I know where you're hiding." A terrifying explosion tore through the night, crimson energy spreading and destroying everything in its path. Amidst the smoke and dust, Soma appeared, his silver hair fluttering, his crimson eyes glowing, his hands gathering deadly blue energy as he confronted the long-haired master. Soma gazed coldly at his opponent, sharp blades hovering around him, ready to finish off anyone in his way. The cold blades sliced through the air, impaling the blue-haired person, causing him to collapse in agony. The long-haired master watched in horror as blades continued to rush towards him, forcing him to defend. He parried the attack, the clash of metal deafening. "You call this an attack?" Soma launched a fatal blow, sharp claws tearing through the air, aimed directly at the long-haired master. Fresh blood splattered, but the long-haired master still sneered, his gaze resolute. "It's useless." Soma coldly stepped forward as the long-haired master collapsed. The battle seemed to be over. He approached, grabbing the hand of the bound blue-haired person, his eyes emotionless. Soma stood tall, holding the chain, his red eyes burning like hellfire, declaring victory. A red-robed disciple handed a cloak to another person. "I made this cloak for you. You might not need it, but I've hidden some small weapons inside." The long silver-haired person stood in the darkness, their red eyes blazing. Blue energy swirled around their hands, ready to erupt. Powerful blue energy surged from the long silver-haired person, forming a fierce vortex. The blue energy vortex exploded, sweeping across space, obliterating everything in its path. A sharp blue energy blade tore through the wind, leaving a dazzling streak of light. The blue blade collided forcefully, creating sparkling fragments and a deafening sound. The collision spread into a circular energy wave, scattering fragments everywhere. The long-haired master, with fiery eyes, swung a pitch-black energy sword, charging straight into battle. He charged like a storm, crimson energy erupting, creating a destructive attack. A terrifying crimson explosion engulfed the space, sending the long silver-haired person flying. The long silver-haired person knelt on one knee amidst the red smoke, seemingly preparing a counterattack. The long silver-haired person stood up, their hair transforming into blue energy whips, their eyes blazing with determination to fight. The long silver-haired person unleashed a barrage of sharp blue energy blades, exploding across the space. The long silver-haired person gave a cold smile, their red eyes blazing, and declared, "Blue wind art." The long silver-haired person stood amidst a surging sea of blue energy waves, unleashing 72 wave slashes. The surging blue energy waves rushed forward, engulfing the long-haired master in their vortex. The long-haired master was submerged in the sea of waves, his pained roars tearing through the air. Blue energy exploded, engulfing everything in the wrath of the blue-haired person. The long-haired master roared in agony, his body torn apart by the cold blue energy. Utter horror was evident on the long-haired master's face as he felt death approaching. Cornered, the long-haired master unleashed a burst of power, trying to break free from Soma's chain. Despite his injuries, the long-haired master remained defiant. That was quite a blow. The long-haired master roared, summoning the silhouette of a colossal fire dragon, defying all limits. Facing the fire dragon, the blue-haired person coldly summoned a blue snake god, ready for battle. The long-haired master stepped forward decisively, the ground trembling beneath his murderous stride. The blue-haired person also advanced, their eyes sharp as ice, ready for the final battle. The fire dragon and the blue snake god roared, signaling the fated confrontation between the two strongest. The blue-haired person charged, their blue energy sword blazing. They muttered to themselves, "I must anticipate the opponent's moves and dodge in an instant." The long-haired master dodged, his red eyes highly vigilant, leaving no opening. The long-haired master counterattacked swiftly, a blazing stream of fire shooting straight at the blue-haired person. Despite being hit, the blue-haired person remained resilient. They calculated, "By doing this, I will slowly lure the opponent into an advantageous area for myself." Heartbeats pounded. The battle reached its climax. Every strike a matter of life and death. With a decisive slash, the blue-haired person ended the battle, their eyes cold and unwavering. The long-haired master, controlled, spewed forth a blazing stream of dragon fire, threatening everything in its path. The long silver-haired person dodged the deadly path of fire, knowing that even a slight misstep would be enough to tear their flesh. Approaching the opponent always carried inherent danger, as even a scratch from that energy was enough to shatter bones and rip flesh. If struck, it wouldn't just be a simple wound. That's why he had to lure the long-haired master closer. He used soul threads to create the sensation of touch, deceiving the opponent's eyes with a bit of blood. He didn't expect to easily deceive the long-haired master, because an opponent of such caliber would quickly notice something amiss. The long-haired master charged forward, unleashing a fierce dragonfire attack, but the long silver-haired person swiftly dodged. The long-haired master was not foolish. He had noticed something strange in the long silver-haired person's attack. The long-haired master continued to attack with fire, but the long silver-haired person maintained their stance, skillfully dodging. An opponent of the long-haired master's caliber would find this action truly peculiar. The long silver-haired person continued to dodge, making the long-haired master believe he was gaining the upper hand. But as the battle continued, the lies and strange occurrences would gradually become reality. He had named the space created by these tricks. The long silver-haired person's eyes and breath were both suppressed, concealing a secret. All of this was to conceal that special space. The long-haired master, with a crazed look in his eyes, scoffed. "You're tired. Your attacks are getting weaker. All you know are cowardly tricks. Your true skills are not strong at all." The long-haired master sneered triumphantly. He believed his opponent's schemes were nothing but petty tricks. In the end, you're just a mediocre assassin. But the long silver-haired person was not easily fooled. His cold eyes concealed a profound plan, making the enemy mistakenly believe they had won. The long-haired master roared in fury, his body ablaze with fire. He charged forward, unleashing a fatal blow, determined to finish off his opponent. Die! The long-haired master's furious flames swept forth, forming a destructive surge of energy that tore through the air. The long, silver-haired person faced the fierce attack. He knew that an attack launched with overconfidence often contained an opening. The long, silver-haired person's eyes flashed. He had seen through this simple and predictable move, discovering the opponent's fatal weakness. With terrifying speed, the long, silver-haired person counterattacked. A surge of blue energy erupted, ready to pierce through the enemy's defenses. A sharp cut tore through the air. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the space red, signaling that a fatal blow had landed. The long-haired master clutched his chest in pain, fresh blood gushing from the wound. He hadn't expected to be hit. The long-haired master was wounded and coughed up blood, his face contorted with pain and surprise. He couldn't believe he had been so severely injured. The long-haired master still refused to yield. He growled, "You think this trick can do anything to me?" The long silver-haired person calmly replied, blue energy erupting around him. Shattered jade. The blue energy from the long silver-haired person pierced directly into the long-haired master's chest, creating a powerful explosion from within. The long-haired master screamed in extreme agony, his body torn apart from within by the blue energy, writhing incessantly. The long silver-haired person coldly declared, "Even if you use energy to protect your body, you cannot stop the destruction from within." The long-haired master shrieked in despair, his body deforming and disintegrating under the opponent's destructive power. The long silver-haired person coldly declared, "It's over." A withered, blackened arm lay isolated on the desolate ground. The long-haired master's body was completely deformed, leaving only a withered, lifeless husk. The three red-robed disciples watched the scene in horror, desperate screams echoing, Master, our master!" How? With bloodshot eyes, the three disciples charged like madmen, determined to avenge. One of them yelled, "Die, he's exhausted! Don't let him escape!" Soma roared in fury, his eyes burning with hatred. Soma leaped into the air, his eyes contemptuously looking at those fleeing. "Where do you think you're going? I'm not done playing yet." Suddenly, Soma froze, his eyes wide with surprise. A figure descended from the sky, a blazing sword slashing straight into the panicked disciples. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing the disciples in a sea of fire and debris. They panicked. What's happening? The black-haired man landed. His sword plunged deep into the ground, creating a shockwave. Wind swept up dust, and the space gradually quieted after the fiery storm. The black-haired man stood firm, his sword sheathed, his gaze resolute. He smiled faintly, asking his friend, "Are you all right, my friend?" The long, silver-haired man stared at the other, uttering a familiar name. Jin Jiamwu? Jin Jiamwu explained. "It was hard to track you because your traces suddenly vanished. I wouldn't have found you here if I hadn't seen the tower on the way or that explosion just now." Jin Jiamwu appeared just in time, his eyes sweeping over the deceased master's body. He calmly remarked that Pio Wool had already dealt with the strongest opponent. A series of red-robed figures were rushing towards the battlefield. Jin Jiamwu smiled mysteriously, turned to look at Pio Wool, and declared that there was still much he could help with. Jin Jiamwu looked at Pio Wool meaningfully, as if to test his endurance. He believed that Pio Wool still had enough strength to continue fighting. Pio Wool held a glowing red object, reluctantly accepting it. Jin Jiamwu laughed in response, saying that this would make them even, with no one owing anyone. A desolate scene emerged after the fierce battle. A deep, dark crater, a mark of destruction, was still etched into the ground. In the darkness, the black assassin gasped for breath, exhausted after the battle. The horned mask obscured his face, revealing only his tired, glowing red eyes. The black assassin stood amidst the scattered corpses, a cruel smile on his lips. He looked down, satisfied with the outcome of the massacre. Jin Jiamwu sheathed his sword, his gaze calm. He declared that everything was done, as if the recent battle was merely a trivial matter. Pio Wool glared at Jin Jiamwu, his red eyes flaring with irritation. He growled, denying the friendship Jin Jiamwu had just mentioned. Jin Jiamwu smiled brightly, explaining that Pio Wool had saved Wang Gaiyong. He expressed his gratitude, stating that she was on her way back to the capital. Pio Wool remained vigilant, asking Jin Jiamwu how he found him without leaving any traces. Jin Jiamwu replied that he hadn't learned any special tracking skills. Jin Jiamwu revealed that he had mimicked Pio Wool's actions and used a special treasure to find the right path. He was proud of his ingenuity. Jin Jiamwu laughed, admitting his tracking method was clumsy but had brought him here just in time. P.O. Wool maintained a cold expression. P.O. Wool sensed the state of his deceased master, whose energy was dissipating. He thought that if he had arrived any later, he wouldn't have been able to repay his debt of gratitude. The master's body lay there, a great warrior fallen. Jin Jianwu wondered in astonishment what technique P.O. Wool had used to defeat him. Jin Jianwu looked at P.O. Wool thoughtfully. He yearned to know what level of power P.O. Wool had reached by now. In the silent night, Amyong asked the long, silver-haired woman, "Should we return to the capital now?" She replied coldly, "No." Her glowing red eyes flashed with determination. And the long, silver-haired woman whispered, "There's still one thing left to do." The temple burned fiercely, its raging flames dyeing the entire night sky red. A dark figure shot through the silent night. The black assassin gasped heavily, his body exhausted after the relentless pursuit. Despite his exhaustion, the black assassin gritted his teeth, continuing to dart through the darkness. The black assassin gasped, his voice filled with despair. "What do I do now? Lei-Yin Temple has been destroyed. Where else can I go?" The black assassin's glowing red eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light, as if he had found a final hope. A thought suddenly flashed, and the black assassin exclaimed, "Potala Palace!" The majestic Potala Palace appeared. "That's right. He won't be able to chase me all the way there. That place is so far." The black assassin reassured himself, believing that even his enemy couldn't reach that place. A sound of aha echoed. The black assassin burst into maniacal laughter, but his body began to disintegrate into small pieces. The black assassin vanished quickly, leaving only fragmented debris in the air. The black assassin's glowing red eyes widened, their light slowly fading, like a soul fleeting away. Amidst the desolate scene, the fragments still hovered, like the last traces of the black assassin. The faint silhouette of the black assassin finally descended to the ground, dissolving into nothingness. The black assassin darted like a ghost through the deep forest, faint green energy swirling around him. He glanced back, his crimson eyes hidden behind the mask, wary of every lurking danger. After a heavy landing, his body collapsed at the base of a tree, the green energy slowly fading. The black assassin gasped for breath, each heavy gasp tearing through the night's silence. He struggled to breathe, trying to regain his last bit of strength. Suddenly, glowing green energy tendrils wrapped tightly around the black assassin, binding him to the tree trunk. He struggled in vain, a painful groan escaping his throat as he was tightly bound. His mask cracked open, one eye glowing yellow, the other crimson with tears, revealing his despair. Chained tightly, he uttered, "I was wrong." Then, tears streamed down his obscured face as he pleaded, "Kill me." In his final moments, the black assassin looked up, whispering, "Please." A terrifying explosion echoed, his body shattering into fragments of blood and mask. He took his last breath, his eyes tear-filled, whispering, "Now." A piece of the mask fell, the dawn sky appearing, like a release. "I am free." As dawn broke, Amyong, the silver-haired woman, and the long brown-haired woman sat silently, welcoming the first light. The silver-haired woman smiled mysteriously, asking, "Who do you think will win?" Amyong smiled and replied to the silver-haired woman as dawn rose, "That's too obvious." Amyong stated firmly, her gaze fixed on the silver-haired woman, "It will be Big Brother P.O. Wool." The long brown-haired woman remained calm, offering her observation. Old Iron seemed strong too. The silver-haired woman opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, and began to compare. "Brother P.O. Wool is like a sharp needle," she continued, envisioning P.O. Wool's opponent. "But Old Iron is like a sledgehammer." The silver-haired woman stood up, asking, "Are you feeling better? If you haven't recovered after meditation, then this is enough." Jin Jianwu, with a confident smile, made a meaningful promise. "All right, regardless of the outcome, I will forgive you for Seo Moonpyong's death." The silver-haired woman replied coldly, without expression, "You don't need to forgive me." Amyong reappeared, explaining his reason. "I know, but I want to. I don't like holding on to hatred and unpayable debts gnawing at my soul." "Well, you truly are complicated." Jin Jianwu smiled brightly, offering thanks before disappearing. "Thank you for accepting my request to resolve this amicably." The silver-haired woman replied, her face cold, revealing her true motive. "You don't need to thank me. I agreed, because there's something I want to see." All three sat down, Amyong and the long brown-haired woman exclaiming excitedly, "Oh, they're about to start!" In mid-air, P.O. Wool and Jin Jianwu clashed, creating a dazzling explosion of light. Amazing! In the ancient village, people gathered in crowds, looking up at the sky, awaiting something. The young man handed a book to the silver-haired old man. The old man took it, his eyes shining brightly. "Oh, this is truly the original," the young man explained, his face serious. "Your son wanted this sent to you." The silver-haired old man warmly invited the blonde-haired man to rest, introducing his tavern. The blonde-haired man politely refused.
"Oh, you don't have to."
The blonde-haired man leaned against the wall, looking bored, muttering, "This is so boring. I want to go find a girl already. Why is he taking so long?" Unable to bear it any longer, the blonde-haired man decided to leave and find his own entertainment. "Well, I should go find a brothel instead of waiting here." He walked down the street, telling himself he would find a great place to enjoy city life. "I'll find a great place to enjoy myself in this city." As he strolled, he suddenly caught sight of a long, gray-haired woman gliding past. Her steps were as light as the wind. She walked in silence, her long gray hair flowing freely, partially obscuring her delicate face. The blonde-haired man stopped, his eyes full of curiosity as he watched her back. The ancient cobblestone path stretched out, flanked by silent tiled roof houses, bathed in the morning sun. The gray-haired woman continued to walk, each step carrying an unusual grace. The blonde-haired man followed, wondering about the mysterious woman's destination. Where is she going? Finally, she stopped before a massive, ancient, and majestic building. The gray-haired woman looked up, her eyes as still as an unrippled lake. The heavy wooden door slowly opened, revealing dazzling light within, as if unveiling another world. From a distance, the blonde-haired man secretly observed, his gaze full of scrutiny. He stood under the eaves, surprised by the grandeur of the house. She lives here? It's quite big. Despite everything, he decided to climb onto the roof to continue his surveillance. Whatever. He lightly leaped onto the roof, continuing his pursuit. Standing on the tiled roof, he was surprised by the pervasive silence. It's really quiet here. Are there no guards? A small figure suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. The black-haired, red-eyed boy asked, "Who are you?" He recoiled in panic, not expecting someone to approach him without his knowledge. The black-haired, red-eyed boy smiled eerily, holding a pitch-black orb. "What? I didn't just see him!" He tried to remain calm, asking the black-haired, red-eyed boy, "Hey kid, do you live here?" The boy replied, "Yes, I live here." He pointed at the house, asking about Yunyo. The black-haired, red-eyed boy's eyes suddenly gleamed with an unpredictable look. "So, the girl who just went inside." The black-haired, red-eyed boy's smile grew even more chilling, as if hiding something dark. Oh my. The black-haired, red-eyed boy suddenly erupted with a surge of dark energy, engulfing him. These annoying people keep following Yunyo whenever she goes out. How troublesome. Dusk fell, painting the sky red and enveloping the ancient house in a solemn beauty. The black-haired, red-eyed boy with a radiant smile rested his chin on the table. "Hey, big brother." The black-haired, red-eyed boy asked about dinner. Outside, two men carried a blood-soaked stretcher past. "I'm hungry. When's dinner?" The silver-haired old man sat opposite the mustached man. "Dinner is being prepared. Wait a moment," the old man asked. "How have things been lately?" The black-haired, red-eyed boy still smiled, talking about the house. "We like this place. Yunyo and Guian have no family to return to." The black-haired, red-eyed boy's smile softened, revealing sadness. "And I can't live with my family anymore either." The black-haired, red-eyed boy pointed at the silver-haired old man, praising, "Also, Grandpa here takes the best care of us." The old man smiled. "I'm happy to hear that." The black-haired, red-eyed boy leaned in curiously, asking Pio Wool about Jin Jianwu's letter. Pio Wool replied, his voice full of annoyance. "He's really annoying. How can he write letters so often? It's as if he's writing love letters." In Pio Wool's mind, an image of Jin Jianwu appeared, smiling brightly, giving a thumbs up and sending a message, "To my dearest friend." A sound echoed as Pio Wool slammed the letter onto the table, showing his irritation. The black-haired, red-eyed boy asked in surprise, "Huh? What? Aren't you going to read it?" Pio Wool replied decisively, "No, I won't read it." The black-haired, red-eyed boy didn't give up, asking Pio Wool if he wanted to visit Jin Jianwu at Tianchong Mountain. Pio Wool simply replied, "No." The mustached man announced that dinner was ready. Pio Wool tossed the letter aside, saying, "Eat as much as you like." The black-haired, red-eyed boy joyfully exclaimed, "We'll eat." The silver-haired old man and the mustached man smiled as they watched. The mustached man turned, saying, "I'll go call Guian and Yunyo." The black-haired, red-eyed boy's eyes widened, staring at Pio Wool. Pio Wool turned his head, his sharp gaze directed towards the boy. The black-haired, red-eyed boy gave a radiant smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for taking us out of that place." Pio Wool maintained a cold expression as the boy continued, "I think I know why Mr. Iron likes you." Pio Wool looked at the blank letter on the table, his eyes thoughtful. The letter lay alone on the ground, like a reminder of complex relationships. Pio Wool looked out the window at the brilliant sunset, his face contemptuous as he uttered a word. Ridiculous. A bloody hand lay amidst a spreading pool of blood on the dry ground, echoing the question, if swords and blades don't sweep through the martial world, can it still be called the martial world? A man in a red robe lay slumped in a pool of blood, surrounded by the shocked gazes of two women and a man in a gray robe. But the real question is always, who died and who was the perpetrator? The victim's lifeless eyes were stained with blood. The blood-stained letter. Beneath the clear blue sky, an ancient structure appeared, bearing an ominous premonition. Pio Wool stood in contemplation by the window, his gaze fixed on the letter in his hand, a silent atmosphere enveloping the space. Pio Wool's face clearly showed discomfort, his eyes sharp as if wanting to pierce through every line of text. The letter began with, "To my dear friend," affectionate words that concealed something unpredictable. Pio Wool clenched the letter, muttering irritably, "Don't they ever get tired? Who is this dear friend they're talking about?" A black-haired, red-eyed boy suddenly appeared, smiling as he asked, "Brother, did you call me?" The boy looked at the letter in surprise. "Huh? Another letter? It seems Brother Jin Jianwu still contacts you often." Pio Wool gently placed the letter on the table, creating a soft sound in the silent space. Pio Wool stood up and looked at the boy. "I'm going to the workshop. Do you want to come along?" The boy happily replied, "Yes, I'll go." The sky was brilliantly clear blue, white fabrics drying in the sun, carrying the breath of a new day. Pio Wool and the boy walked along the village road, when Pio Wool suddenly turned back, as if remembering something. "Ah, that's right." The mustached man stood next to Pio Wool, saying, "I just saw Guian and Yunyo earlier." The mustached man recounted, "Guian is in that smelly basement. He's buried in books, muttering about the merchant caravan entering Chengdu." The mustached man continued, "And Yunyo is practicing the zither. Luckily you didn't hear it. Today it's as terrible as ever." Pio Wool thoughtfully looked at the boy, and the white fabrics drying in the sunday. He mused, "It seems both of them have found what they want to do." Soft footsteps glided past, bringing with them a terrifying silence. Pio Wool's face showed a fleeting trace of anger, his red eyes burning as if to incinerate everything. Pio Wool and the boy stood looking outside, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Pio Wool quietly said, "So, something is happening." The boy gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes full of anger. "That's right," he replied, his voice filled with indignation. A gloomy black aura swirled above the drying fabrics, signaling an ill omen. Pio Wool and the boy looked up. The clear blue sky was suddenly torn apart by mysterious energy currents, a terrifying premonition. A man was being strangled, his face distorted in pain, saliva drooling. He was struggling in despair. The masked assailant stepped on the strangled man, coldly ordering, "Hand over the Tang sect's secret techniques, Tang So-Chu." Tang So-Chu struggled to lift his head, questioning, "Who would want that? Who is the client?" The masked assailant replied in an icy voice, "You are not allowed to ask questions." A silver needle flashed, aimed directly at the assailant's eye. Tang So-Chu exclaimed, "All of them?" Pio Wool appeared, holding the needle firmly. He looked at the masked assailant, coldly saying, "I wonder how long you'll refuse to answer." The clear blue sky and ancient trees stretched upwards, a strange contrast to the scene that had just unfolded. The mustached man smiled, bowing his head as he said to Pio Wool, "I'll be relying on you for a while." Pio Wool looked at the mustached man, remarking, "Your workshop is never peaceful, is it?" He merely replied softly, "Indeed." The mustached man suggested Pio Wool stay here for a while. The black-haired, red-eyed boy bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you." Tang So-Chu said bitterly, "I didn't think the Tang clan would hire someone to kill me, even hiring the White Ghost Alliance." He realized, it must be because they separated a long time ago, so they no longer consider me family. Fear enveloped Tang So-Chu as he knew the White Ghost Alliance wouldn't give up. He lamented, "Once the White Ghost Alliance knows their first attempt failed, they'll send other assassins." His life, which had just begun to find peace, was once again in danger. The mustached man smiled brightly at the black-haired, red-eyed boy. "Actually, I like that you're here. It's more fun than going out." The boy asked in surprise, "Really?" Pio Wool calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, just wait." The mustached man curiously asked him, "What are you planning to do?" Pio Wool merely smiled faintly, his eyes holding confidence, promising a surprise. "You'll see soon enough." The mustached man could only remain silent, His eyes full of doubt and anticipation, Pio Wool strode forward, exuding a cold and resolute aura. The black-haired, red-eyed boy frantically called out, "Brother!" The mustached man suggested Pio Wool meet Yunyo. Pio Wool stared straight ahead, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Time passed, and dusk settled over the ancient tiled roofs, casting an orange-gold hue upon the traditional architecture. The mustached man asked, "Where is Yunyo?" A woman in a yellow robe replied, "She's in the VIP room." The black-haired, red-eyed boy wondered in surprise. Yunyo is in the VIP room, not the annex room? His eyes were full of confusion. The door opened, revealing a mysterious space within. Yunyo appeared, her face haggard, and called out in pain, "Brother!" Yunyo appeared, her face haggard, and called out in pain. Pio Wool turned around and asked, "Calling me at this hour? What's wrong?" Yunyo softly said that a guest from Hainan province was in the next room, and news had just arrived. Yunyo revealed that a martial arts prodigy had died young. Pio Wool stared, his red eyes blazing. Yunyo continued, her voice sorrowful. His name was Jin Jianwu. The scene of Jin Jianwu lying in a pool of blood appeared, and Pio Wool asked, "Is Jin Jianwu really dead?" The black-haired, red-eyed boy frantically called out, "Brother!" Pio Wool turned his back and strode away, leaving the stunned boy behind. Pio Wool darted away like a gust of wind, his terrifying speed tearing through the silent space. His feet glided, each step imbued with extraordinary power. Pio Wool launched himself into the air, his movement decisive like a straight-flying arrow. He appeared amidst a group of seated men. One man asked, "Who are you?" "How rude!" Pio Wool coldly retorted, "Answer my question." The group of men stood up, their faces angry and wary. Pio Wool looked directly at them, his red eyes blazing as he questioned, "Jin Jianwu is dead. Is that true?" Night fell, and the bright moonlight illuminated the house, creating a tranquil scene. Pio Wool thoughtfully read a letter, his eyes harboring many complex thoughts. Memories flooded back. Jin Jianwu recalled his trip to Tibet 2 months ago, a journey deeply etched in his mind. He had traveled everywhere, especially Yunnan, but still found no trace of Jiulong, as if they were illusions. In his memory, Jin Jianwu and Pio Wool. He lamented the mystery of Jiulong, how difficult it was to track them. Jin Jianwu wondered if he was chasing phantoms, weariness consuming him. He wished he could meet his close friend at this moment. Jin Jianwu's face appeared in his mind, full of melancholy, an expression laden with unspoken words. He dreamed of the day he would retire from martial arts, returning with Pio Wool to the Western Plateau, to spar to their heart's content, free from worries. Jin Jianwu remembered the children, Soma, Guian, and Yunyo, longing to see them grow up. Pio Wool tilted his head, his red eyes filled with pain. He whispered that Jin Jianwu's death was too sudden, too meaningless. Pio Wool looked out the window at the bright moonlight, his heart heavy. He had once thought Jin Jianwu was his soulmate. Pio Wool remained with his back turned, a solitary figure. He had once hoped that one day he could call Jin Jianwu his best friend. Pio Wool blamed himself. His words from long ago now sounded grand and distant, a hidden regret. The full moon hung perfectly round in the night sky, and Pio Wool murmured, "Best friend, huh?" his tone full of bitterness. Pio Wool's hand clenched tightly, veins bulging, and a dark energy began to swirl around him. Mana erupted, engulfing Pio Wool, forming a powerful vortex, signaling an impending outburst of rage. Pio Wool raised his head, his eyes blazing. He declared that those who killed Jin Jianwu would pay a heavy price. Pio Wool stood tall, mana surging violently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Whoever touched his friend would atone for their sins. The brilliant dawn light on the ancient eaves, 2 small figures gradually disappearing inside, ushering in a new day full of mystery. The silver-haired woman handed the black-haired boy a special cloak. "That's an amryongpo," she explained, her red eyes deep with meaning. The curly black-haired man smiled, adding, "It's dyed with a special medicine that can change color with inner energy." The black-haired boy's eyes widened in surprise as the curly black-haired man revealed, "I've also hidden many weapons inside." The silver-haired woman softly said, "Thank you." The boy exclaimed, "Wow, Tilda." The black-haired boy impatiently asked, "What about me? Don't I get anything?" The curly black-haired man pointed to the cloak. "Check inside." The black-haired boy eagerly searched. "I've stuffed your amryongpo full of your favorite dried meat," the man's voice echoed. The boy cheered. "Ah!" The black-haired boy knelt down, clutching the dried meat, his face radiant with extreme happiness. The black-haired boy looked up, shouting loudly towards the smiling group, "Thank you, Elder Go!" The curly black-haired man looked at the silver-haired woman, his eyes filled with emotion. I keep letting you bear all the burdens, my friend. The silver-haired woman firmly replied, No, I need to investigate Jin Jianwu's death anyway, so I might as well deal with Baekwi Ryan at the same time. The silver-haired woman turned her back, saying decisively, Well then, I'm leaving. The black-haired boy waved. Tang So Chu, Guian Yunyo, everyone, take care. The group stood there, waving goodbye with warm smiles. Come back safely, they said in unison, their eyes following them. Two figures, one large and one small, strode into the dazzling light, beginning a new journey full of promise and peril. The towering city gate appeared. People and carriages hurried back and forth, the sound of hooves echoing on the stone road. Wu Jiangrok, a merchant of the Seo Lunjiang group, appeared on horseback, his eyes filled with worry. Wu Jiangrok expressed his concern. We are just trying to transport Buddhist scriptures to Shaolin Temple. Wu Jiangrok wondered why they had to accompany these terrifying individuals. Pio Wol's eyes were cold, recalling the dread of all Chengdu warriors. Worry was evident on Wu Jiangrok's face as he thought of the little devil always following Pio Wol. Elder Go instructed Wu Jiangrok to take care of Pio Wol, but Wu Jiangrok still couldn't hide his unease. No, how can we not be worried? The black-haired, red-eyed boy curiously asked Pio Wol about the Jianghu, but Pio Wol only replied with an indifferent hum. The boy was utterly surprised to realize that Pio Wol also knew nothing about the outside world. You don't know either? Pio Wol asked if the boy was disappointed, and the boy immediately denied it with a radiant smile. No. Pio Wol casually said that they would discover the Jianghu themselves once they emerged from the deep underground. Well, we'll find out as we go. Rushing footsteps echoed, shattering the tranquility of the ancient architecture. A man collapsed, creating a deep crack in the ground, the shockwaves spreading. A towering figure stood there, coldly looking down at the one who had just been struck down. Pio Wol and the black-haired, red-eyed boy witnessed the chaotic scene, their eyes unwavering. The black-haired, red-eyed boy grinned, uttering coldly, The Jianghu isn't anything special. So, can I kill this guy? Pio Wol's eyes flashed red. He pondered deeply, unsure how to handle this situation. In the courtyard, tables and chairs lay broken. Pio Wol irritably exclaimed, I'm sick of being disturbed while eating. A man with a greatsword roared angrily, You brat! Do you know where this is? I've been going easy on you. One of the men roared, urging his companions forward. Brothers! Show them some manners! Pio Wol coldly called out, and the black-haired, red-eyed boy immediately took an offensive stance, ready for a rampage. Pio Wol indifferently said, It's up to you. The black-haired, red-eyed boy flashed a sinister smile, his eyes burning with fire. One of the attackers was flung into the air, a horrifying scream echoing. He fell to the ground, motionless, while Pio Wol and the black-haired, red-eyed boy stood tall, like gods of death. A silver-haired old man with a goatee knelt down, pleading, My foolish subordinates did not recognize you. Please have mercy on us. A soldier angrily questioned his leader. Leader, why are you doing this? For these brats. The silver-haired old man's eyes bulged, and he roared, Shut up. Do you know whose territory you're causing trouble in? He continued to kneel, taking all the blame. It's all my fault. I take full responsibility. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. The black-haired, red-eyed boy asked Pio Wol with a curious expression. Brother, can I kill him, right? Pio Wol only remained silent. Pio Wol asked the silver-haired old man, From now on, will there be any problems at this inn? He quickly promised, No, sir. I will ensure no one bothers you, great hero. The black-haired, red-eyed boy was disappointed. He didn't kill anyone. Pio Wol turned his back and said coldly, Then handle it yourself. The silver-haired old man quickly thanked him. Thank you, great hero. The silver-haired old man was helped up by his subordinates, while Pio Wol and the black-haired, red-eyed boy calmly left, leaving chaos behind. The black-haired, red-eyed boy grumbled, letting out an annoyed TSK. The black-haired, red-eyed boy hurried after Pio Wol. From above, a gray-haired woman in a pink cloak silently observed. The gray-haired woman pondered, wondering, How terrifying. Why are there so many battles in the martial world? Amidst the turmoil of the martial world, a couple appeared, Shin Mujiam and Mok Gahai. They stood side by side, their gazes fixed forward, as if facing an uncertain future. Worry was evident on Mok Gahai's face. She softly asked, her voice full of unease, We won't get caught up in any battles, will we? Shin Mujiam smiled to reassure her, his gaze firm. I will protect you, don't worry. How could I let anything dangerous happen to my soon-to-be bride? Mok Gahai looked up at Shin Mujiam, a gentle smile gracing her lips. His words seemed to soothe all the fears in her heart. Dusk fell, painting the entire sky red. Each leaf, each bird feather drifted down, creating a scene both poetic and melancholic on the ancient eaves. Manga sat by the well, her gaze distant. Although reassured, her mind still seemed to linger on something, softly calling Shin Mujium's name. In the reflected water, her face appeared full of worry. Manga wondered, is it really okay for you to personally bring me to Cheonyun Manor like this? She looked up at the sunset sky, thoughts swirling. Manga still had something to say about witnessing her marriage. A small figure glided past. The black-haired, red-eyed boy walked away, leaving Manga behind, like a fleeting breeze in the twilight. The black-haired, red-eyed boy suddenly turned back, his eyes wide. A surprised exclamation escaped his mouth. Manga was also startled, her eyes wide with surprise. She didn't understand what was happening, only managing to utter a confused question. In Manga's mind, the image of the black-haired, red-eyed boy reappeared, along with his chilling words from yesterday. That kid, the one who said something scary yesterday. So, can I kill this person? The black-haired, red-eyed boy greeted with a smile. Hello, beautiful lady. Manga was startled, awkwardly returning the greeting. Manga's eyes clearly showed fear, but she still tried to remain calm. She asked the boy, did you come to wash your face? Do you want to go first? The black-haired, red-eyed boy sat down, casually replying, you were here first, so you wash first. Manga sighed in relief, softly saying, all right. The relief quickly vanished, Manga looking annoyed. She urged, hurry up and wash your face so we can go. Manga scooped water to wash her face, droplets splashing everywhere. The cold water splashed her face, startling Manga, her eyes wide with surprise. A voice called out, terrifying Manga to the core. She stammered in response, yes. The black-haired, red-eyed boy calmly reassured her. I won't kill you, no matter how hungry I am. Manga trembled. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Though still scared, Manga couldn't help but ask curiously, but are you hungry? The black-haired, red-eyed boy turned away, explaining, I feel empty because I've eaten all my favorite snacks. Manga understood. Manga sighed in relief, a warm smile gracing her lips. She softly said, in that case, under the clear blue sky, golden sunlight spread everywhere. As the group continued their journey through the dense forest, the black-haired, red-eyed boy munched on a piece of dried meat, an expression of delight on his face. The black-haired, red-eyed boy giggled. Hey, Tilda, so delicious, Tilda, Pure asked. Didn't you just eat all the dried meat on the way? The black-haired, red-eyed boy sat in the carriage recounting, the girl I met at the inn gave me this. Do you want some, brother? Pio refused. I'm fine. The black-haired, red-eyed boy happily chewed the dried meat, muttering, she's so kind. I wonder if I'll see her again. Suddenly, a towering rocky mountain appeared, blocking the path, majestic and treacherous. On the cliff face, a masked attacker suddenly appeared. Shin Mujium angrily shouted, who are you? Who sent you? Shin Mujium pulled Manga behind him, sternly saying, it's dangerous, stay behind me. Manga worried. But Mujium, a group of fierce men wielding swords, appeared from behind, flashing sinister smiles. The purple-robed leader smirked, declaring there was no need for explanation. We only want one thing. He pointed at Shin Mujium and Manga, demanding, hand over the sword that woman is holding. Manga trembled, clutching the gongbu sword they were hunting for. Shin Mujium angrily questioned, how did you know we had the gongbu sword? The purple-robed leader shook his head, realizing Shin Mujium wouldn't give up easily. It seems you don't intend to hand it over willingly, he growled, asserting that he couldn't let the treasured sword escape his grasp. But we also can't let that treasured sword slip from our hand. The gongbu sword appeared, one of the 3 legendary treasures forged by Uyezi and Ganjiang. It was the only sword remaining. Little known, with almost no record. Shin Mujium and Manga were worried. It turned out the treasured sword had been passed down through an unknown family. The purple-robed leader sneered, his eyes filled with greed. He ordered an attack. Attack! His subordinates immediately charged like a storm. Yes, boss. Shin Mujium reacted like lightning, blocking the first attack. With a powerful sword swing, Shin Mujium repelled the enemy. Not so fast. Many attackers were sent flying into the air, their groans echoing. The purple-robed leader marveled, not expecting Shin Mujium to be so strong. Well, not bad at all, he sneered, drawing his sword, his entire body erupting with crimson killing intent, ready for battle. But if you want to make me flinch, you'll need more than that. Wouldn't you agree? Shin Mujiom and another person plunged into a sword fight with the purple-robed leader, fiery energy currents tearing through the air. Shin Mujiom strained to block the attack, protecting the trembling Mokgahai behind him. A powerful roar echoed. Shin Mujiom's eyes blazed, sword energy erupting and enveloping his entire body. His eyes flashed with a cold light, his resolve unwavering. Shin Mujiom fought fiercely, single-handedly fending off both the purple-robed leader and his men. On one side was blazing fury, on the other, an arrogant sneer. Shin Mujiom roared, pouring all his strength into each sword move. The purple-robed leader unleashed a fatal blow, creating a terrifying shockwave. Shin Mujiom was pushed back, sliding across the ground, leaving a trail of dust. The purple-robed leader burst into delighted laughter, watching Shin Mujiom get knocked away. Oh, impressive. He smirked, highly evaluating his opponent. This guy's martial arts skill is quite good. I might not be able to handle him alone. He ordered his henchmen. You lot, all of you, charge. Attack the woman first. One of the men questioned. Boss! Behind her is a cliff, and in front, that guy is guarding. How can we attack? The purple-robed leader flared up in anger, delivering a powerful kick that sent the subordinate flying. He looked down at the prostrate subordinate, his voice full of menace. You coward! Don't be afraid. We outnumber them. Just trust me and charge. What? Do you think I'll kill you? The group of men, terrified, rushed forward again, their shouts echoing everywhere. Shin Mujiom strained to endure, a pained groan escaping him. Mokgahai behind him was horrified. They surged forward again, like a pack of hungry beasts eager to tear the two apart. Shin Mujiom gritted his teeth, blocking the attack, a pained groan tearing from his throat. The purple-robed leader stood tall, two swords blazing. He calmly said, See, you can do it. With a sinister smile, the purple-robed leader turned, his eyes blazing. All right, it seems it's time for me to act. A surge of crimson killing intent erupted from the purple-robed leader's sword, tearing through the air and knocking Shin Mujiom away. Not only Shin Mujiom, but Mokgahai was also sent flying by the crimson energy. Her body racked with pain. Tears streamed down Mokgahai's face, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Shin Mujiom screamed Mokgahai's name, his face contorted in pain and despair. Another attack landed, sending Shin Mujiom flying helplessly. Shin Mujiom tried to catch Mokgahai, asking anxiously, Gahai, are you okay? She could only groan. The purple-robed leader flashed a sinister smile and ordered, Hand over the gongbu sword. Shin Mujiom held Mokgahai tightly, resolute. Gahai, stay with me, she choked out. Mujiom, if you try to protect me, it will be very difficult. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Mokgahai despaired. In the end, I'm just a burden to you. The sky was deep blue. Birds flew in chaotic flocks. A voice rang out. No wonder the birds are so noisy. Mokgahai looked up, her tear-filled eyes suddenly wide with surprise. That voice, Soma appeared, a mischievous smile on her face, her crimson eyes looking directly at Mokgahai. Hey girl, we meet again. Mokgahai was horrified, her tear-filled eyes wide, unable to utter a word. Soma was still grinning, her eyes sparkling as she asked Mokgahai, Do you still have any dried meat? Mokgahai burst into desperate sobs. That was the last piece. I ruined the last batch. Soma pouted in disappointment. Mokgahai quickly said, I can make more. I'll make it for you. Mokgahai pleaded, tears streaming down her face. If you save us, I'll definitely make more, I promise. The long-bearded man with black hair frowned. Soma smiled brightly and replied, So, it's a promise then. The long-bearded man with black hair was stunned. A sharp object pierced through the pink scarf around Soma's neck, fresh blood splattering. Soma flashed a demonic smile, her killing intent erupting fiercely. The long-bearded man with black hair standing behind her was terrified. Soma glided like a ghost, her figure enveloped in a crimson aura and sharp, cold rings. Her crimson eyes flashed with cruelty. Soma gave a contemptuous smile. Soma's maniacal laughter echoed across the battlefield, staining the space red with blood. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the deep blue sky red. Soma stood tall amidst the fallen bodies, holding a blood-soaked, sharp ring. Soma gave a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. You'd better make a lot of dried meat. Shin Mujiom and Mokgahai watched the scene before them in horror. Numerous enemies fell in the blink of an eye. Shin Mujiom shivered, his eyes filled with fear. Who is this kid? He's like a demon. Soma walked over, a radiant smile on her lips. Mokgahai exclaimed in surprise, Ah, big sis. Soma stopped, her gaze sharp as she looked at Mokgahai. Just now, they mentioned something called the gongbu sword. Mokgahai trembled, tears welling in her eyes. That's right, isn't it? Soma leaned down, her eyes scrutinizing. May I see that Gongbu sword? Makahai clutched something tightly, tears streaming down her face in despair. On the hilltop, 3 people stood amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, wind sweeping over the bodies. Shin Mujiam bowed his head in thanks to Soma, but still hesitated. Thank you for saving our lives. But we can't. Makahai reassured Shin Mujiam, her voice faltering. Mujiam, it's okay. We couldn't protect it ourselves anyway. Shin Mujiam still hesitated, but Makahai handed the cloth-wrapped sword to Soma. Soma slowly unwrapped the cloth, revealing an ancient sword, her sharp eyes examining every detail. Soma pondered, thinking about the carefully wrapped sword. The power and sharpness of this sword are amazing, but it's quite short. This is not a common shape nowadays. Soma evaluated the sword. This is a well-crafted sword, worthy of a master artisan, but it's not truly useful in combat. Soma concluded that the sword was more suitable for ceremonial use. Makahai was astonished. What? Oh, Soma asked Makahai in surprise. Really? I thought it looked pretty cool. Soma mused, comparing the 2 types of swords. A single sword is easier to use in combat. But that's not all there is to evaluating a sword. Since ancient times, swords have been regarded as a bridge between heaven and man. A shimmering light reflected on the blade. Because of this sacred meaning, many swords are revered as divine objects. Makahai looked up at the deep blue sky. This sword was no exception, carrying a special destiny. Shin Mujiam and Makahai clearly showed signs of worry. Shin Mujiam was deeply troubled, thinking about what the sword had caused, and the dangers awaiting Gahai ahead. Soma suddenly asked where they would take the sword. Shin Mujiam and Makahai flinched, their eyes full of vigilance. Makahai gently closed her eyes, a deep sadness evident on her face, as if accepting her fate. Makahai revealed they would go to Enshi, where the Heavenly Silver Manor was located. Shin Mujiam was angry, blaming her for speaking out. This sword was a dowry, the family's only relic. Makahai was resolute. She had to marry Hua Yutian, the Lord of Heavenly Silver Manor. The sky was azure, and boats lay peacefully anchored at the harbor, an unusually tranquil scene. The outer hall master of Heavenly Silver, Peng No-san, appeared with a radiant smile. He bowed, asking if she was Makahai. Makahai stood tall, firmly confirming her identity. Shin Mujiam stood beside her, his face tense. Peng No-san grinned, sighing in relief upon seeing her safe and sound. Peng No-san explained that the Manor Lord had sent them to help after the attack. He expressed regret, then asked about the sword, offering to carry it for her. Makahai firmly refused, asserting that she would take responsibility for the sword herself as it was entrusted by her family. Peng No-san laughed heartily, accepting Makahai's decision. He then asked if she had received help from anyone during the attack. Makahai sighed in relief, admitting that without help, she would have been in great danger. Soma stood there, his gaze sharp, while Shin Mujiam and the man in the green robe were still stunned after the battle. The man in the green robe rushed over, his face anxious, while Makahai and Peng No-san approached. The man in the green robe panicked, sensing trouble was brewing. He worried that Pio Wool would be drawn into this vortex. The man in the green robe exclaimed in surprise, wondering what was happening as he saw the scene before him. Peng No-san, the outer hall master of Heavenly Silver Manor, introduced himself to the man in the green robe and expressed gratitude for helping Makahai. The man in the green robe thought to himself, so the young woman had bodyguards from Heavenly Silver Manor, which explained a lot. The man in the green robe gave a forced smile, humbly replying that he hadn't done anything significant. Peng No-san insisted the help was immense, then formally invited the man in the green robe to Heavenly Silver Manor to express their gratitude. The man in the green robe still tried to refuse, asserting that they truly hadn't done anything. The majestic entrance to Heavenly Silver Manor appeared, the path leading to the estate enveloped by lush green bamboo. A man in a black robe knelt before Yo Hua-young, reporting the mission's failure. Not only did they not retrieve the sword, but the entire pursuit team was also annihilated. Sword Hermit Yo Hua-young mused, asking if the opponent was truly strong enough to wipe out the entire pursuit team. The man in the black robe shook his head, speculating that perhaps a third party had intervened in the matter. Yo Hua-young ordered them to submit a request to the Hao family to investigate the identity of the intervener. The man in the black robe immediately complied. The man in the black robe anxiously suggested placing a new request elsewhere in case of unforeseen circumstances. The man in the purple robe looked ahead worriedly. That sword, if it fell into the hands of Heavenly Silver Manor, would surely be transferred to the Lord of Sword Rain Manor, a closely connected individual. The Lord of Sword Rain Manor, Jang Pyeong-san, was a sword fanatic. Once he obtained the sword, Heavenly Silver Manor would receive even greater support. If that happened, The influence of the Greenblade Hall in Enshi would weaken further. A dark prospect appeared before them, threatening their survival. Yo Hua-young was resolute. We must invite a martial artist strong enough to deal with the Lord of Sword Rain Manor. Her eyes flashed with determination. The man with tied-back black hair was skeptical. Is there really such a martial artist? To restrain him, we need someone of 8-star caliber. But who will confront Sword Rain Manor? Yo Hua-young didn't flinch. Don't worry, I know someone. If I personally request it, they will surely help. She trusted her choice. Yo Hua-young's gaze was sharp and full of confidence. Absolutely. Her affirmation was like a nail hammered in, allowing no room for doubt. Dusk fell upon an ancient building. The gates opened wide, like a welcome to distant guests. Welcome. A middle-aged man bowed. Mei Bulgoon, the general manager of Heavenly Silver Manor, spoke. Miss Mok, honored guests, thank you for visiting our manor. Mei Bulgoon continued. You must be tired after your long journey. Please rest and attend the banquet tonight. The group of travelers stopped. Wu Jongrog bowed in return, forcing a smile. Thank you for inviting us, Lord Mei. Worry still flickered in his eyes. Mei Bulgoon replied, Thank you, Lord Wu, for accepting the invitation. We have prepared guest rooms for you to rest. He gestured towards the row of buildings. Mei Bulgoon smiled, his tone polite. Furthermore, we have prepared private quarters for Miss Mok. He implied special treatment. Mok Gahai firmly refused. No, I will stay in the guest rooms with these people. She held her ground, unwilling to accept special privileges. Mei Bulgoon was surprised. Excuse me? But the Manor Lord specifically ordered that you receive special treatment. He didn't understand Mok Gahai's intention. Mok Gahai explained. I am not yet officially a part of Heavenly Silver Manor, so I believe staying in the guest rooms is appropriate. She maintained her humility. Mok Gahai felt uneasy about Mei Bulgoon, wanting to stay close to those who had saved her. Mei Bulgoon reluctantly agreed, though somewhat puzzled by her resolve. General Manager Mei Bulgoon remained attentive, instructing that if the guest rooms were uncomfortable, he would rearrange them. Mok Gahai thanked him. Mei Bulgoon departed, and Shin Mujiam let out a sigh of relief. The sunset descended, painting the entire space red. Wu Jongrok asked worriedly, and Mok Gahi reassured him that she was fine. She tried to maintain her composure. Suddenly, Soma appeared, calling out loudly. Mok Gahai flinched, turning to look at the boy with surprise in her eyes. Soma flashed a chillingly wide smile, asking directly if he needed to send Mei Bulgoon to his inn. The sun set, painting a corner of the sky red, enveloping the ancient rooftops of the town. Pio Wool silently walked down the deserted road, his solitary figure against the twilight glow. Pio Wool's eyes swept across the scene. Noticing the unusual quietness of this town, he approached a large manor, its gate slightly ajar, inviting him to step further inside. Pio Wool mused. Since he was at Heavenly Silver Manor, he should learn more about this town. His eyes were sharp and cold. Pio Wool stood before the gate, speaking aloud, breaking the silence of the night. A sharp gaze flashed from behind a veiled face, observing the newcomer. The veiled woman, her hair tied up, appeared full of mystery. She stood tall, exuding a cold aura. Two figures faced each other, one mysterious and one uninvited guest. The atmosphere was taut. The veiled woman and Pio Wool faced each other, her gaze piercing through the fabric. A heavy silence enveloped them. She lightly lifted her veil, revealing sharp, scrutinizing eyes. The sunset painted the horizon red, silhouetting her figure. Pio Wool said nothing, turning his back and walking into an ancient building. Each step echoed, like a silent challenge. Pio Wool found a secluded corner in the inn, sitting down amidst the bustling crowd. He quietly observed, gathering information from the chatter. He sat there, solitary amidst the crowd, like a ghost. His sharp eyes scanned every face, every subtle gesture. Three men sitting nearby began to converse. Lately, the power of Heavenly Silver Manor is truly frightening. At this rate, they might surpass Greensword Hall and become the new dominant force in the region. Another man sighed, lamenting the fate of a weakening force. I just feel sorry for Miss Yo Hua-young of Greensword Hall. If only their hallmaster were still strong, they wouldn't be suppressed to this extent. The man in the gray cloak retorted, arguing that a weak character was the cause. He hates conflict and constantly concedes to Heavenly Silver Manor. In any case, Miss Yo is still the one suffering the most. Pio Wool's eyes were thoughtful, pieces of information gradually becoming clear in his mind. So, that's it. Heavenly Silver Manor is aggressively expanding its influence. Greensword Hall, once the dominant power, is now being pushed back. He took a sip of tea, inferring more deeply about the situation. Greensword Hall won't retreat easily. In that case, that pursuing party might have been sent by them. Pio Wool drained his teacup, his eyes flashing with calculation. But in the end, the envoy arrived safely at Heavenly Silver Manor. The important thing now is what Greensword Hall's attitude will be. A fist clenched, hidden power surging. A decision had been made in silence. His crimson eyes flashed with a cold light, an unshakable will. He stood up, his back solitary, yet imposing. The sword on his back was like a silent declaration of war. The sword rested silently on his shoulder, but its latent power seemed to await the moment of explosion. A cold smirk appeared on his lips. The game had begun, and Pio Wool was ready for any challenge. Fiery eyes, a ferocious face. ActionToon, bearing the aura of a villain, appeared. Pio Wool silently walked upstairs, the cold gaze of the woman sitting below following his every move. Pio Wool frowned, his crimson eyes revealing deep thought. The second floor? Pio Wool asked the server in a calm tone, "Can I move to the second floor?" The server bowed in apology. "I apologize. The second floor has been fully rented." Pio Wool deduced, his eyes sharp. The veiled woman was nowhere to be seen. She must have rented the entire second floor. Although curious about the woman's identity, Pio Wool didn't want to get involved in trouble. "I'll move to another spot." Pio Wool's resolute footsteps echoed on the wooden floor as he left. Every step carried coldness and determination. Pio Wool's face was expressionless, his gaze fixed steadily forward. Amidst the crowd, a figure in purple attire stood out, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. Hua Oki, son of Hua Yuqian, master of the Silver Heaven Manor, smiled meaningfully. "Let's see." Hua Oki suddenly noticed Pio Wool, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. Their eyes met across the space. An invisible confrontation began. Hua Oki thought to himself, "Everyone avoids me, but this one looks straight at me. I've never seen his face before. Who is he?" A servant spoke up, breaking the silence. "Young Master Hua?" Yo Hua Young and the man in the gray cloak stood upstairs, their eyes sharp and cold. Hua Aki offered a forced smile and greeted, "Hello, Miss Yo." Yo Hua Young looked down coldly, questioning, "What brings the young master of the Silver Heaven Manor here?" Hua Oki maintained his smile and replied, "Ah, I heard you were here, so I had to come." Yo Hua Young's eyes sharpened, full of suspicion. "I didn't tell anyone I would be here." Pio Wool stood below, quietly observing. He thought to himself, "How many people has the Silver Heaven Manor recruited now?" Hua Oki approached, his expression more serious. "Miss Yo, I have something important to discuss with you." Yo Hua Young turned her back decisively. "I have nothing to say to you." She continued walking without hesitation. "Excuse me." The man in the gray cloak beside her spoke up, trying to stop her. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. A burly figure appeared, blocking Yo Hua Young's path. Yo Hua Young looked up at the newcomer, her tone cold. "So it's you, Huangbo. I heard you rejected our offer and joined the Silver Heaven Manor." Huangbo bowed his head, his expression pensive. He raised his head, his eyes resolute. "I had no other choice." The Silver Heaven Manor's offer was much better. Yo Hua Young narrowed her eyes, questioning, "Don't you value honor?" Huangbo sighed, his gaze distant. "I painfully realized long ago that honor cannot feed a family. I'm just a wandering swordsman trying to support my clan." Yo Hua Young stared, not expecting Huangbo Chisung to be so resolute. Huangbo Chisung raised his head, his eyes resolute. For that reason, Huangbo Chisung's aura erupted, resolutely blocking the path. "Without young Master Hua's permission, I cannot let you pass." Yo Hua Young was enraged, her cold eyes piercing through her veil. "Huangbo Chisung," a deep voice resonated. ActionToon appeared, carrying a large sword. "Let's stop here, shall we?" ActionToon looked disdainfully at Huangbo Chisung. "If you're a man, you should only flaunt your strength against a worthy opponent." ActionToon's smile twisted, a dark aura enveloping him. "Don't you think so?" Huangbo Chisung gritted his teeth, his aura clashing. "Does that include old men like you?" The aura of the two clashed, taut as a bowstring. ActionToon replied, his tone provocative. "Even old men have their own value, don't they?" The gate opened wide, leading into an ancient training ground, bathed in the golden light of dusk. The two opponents stood facing each other in the courtyard, their gazes meeting in a challenge. ActionToon laughed loudly, gesturing with his hand. "Come, this old man will face you." Huangbo Chisung narrowed his eyes, his expression stern, ready for battle. ActionToon exuded an overwhelming aura, like a god of war. Huangbo Chisung silently assessed. He is a martial master. Huangbo Chisung bowed respectfully. "I am Huangbo Chisung. May I ask your esteemed name?" ActionToon laughed heartily, his eyes burning. "I am ActionToon." Huangbo Chisung continued, his gaze firm. If you are Akchuzan, Akchuzan smirked, radiating killing intent. Then you are from Lion Island? Akchuzan sighed, his expression annoyed. I came here because I have some connection with this child's master, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Huangbo Qixing bowed his head, his voice trembling. Sir, A voice interrupted. Hua Oki appeared with a smirk, making Akchuzan turn around. Hua Oki introduced himself, his tone arrogant. I am Hua Oki of the Heavenly Silver Manor. This matter is between me and that girl. Would you mind waiting a moment? Akchuzan sneered, his eyes cold. What a coward. What did you just say? Huangbo Qixing stood amidst his subordinates, questioning Hua Oki. You bring a whole crowd like this and dare to say it's a matter between two people? Hua Oki's face paled, cold sweat pouring out. He stammered, unable to speak. One of Hua Oki's subordinates angrily rushed forward, pointing directly at Huangbo Qixing. You bastard! How dare you insult our young master? Hua Oki's subordinate continued to curse. You crazy old man. Having a mouth doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Huangbo Qixing hastily intervened. Wait. Akchuzan's face darkened, his fiery eyes glaring at the one who had just spoken. What did you just say? Hua Oki's subordinate still aggressively challenged. Shall I say it again? Hua Oki frantically tried to stop him. Stop! The subordinate shouted loudly. I said you're a crazy old man. A crimson surge of energy ripped through the air. Fresh blood splattered. The subordinate collapsed, his body covered in blood. Huangbo Qixing and the crowd were horrified. Huangbo Qixing's eyes widened, his face pale with horror. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Sword Hermit Yo Huayang was terrified, her eyes wide as she watched the bloody scene unfold. Hua Oki's subordinate collapsed, his face contorted in extreme pain and fear. Akchuzan coldly turned his back, abandoning the corpse. Huangbo Qixing and his group stood frozen. Yo Huayang's fiery red eyes gleamed with heightened vigilance as she witnessed Akchuzan's brutal act. Akchuzan turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, locking onto Huangbo Qixing. Akchuzan's aura erupted, engulfing the entire space, submerging Huangbo Qixing and his subordinates in pressure. Huangbo Qixing ordered his subordinates to retreat. Please leave first. His subordinate hesitated. But Huangbo Qixing turned his back, his eyes filled with worry. It seems he is very angry. Akchuzan growled, his eyes sparking with fire. Where do you think you're going? He continued. A master must take responsibility for his subordinates' mistakes. Huangbo Qixing's subordinate trembled, terrified by Akchuzan's words. Huangbo Qixing stepped forward, shielding his subordinate. That mistake has nothing to do with young Master Hua. I will take responsibility. Akchuzan sneered. You overestimate yourself, he provoked. Do you think a little reputation in the martial world makes you equal to this old man? Huangbo Qixing bowed his head. How could I dare imagine such a thing? He looked up. I only hope that today's matter can be resolved with a duel between you and me. Akchuzan smirked. How audacious, he chuckled coldly. I hope your skills can live up to those words. Huangbo Qixing replied solemnly. I will not disappoint you. Akchuzan flashed a gruesome smile, his eyes gleaming. Then let's see if you can survive as I expect. Akchuzan looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp, as if to pierce through his opponent. He spoke. A powerful opening remark. Akchuzan asked, Do you want to decide the outcome within this circle? Huangbo Qixing replied concisely, Yes. Akchuzan looked at the large sword, his eyes full of challenge. Do you think that in this cramped space, I won't be able to unleash the full power of this mass of iron? Huangbo Qixing shook his head. No, that's not it. I merely wish to minimize collateral damage from this duel. Akchuzan sneered. For someone who just spewed murderous intent for a lowly master, you're surprisingly considerate. Very well, I'll humor you. Two men whispered. Who do you think will win? Clearly Akchuzan. Huangbo Qixing is impressive, but can he stand against the lion's den? Huangbo Qixing radiated a fiery red aura. Furthermore, isn't Huangbo Qixing's Heavenly King's three fists still incomplete? At that level, it will be too difficult. Akchuzan stood firm, his gaze resolute. Indeed. Then I'll bet on Akchuzan's victory. And you? I also want to bet on Akchuzan. The man laughed loudly. Ho ho, you scoundrel. How can that be called a bet then? Yo Huayang looked straight ahead, her eyes revealing disdain. To think they would treat this duel as a gambling entertainment. Yo Huayang turned her back, her gaze resolute. Unfortunate for Huangbo Qixing, but this time, it's unavoidable. We must show that the Green Sword Hall is still alive and strong. Raindrops began to fall, creating a hazy mist, signaling that a bloody battle was about to begin. The two men looked up, their eyes astonished at the heavy raindrops pouring down. Worry clearly etched on their faces. Fresh blood stained the cold ground, mixing with shattered fragments under the torrential rain. A haunting sight. The man in the gray cloak stood silently in the rain, his hood obscuring his face, creating a mysterious silhouette. Huangbo Chiseung roared in fury, while Yo Huayang maintained a cold expression, her sharp eyes watching. Akchu-san stood in the middle of the courtyard, his gaze as sharp as a betel-nut knife, facing the breathless crowd. A word was left unsaid, but it carried enough weight. Within the fated circle, Akchu-san questioned Huangbo Chiseung, "Do you wish to decide the outcome within this circle?" Huangbo Chiseung firmly replied, "That's right." Akchu-san tilted his head, his eyes full of contempt, as if seeing through his opponent's thoughts.
Do you think that in this cramped space, I won't be able to unleash the full power of this iron mass?
Huangbo Chiseung, his face beaded with sweat, denied. "No, that's not it. I merely wish to minimize collateral damage from this fight." Akchu-san smirked, his words full of sarcasm. Someone who just spewed killing intent at a child half his age, for a lowly master, is surprisingly considerate. "Very well, I shall humor you." Akchu-san turned, his cold gaze fixed on Huangbo Chiseung. But Huangbo Chiseung looked doubtful. Akchu-san crouched low, his greatsword ready, setting the final rule. If anyone steps out of the circle, will it be counted as a surrender? Huangbo Chiseung, enveloped in blazing red mana, roared a challenge. "If you wish to step out, then do it." Akchu-san sneered, his eyes arrogant. "I will fight to the end, to see how far your arrogance takes you. If you feel you're about to die, feel free to step outside the circle." The two warriors lunged at each other, mana erupting, forming a whirlwind in the arena. Huangbo Chiseung roared in fury, his eyes blazing red as if to incinerate his opponent. Akchu-san swung his greatsword, a dazzling light from the blade tearing through the air. Huangbo Chiseung used his bare hands, enveloped in blazing red mana, to block the fatal attack. Akchu-san unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, Huangbo Chiseung dodging and counterattacking by a hair's breadth. Huangbo Chiseung glided like a ghost, narrowly escaping the blade of death. Suddenly, Akchu-san reached out and firmly grabbed Huangbo Chiseung's arm. Akchu-san not only dodged, but also firmly grabbed Huangbo Chiseung's arm, an unexpected counterattack. Akchu-san roared, swinging his sword like a storm, pushing Huangbo Chiseung onto the defensive, giving him no time to react. Rage blazed in Huangbo Chiseung's eyes. He gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless attacks, trying to find an opening. Akchu-san's blade plunged into the ground. Huangbo Chiseung knelt, narrowly escaping death but now trapped. Akchu-san didn't stop. He unleashed a devastating punch. Huangbo Chiseung barely managed to raise his arm to block, the force terrifying. Huangbo Chiseung was sent flying, his body flung far away, blazing red energy enveloping him as the battle neared its end. Huangbo Chiseung let out a cry of pain, his blazing red eyes reflecting fury and an unyielding will. Akchu-san flashed a savage smile, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he looked down at his writhing opponent. Akchu-san stood towering like a mountain, while Huangbo Chiseung was flung into the air, small and hopeless. Huangbo Chiseung looked up to see Akchu-san's death-dealing fist descending, with no escape. Huangbo Chiseung's desperate scream echoed, his face contorted in terror and extreme pain. Akchu-san stood above, his cold gaze fixed on the fallen Huangbo Chiseung. Victory was already in his hands. Akchu-san's fist glowed brightly, accumulating all its power, ready to finish off his opponent in an instant. A loud explosion reverberated as Akchu-san delivered the final blow, Huangbo Chiseung collapsing completely amidst shattered debris. Heavy raindrops began to fall, washing away blood and dirt, shrouding the battlefield in a gloomy mist. Amidst the rain, Akchu-san stood towering, Huangbo Chiseung lying motionless at his feet. Did Akchu-san win? The woman in the charcoal purple attire turned pale. "Impossible!" she exclaimed. "Everyone, retreat quickly!" The entire crowd panicked. Akchu-san stood upright, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield. He smirked, uttering sarcastic words, savoring his victory. This was quite an entertaining spectacle, truly impressive. Under the pouring rain, Akchu-san stood towering like a malevolent deity. Huangbo Chiseung lay miserably defeated at his feet. Yo Huayang silently witnessed the tragic scene. Huangbo Chiseung lay there, his body covered in wounds. Yo Huayang's eyes, hidden behind her veiled face, showed a hint of melancholy as she looked towards the defeated warrior. Murmurs rose from the crowd. Truly, the Lion Swordsman. The battle ended in just 20 seconds. Astonishing. Who would have thought it would be so fast? Huangbo Chiseung bowed his head, regret gnawing at his heart. He wondered, if I had mastered the ultimate technique, would the outcome have been different? Huangbo Chiseong's face contorted in pain. He screamed in silence, if I had restored the Heavenly King's 3 powers and chosen martial arts over money! In Huangbo Chiseong's mind, the image of the woman in the black cloak appeared, like a silent question. Could everything have changed? The phantom's crimson eyes pierced Huangbo Chiseong's soul, asking directly, will you give up so easily? Tears mixed with blood on Huangbo Chiseong's face. He replied in despair, I've lost an arm. What more do you expect me to do? The phantom coldly advised, start over. Your martial arts are still there. If you practice, can you not adapt to one arm? Huangbo Chiseong burst into a mad laugh. His laughter mixed with blood and tears. He screamed,
That's easier said than done! Is it even possible?
The phantom's eyes were profound, its words echoing. Ultimately, the one who decides whether you sink into darkness or break free is none other than yourself. Huangbo Chiseong continued to laugh, a distorted, bitter sound. An arm was lost, but was his will still intact? Huangbo Chiseong's eyes widened, staring at the phantom as if realizing something horrifying. You! Under the pouring rain, the phantom stood tall. Huangbo Chiseong bowed his head to the ground, unclear if it was despair or if he had found a way out for himself. Huangbo Chiseong pleaded with the phantom, hoping for a way out. Please help me. If you say so, there must be a way. Under the torrential rain, Huangbo Chiseong continued to beg. Please, help me. The scene shifted to an ancient building. Its curved tiled roof, under a clear blue sky. A powerful punch slammed onto the table, creating a violent tremor. Idiot! Hua Ogi sat majestically behind the table. Mei Bulgoon stood beside him. Hua Ogi's son stood with his back turned, his expression tense. Hua Aki was furious, his eyes blazing. How dare you abandon Huangbo Chiseong just because he lost an arm? Hua Oki turned, continuing to question. Don't you realize how others will perceive your actions? If a master easily discards loyal subordinates, who will remain loyal to him? Hua Aki's son bowed his head, his face remorseful. I apologize, father. Hua Ogi sprang to his feet, pointing at his son. I don't want to see you. Don't even think about returning until you find Huangbo Chiseong. Hua Ogi's son trembled and replied, Yes, sir. Hua Aki turned to Mei Bulgoon, a sinister smile on his face. Listen, General Manager Mei. Mei Bulgoon respectfully replied, Yes, Manor Lord. Hua Oki and Mei Bulgoon stood on the balcony. It seems my incompetent son will take some time to find Huangbo Chiseong. Tell the guests that the banquet is postponed and ensure they are well taken care of. Mei Bulgoon replied, Yes, sir. The phantom of the silver-haired woman looked down, her voice echoing. Hua Oki will never find Huangbo Chiseong again, for he has embarked on the path he chose. Huangbo Chiseong sat on the ground, his right arm bandaged. A mysterious cloaked man sat behind him, a flickering candle providing light. The cloaked man finished the treatment. It's done. Huangbo Chiseong groaned in pain. Huangbo Chiseong's right arm was bandaged, energy lines surrounding it. The cloaked man explained, I have sealed off the energy flow to your useless right arm. Huangbo Chiseong clenched his left fist, crimson energy flowing through it. The cloaked man continued, and adjusted it so you can focus all your strength into your left arm. Sweat poured out. Huangbo Chiseong bowed his head, his face contorted. He was undergoing a painful transformation, but his eyes held a glimmer of hope. Huangbo Chiseong knelt, tears streaming down his face, looking up at the cloaked man. He swore, Thank you so much. I swear I will repay this kindness. The woman in the black cloak, with crimson eyes, appeared in Huangbo Chiseong's mind. She mused, I originally had no reason to help that man. In the rain, Huangbo Chiseong struggled desperately. The woman in the black cloak recalled, Only when I saw him thrashing, a long-forgotten face suddenly reappeared. On the rooftop, the woman in the black cloak stood silently, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. She gazed into the distance, a magnificent landscape stretching out beneath the deep blue sky. Green leaves fluttered. The woman in the black cloak mused. She whispered, The seed has been sown. Now, I can only wait to see what kind of tree it will grow into. Beneath the vast blue sky, an ancient, majestic building appeared. Its curved, tiled roofs nestled amidst towering mountains, exuding a serene beauty. In a grand hall, many people gathered. They sat around low tables, the atmosphere formal, yet filled with anticipation. A voice rang out, calling Wu Zhongrak's name. The man with his hair tied up, wearing a green robe, startled and turned his head, his eyes filled with surprise. A man in a light yellow robe, Lim Taeman, bowed politely. I am Lim Taeman from Shindo Hall. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wu Jangrak was surprised. Shindo Hall? Wu Jangrak stared, his face clearly showing confusion and doubt. He seemed to be trying to recall something about the name that had just been mentioned. Lim Taemun chuckled lightly. Haha, I suppose this name is quite unfamiliar to you. Shindo Hall follows the principles of the Mystic Guidance sect, so it's understandable you haven't heard of it. Wu Jangrak replied. You mean the Hidden Guidance sect? Lim Taemun confirmed. That's right. Shindo Hall was once a front line in the Great Demon War, suffering heavy losses. Behind them, the woman in the black cloak and a child silently watched. Wu Jangrak directed his gaze behind Lim Taemun, asking, The two people accompanying you are? He was curious about the new faces that had appeared in the hall. Wu Jangrak gasped softly, his face surprised. He seemed to have realized something, or was awaiting an explanation. Lim Taemun smiled and introduced, They are our companions on our journey to Dengzhou. Behind them, the woman in the black cloak and Soma, the boy with a radiant smile, stood. Lim Taemun asked Wu Jangrak if he could introduce his companions. Wu Jangrak hesitated, his expression bewildered. Lim Taemun thought to himself, surprised by Wu Jangrak's puzzling reaction, wondering what made him so anxious. Seeing Wu Jangrak's hesitation, Lim Taemun decided to step forward and greet them himself, astonishing Wu Jangrak and the man in green. Lim Taemun turned, introduced himself, and suggested they exchange names, believing fate had brought them to this banquet. Pio Wool's crimson eyes flashed mysteriously, but she remained silent, offering no reply. Pio Wool's silence irritated Lim Taemun, who questioned if she intended to refuse communication. Wu Jangrak panicked, trying to stop Lim Taemun before things went too far. Amidst the tension, Pio Wool slowly opened her eyes and uttered a name. Pio Wool. Lim Taemun was surprised, and Pio Wool confirmed that was indeed her name. Lim Taemun sneered mockingly, ridiculing Pio Wool's earlier silence, terrifying the man in green beside him. A shout rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere, announcing the sectmaster's arrival. The sectmaster's steady footsteps echoed as he entered the grand hall. The imposing sectmaster walked past rows of diners, everyone's gaze fixed on him. The sectmaster, with a confident smile and his distinctive goatee, appeared with two attendants, exuding an overwhelming aura. All the diners bowed in unison, showing absolute respect for the sectmaster. The sectmaster smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be seated, and the solemn atmosphere gradually softened. A man in yellow-brown robes pouted unhappily, while Pio Wool and Soma stood silently amidst the crowd. Another man sobbed, both relieved and indignant. He thought to himself, the sectmaster appeared just in time to save us from the disaster caused by that bastard. He worried, having heard rumors that Hua Oki's close friend was narrow-minded and wouldn't live long. Soma, with a mysterious smile, turned to Pio Wool and whispered, Should I kill him? The man in dark blue was utterly terrified, screaming loudly. Soma just smiled, repeating, If we meet him again. The sectmaster smiled reassuringly, thanked everyone for coming during these difficult times, and invited them to relax. A man in a black cloak rushed forward, calling out loudly, Sectmaster! He urgently leaned into the sectmaster's ear, whispering, There's trouble, sectmaster. Young lady Manga. She? The sectmaster's eyes widened, his pupils bloodshot, as he growled, What did you say? The sectmaster roared, his face contorted with rage. Seize that woman immediately! The scene shifted to a gloomy night, the sky blood red, signaling a fierce chase. Manga was exhausted, clutching her wound, panting as she fled into the night. Shin Mujiam caught Manga as she collapsed, asking anxiously, Gahai, are you all right? Should we rest for a bit? Manga resolutely refused, not allowing rest despite her exhaustion. No, I can still endure. Resting will leave traces, making it easy for them to pursue us. Even if I collapse, we cannot rest. Shin Mujiam looked at Manga with eyes full of sorrow. Hi, Manga painfully confessed. I never wanted to be Hua Yuchan's concubine. I came here only out of fear. I knew everything and accepted it myself. As Hua Yuchan's concubine, I didn't expect love. Mokahai realized the true faces of the powerful extreme fear evident in her eyes. But after confronting them directly, I only then realized how terrifying they truly are. She despaired, realizing her life was worthless, and her promises to her clan would be discarded like trash. To them, as long as they have this sword, my life means nothing. Mokahai cried out in tears, regretting having given up her love to come to this distant place. Why did I abandon my love and come all the way to this remote place? Mokahai's tear-filled eyes looked up, and she asked if it would be all right if she chose to be with Shin Mujium right now. Would it be all right if I chose to be with you now? Shin Mujium was stunned, his eyes filled with worry and confusion at her plea. Mok Gahai blamed herself for not realizing it sooner. Why didn't I realize this sooner? Shin Mujium replied in shock. Huh? Shin Mujium confessed that he once thought the best way was to bury his feelings and stay away from her to protect her will to the very end. Shin Mujium's eyes were full of regret. Even though he knew her feelings, he still chose to remain silent. When Mokahai bravely faced it, Shin Mujium also decided not to run anymore. Now that you've found your courage, I won't run either. He held her tightly, vowing never to let go of Mok Gahai. Gahai, I will never let you go. The two of them fled into the night through the dense forest. A blood moon hung over the mountaintop, dyeing the entire night sky red. On the steep cliff, the hallmaster and his attendants stood, looking down into the abyss. As the night wind howled, the man in the brown-yellow robe anxiously asked the hallmaster if he was sure about this decision, as the losses would be immense. Are you sure? The damage will be significant. At the foot of the mountain, a crowd of people held blazing torches, their eyes fierce, ready for action. The hallmaster urgently commanded, Hurry! We must find the Gongbu sword before Tianyan Manor does. Amidst the crimson sky, the silver-haired woman roared, her eyes resolute. We must take the risk. If we retreat now, the Lightning Sword faction will never defeat Tianyan Manor. At the foot of the mountain, Tianyan Manor's soldiers panicked. The Lightning Sword faction has arrived! They roared. People of Tianyan Manor, attack! The battle erupted. The silver-haired woman looked up determined. Tianyan Manor knows we've joined. They're pouring all their efforts into finding the Gongbu sword. We must confront them and retaliate in kind. She turned, ordering her two subordinates. Mobilize all remaining forces of our faction. The short, blonde-haired man bowed, responding decisively, Yes, Palace Master. Both rushed off into the crimson night. Their eyes met, filled with worry and determination. The short, blonde-haired man looked up at the sky, letting out a bitter sigh. How foolish. Under the blood moon, a convoy of carriages moved hastily, leaving fierce battles behind. In the carriage, a bound girl worried, I hope she won't be caught. Pio Wool sat beside her, mysteriously silent. The girl chuckled, her mind drifting to food. Next time we meet, I'll have to ask her to make lots of dried meat. Pio Wool remained still, her crimson eyes holding deep understanding. The man on horseback gently touched Pio Wool's shoulder, calling her name. He said, his voice full of remorse, I apologize for deciding to leave so abruptly. Pio Wool calmly replied, It's all right. The war between Tianyan Manor and the Lightning Sword faction has begun. It's best to leave cleanly before things get worse. The man continued, outlining the route. From now on, we will avoid major battlefields, travel by land, crossing Dengzhou in Henan province. The small boat glided on the river, between towering cliffs. He instructed, Except when crossing the Yangtze River, we will travel without rest, which might be a bit tiring. Pio Wool reassured the bound woman. The bound woman trusted the man on horseback's ability to lead the way. Pio Wool looked at the man on horseback, her gaze sharp, but her words full of hidden meaning. You are quite a capable guide, after all. The bound woman hesitantly accepted, her mind vaguely recalling the praises for the man on horseback. The man on horseback paid no mind, continuing to outline the route ahead. Then I will continue to explain our route. As the man on horseback was explaining, right now, on the edge of Hubei province, there is... A horrified cry rang out, interrupting him. A man with black hair tied in a topknot rushed over frantically, his face pale, urging them to look ahead. Over there! Please, sir, you must see this! The man with black hair tied in a topknot's face clearly showed horror, cold sweat pouring out. The entire group was stunned by the bloody scene, scattered corpses dyeing the ground red. It can't be. Pio Wool and the man on horseback stood motionless, their eyes filled with extreme astonishment. The bound woman cried out in panic, trying to run to Pio Wool's side. Sir! Pio Wool stood amidst the desolate scene, her cold gaze sweeping over the corpses. The bound woman huddled behind her. Pio Wool's eyes sharpened, as if she had recognized something terrible hidden behind the veil of blood. Pio Wool spoke, her voice carrying a chilling tone, directed towards a figure lying in a pool of blood. So, you're here. Shin Mujium, his body covered in blood, lay slumped among the rocks, his eyes looking up in pain. Pio Wool called his name, Shin Mujium. Shin Mujium's face was contorted in pain, blood still continuously flowing from his wounds. With a dying breath, Shin Mujium whispered, begging to save Mok Gahai, the person he cared about most. Save Gahai. Shin Mujium lay dying in a pool of blood, his trembling hand reaching towards Pio Wol, who coldly looked down. Makgahai stood beside them, her eyes filled with worry. Shin Mujiam's breath grew weaker, his body collapsing completely to the ground, blood staining his clothes. Shin Mujiam pleaded with Pio Wol, begging her to save Makgahai. Tears mixed with blood on Shin Mujiam's face as he painfully spoke of Makgahai, a pitiful child who had sacrificed her entire life for the clan. He was gravely wounded and coughed up blood, an agonizing pain tearing through his chest. Shin Mujiam desperately clung to Pio Wol's leg, earnestly pleading for help. Pio Wol coldly declared that her profession was that of an assassin, not a protector. Shin Mujiam looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment and despair. Pio Wol narrowed her eyes, asking about a transaction, a mission, and the price to be paid. Shin Mujiam whispered, asking Pio Wol to eliminate all enemies, threatening Makgahai. Tears streaming down his face, Shin Mujiam offered his life and the Gongbu sword as the price for this mission. Pio Wol smirked, recognizing Shin Mujiam's shrewdness in mentioning the Gongbu sword. Pio Wol thought to herself that it was the Gongbu sword that had turned this forest into a deadly one. Pio Wol understood Shin Mujiam's intention, to use the sword to completely eliminate all threats to Makgahai. She found it quite interesting. With blazing red eyes, Pio Wol decisively accepted the deal. Deep in the forest, Pio Wol stood alone, a murderous aura erupting around her. A pink figure darted away, tears streaming down, clutching a precious item amidst the crimson depths of the forest. She desperately screamed Mujiam's name, a vow to save him bursting forth amidst her sobs. "Mujiam, please live! I'll find every way to save you!" A sharp, cold blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the item she was holding, as if to snatch away her last hope. She was utterly horrified as the blade plunged deep into the precious item, piercing through the thick fabric. A contemptuous smirk. "Miss Mok, please forgive this rudeness." In the forest, a group of people appeared. The purple-robed leader stood there, coldly watching Lim Taeman kneel. The purple-robed leader smirked. "Though I've called countless times, you still haven't returned, so I had no choice but to resort to this method. Now, come back with me." The pink-haired woman roared in fury, her eyes bloodshot with tears. "I will never go with you." In despair, she drew the sword from its fabric wrapping, her vow echoing, "Even if I die here." The purple-robed leader sighed, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. Then there's nothing to be done," he coldly commanded. "Seize the Gongbu sword." His subordinates immediately obeyed, but he suddenly raised a hand to stop them, his eyes sharp and cold. "Wait." Lim Taeman stepped forward, a smug smile on his face. "Leave it to me. I will take the Gongbu sword myself." He lunged like an arrow, drawing his sword from its sheath, a dazzling light tearing through the air. The pink-haired woman's eyes widened, filled with horror, a hot tear rolling down her cheek. The two swords clashed fiercely, sparks flying. The pink-haired woman desperately fought back, her face contorted in pain. Lim Taeman smirked, his eyes contemptuous. He challenged the pink-haired woman. "So this is the young lady of a martial arts clan, quite impressive. Let's see how well you protect that treasure." The pink-haired woman was in despair, the throbbing wound in her side preventing her from exerting any strength. "What should I do? Because of the wound in my side, I can't muster any strength." Lim Taeman pressed on, and the pink-haired woman could only defend in vain. Her sword was knocked away, sparks tearing through the air. Tears streamed down like rain. The pink-haired woman looked up at the sky, pleading for a miracle. "Someone, please save me!" As the pink-haired woman was about to collapse, a voice rang out from above. Soma, perched on a tree branch, spoke. "Shall I kill them for you?" Lim Taeman startled and looked up, his eyes full of vigilance. On the ground, the pink-haired woman also raised her head, a glimmer of hope flickering. The pink-haired woman gasped, tears still flowing. Pain and astonishment intertwined on her desperate face. Soma sat perched on a tree branch, a wide grin stretching across his face. He waved at the pink-haired woman. "Hello, young lady." Lim Taeman glared at Soma, his face incredulous. "What? That kid? How did he get here?" Lim Taeman squinted, trying to recall his memories. Soma's face was strangely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Soma tilted his head, his sharp eyes fixed on the pink-haired woman. He urged, "Answer me, miss." The pink-haired woman sobbed uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. Despair overwhelmed her. The pink-haired woman screamed in despair, hatred burning fiercely. "Yes, kill them! Kill all of them!" Soma smirked, his crimson eyes flashing with malicious amusement. Night fell, the blood-red moonlight staining the entire sky. Flocks of black crows tore through the wind, signaling an ill omen. Beneath the blood moon, the crows spread their wings, like ghosts gliding across the crimson sky. The group silently ventured deeper into the forest under the blood moon, their flickering torches illuminating the dark path. The gray-haired woman with her hair tied up softly uttered the forest, her eyes filled with unease at the unusual sight. Akchu-san turned, his eyes sharp and cold. "You feel it too, don't you?" As if probing for the abnormality. The gray-haired woman with her hair tied up looked up at the blood moon. The air in the forest has changed. It's truly strange, sensing the pervasive abnormality. The movements of animals and the flow of energy are completely different now. Something has definitely interfered here. "What could it be?" they whispered, worried. Akchu-san's gaze was resolute. "We will find out soon enough." A promise full of hidden meaning. Under the colossal blood moon, the two men were stunned. Wah! What is that? A premonition of ill omen. In the deep darkness, a large figure and a small child darted forward, surrounded by strange light. An innocent smile contrasted with crimson, cold eyes. Two people, two destiny. Aura erupted. The child swung a hoop, the adult ready to strike. Red and blue energy surging. The child charged. The sharp hoop swung. Another man collapsed in agony. The child glided effortlessly through the air, the hoop spinning powerfully, while Lim Taeman hastily drew his sword. The two opponents clashed, sword and hoop intersecting, creating dazzling sparks in the night. Lim Taeman exclaimed in surprise. "This kid's attacks are both strong and fast. Trying to fend them off," he thought smugly. "But he'll soon run out of energy and fall. He can't hope to defeat me with just one chakram." The child attacked relentlessly, the hoop continuously lunging forward, forcing Lim Taeman to use his sword to parry. Lim Taeman realized in horror that the child's attacks had surpassed his imagination. A fatal blow was imminent. He desperately swung his sword to block, but the child's metal hoop still spun powerfully, pushing him into a weak defensive stance. The chakram sliced past him. Lim Taeman tumbled to the ground, unable to react to the enemy's terrifying speed. The child gave a sinister smile, its crimson eyes flashing with murderous intent. Lim Taeman's sword was suppressed, on the verge of shattering. In midair, the child unleashed countless chakrams, engulfing Lim Taeman in a crimson whirlwind of death. The child's eyes were filled with madness, energy erupting, ready to finish off its prey. Lim Taeman knelt, his eyes vacant as he looked up. A final chakram plunged straight down, giving him no chance to resist. A red beam of light tore through his face, piercing Lim Taeman's mind, bringing with it ultimate horror. Fresh blood splattered, staining the space red, signaling a life just taken. P.O. Wool appeared, her eyes cold, her fingers twitching slightly. She was the one who delivered the finishing blow. Amidst the scattered corpses, P.O. Wool stood there, like a goddess of death, surrounded by threads of energy. P.O. Wool's gaze was sharp and emotionless, as if death were merely a tasteless joke. In a gloomy forest, the sky blood-red, a group of people cautiously walked, carrying torches to light their way. Akchu-san mused, "It's truly strange. The Heavenly Silver Forest is eerily quiet, even though the Heavenly Silver Manor and Jade Leaf Sword Hall have caused a commotion." The gray-haired woman with her hair tied up said worriedly, "Yes, it's getting darker and darker." Akchu-san replied, "We have torches, and I've even channeled energy into my eyes. Yet it's still pitch black." The blood-red sky suddenly erupted with a dazzling flash of light, signaling a terrifying event about to unfold. The sky suddenly exploded, and Akchu-san and the gray-haired woman looked up in horror. One of the group frantically pointed up. "Up there! People from the Heavenly Silver Manor!" Horror was evident on the faces of the gray-haired woman and another member as they witnessed the horrific sight. The night swallowed the forest. Only the flickering torchlight illuminated numerous scattered corpses, blood staining the ground red. The gray-haired woman trembled, exclaiming, "Are they all dead?" She realized in horror. Even renowned masters, people we would struggle to deal with. Akchu-san said in a low voice to the gray-haired woman, "It seems our suspicions were correct. A formidable master has interfered here." The gray-haired woman wondered, "But why? Just for the Ministry of Work sword?" Akchu-san replied, "The reason doesn't matter. What needs to be done now is..." Akchu-san turned his back, decisively ordering the gray-haired woman, "You must withdraw all your subordinates and leave this forest immediately." The gray-haired woman was astonished. "Withdraw everyone? Is that master's power truly so terrifying?" Akchu-san gritted his teeth, his eyes burning. "Yes, it's been a long time since my blood has boiled like this." Akchu-san was resolute. "Now it's not about the Ministry of Work's sword, but whether you can escape here alive." Without you, the Saber Hall will be doomed. Go. The gray-haired woman hesitated, wanting to say something more. ActionToon maintained a resolute expression, unwavering. Finally, the gray-haired woman bowed her head and accepted the order. Understood. ActionToon stood in the middle of the forest, sensing the chaotic energy. There isn't just one troublemaker. There are at least two. ActionToon looked up at the darkness, silently asking, who exactly? He began to doubt the enemy's identity. Among the corpses, a cloaked man lay dead with a dagger plunged into his chest. The enemy had acted brutally. ActionToon looked up at the crimson sky, his face distraught. Impossible, he whispered, disbelieving his own eyes. ActionToon knelt beside the fallen May Bulgoon, his voice choked with sobs. Manager May, who did this to you? ActionToon's trembling hand touched May Bulgoon's cold face, his heart torn with pain. The pain transformed into extreme rage. ActionToon's face contorted with hatred. He gritted his teeth, stomping his foot hard on the ground, dust rising as if to swallow his resentment. Two torch-bearing subordinates rushed over in a panic, their eyes full of fear. Manor Lord, are you all right? ActionToon turned around, his eyes blazing. What the hell? Which bastard dared to do this? ActionToon's footsteps trod on blood-soaked leaves, each trace evidence of the massacre. He gritted his teeth and swore, I don't know who did this, but once they fall into my hands, I will make them beg for death. ActionToon roared. What are you still standing there for? Go, immediately! A subordinate turned his head to look back. ActionToon stood towering amidst the sea of fire like a demon god. The subordinate panicked, stammering his master's name. Manor Lord. He reached out in despair, pleading for help. Please save me. ActionToon turned his head to look at the small burning flame, his gaze firm and unwavering. ActionToon's face hardened, etched with hatred and a resolve for revenge. The subordinate looked up in horror at the hanging corpses. ActionToon was just a small dot in the darkness. In the gloomy night, a dark purple-robed man knelt, his small figure dwarfed between two giant shadows. Fear enveloped him. Darkness swallowed the forest. Only a scream echoed in the silent space. Who are you? He sprang up, his face contorted with rage and horror. He roared, questioning the one who dared to act. What kind of person dares to target me? Was it the Greenleaf Sword School who hired you? He desperately offered, cold sweat pouring down. He was willing to pay double, triple to escape. I'll pay double their price. No, triple. Show yourself now. He frantically searched around in vain, fear gradually turning into despair. An ominous premonition crept in. If this is... His face was pale, his eyes wide with horror. He tried to negotiate, a faint hope remaining. Regarding the Ministry of Work sword, I'll hand it over. So, just... A ghostly figure appeared behind him. Silver hair, eyes burning red like blood. The killer coldly declared, no need, it already belongs to me. The dark purple-robed man's face contorted in extreme horror. Cold sweat streamed down as he realized the terrible truth. His eyes widened, pupils contracting. A terrifying truth, worse than death, materialized in his mind. This one isn't human. The killer, Soma, looked down with cold eyes. Her voice rang out like a final judgment. A demon, a grim reaper. You die here. The sky was blood red, and the body of the man in the dark purple robe collapsed onto the cold ground amidst the desolate forest. In his final moments, the man in the dark purple robe struggled, clutching a dagger, roaring in anger, defying his impending death. Ha, ha, you brats. Soma, with an innocent appearance, smiled confidently. She challenged her opponent, like a final taunt. Do you really think you can do that and still survive? Manga looked at Soma in surprise. Soma turned, speaking softly. Let's go, young lady. Huh? Soma gave a mysterious smile, her eyes gleaming mischievously. She mentioned a name, like a promise. Mujiam is waiting for you. The light purple-haired woman's eyes widened, tears streaming down. A glimmer of hope flickered in her astonished gaze. Wait, he's still alive? She sighed in relief, tears still falling, mixed with indescribable joy. Thank heavens. I'm so glad. Manga smile faded when the light purple-haired woman demanded the sword back. But the sword you're holding, it belongs to us, Manga replied. Mujiam entrusted it to us, so we must accept it. The light purple-haired woman's gaze was sharp and cold. Harboring unpredictable suspicion, she expressed her feelings, wishing only to escape this place with him. If I can safely leave here with him, nothing else matters. Then she pushed the sword towards Manga. Do whatever you want with this sword. An attacker in purple charged forward, eyes blazing with fury. "Do you even know who you're messing with?" He swung his sword, creating a powerful surge of energy. Mangahai and the light purple-haired woman were thrown into the air. The light purple-haired woman cried out Soma's name in horror as Mangahai was flung away. Soma appeared, her eyes glowing red and a terrifying smile, enveloped by a surge of dark energy. Soma's smile grew even more menacing, a cold threat echoing. "So, you wish to die?" The attacker in purple looked up at Soma, his face filled with extreme horror. He groaned in pain, his eyes filled with fear. He collapsed to the ground, vowing to personally end Soma. "You damn rat! I swear I'll kill you myself." Soma perched on a tree branch, her red eyes gleaming mischievously, a disdainful smile on her face. Deep in the forest, Soma looked down from above at the enemy writhing on the ground, a tense confrontation. The sky above the dark forest suddenly turned red, fragments raining down, signaling a catastrophe. Amidst the horrifying scene, the light purple-haired woman looked up, her eyes wide with terror at the strange blue energy. Mangahai and the attacker in purple faced each other, their eyes burning with hatred, an unforgiving battle about to erupt. Streaks of light tore through the darkness, weaving through the treetops at terrifying speed, creating dazzling trails. A blinding explosion ripped through the air, dust flying, cries of pain echoing throughout the forest. Mangahai was flung amidst the energy vortex, her desperate cries calling Soma's name echoing. The attacker in purple sneered, his sword flashing in a fiery vortex, ready for the decisive blow. The attacker in purple realized something in horror, his face changing color. Words caught in his throat. A sword blade flashed, slicing into a rotten tree trunk with incredible speed, creating sparks. ActionToon appeared, sneering as the attacker in purple dodged. "You know how to dodge? Not bad. I thought you were just a coward." The attacker in purple angrily exclaimed, "Damn it! Why is ActionToon here? If I had more time, I would have killed them and seized the sword." The attacker in purple leaped away, leaving a final threat. "Just you wait." A sudden fatal blow struck, and the attacker in purple writhed in pain, while ActionToon stood still. ActionToon looked down disdainfully. One who abandons their subordinates and flees has no self-respect. Just a bunch of insects. ActionToon turned to Mangahai and the light purple-haired woman. Mangahai questioned, "And you? Who are you? Why are you interfering?" ActionToon, with a stern expression, looked straight ahead, ready for further questioning. Mangahai's eyes narrowed, gleaming with anger and defiance at ActionToon's attitude. ActionToon burst into arrogant laughter. "Even you are much better than that guy." Mangahai retorted sharply, "I don't need compliments from an old man. Your eyes are as sharp as a hawk's." ActionToon squinted at the young girl, a sneer flashing across his bearded face. ActionToon drew his sword, a brilliant light flashing. "A brat like you is too talkative, relying only on a bit of meager talent." ActionToon's eyes glowed, and he ordered coldly, "Call them out." Mangahai asked in surprise, "Call who?" The pale purple-haired woman beside her clearly showed fear. ActionToon explained, his eyes sharp and cold. "The one behind you, the one who swept through the forest with you. Only that one needs to be dealt with here." Mangahai glared, her voice full of defiance. "And what if I refuse?" ActionToon laughed loudly, unleashing a powerful blow that cracked the ground. "I was just casually provoking you, but it's just as I suspected." ActionToon flashed a gruesome smile, his eyes gleaming. "Will you speak, if I cut her down?" A terrifying surge of energy ripped through the ground right next to the two girls, leaving them utterly terrified. Both girls looked up at the night sky, their faces filled with extreme astonishment. A figure plunged down from above, surrounded by a powerful aura, tearing through the night. Mangahai gritted her teeth, her crimson eyes flaring with rage and determination. The pale purple-haired woman hugged Mangahai tightly, both looking up at the descending figure, chaos about to erupt. The woman's pale purple eyes widened, reflecting the dazzling light, terror clearly visible. Soma appeared amidst a brilliant light, a wide, wild grin on their face, like a haunting welcome. Soma's grin seemed to tear through space, a dazzling light erupting, signaling a fierce attack. Fiery light enveloped them, and the pale purple-haired woman turned her back, trying to shield herself from the terrifying power. Tears streamed down the woman's face, her desperate screams tearing through the air. Amidst the debris and residual light, Soma collapsed, their small body falling freely. ActionToon stood tall in the forest, his cold gaze fixed on the deep pit he had just created, as if everything was within his calculations. The pale purple-haired woman embraced the unconscious Soma, her painful cries echoing, "Soma! Soma!" ActionToon stood there, his sword still radiating power. She cradled Soma's head, tears streaming down her face, and choked out,
Why? Why did you do this?
Soma chuckled softly, whispering their last words. Because I accepted. I have to protect you. The pale purple-haired woman looked at Soma in pain. From behind, Akchu-san judged coldly, It's useless. Akchu-san sneered maliciously, his eyes glinting with cruelty. I wasn't planning on letting any of you survive anyway. Kill both of them, and that person will come to me. The pale purple-haired woman hugged Soma tightly, her face contorted with rage and despair, but her eyes remained unyielding. Akchu-san's eyes were sharp and cold, a dazzling flash streaking past, signaling the impending onslaught. He spun around, drawing his sword from its sheath, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the weaklings before him. Akchu-san's face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes burning. He growled, You've arrived. A surge of dark energy exploded, tearing through space, carrying terrifying destructive power. The pale purple-haired woman hugged Manga tightly, her desperate cries heartbreaking as fresh blood stained them both red. Akchu-san sneered maliciously. Drops of blood splattered on his face, accentuating his cruelty. A figure lay slumped on the ground, blood flowing profusely, their body motionless amidst the desolate scene. Akchu-san's gaze suddenly froze, his expression shifting from malicious to astonished, blood still on his cheek. He stared intently at the person lying there, his pupils contracting. Hua Aki. Hua Aki's body lay motionless, eyes wide and lifeless, amidst a pool of crimson blood. Akchu-san couldn't believe his eyes. He repeated, Hua Ogi? What is Hua Ogi doing here? Rage erupted in Akchu-san's eyes, which flashed with sparks of hatred. He clenched his fist, and a surge of wild mana exploded, creating a destructive vortex around him. Akchu-san unleashed a devastating attack, energy surging and destroying everything in its path. Trees toppling. Giant tree trunks were severed, crashing to the ground, dust and debris flying wildly after the terrifying blow. Amidst the dark night, a pair of crimson eyes flashed, sharp as a blade, piercing through the darkness. Akchu-san looked up, watching the white energy stream tear through the crimson sky. An unexpected counterattack. Akchu-san sneered, his blood-stained sword swinging up. So you're still here? A mysterious figure appeared, enveloped in a deep blue aura. Akchu-san growled. Who are you? Who dares to interfere with the sectmaster's affairs? Pio-wool faced him coldly, her crimson eyes gleaming with resolve, unwavering in the face of the threat. Tears streamed down the pale, purple-haired woman's face as she tightly embraced the unconscious Soma, terror and pain evident on her features. Pio-wool and Akchu-san stood facing each other, the air thick with extreme tension, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Akchu-san called her name, but Pio-wool remained calm, her crimson eyes burning. Pio-wool. Akchu-san scoffed. Pio-wool? Never heard of you. Are you new to the martial world? She replied. Does that matter? You ask useless things. Akchu-san sneered, the dried blood on his face intensifying his ferocious appearance. He asked, Then what times is times important? Is there anything more important? Pio-wool declared coldly, snake-like energy coiling around her, her crimson eyes burning like fire. Your life. Akchu-san threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter echoing through the forest. You think you can decide my fate as you please? Pio-wool commanded, her sharp gaze fixed on Soma. Take Soma with you. A dark-cloaked figure stood nearby. The pale, purple-haired woman's face was ashen, her eyes wide with horror as she stared ahead, consumed by extreme fear. Pio-wool declared resolutely, her voice echoing. Outside this forest of death, my comrades await you. Akchu-san roared, charging straight forward, his eyes blazing with fury. Don't you dare. Akchu-san turned around, facing Pio-wool, who stood amidst the night, her body emanating a chilling aura. Akchu-san's face changed color, his eyes wide with astonishment. How? Pio-wool stood firm, shielding the pale purple-haired woman, who was tightly embracing Soma behind her. The pale purple-haired woman's eyes burned crimson with hatred, her face contorted with rage. The pale purple-haired woman tightly embraced Soma, while Pio-wool and Akchu-san faced each other, the air thick with tension. Heart-wrenching pain was evident on the pale purple-haired woman's face as she held the motionless, blood-stained Soma. Akchu-san looked at Pio-wool, his gaze sharp and cold. Are you done yet? Akchu-san said in a low voice, acknowledging Pio-wool's talent. So you're the one who caused the chaos in the forest of death? And those hanging corpses were also your doing? Akchu-san roared, fiery energy erupting around him, Such depravity, only a demon could do this. Akchuzan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Now that you've revealed yourself, I'll make you pay. Pio Wool retorted coldly, her eyes emotionless. You talk too much. Pio Wool's eyes flashed red, her voice growing even colder. And those who talk too much. Pio Wool suddenly lunged forward, snake-like energy surging around her, are simply afraid. Akchuzan's eyes widened in horror, reflecting Pio Wool's figure lunging towards him like a nightmare. Pio Wool's attack tore through the air, narrowly missing Akchuzan, forcing him to lean back and dodge. Akchuzan was frustrated, feeling as if he was striking at nothing. He growled, "It's like I'm cutting through shadows. He just keeps circling, dodging. It's infuriating." Akchuzan narrowed his eyes, full of murderous intent, challenging Pio Wool. "Let's see if you can dodge this one." Akchuzan roared, pouring all his strength into his sword, creating a fiery, dragon-shaped energy stream that lunged forward. Akchuzan's furious flames swept across the battlefield, crushing everything in their path, creating a scene of destruction. Amidst the firestorm, Pio Wool stood firm, her silver hair fluttering, her crimson eyes unwavering. Pio Wool glided lightly, dodging the fiery attack, her figure merging into the darkness, leaving no trace. Akchuzan roared in fury, swinging his sword like a storm. "You damn slippery eel." He charged forward, unleashing a powerful slash, but Pio Wool merely tilted her body slightly, dodging perfectly. Akchuzan continuously swung his sword, but Pio Wool remained like a phantom, gliding through the fiery attacks. Pio Wool coldly gazed at Akchuzan, her crimson eyes seemingly piercing his very soul. The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling light. Akchuzan retreated, his face contorted with rage and panic, blood streaming down his cheek. He roared, "Why?" He screamed in despair, "Why can't I hit him? Why?" Pio Wool glided away like the wind, her figure vanishing into the shadows, leaving Akchuzan stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Pio Wool suddenly appeared above him, swinging her sword down at Akchuzan with a fiery burst of energy, making him cry out in terror. Akchuzan roared in fury, his entire body ablaze with fiery energy, his eyes burning with resentment. He unleashed a fierce attack, a colossal dragon head-shaped fiery energy surging directly towards Pio Wool, engulfing her. The energy exploded. The ground cracked open, debris scattering amidst a sea of flames. Smoke, dust, and fragments flew wildly, obscuring visibility, leaving only a blinding light. Pio Wool stood calmly at the epicenter of the explosion, shards of rock flying past her without touching her at all. Pio Wool appeared, her blue eyes shining brightly, her hand generating a powerful surge of black electrical energy. Pio Wool's black electrical energy erupted, creating a terrifying collision with Akchuzan's power. Pio Wool shot forward with lightning speed, her figure blurry like a phantom, piercing through the energy currents. Pio Wool, with sharp, resolute eyes, had blue energy erupting around her. Pio Wool continued to move, creating energy cracks on the ground, her speed impossible to grasp. Pio Wool flashed past Akchuzan like lightning, her sword leaving a brilliant blue streak. Akchuzan clutched his chest, fresh blood streaming down. He coughed out a painful sound, his eyes filled with horror. Akchuzan gasped, his eyes full of disbelief, as he looked at the wound on his body. Not bad. Akchuzan collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, black energy engulfing him. Pio Wool stood there, her crimson eyes, her silver hair fluttering, her expression cold and mysterious.